At this time, among the dozens of light screens listed in the red platform, 4 light screens showed the scene of the Void Thunder Pond. It perfectly reflects the situation of Lin Chen and Shi Xiaoxian. The Crimson Fairy sitting in the giant ship showed her interest for the first time. Lin Chen's trick of playing with all the geniuses was really eye-catching, and Shi Xiaoxian should not be underestimated. Unexpectedly, the Void Thunder Pond was also found by them. The thunder spirit inside is gathering wisdom, and its real strength is close to the 4th level of the Holy Realm. If these 2 little guys can gain something in it, they are really suitable for this seat. Complete that mission. Fairy Crimson's eyes flickered, and the people in the red platform were amazed. Lin Chen and Shi Xiaoxian, these 2 sinister guys, have actually combined. These 2 are not simple. Their movement speed is at the orange level. It is difficult for saints of the same level or even 10 holy acupoints to keep them. Otherwise, the orange level movement technique is the most rare technique. With this technique, it is really a life-saving skill. While the geniuses were discussing each other, several saints stared at a light screen with condensed eyes. No way. Could it be that Lin Chen wants to enter that central thunder pond? Thunder and lightning gather in purple. This is holy thunder condensed into substantial energy. This is not a joke. There is no cultivation level above the middle stage of the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. Daring to touch it will be serious injury or even life-threatening. In the Void Thunder Pool, when Shi Xiaoxian attracted Lei Ling's firepower, Lin Chen circulated the holy aura of all the holy acupoints and enveloped him. The saints outside the red platform were heartbroken. Is this kid really not afraid of dying? Or did he know otherwise? Boom. Buzz. The terrifying Lei Wei impacted Lin Chen's consciousness and the holy body like a tidal wave, directly causing his body to twitch and his teeth chattering. The entire thunder pond suddenly boiled, like boiling water, with thunderous light and lightning flashing around. Crackling. Boom. 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 The thunder pool boiled, Lin Chen's whole body exploded, his hair stood up in an instant, his eyes rolled white, and his limbs were paralyzed. Oops, the energy condensed by this thunder pool is too perverted, so I'm going to have an accident if the power goes on. Lin Chen's mental power is like a vast starry sky. Even if he is electrocuted and unconscious, if there is a ray of mental power left, he can think instantly and realize the seriousness of the problem. This Void Thunder Pond is not even sure that Shi Xiaoxian can dive down in the 2nd stage of the Holy Land, and Lin Chen still underestimates its power. This Lin Chen is going to have an accident and is electrocuted by the real energy of the Thunder Pond, and his life will be destroyed in a short period of time. Too reckless. See what Fairy Crimson has to say. If she takes action, Lin Chen will be disqualified. The saints shook their heads and jumped into the thunder pond. Even saints of their cultivation level dare not say that they can come out alive. Fairy Crimson's charming and alluring face showed a hint of stunned. You jumped without any preparations? It should be said that Lin Chen is smart or stupid. Inside the thunder pond, the holy thunder broke into Lin Chen's body, his head was shaking, and the holy energy could not completely resist this thunder. That's right. My clone is trying to refine the Thousand Thunder variant crystal. If I can control the Thunder variant crystal, my holy body will definitely not be easily electrocuted by Lei Wei like this. In the Qingxue planting capsule, Lin Chen activated the remaining 3 clones. to run the Tai Fu Tian art to incorporate the new thunder element crystal into the holy cave. Boom! Lin Chen's holy cave was born with a ray of holy thunder. Lin Chen's 9 tribulations of creation and Tai Fu Tianju seem to be born with the mind to control the different crystals. There is no exclusion or burden to control the new crystals. It automatically melts into the body within a quarter of an hour. Get 77,800 points of advanced lightning energy. When the thunder attribute value was soaring, Lin Chen poured holy energy into the 1000 thunder variation crystal. Brush. Boom. When the power of the different crystals of the thunder system was activated, most of the thunder power surrounding Lin Chen disappeared. His pressure dropped suddenly, and he even felt a little numb. If this is the case, the power of the different crystals of the thunder system can assimilate most of these holy thunder powers. Lin Chen was slightly overjoyed, and the clone refined a large amount of silver holy yuan coins in the Qingxue planting capsule to provide holy energy for the main body, and then continuously transported it into the thunder type alien crystal, and continued to activate the power of the alien crystal to protect the body. He began to swim down the thunder pond. The water in the thunder pond was completely accumulated by Xinglei over 10 million epochs. Not to mention tearing space here, he couldn't even fly, and being able to swim is already Lin Chen's limit. Swimming to the bottom of the thunder pond, Lin Chen pulled out the thunder sword from the bottom of the thunder pond and put it into the Qingxue planting capsule. Then he put Lei Ting into the Taoyuan planting capsule. This thing is a good treasure for making low-grade thunder-type alien crystals. He can try to cultivate another thunder-type alien crystal. After collecting Lei Qi's treasure, Lin Chen grabbed the second 5-light treasure chest. Open the Wuguang Supreme Treasure chest and get the orange level talent fragment, extinction crack, 3/3. The talent has been automatically merged. Please check the host in the talent column. New orange talent. Lin Chen was ecstatic. Coming. Another orange talent. The second permanent orange level talent controlled by Lin Chen after the instant light splitting. Active attack talent, exterminate the fisher, consume talent points to increase the next attack, with the fission effect, when the enemy is injured. The injury can be prevented from being healed for a period of time. The time limited effects are 180 days/90 days/30 days/7 days, depending on the enemy's cultivation base, to determine the duration of the cracking effect. Grade, low-level orange. I've got a new trump card again. As long as the damage is broken and the enemy is hit, the injury can continue to exist. In the battle, you can keep playing while the opponent is injured and continue to accumulate injuries. This is too perverted, the ultimate move for protracted battles. Although the extinction crack creation is not as good as the Heavenly Rebel, but it is a permanent orange level talent. Lin Chen believes that as long as it is matched with the instant light splitting shadow or the God of War armor, a new super ultimate move can definitely be combined. Okay, it's almost time to go out. When Lin Chen was about to go upstream, he suddenly heard a click from his entire body. A brand new power emerged from Lin Chen's body, like 10,000 dragons roaring to the sky, shaking the stars. Lin Chen's roots, flesh and blood, rejuvenated with a stronger vitality. He actually broke through. However, it is not the cultivation realm, but the body refining realm. The awakening of the meat shell increased Lin Chen's pure power by 50%. Lin Chen's 200 million dragon power increased to 300 million dragon power, and now, he has broken through to 400 million dragon power, and the effect of the awakening is 600 million dragons. It's because of the Thunder Pond. Just now I was concerned about the fusion of the different crystals, but I didn't pay attention to the fact that the flesh shell body was wandering in the limit of life and death several times, and finally was tempered by the thunder pool to my flesh shell body and climbed to a new realm. Lin Chen licked his tongue excitedly. Thunder Pond can quench the body? It's a big profit. Could this be the legendary electrotherapy? Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, what's the situation? Crazy. This guy is still sneaking in? I'm afraid this guy is tired and crooked. I wonder if he is younger than my sister? Could it be that he has a brain? The geniuses of the Red Moon platform and several saints were stunned and surprised. This guy rolled his eyes just now, and he almost died. Even Crimson Fairy almost teleported him out just now. This is finally able to act, and this is a backhand dive? Fairy Crimson raised her slender jade fingers and stared at the scene of the Void Thunder Pond with great interest. Interesting, when the flesh shell saint body endured the limit, a new power of different crystals appeared, or it was a thunder-type different crystal. This sun can be of great use. After saying the last sentence, Fairy Crimson stared at Han Yiji. I heard that Han Yiji and him are still old acquaintances. If he can pass this test, maybe he can try to sneak into that woman's side. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the Red Moon platform. Then, what was the situation? My day. My eyes are going blind. What is Lin Chen doing? Crazy? Is Lin Chen really crazy? Several saints stood up suddenly, as if they had seen a ghost. Lian Wushuang opened his mouth, and was instantly dumbfounded. The rows of female geniuses covered their faces with jade hands, blushing and peeking at a light screen on the edge. Fairy Crimson's remaining 4 apprentices had their pretty faces dyed, or spit, and even the most arrogant female genius of Bingshan Beauty couldn't help showing a hint of confusion. Han Yiji, who was on the opposite side of the red boat on the platform, coughed a few times, her ears turning red. At this time, in the light screen at the edge, the young man undressed, leaving only his shorts, bare chest and exposed muscles, such as refined muscles showing linear arcs, hair curled up, and electric arcs beating. He was immersed in the thunder pool, with his hands lying on the edge of the pool, his expression comfortable and lazy, and the arcs all over his body caused him to tremble slightly. The corner of Lin's mouth was frivolous, provoking a coquettish arc. Tsk. Sighed, comfortable. Hey, this grenade battery electrotherapy massage is very comfortable, and it also has the effect of quenching the body by lightning. It is difficult to use a lantern in such a good place. Find. The people on the red platform were dumbfounded. Even the Crimson Fairy was stunned. Is this Lin Chen actually taking a bath in the Void Thunder Pond? Many people have numb scalps and chills in their backs. A pool of energy that is enough to destroy the 2nd or even 3rd level of the saint. He actually soaked it. Did you make a mistake? Boss. You are here to take part in the assessment, not on vacation. What a special enjoyment in the thunder pool. A drop of crystal clear sweat ran across his handsome face, and then it fell to the chiseled collarbone. Some young female geniuses looked like peach. Their cheeks were stained with red clouds, and they spit from time to time. 2. See. Lin Chen's lazy and comfortable bathing appearance is in stark contrast to other geniuses who are being chased by estrus or mad holy beasts. This strong and stark contrast of encounters seems to be telling everyone that even if Lin Chen can't take action against others, he can still kill others in various ways. A monster-level genius who once entered the tomb of the Holy King muttered to himself, "Isn't there anyone in this world who can stop this man from showing off? Before, there was a dance on the tomb of the Holy King, and now he's taking a bath in the void thunder pond." However, the next moment, Lin Chen took out an exquisite golden jug, poured a glass of fine wine made from Qingyao Yulu, and placed it on the fruit pot. The top was full of colorful, crystal-clear dragon green fruits, red gold vines, and dragon blood saliva. Lin Chen took out the flying knife from his waist, and the flying knife was used as a fork knife. The blade swept away and cut the vine. Commander Lin cut the red golden vine with graceful movements, dipped it in dragon blood and saliva, and put it into his mouth to chew and swallow slowly. Then, he picked up a string of long qinghua and made a string of long qinghua. And while the lightning pool kept shaking all over his body, he raised his head and opened his mouth, and long qinghua was full of them. He lifted Erlang's legs in the lay pond with ease, his legs were exposed from above, and he did not forget to calmly raise his glass and drink a sip of the brewed Qingyao Yulu. Looking at Lin Chen with Erlang's legs crossed, cup in one hand and fruit in the other, many powerhouses couldn't help but blurt out a sentence. "Damn it. Why is he so rude? Look at his terrified bare appearance. Why do you need a beautiful girl to accompany you to bite? I'm so angry, he's so flattering. Why is he wearing Pinru's pants? I suddenly want to beat him. How did this man survive and not be beaten to death?" A young man in Xing-Yi gritted his teeth angrily. The two monster-level geniuses who had entered the tomb of the Holy King Hao Dian looked at each other, patted the shoulder of the young master in Xing-Yi in unison, and said helplessly, "It's good to get used to it, we are all being teased by him like this. The entrance of long qinghua and dragon blood saliva will further assist Lin Chen's strength growth. The essence of Xinglei's condensation is the Xingyuan, which tempers his flesh and blood, and the dragon's blood saliva contains a large amount of dragon's blood essence like dragon's flesh and blood, which contains the energy to move mountains and fill the sea, and enter Lin Chen's flesh. Originally, the dragon blood saliva was the body-refining holy product that Lin Chen prepared for the holy dragon. After all, it would take a long time to refine the dragon blood saliva with his physique, because the energy of this thing is domineering, not like the energy of long qinghua. Mild. But this time, the dragon blood saliva and the red gold vine were tempered and impacted by the power of the holy thunder by accident, which accelerated the speed of the two great treasures into Lin Chen's body. Long qinghua heals wounds and nourishes, dragon blood saliva increases strength, red golden vine increases defense, holy thunder quenching body increases efficiency, and sharply increases body refining power. At this moment, Lin Chen's pure power grew like an eruption. This is the most terrifying time the flesh shell power has broken through since his body training. The host has obtained 2,813 points of lightning energy, 2.88 million points of advanced qi and blood, 5.62 million points of advanced qi and blood, 2.92 million points, and 1259 points of lightning energy. The system is insane. At the same time that Lin Chen got the holy thunder energy to temper the flesh shell and body, he also got a little thunder element holy essence and integrated it into the holy cave, and obtained more thunder element energy. The pure power has grown from 600 million dragons to 700 million dragons, 800 million dragons, and the steady stream of pure power is growing like a blowout. Explosion. Boom. Lin Chen hadn't soaked for a quarter of an hour, and the whole thunder pond burst out with an aura that shook the earth. Lin Chen broke through the 1 billion dragon power mark at a speed visible to the naked eye. Some saints and eliminated geniuses finally noticed the anomaly and were stunned. What a domineering power this guy's realm has broken through. This is not a breakthrough in cultivation, but the sublimation of the flesh. Shell holy body. It turns out that this guy has been using the energy of the void thunder pond to refine his body. This is 1 or 2 grades stronger than some of the body refining madmen I have seen. Could it be that he has exceeded 1 billion dragon power? 1 billion dragons? My God, isn't this the pure lethality of pure power? Comparable to the first level perfection of the Holy Land. Tempering the meat shell with the void thunder pond. Really handsome and coquettish, talented artisans are bold. Lin Chen, people have lost contact in Lei Qi. Crimson Fairy's 2 beautiful disciples lightly covered their red lips with their hands, and their eyes shone with brilliance. He is actually refining the body with a void thunder pool. Oh my God. This is too domineering. What kind of mental method does he cultivate so that he can resist the energy of the thunder pool and at the same time temper his physique? Both of them are masters of medicine refining, especially those who specialize in refining body medicine pills. Lin Chen's practice like this is undoubtedly equivalent to suicide in their opinion. Fairy Crimson looked at Lin Chen, one more point in her heart. This sub-action may seem absurd, but it is actually a hidden mystery. If it is as magical as the legend, no one can guess what he will do. In the void thunder pond, Lin Chen's bones, flesh and blood were filled with a faint red gold color. With this thunder pond quenching his body, Lin Chen absorbed the scarlet golden vines no longer. His pure flesh shell defense will be stronger than that of a powerhouse of the same level. From the beginning, Lin Chen needed to use the power of different crystals to resist the energy of this thunder pool, and slowly it became that he only needed to run the holy energy of thunder tribulation to resist. In the end, it has become the level that it only needs hard resistance to overcome the past, and the efficiency of body refining is increasing. Lin Chen, how long will it take you? I can't hold it anymore. All of your clones have died. At this time, Shi Xiaxian's screams came. He was crushed by Lei Ling of the void thunder pond. If it wasn't for his movement skills and years of escaping experience, he would have been farting long ago. Wait a minute, I'm coming out soon. Lin Chen's voice transmission lazily went out, and everyone on the Red Moon terrace was amused. This she saw Shi Xiaoxian was killed by Lin Chen. After another quarter of an hour, Shi Xiaoxian's scream came again. Mom, Lao Tzu's second brother. Wow, it's all scorched, what's wrong with you? Lin Chen, if you can't figure it out, Lao Tzu will withdraw. Your avatars are all over. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's too soon, you wait a minute, maybe next minute, I'll be out soon. Lin Chen is indeed almost there, the energy of the void thunder pond is no longer so exciting to him, there is even a numb feeling, and there is no damage at all. Lin Chen nodded, well, that's almost it. My flesh shell has produced a lot of lightning resistance. In addition, my body refining realm has skyrocketed, and the thunder pool here has barely tempered my flesh shell. Grass. What the hell are you doing? Shi Shaoxian rushed over angrily when he saw Lin Chen's appearance in the bath. He was completely stunned. The next moment, he roared angrily, "My day! Your motherfucker! I'm about to die. What about you doing this massage?" Lin Chen brazenly hit, "Haha, I'm sorry, it's so comfortable, I can't help it." After finishing speaking, Lin Chen threw the fish sausage thunder sword to Shi Shaoxian. Shi Shaoxian took the sword, and subconsciously exclaimed, "Good sword." With the condensed energy of the thunder pond, the power can even catch up with the second-rank thunder-type holy sword. It's not too bad for your character. Theoretically, the value of this holy thunder sword is higher than that of Lei Xingting, which is only the raw material that may become a thunder-type alien crystal, not a real thunder-type alien crystal. If it is taken away by force, it can only be counted as a rare treasure at most, not the value of the high-grade variant crystals. It's just that Lin Chen has a method to cultivate it into a different crystal, so in Shi Shaoxian's heart, he still earns it. But compared to what Lin Chen actually achieved this time, a thunder-type holy sword is simply not worth it. The new orange-level talent fragments, low-grade thunder-type heteromorphic crystals, and thunderpool forging, each of which is far more valuable than the thunder-type holy sword. This time, Lin Chen's harvest was too great. To put it bluntly, it is much bigger than breaking through the 11th holy cave and advancing to the second level of the holy realm. His pure power soared to 1.4 billion dragon power. Thanks to the power of the flesh shell awakening, his pure power was 2.1 billion dragon power. Only the lethality of pure power can be comparable to the middle stage of the holy realm. Before the explosion of acupuncture points and sanctification, the opponents Lin Chen faced were more terrifying than each other, which caused his pure power to not play some dazzling effects. If Lin Chen used this terrifying pure power to use his blessing on his combat skills at this time, the burst of power and energy would increase the lethality by several times. Especially with the combat skills that rely on pure power, the power increases sharply. Boom boom boom. The space shook, thunder whistled. Shi Shaoxian immediately put away the thunder sword, and waved at Lin Chen. "I'll leave first, our cooperation is over, you can handle it yourself." Then Lei Ling's power is simply useless. If it's not enough, I won't accompany you. After speaking, Shi Shaoxian turned into dozens of afterimages and disappeared in an instant. Unexpectedly, not only did Lin Chen not leave, but the fighting spirit was soaring. Choke. The knife roared like a dragon. Lin Chen held the azure blue moon, and a mysterious dark blue brilliance circulated, which was a unique light belonging to the +12 enhancement level. This? No way? Is this Lin Chen not going to run? Could it be that he wants to fight against that terrifying thunder spirit? Impossible, even if his body refinement hits the second level of the holy land, it cannot be comparable to 1/10 of it. Is he going to take out the trump card of the fourth layer of Massacre Holy Land? The geniuses and saints of the red platform stared intently at the screen. The Lei Ling woman who was attacking aggressively pointed with a slender point. Thousands of thunder lights were mobilized, and the sky thundered, and the thunder clouds gathered behind her as if listening to its mobilization, and shot out dazzling thunder in an instant. Sigh. Sigh. 8 lines of purple light are like electric dragons, winding and sturdy. Each line is hundreds of feet thick and long, and in just an instant, it crosses the void and the sky. Lin Chen's remaining more than 30 million enhancement points began to decrease during the thunder pool. Boom. Endless water robbery brilliance soars into the sky. The dazzling light was prosperous, and the 10 holy acupoints and 10 tai holy acupoints all injected the holy power into the water-type heterocrystal. At this moment, the knife light skyrocketed. Lin Chen's pure power exploded. His arm swung rapidly, and a knife slashed out of the sky. Mirror Moon Edict. Brush. A dazzling and beautiful mirror moon sword glows like a stream of water and moon mixed with pure energy that penetrates the crystal wall of space and slashes horizontally. OM. Bright as a mirror, the moonlight shone like a moon, and it was divided into 5. Outside the red moon platform, except for Fairy Crimson and Han Iji, who could clearly see the knife, everyone felt that the world was illuminated by the moonlight in an instant. Tear. Boom. The moonlight that crosses the horizontal plane at high speed smashes all the thunderbolts and electric dragons, and 30% of the penetrating power will blow the thunderbolts into chaos. What? Shi Shaoxian, who had just fled, was stunned. This guy is still hiding. How dare he confront that Lei Ling? He is extremely cruel. If he can't be provoked, he will slip away. The geniuses of the Red Moon platform gasped slightly. That knife has been perfected, integrating all of Lin Chen's strengths, and directly erupting with a power comparable to the initial stage of the Holy Land's triple stage. Lin Chen exhaled excitedly. Finally, that line has been crossed. Lin Chen sighed in his heart. It's really hard enough to leapfrog the holy realm, even if it is to break through the 10th holy acupoint, and the blessing of the heart technique will double the power of the holy cave. It's hard to break out a holy level triple level attack, but now that there are 2.1 billion pure dragon power, it's completely different. As long as I use the instant light and shadow, and use any kind of half-orange combat skill with all my strength, I can achieve the lethality of the Holy Land triple layer. 10 holy acupoints leapfrog the lethality that 21 holy acupoints should have. This is placed in the enchanting list of thousands of years ago, or the top 100 geniuses in the genius list today, let alone possible, even thinking about it. Dare to think level. There is no doubt that Lin Chen has become one of the most heterogeneous groups in the first layer of the Holy Land. The Lei Ling woman was stunned for a moment. Although it was a casual blow, she did not expect to be broken by a small human race like Lin Chen. Boom. The thunder of the sky was about to destroy the world, and Lei Ling mobilized the energy of the entire void thunder pond, and the entire plane began to crumble. Then Lei Ling has to fully mobilize the energy of the thunder pond. This blow, I am afraid that only the 3rd level of the Holy Land can be completed. Not the knife just now. Fairy Crimson stared at Lin Chen with increasing interest. Oh? Do you want to fight with me to the end? That's what I mean. Lin Chen's fighting spirit is high, and this Lei Ling has a high amount of special attribute bubbles in his body. As long as he takes it over, he will have enough attribute values to create a blue level top level nirvana that can be threatened by the 4th level of the Holy Land. Consumes 410,000 enhancement points to strengthen God tiers plus 13 success. Overall power increase, 240%. This automatic strengthening is completed, a total of 32.21 million strengthening points are consumed, and the remaining host, 10,000 strengthening points, which can no longer be strengthened. The first plus 13 orange combat skill. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Good job. My expectation was plus 12, but I didn't expect to be cast plus 13 by me. Sigh. Thousands of thunders galloping, the momentum is like a collapse of the sky. The Lei Ling woman pushed out with both hands, and a huge purple thunder unicorn of 100 acres was born. Boom! At the moment when the thunder unicorns formed by the holy thunder ran wild, the entire thunder pool was shaking. Lin Chen held the knife in both hands, took a deep breath, and the holy cave injected a large amount of holy energy into the wheel light variation crystal and slashed vertically with a sharp slash. The knife light has skyrocketed, and the aurora is shining in the world. Lin Chen slashed out a rapidly rotating aurora sword. This knife, the strength and energy penetrate the continental plate. With this knife, the vast spiritual power moves like a star. Consumes 13,500 intermediate talent points, and the host activates orange level talents, instant light and shadow, extinction and cracking. Lin Chen used extinction crack for the first time, and it was a rare superposition of double orange talents. The rapidly rotating blazing knife suddenly trembled. Brush. Call out. Call out. Call out. The knife energy is divided into 5 parts, and wherever it passes, the thunder light is twisted, and the thunder is annihilated. Bang! 5 explosions, the knife gas burst. The broken jade-like shards of sword chi are like a rain of flowers in the sky. And each piece of sword chi shards contains the spiritual power of fighting the stars, the pure power to penetrate the sky, and the edge that penetrates everything. Everyone in the Red Moon platform was amazed by this Peerless knife. Stronger than the saints are dumbfounded. This scene of the crystal clear, jade-like blade chi rotating at an extremely high speed is like a magnificent scene in the world, beautiful, and there is endless murderous intent hidden in the beauty. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of pieces of blade gas bombarded the vast and powerful thunder unicorn in an instant, sputtering countless shattering blade lights. And the 10,000 thunder was completely shattered and twisted into the afterglow of thunder and light in the sky. The saints trembled. Broken? This powerful strike of Lei Wei, which is comparable to the 3-level perfection of the Holy Realm, was actually broken by Lin Chen's sword in the Holy Realm and the 1st level? How terrifying is +13 Tears of God? As an example of numerical values, compare the numerical values of all of Lin Chen's half-orange combat skills as 15 million points, the increase in blessings such as charging, penetrating runes, assault, ultimate moment, talent, and enhancement function, the increase is about 16-19 times. Adding up this value, it is only between 240 million and 285 million. The basic value of Tears of God is about 300 million. If the host can shatter pure power and mental power into knife gas fragments, it will be even higher. Under the premise of this basic, enhanced +13, the power is increased by 240%, and the value is more than 1 billion. Doubling the half-orange level exercises and doubling the orange level exercises are completely two concepts. And they are completely incomparable. 15 million times 50 will not reach 1 billion. That is to say, even if the Mirror Moon Edict of Mirror Moon is 50 times stronger, it can't surpass the +13 God tiers at all. Not to mention that Lin Chen can now reach the highest level of God's tiers, pure power, spiritual power, and holy power can all be broken together, and the value is far more than 1 billion. Under this kind of increase, the power of the different crystals is stimulated, and the perverted orange level talent of instant light and shadow is further strengthened. Lei Qilin was broken, and the naked Lei Ling woman finally showed a hint of instinctive fear, and mobilized Xinglei to protect herself and attempted to evacuate. However, like the most terrifying storm in the world, the magnificent and jade-like infinite blade gas fragments were extremely fast. After destroying the Lei Qilin, they had enough energy to carry the momentum of destroying everything and slammed into the Lei Ling woman. Boom! 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 The Lei Ling woman was smashed by dozens of pieces of blade gas, and the holy thunder energy in her body quickly flowed away. It turned pale in shock, and when it wanted to mobilize the energy of the thunder pool to make up for it, when it wanted to fill the wound, it was even more shocked to find that its own wound could not be healed. This causes its power to drain rapidly, but cannot be recovered. This is the fission effect of the orange-level talent Extinction Fisher. Brush. With a slap of the holy phoenix wing, Lin Chen appeared in front of Lei Ling like a ghost, stretched out his hand, and grabbed it violently. Hey! Lei Ling let out a frightened snort, but Lin Chen quickly transmitted his voice. If you don't want to die, just listen to me, or I'll let you disappear into the sky. Lin Chen grabbed her hard, threatening her fiercely. Lei Ling seemed to understand, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Lin Chen opened its lips with lightning speed, and fed it a wandering god fruit and a Longqing fruit, which the people from Hongyu Weitai never noticed. As soon as Yu Xinghua and Long Qinghua entered the body, two mysterious energies began to run. The host has obtained 2 million points, 2.39 million points, 1.3 million points of Tiandao Lei Gang. The wound on Lei Ling's waist kept falling out of the special attribute bubbles in his body. At the same time as its power was reduced, Lin Chen's special attribute value was soaring. Finally, after more than half of Lei Ling's energy had passed, its power was reduced by 70%, and Lin Chen cancelled the effect of Extinction Crack. The application of this talent can be controlled by the host to close the time. At this time, the thunder light no longer appeared, and a beautiful and fresh woman took on a new life. She had flesh and blood, snow-white skin, a skirt, and long hair that reached her waist. She was a living human. Lin Chen said solemnly, "It's difficult for you to transform into a real life with a powerful force, and this is also the road that has always hindered your progress. How about giving up your strength to me and becoming a real life? It's not a loss, right?" The people on the Red Moon platform were amazed. This Lin Chen's method is really amazing every time. But, if you talk, just talk, take your dog's paws off the upper body of other girls first. The beautiful woman said shyly, "Thank you, young master, it's not a loss or a loss. It's young master, can you move your hand away from someone else's?" Only then did Lin Chen come back to his senses. He stopped and scratched his head, and said with a smirk, "Well, I'm sorry, I'm used to it, and I'm not at a loss. In the future, you will be a complete life. You can practice here or leave if you want. With your strength, ordinary saints can't hurt you. That's it, I'm leaving." Lin Chen waved at the long-haired woman and swept in the direction of the void Thunder Pond. The beautiful woman's graceful and agile eyes stared at the back of him leaving. "Thank you, I will remember you." Renner will always remember the boy's back and face in his heart. Inside the Rift Yuan tunnel, someone Lin laughed like a 250-pound fat man, and his heart was full of joy. This time the harvest is huge. I really want to thank Shi Shaoxian. The flesh shell body refining breakthrough is so terrifying. In the future, you can try to mobilize more powerful pure power by using the armor of the God of War. Although the essence of the set will be consumed faster. If I come out all at once, without the 6 holy realms, I don't even want to eat my masters. Fart. In Lin Chen's heart, his confidence became stronger and stronger. Although Lin Chen has the armor of the god of war, it is the last resort, and if he does not have the essence of the suit, he will not be able to use it. Temporarily. It is the last killer as well as the talent of desperate life and death. I want to hurry up to get more strengthening points and orange level exercises. I have 2 orange level talents in hand. Even if my attack level is improved a little bit, it will be a qualitative change. After returning to the space plane of the assessment, Lin Chen did not rush to leave, so he chased after the genius in the space, doing nothing but picking up attributes. Every attribute light ball that falls is received correctly. The difference between these geniuses and their cultivation is not big. Although they won't drop any attribute light balls in battle, they may be injured. After a round of 2 days, Lin Chen picked up over 100 high-quality attribute light balls, and even mobilized the clone to sneak attack on the holy beast, while the main body was far away. The death-defying counterattack of the holy beasts is no trivial matter. The holy beasts here far exceed the holy beasts in the tomb of the holy king. They are wise, have sufficient fighting skills and powerful blood and supernatural powers. The 2 holy beasts with 3 billion dragon power can easily crush the holy king. Dozens of holy beasts without wisdom in the tomb, just like the 2nd level of the holy realm, can easily crush the 1st level of the holy realm. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. Even Lin Chen has to be careful of their Jedi counterattack. At the cost of dying a clone, Lin Chen killed 3 holy beasts and gained a lot of high-level chi and blood attributes and a lot of element attribute values. Lin Chen didn't waste the slightest, let the holy dragon swallow the bodies of the 3 holy beasts, and refine them together with the core of the beasts. The next time the holy dragon leaves the customs, the dragon veins should be able to break through more than 100 million. I don't know if the dragon power can reach my body level. However, the highest growth limit of the Wanzai Zhuangqinglan's bloodline is the 8th order primary level. After strengthening, it will increase by more than 4 times. In other words, about 40 billion dragon power. Lin Chen fell into contemplation. The growth limit of the holy dragon is based on the highest bloodline. The holy dragon has the bloodline of Hongyan Shenhuang, and the growth limit is far more than 40 billion dragon power, but the bloodline supernatural power is not the case. For example, if the holy dragon controls 100 billion dragon power, then the power it exerts by using the 10,000 years blue light will only have the effect of about 40 billion dragon power. If you use Hongyan Great Prison, you can perfectly exert the lethality of hundreds of billions of dragon power. Bloodline supernatural powers are limited by the boundaries of bloodline. Unless Lin Chen abandons the supernatural powers of Qinglong and Yinglong in the future. It seems that I have to go to the Dragon Clan to find a chance. According to the records of Tuoshing, there are thousands of side branches of the Dragon Clan in the Holy World. There is always one ancestor of Qinglong and Yinglong. And there is also the dragon blood looking for Taishi ancient dragon. Open the dragon god blood jade. While Lin Chen was still swaying, with a swipe, he was teleported out of the secret realm and returned to the Red Moon platform. What's the situation? Didn't the assessment last for half a month? Lin Chen was stunned, but found a pair of strange eyes staring at him. Squad leader. Han Yizhi secretly transmitted a voice. You drew the attention of all the holy beasts to other geniuses, and they were eliminated. Without a chance to find the Crimson Moon Jade. Huh? Lin Chen is happy, but he still bears the blame for his feelings? It's all you bastard. What trick did you use to make our 3 senior brothers lose? Otherwise, they will never be eliminated. Our 3 senior brothers are the strongest. A girl in blue outside the Red Moon platform pointed at Lin Chen and cursed. Lin Chen looked at the blue-clothed girl indifferently, a fatal sense of crisis immediately made her pupils shrink. She shivered, lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lin Chen again. I'm too lazy to deal with your brother's affairs, and I haven't violated the rules. If you don't agree, you can come to me, Lin Chen, at any time. Lin Chen patted the dust on his shoulders and relaxed. This woman is no more than the battle emperor of 5 tribulations. Although she is on the list of geniuses, she doesn't even have the qualifications to speak in front of Lin Chen. After becoming a saint, the level of life and the war emperor are the difference between clouds and mud, and the saint can suppress the war emperor with one look. Killing an ordinary emperor of war is something that only comes to mind, let alone Lin Chen. Well, Fairy Crimson spoke. In this assessment, some unexpected situations did occur, but no one violated the regulations. At present, only 4 people have received the token, so it is not easy to hold the second assessment. Even a genius in the holy realm like Wu Shuang could only shake his head and smile bitterly when he heard it. Damn, who made them so unlucky to be such a wonderful creature like Lin Chen? This guy never does things according to the rules and common sense. My Feiyue Palace has always liked music and poetry, and I haven't returned to my hometown for many years. Fairy Crimson sighed faintly, and the brows on her stunning cheeks showed a bit of sadness. She saw that many men felt pity at first sight, and their hearts trembled. Fairy has something on her mind. Forget it, the second round of the assessment is cancelled. The 4 of you who passed the assessment will write a poem. Whoever performed better, the selection order will go to whom. What does young Master Han Yizhi think? Fairy Crimson turned her eyes and looked at Han Yizhi. Everyone was stunned. To write poetry? Who would have thought that the Crimson Fairy would do such a thing? Competing for an alternate order for the enchanting list, you have to rely on writing poetry to decide? This is too unexpected. In fact, it's not that Fairy Crimson doesn't want to be assessed, but because of Lin Chen's existence, there is no better assessment content for the time being. Compared with combat power, means, and background, Lin Chen is obviously better than everyone. No matter what kind of assessment is given, it can hardly stop him. If a temporary assessment is given, it will be unfair to other geniuses. Shi Xiaoxian and the 2 geniuses seemed to know Fairy Crimson's intentions, and their eyes lit up. Before waiting for Han Yizhi to express her opinion, she answered first. My son agrees to use it for poetry for the final round of assessment. Well, what's the point of fighting and killing? Those of us who have the power should be good-hearted and avoid harm. It's okay to do good deeds. Young Master, he and this young hero see the same thing, haha, this young Master also thinks this topic is good. Those saintly geniuses eliminated in the first round scoffed at these 2. Well, aren't you all the cowards? Lin Chen, each one of you saying nice things is better than the other. Squad leader, are you sure? Han Yizhi was a little worried. he recommended Lin Chen to this point because he knew the content of the assessment in advance. Thinking that Lin Chen's strength was completely certain to pass the assessment, the content changed unexpectedly. Lin Chen didn't have a voice transmission, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Han Yiji understood, and nodded with fairy crimson. Fairies. Decision has been made, Yiji has no objection. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and finally they didn't have to face the monster Lin Chen. Then let me come first. He Gongzi, with long hair and shawl, walked out slowly, with a slight smile. Her dimples were shallow, she was beautiful and exquisite, her sword eyebrows were straight, her face was like a pile of snow and jade trees, her body was tall and slender, she was gentle and elegant, her demeanor was elegant, and her words and deeds fascinated a lot of women. He is ranked 433 on the list of geniuses. His talent is rare for ages. He is also from a 6th grade sect, and is a native of Sangyu. He has long admired Fairy Crimson, and his overall strength is stronger than other geniuses in the first level. Fairy just missed her hometown and size, so I'll do the next question with lovesickness. On the handsome face of He Gongzi, his eyes were fascinated, like a young boy in the countryside who was worried about his first love, with a little miss and a little worry. It's pretty quick to get into the show. If he goes to act, the salary should start at 200 million. Lin Chen was amazed. He stared at Fairy Crimson, his eyes full of admiration and love, and he opened his mouth. When the flowers are blooming and the first month is full, I can still see the red fairy, thinking about the old moon. When the ends of the earth are poor, there is only acacia endlessly. Everyone carefully tasted it, and sighed in their hearts, wonderful. Fairy Crimson nodded slightly, and it was Shimin Shue's turn next to him. He had a handsome face and a majestic appearance. He had the arrogance of an elegant and noble son in his bones, and there was an air of heroism in his eyebrows. Some talented young girls with little experience saw him, and their hearts were overjoyed, as if they had seen a noble boy wearing armor on the battlefield. Shimin Shui is ranked 477th on the genius list. He comes from a 6th rank family, and his family is the force behind the alliance of several major chambers of commerce. He is a super genius born with a golden key. He bowed slightly to Fairy Crimson in a very graceful manner. As soon as I see Fairy, I will know what is beautiful in the world below, and I will also use acacia as the topic below. Wanjing Bai Shengru Fu, who can tell this feeling? Life has been infatuated since ancient times, don't have time to hate the wind and the moon. Shimin Shue's voice is clear and steady, revealing a resolute and decisive charm. His sentence, 10,000 gold buys a phase like a gift, moved many people. Everyone knows that he came from a wealthy family, not even many geniuses. It was unexpected that he would have such a belief for a ray of lovesickness, which made many people look up to him. This Shimin Shui is equivalent to being clear to Fairy Crimson. He is really a man, and he is not ambiguous at all. In terms of determination, Shimin Shuiging is a little more masculine, and in terms of fitting the whole, young master he is better. Neither of them are ordinary people. The winner may come from the two of them. What is the origin of Shi Shaoxian and Lin Chen? One is a silver thief, a flower picker who focuses on women. Although Lin Chen is shocked, he is young and immature. Martial arts in the holy world are the mainstream, and poetry is just an accessory. I don't think the two of them can stand out here. The saints exchanged glances and made a high judgment in their hearts. Fairy Crimson was expressionless in the face of Shimin Shui's confession, but she cast an admiring look at his performance. When it was Shi Xiaoxian's turn, this person still wore that unflattering smile and was spurned by many women as soon as he appeared on the stage. What kind of ink can a thief have, Shi Xiaoxian? Don't be ashamed. Why don't you go home and think about your bridal chamber 36 tricks? If you publish a book, I will definitely subscribe. The geniuses who were eliminated in the first level sneered at Shi Xiaoxian. Humph. A bunch of idiots. Shi Xiaoxian proudly raised his chest and tidied up his collar, but instead looked serious. Everyone is curious, is it possible that this thief really has ink? Shi Xiaoxian's expression showed some affection and memories, and said loudly. The bright moon is born in the sea, and the end of the world is at this time. The lover complains about the night, but the lovesickness arises in the evening. The ruthless is not the bitterness of love, and 1 inch turns into thousands of threads. The voice fell, and the red moon platform was full of silence. Many people's mouths are slightly opened. This guy is still a lover? Shi Xiaoxian stared at Fairy Crimson with a look of memories. That year, I was 18, she was 18, I met her the most thirsty at the fiercest age. That night, I was behind, she was there ahead. That day, I was on the sea, and she was in the sea. She taught me to write and calligraphy, and taught me the philosophy of yin and yang. Today, seeing the face of a fairy, I can't help but recall that night on the bright moon at sea. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched wildly, and sure enough, he was that. Shi Xiaoxian. Pfft. Lin Chen laughed unkindly. This Shi Xiaoxian is really talented. Fairy Crimson calmly commented, a good man. Finally, after lamenting that Shi Xiaoxian was also a genius, everyone looked at Lin Chen. The first 3 performed very well, and the mood fits well. How will Lin Chen behave? If he reluctantly made a song, I am afraid it is difficult to win. The geniuses saw that Lin Chen seemed to be suppressed, and their hearts were somber. They called you to be the leader in the first stage just now. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Chen laughed. Lick the dog to the end, everything. Lin Chen glanced at the 3 geniuses. Just now. He Gongzi said without a smile, oh? Our Lin Dadian is in a hurry. Has he broken the can? Shimin Shui held a fan and said with a smile, Brother He, how can you say such a thing? How could Brother Lin Chen break the jar? In my opinion, Brother Lin Chen must have thought of the ancient poems, and those who overwhelmed the audience. Take it, you are right, Brother Lin, I can't wait to take a look. Anyone with a discerning eye can hear what this Shimin Shui means by can't wait to make a fool of yourself. Han Yizhi was a little nervous. Although he knew that the squad leader had always been able to turn the tide, he had never done any research or outstanding performance in poetry, and he had no effect on these geniuses. Shimin Shui is really insightful, I'll let you know. This handsome man really has an immortal poem, and he has the confidence to win this time's enchanting list. This victory belongs to me. Lin Chen said with a smile. It became more and more incomprehensible, bragging. And not writing drafts? Come on, the pen and ink will serve. Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly, the corners of his mouth rose wildly. His calmness and absolute confidence in controlling everything made everyone puzzled. This kid, where did the confidence come from? Could it be that he has such a monstrous and perverted talent in martial arts and also has a very high attainments in poetry? Under fairy crimson's seat, her beloved disciple Yi Qingyun came by the fog. Her clothes fluttering like a cloud, like a fairy in the cloud, and landed beside Lin Chen, and neatly and elegantly arranged the 4 treasures of the study for Lin Chen. Yi Qinjianqian raised her eyes and stared at Lin Chen with affection. She was wearing a long goose yellow dress, like a fluttering butterfly in the cloud valley. Her figure was plump and exquisite, fresh and refined. Send a sound. Transmission to Lin Chen. You don't need to force your son. Poetry is just an accessory. Young Master. Lin's power has already made the world know about young Master Lin's background. A small poem will definitely not affect the future of the son. Please don't be under pressure. Lin Chen frivolously blinked at her, his expression was full of cynicism, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all, seeing the beauty's heart throbbing. Lin Chen couldn't pass the first stage, but according to the regulations, he could still choose the apprentices under Fairy Seat as concubines. None of Fairy Crimson's apprentices are fuel-efficient lamps. Yi Qingyun seized the opportunity to contact Lin Chen first and wanted to leave a good impression on him. With Lin Chen's talent, there was no one else present except Han Yizhi. If he can win his favor, it will be better than any genius. Yi Qingyun Bingxue is smart and understands this. When they saw Yi Qingyun retreating to the side, everyone was looking forward to it, and they were extremely curious about what kind of quatrain poems Lin Chen could write. The saints stared at each other, as if to see through all of Lin Chen's secrets, and even Fairy Crimson couldn't help but feel a little curious. Lin Chen picked up the pen without hesitation, and a ray of holy energy was conveyed, causing the space around him to be distorted and blurred. In an instant, Lin Chen picked up the pen, and the edge of the pen was dipped in ink and swung like a spirit. Pen stop, scroll. The speed was so fast that there was not even a single breath, which made everyone stunned. Lin Chen covered the jade slip with holy power, so that they could not see it clearly. After this reaction, Lin Chen had closed the jade slip, and the holy light flowed, and no saint could spy on the contents. Eh? Why did your Excellency Lin Chen hide it all of a sudden? Could it be that you don't have self-confidence in yourself? Mister, he said sarcastically. He was planning to humiliate Lin Chen severely. Poetry is not a contest of force. Since ancient times, there is no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. Everyone's cognition is different. He is ready today, no matter what so-called epic poems Lin Chen makes, how amazing and brilliant, he will use what he has learned in his life to beat Lin Chen ruthlessly face. That's right, Lin Chen, shouldn't you be cowardly? I'm bragging and regretting it? If it's a man, show it up. You're a good man if you hide it and tuck it away. If you're sneaky, you're not even more virtuous than Shi Xiaoxian. Oh, I know that I once read an ancient book that said that people have no brains when they brag. Obviously, this little brother Lin Chen is a living example. Everyone sneered and sneered, as if it was not a big deal, as if they had forgotten that the young man they ridiculed was a fourth-level existence that slaughtered many holy places. Brother Lin Chen, don't be so stingy. Don't you really have no confidence in yourself? Shimen Shui laughed, his eyes full of joy. In the face of everyone's questions, Lin Chen smiled indifferently. Since it is a fairy poem, it is a shocking ancient and modern poem, and it is unparalleled. You ordinary people can only taste the charm of fairy poems. And the lovely Xiaoyiji, and Fairy Crimson is barely qualified to read this handsome poem. People who are not handsome enough are not qualified to appreciate this poem. Presumptuous. Fairy is barely qualified? What do you think of this place? I think this child is just pretending to be mysterious and arrogant. Please also ask the fairy to suppress this arrogant generation. The crowd was aroused, and Fairy Crimson slowly raised her hand. Everyone, be quiet for a while. Why don't you let me first see what's mysterious about this poem? Just now, Your Excellency Lin Chen also said that I'm barely qualified, right? Fairy Crimson's voice was very soft, and she didn't seem to be angry at all. She stared at Lin Chen with deep meaning. Hearing this, everyone immediately changed the conversation. Then asked the fairy to read this son's arrogant work first, and then announce the result. Yes, we will not doubt the fairness of the fairy, but we hope that the fairy will not be too kind and pity this arrogant person. From the voices of everyone, it can be seen that Fairy Crimson has a high reputation in the southern realm. Fairy Crimson turned to Lin Chen. No problem, Your Excellency Lin Chen. Lin Chen shrugged. If it's you, it's barely qualified. You must be mentally prepared to read my poems. I'm not the two licking dogs over there. There are only two fairies I recognize, but not you. Oh. Everyone resisted beating this guy. Lin Chen spread his hands. Yi Qingyun took the jade slip that was shrouded in holy light, and then respectfully sent it to Fairy Crimson. On the giant ship, Fairy Crimson took the jade slip. The holy light melted a little, and her slender hands spread out the jade slip. Fairy Crimson seemed to have witnessed the contents of the jade slip. The Crimson Fairy, who has always been light and elegant, suddenly changed her complexion. The bright crimson brilliance in her beautiful eyes flickered several times, and her peerless beauty appeared a little shocked. Her expression was rarely moved. Boom. In an instant, the situation changed, and the crimson moonlight shrouded the sky overwhelmingly, like a bright moon rising, illuminating the entire red moon platform. Fairy Crimson's holy power leaked out a little, causing the pressure of many people present to increase sharply. Her apprentices are all pale. They have never seen Fairy Crimson be so complacent. Everyone was horrified. Especially the saints who have known Fairy Crimson are even more incredible. In their perception, although Fairy Crimson is charming, she has always been the type who never changed her face when Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. What kind of poem did this guy Lin Chen write to make a character like Crimson Fairy so moved? When young Master He, Shiman Shui and others stared at Lin Chen again, they saw him looking up at the sky 45 degrees and sighed deeply. I think back then, my brother was suave in the god realm, and I didn't know how many girls I slapped on. You mortals don't understand. This handsome, forced to endure too much pressure at this age that did not belong to me. Alas, handsome with talent, is this God's punishment for me? Oh, this person is really shameless to the extreme. God realm let you blow it out? That is a world that only exists in legends. If you are from the God realm, we will all stand upside down and eat. But everyone can't figure out what kind of poem this guy wrote to make Fairy Crimson so moving. Is it as amazing as he said? Does this poem originate from the legendary God realm? Isn't this bullshit? Lin Chen's move confuses everyone in the audience. You say that he is bragging and brazen, but the situation of the Crimson Fairy is obvious to all. Shiman Shui couldn't help but ask, Fairy, what exactly is this poem? Crimson Fairy closed the jade slip with her jade hand, and a monstrous wave broke out in her heart. When Miaomu looked at Lin Chen again, there was a little more flavor, and she said seriously, Lin Chen's poems are truly unique, they should only be found in heaven. It's good to savor it. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and said with a sullen smile, of course it's fine, I don't care if you hide in the bed and watch. Seeming to understand what Lin Chen meant, Fairy Crimson said softly, thank you, young master. He Gongzi was a little mad, and hurriedly said, Fairy, what kind of poetry is this? Can we also open our eyes? Fairy Crimson shook her head, no, I won't go back on my words. This seat announces that this time, young Master Lin Chen will pass the assessment and get the selection order for the enchanting list. The remaining geniuses can also choose the love of this seat. The disciple became a concubine. Everyone's scalp was numb, and they were completely stunned. Fairy Crimson's announcement was somewhat tough and determined, and she didn't even ask Han Yiji at all. It seems that Lin Chen is designated to win. 1. Is this a win? What the hell is going on here? When we didn't know anything, Lin Chen won? Shimin Shui couldn't keep her demeanor any longer, and scolded Lin Chen, Lin Chen, you have to hide and tuck any of your ancient poetry, why can't you let everyone enjoy it together? I told you the reason. Lin Chen shrugged and said with a joking smile, you guys are not handsome enough, you just can't understand this poem. That's why. This handsome guy is so handsome and the number one in the holy world sitting over there. The beautiful boy is qualified. The corners of most people's mouths twitched slightly. Han Yiji covered her mouth and chuckled, and the big stone in her heart was completely put down. The squad leader is really amazing, what kind of poem is it? That shocked Fairy Crimson. Han Yiji was curious. With what he knew about the monitor, maybe this was unlikely to be poetry? Brush. Fairy Crimson flipped her slender hand, and a token appeared in her palm, which was passed to Lin Chen in the air. All the geniuses looked at the alternative order with envy, except for the top 100 geniuses who wanted to participate in the 10-year Holy War. They had to collect 3 alternative orders. And if you win the Holy War, you can enter the list of candidates for the enchanting list, and have most of the rights equivalent to the enchanting list. The Crimson Fairy's feast ended with the most unexpected result, and many geniuses left with sighs and unwillingness. His sister, in the end, he still can't see what poems that kid Lin Chen wrote, why is it so mysterious? Even Crimson Fairy is so moved, I'm afraid it's really a strange poem. It's normal for this kid to stand out. Think about it, he is someone who dares to move the tigers but of the Holy King. There's nothing he can't do. No one questioned Fairy Crimson's decision, and no one would dare to refute her status and prestige, or even if she directly handed over the selection order of the enchanting list to Lin Chen. He Gongzi and Shimin Shui each chose a concubine, and they were envious of others. Unexpectedly, Shi Shaoxian didn't choose, but left directly S name. Yi Qingyun stared at Lin Chen resentfully, but he didn't know that he was looking at his master, and his eyes were meaningful. It turns out that he came for the master. Is my charm still weaker than the master? Yi Qingyun sighed faintly. When leaving the venue, some saints were surprised to find that Fairy Crimson actually invited Lin Chen to board the boat. Secret meeting? Or to account for assignments? Han Yiji was placed in another secret room in the boat. Inside the Crimson ship, in a boudoir. The space barrier is completely blocked. With Fairy Crimson's method, she can't even enter the 5th level of The holy realm under the premise of blocking the space. In the boudoir, Lin Chen and Fairy Crimson sat opposite each other. There is Lin Chen's jade slip on the table, the jade slip is spread out, and the content written on it is not a strange poem at all. Instead, for big characters you are not human. The 4 big characters you are not a human are vigorous, powerful, and dashing, without the slightest hesitation or stagnation, all of which demonstrate the author's courage and confidence. That's right, this is the secret of the Crimson Fairy controlled by Lin Chen. Lin Chen has a habit, wherever he goes, as long as there is a saint, he will try to use the omen of theft to steal attribute values. But when he met Fairy Crimson for the first time, the omen of divine stealing failed. Crimson Fairy's cultivation base is indeed extremely powerful, but it is not strong enough that Lin Chen can't steal attribute values. The system at that time only gave one answer: cannot steal attribute values from Qiyun. Lingji. Crimson Fairy, not human. She turned out to be a humanoid transformed from a spiritual plant. This secret shocked even Lin Chen when he first saw it. Qi Luck spirit plant transformed into a human form? At the level that Lin Chen has been exposed to, there is no such possibility at all. At least, it is impossible for a mid-grade Qi Luck spirit plant. The 6th grade aristocratic family has a mid-grade Qi Luck spirit plant, and Lin Chen doesn't know much about the records of this thing, and there is absolutely no possibility of it turning into a human form. It is even more impossible to turn into a human form, and it also has the strength comparable to the high-level holy realm. Qiyun Lingji and different crystals are divided into low-grade, middle grade, high-grade, top-grade, and excellent. Lin Chen has never been in contact with the top-grade Lingji. Such peerless wonders are at least under the control of the 7th rank or higher giant power. In other words, Fairy Crimson is at least in existence above the top-grade Lingji. Fairy Crimson stared at Lin Chen with a pair of wonderful eyes. The blue waves flowed, and there was a faint killing intent in her eyes, more horror and doubt. There are only a handful of people who know the secret of her identity, and she has even disappeared. If she continues to hide, maybe no one in this world will know about her. How did this young man find out? What is the purpose of this boy? Is it just for alternative orders? Why did he come? How much did he know about his secret? Where is his origin? What is the purpose of him revealing his secret this time? Does it prove that he is not afraid of himself? Countless questions lingered in Fairy Crimson's heart. This was the first time she felt panicked in so many years. She didn't know Lin Chen's origin, so she didn't move Lin Chen for the time being. It's just a matter of breath for her to kill Lin Chen. The question is whether he has passed his secret to a third party or more. This secret involves her life. Once exposed, it will cause a war in Songyu and even more regions in an instant. Suddenly, Lin Chen smiled. He smiled relaxedly and even asked Fairy Crimson with a smile, "Fairy Crimson, am I handsome?" The Crimson Fairy was stunned. The next moment, she forcibly calmed down, smiled sweetly, and smiled charmingly. Of course, the son is very handsome. So handsome that the slave family is a little flustered. With Fairy Crimson's strength, Lin Chen guessed that using the god of war armor would not be an opponent. He is also crossing the river by feeling the stones, and he will do anything to prepare for the enchanting list. "Master, can you tell me how much you know about my secret?" Fairy Crimson's voice was hazy, trying to charm Lin Chen. Lin Chen's clone swallowed 2 wandering spirit fruits in the Qingxue planting capsule, which kept Lin Chen in a state of high lucidity and was not affected at all. He smiled, no more, no less, you can put away your killing intent, as long as I'm fine, your secrets will be absolutely safe. Seeing that his eyes were clear and rock solid, Fairy Crimson looked at Lin Chen one more point in her heart, put away all her pretense, and asked, seriously, what is your purpose, and how did you know my secret? Lin Chen folded his fingers on the tip of his nose, his eyes were deep, and he said indifferently, don't try to find out my means, you can't imagine it. I came here just to prepare an order for the evildoer list. Fairy Crimson said, how can I trust you? Lin Chen pointed at her, tell me about your purpose. If people know that I only eat meat and don't give money, there will be people who will doubt it. I just want to cooperate. Fairy Crimson was shocked and suspicious, do you still have the heart to cooperate with me? Lin Chen shrugged, I'm not sure it can be done. Fairy Crimson gave him a deep look, and according to the agreement, the person who got the order for the enchanting list really has to complete one thing for her. This is why she has been preparing for so long. I want you to disguise as a slave in the Holy Realm, then enter the barbarian realm, infiltrate the realm of the Phantom Charm Dragon as a slave, and wait for an opportunity to help me destroy something. Fairy Crimson took out a blueprint with an 8-sided exquisite spar engraved on it. This item is the magic heartstone. Since you already know my secret, it doesn't hurt to tell you. It is the last item I know of in the holy world that will reveal my identity. As long as I get close to a certain distance, the aura of the body will be exposed. Lin Chen suddenly said, you shouldn't be your body now, right? Fairy Crimson smiled, and she couldn't deny it. Taking 10,000 steps back, if Lin Chen exposed her secret, she could also become another person. The real threat was this dream charming heart stone. She went on to say, dream charming heart dragon has long since disappeared, this thing is the last piece of inheritance in their clan, this dragon clan likes handsome men and beauties of the human race, so it shouldn't be difficult to get in with your ability. When the fragments of the stone come back, I can give you a mid-grade Chi Luck spirit planting seed, how about that? Since she knew that Lin Chen knew her secret, Fairy Crimson was ready to change her identity. The seeds planted by the mid-grade Kaiyunling? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The value of this thing is not inferior to a complete orange-level exercise. It's a word. The two hit it off immediately, making a contract on paper and a contract on blood. Then, Lin Chen suddenly asked, by the way, what is Chi Luck spirit plant? In other words, what is Chi Luck? Why I have searched many ancient books and ancient secret books, but there is no record that clearly says that Chi Luck spirit plant absorbs Chi Luck to produce silver. This principle of Xingyuan coins and a lot of cultivation resources. Lin Chen looked directly at Fairy Crimson. He has searched for many recorded antiquities, but has never really touched this secret. The history of the holy world is so extensive and vast, but it can completely block this secret, which is very strange. It seems that the secret of why Chi Luck Lingji produces cultivation resources is deliberately covered up by some existence. Perhaps the most appropriate answer to this question is by the Crimson Fairy, who was transformed from a spiritual plant of Chi Fortune. When Fairy Crimson heard about this question, her eyes flashed with blue waves, and after a few flashes of light in her eyes, she said solemnly, luck, mortals can't touch it, so they think it's a phantom thing. It's just Luck that may affect any creature's life. Luck is not illusory, it is real. To be more precise, luck is a limited resource. It exists in this world and keeps the world running. Fairy Crimson's words were astonishing, making Lin Chen stunned. Luck turned out to be a resource? No matter the holy world or the mortal world. If a person's luck reaches the end, it will be difficult to progress in this life, and the same is true for the saints. When the luck is exhausted, the saints will also perish under time, and eventually, the saints will die. After the death of the beast, the luck they obtained from heaven and earth will be returned to the world, and the luck will be turned into new resources, which can be converted into other cultivation resources through the spiritual plant of air luck or other methods. Speaking of this, Fairy Crimson's delicate body trembled slightly, and there was an unconcealed fear in her wonderful eyes, and she said with lingering fears, "Luck is more like something created by some masters to balance or control the resources of a world. When the resources of this world are always in a controllable state, there will be no unexpected existence." Lin Chen was silent. His mind flashed for many years. The stick that I got from the holy King Hao Yin that produces the seeds of the spirit of luck must be related to the secret of luck. At least from the point of view of the energy that can be filled after the saints fall, it is in line with what Fairy Crimson said. After the saint dies, the luck that he has obtained will be returned to heaven and earth. Lin Chen didn't dare to rashly take out that stick for Fairy Crimson to study. Lin Chen didn't have enough strength to protect himself. Boom! With a loud bang, the crimson ship shook violently. The space barrier protecting the giant ship shattered in an instant, and the two of them stared at each other. "Hand over Lin Chen, or the boat will be destroyed and everyone will die." Fairy Crimson looked at Lin Chen, he shrugged, "Maybe it's my enemy?" Han Yizhi rushed into the boudoir, with a solemn face. "Squad leader, the situation is serious, 2 waves of people have come, all of them are strong. Fairy, I'm going to the Dragon Clan next, these troubles." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, and Fairy Crimson nodded. "It's okay, if there is an enemy, I will block it for you." Outside the giant ship, the sky is clear, and the saints in the southern realm are trembling with fear. This time, 4 powerful auras descended, at least at the level of the 5th level of the Holy Land. The 3 of Lin Chen appeared. Fairy Crimson's long dress was as charming as fire, and the skirt fluttered like a cloud, standing proudly at the bow of the boat. Directly in front of the giant ship are 3 black shadows, icy cold and so strong that even ordinary saints dare not look directly at them. Lin Chen was even more surprised when he raised his head. Behind the ship, a huge shadow hand with a huge size of 100 acres stretched out, and firmly captured Fairy Crimson's spaceship. The 3 captains of the 9 Shadows Killers? Fairy Crimson narrowed her eyes. "Just relying on your 3 Holy Realm 5th layers, you still want to steal people from this seat, and you are beyond your capacity." Fairy Crimson was shocked. The entire space giant ship returned to stability, and everyone in the ship showed the look of the rest of their lives. The corner of the fairy's eyes swept to the shadow giant behind him. The breath of that creature was the strangest. I've heard about Fairy Crimson's name for a long time, but when I see it today, she is as beautiful as a god. The honored guest behind us indicated that he wanted this kid's life, so you don't want to kill yourself. The old man with crutches standing in the black mist let out a smirk, and Fairy Crimson remained calm. "Stop talking nonsense, I'll protect this son. Today, none of you can touch him. Then learn the fairy's tricks." Friends over there, our goals are the same, first restrain this woman, and then rob Lin Chen. The three killer captains made a sound transmission, and the dark giants condensed into a black-robed man with a cold face, like an eagle. He ignored the three captains at all, and moved towards Lin Chen and grabbed it. 5 fingers swept across the void, shattering the entire sky. The strength is so strong that even the 3 captains are shocked. The ghost and the ghost, get out. With a wave of the crimson sleeve robe, the moonlight waved like a wave, and the shadowy aura of the void was cut across the sky. Activate the omen of divine stealing, successfully, consumes 8,993 talent points, and steals attribute values, 30,000 points of advanced dark energy, 50,000 points of heaven, 50,000 points of rune energy, and 30,000 points of martial arts essence. Lin Chen had just launched the omen of stealing. Fairy Crimson grabbed his shoulder, and before leaving, the beautiful woman sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen, don't forget our cooperation, I will defend you today, you owe me this favor. The jade finger flashed with silver light, and Lin Chen and Han Yiji suddenly disappeared. I want to see what you can do to arrest people here. Fairy Crimson raised her slender hands, the exquisite red light enveloped the surrounding sky, and the crimson moonlight rose from 1,000 miles, making all enemies look solemn. This girl's terrifying strength exceeded our expectations. A great war broke out. South, Qinghai. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the Red Moon platform, and Lin Chen and Han Yiji were teleported here. Lin Chen's eyes were slightly solemn, the killer of the 9 shadows organization should be sent by Yin Tianzi. What is that black thing? It's a bit like the Shadow Clan. Squad leader, be careful. Han Yiji's 5 fingers swiped across the void, and the palm print hit the sky. Sigh. Boom. The 2 spiritual palm prints collided from the void, causing the sea to churn and the waves to sway. Fairy Crimson really gave you away. After all, I still have to let this young master deal with you. The void cracked open, and Long Yijing walked slowly into the air, smiling indifferently. He hasn't left yet. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, so it was you who spread the news. Although Lin Chen's performance in the Holy Burial Mountain range was earth-shattering and revealed a lot of secrets, the holy world is as vast as the cosmic starry sky. It is not so easy to spread the news to the ears of some real superpowers, let alone rush so quickly. In the southern realm, some powerful people will inevitably contribute to the flames. Lin Chen, I know you're a tough guy. I don't plan to fight you to the death. If you know each other, give me the arm guard you used in the Holy Burial Mountain range. I can let you go. There will be more troubles, as long as I want to use the power of the enchanting list to stare at you. Countless strong people will come to you. While talking and laughing, Long Yijing seemed to be holding Lin Chen's vitals. Suddenly, Lin Chen said as plain as water. Long Yijing, you touched my bottom line. I didn't want to care about you at first, but now I have changed my mind. I will take your life. Choke. Jean Lan Mingyue was born. Lin Chen had a knife in his hand, and his domineering intent was soaring. Joke. Just because you also want the son's life, don't eat the dog things that are punished for toasting. When Long Yijing sneered, the space behind him fluctuated, and another person appeared. I said earlier, this kid is a guy who doesn't know the current affairs. It's right to run over him and talk nonsense with him. The person who came was carrying a sword, his eyes were stern and sharp, his face was handsome, and he was dressed in a green shirt like a handsome young master, but there was a strong murderous aura between his eyebrows. Han Yiji's eyes changed slightly. The enchanting list, Xiao Jing. Today, there are 2 peerless evildoers on the list of evildoers? Just for Lin Chen, a genius list, this kind of battle is rare in 10,000 years. Han Yiji, leave it to me, you can concentrate on dealing with Lin Chen. Xiao Jing smiled indifferently, and suddenly drew his sword. The sword roared like a coiled dragon, piercing the sky. The 4 confronted each other. Han Yiji sent a voice transmission to Lin Chen. Monitor, you focus on breaking through, I have my own way to escape, I will delay one. Then I will create an opportunity for you. There are less than 7 months before the 10-year Holy War, as long as squad leader, after you participate in the jihad, you become a candidate for the enchanting list. They will have nothing to do, don't reveal your whereabouts before that. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Han Yiji's star-like, bright eyes glowed with powerful spiritual power, raising his cultivation to a new height, and swept his fingers, pointing to an inch of light. Xiao Jing swiftly swung a 3-foot green blade, and the holy sword slashed down like a moon, cutting off Han Yiji's spiritual power. The battle between the 2 was imminent. One side was the enchanting list, the other was the top talent list, and Han Yiji had completely crushed the previous top talent list. System, Nirvana. Launch the blue-level advanced Nirvana, Purgatory burning fire, lock the target, 2 people. The fire clouds rolled, and the red fire was like a storm that pierced the sky and the earth, swept from the top of the 2 of them. Long Yijing and Xiao Jing had to mobilize the holy energy to defend, and Han Yiji's fighting pressure was slightly reduced. The eightfold transformation, the ultimate moment. The wings of the holy phoenix unfolded. Lin Chen entered the state. All the holy caves were filled with holy light. The full and vast aura was long and deep, and the 7 different crystals flickering all over the body made long Yijing congeal. It's only been a few days, and the holy aura of this kid's holy cave has not only been completely filled, but also refined an extra crystal. What is the growth rate of this monster? The saint's battle is purely to burn resources. After the last war, even his current state, Long Yijing, is only 90%, and he has not yet reached the peak state. Brush. 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 5 streams of light bloomed, and Lin Chen's clones came out. Quick fight, don't give him a chance. Long Yijing shook her shoulders, and 7 different thunder-type crystals exploded the thunder of domination, like the holy thunder of Wanlong Leigang, gathering her right arm. Laying killing claws. A flash of thunder shadow giant claws shattered the sky, and directly shook Lin Chen. This blow, with 80% of the power of Long Yijing, is no longer weakened by the clone as before. Ordinary tricks can't stop it. In that case, break it for me. The light of the different crystals of the wheel shines brightly, and Lin Chen draws his sword and slashes horizontally. A rapidly rotating aurora knife chi flashed out from the blade of the blue moon, and it was divided into 5. Sigh. Boom. The knife gas exploded, blasting the sky and rain like pieces of knife gas, carrying the destructive power of pure power, and the mental fluctuations that shattered like a saw, and slammed into the thunder claw. Boom. 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 The incessant explosion smashed the thunder claw head-on, but the thunder claw's remaining energy still penetrated and wanted to attack Lin Chen. The clone has been prepared for a long time, and the sword fury. Raising the sky is divided into 5 swords and rainbow bursts. Another avatar shot a bow, Jiguang's feathers fluttered with a faint, startling rainbow, and the shadows pierced the void in 4 consecutive flashes, and the dragon-shaped spears merged into one spear, controlling all attacks, and banging the rest of the thunder claw. Crushed and killed into nothingness. What? Long Yijing was shocked. How did this kid progress so fast? Slow rune. Lin Chen played a slow rune with 10,000 rune energy, which exploded from the top of Long Yijing's head, and the stagnation of the void blocked him. At the moment when he was caught, Lin Chen flapped the wings of the holy Phoenix, stepped on the dragon flash to break through quickly, and used the innate shadow technique to eliminate the breath and tear the void. Want to run? Space lead. Long Yijing smashed a space talisman, and the void that was thousands of miles around was suddenly blocked by the space barrier. This is the space for the refinement of the Supreme Elders and his family, and there is no way to break through without the cultivation base of the 4th level of the Holy Realm. Lin Chen took out a small silver sword, and suddenly shot it in the direction of the enchantment. Sigh. Boom. The moment the barrier collapsed, Long Yijing's face changed slightly. This kid has a space sword? It's not that easy to let you go. He broke through the shackles of the slow rune and swept towards Lin Chen. Brush. The 4 avatars blocked Long Yijing in the air, and all activated the talent of instant light and shadow separation, Jueying flying knife, Jiguang feather, true dragon flurry, sword fury, and many stunts. After the blessing of the instant light and shadow, they are already comparable to the power of the Holy Land triple stage in the early and middle stages. The hype-like offensive shrouded Long Yijing. Intian thunderbolt. Furious thunder rolled, Long Yijing raised his sword and slashed swiftly. When the thunder sword was unsheathed, the phantom of Lei Xing, hundreds of meters tall, appeared on top of his head, and he made a sword swing. Laugh. 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 Boom. Long Yijing smashed all the clone's attacks with one sword. Not only that, the thunder shadow was soaring to the sky, and the sword energy was endless, and it directly killed 3 of the 4 clones. This sword is equivalent to smashing the frontal attack, but also directly slaughtering the 3 initial stages of the Holy Land. Long Yijing fully used her real strength to chase Lin Chen. His sword-edge holy thunder appeared, and he wanted to strike Lin Chen's body with another sword. Brush. The 5th avatar appeared on the top of his head, and the 9-color star light in his palm slowly rotated, and was thrown out by the avatar, attacking his Tianling cover position. Long Yijing was startled. His aristocratic patriarch fell under these 9-colored stars. It seemed to be Lin Chen's trump card. Lei Jing. Long Yijing swung out another sword, slashing out a snowflake like lightning. Sword energy, like a roulette wheel spinning, slashing towards the 5-9-colored stars. Brush. Boom. 5 beams of 9-color beams of light were cut open, and the aura of destruction returned to silence, and was swallowed by the lightning. Has this Lin Chen grown to such a level that even Long Yijing has to be forced to use this move? Xiao Jing's heart was heavy with surprise when he saw this scene out of the corner of his eyes. I was involved in some of my strength by the Nirvana, and I can still destroy my 9 robbery stars with one sword, and guarantee no damage. Is this the original strength of the enchanting list? When Lin Chen was about to mobilize his energy, and was about to slash another slash with the god's tears, a vision suddenly appeared in the Taoyuan plant. Capsule. Boom. The magic is monstrous, and the shadows appear in the world. The endless ghosts merged into Lin Chen's body through the peach sac, his phoenix wings turned into dark magic wings, the silver robe became a dark curtain in the night, and 2 dragon horns were derived from the top of his head. At this moment, Lin Chen is like a demon king. It doesn't look like a human at all. This is the breath of the little shadow. Has this little guy finally left the border? Lin Chen was ecstatic. The magic wings slapped a little, and Lin Chen escaped into the void, flashing thousands of miles in an instant, like a star ball jumping, and the star flashed vertically. What? Seeing Lin Chen, whose speed has skyrocketed countless times, even Long Yijing couldn't catch up with him, he was stunned. At this moment, within the southern boundary tens of thousands of miles away, the cold man in black robe was instantly horrified. This breath is, the Lord has come? But he soon realized that the target was far away from him. No, it's not right. This breath is too weak, it's not the Lord. But there is no doubt that it is definitely a creature that is related to the Lord. How can there be a second Lord in this world? God exists. Could it be that, in this world, there is a second ultimate shadow? The man in black robe wanted to forcibly break through the battle, and when he sneaked into the void, he was shot by the Crimson Fairy again. Damn it, what the hell is this woman's origin? Could it be that I know more about space travel than my shadow clan? The black-robed man was angry. Fairy smiled indifferently and said, if you want to chase people in front of me, you will underestimate me too much. Outside the holy realm, there are many planes, and stars are like sand. In some cracks in the universe, there may be dangers, opportunities, or hidden, a new and unknown world, or it may be a hidden and convergent race. In a certain void plane, several old thoughts exchanged. This day, I didn't expect it to come so soon. Yeah, the day when your majesty accepts the inheritance of the last ancestor is near. Your majesty is the hope of my demon race. He has an unparalleled talent. At the age of 16, he inherited the great lineage, obtained the memory and inheritance of countless ancestors, and became the only king and only female emperor of the demon race. As long as you accept the last enlightenment of that ancestor, the clan empress will become the strongest in this world. Quack. Pull down the gods of the human race. The only fly in the ointment is that the star of hope of the human race has not been found and killed. My clan's mathematician deduced that the human race must have a world shattering sun born. The strong fate can even affect the general trend of our demon race. His Majesty's clone has been infiltrated into the human race for many years without success. Perhaps this prediction is not accurate. No matter what, His Majesty has accomplished a great feat, and it took twice as long as expected to attack the Terran before the star of prophecy of the Terran appeared. In the dark void, a beautiful and exquisite figure sat cross-legged, with her beautiful eyes tightly closed. Once the memory of that ancestor is passed on, this emperor's strength will reach a level that no one has ever achieved before in the demon race. However, it is very likely that he will lose his memory. Lin Chen, will I forget you? The beautiful woman sighed faintly and turned 1,000 times. 7 days after the Great War in the Southern Territory. In a dark hall, a handsome and cold-horned young man stood with his hands behind his back, his hair was dancing, wearing a star and wearing a moon, his eyes were as deep as an abyss, and the evil spirit enveloped the entire space. Plain. Brush. A shadow descended like ink from the void. The young man's eyes narrowed, he turned around slowly, and when he saw the black-robed man returning with empty hands, the murderous aura between his brows skyrocketed. When the black-robed man was about to speak, the horned young man grabbed his fingers, and an extremely strange suction twisted the entire space into a vortex. In a flash, he pinched the black-robed man's neck in the palm of his hand. You should know what task I gave you last time? What do you mean when you come back like this? Are you courting death? The black-robed man who was strong enough to fight Crimson Fairy was lifted up in midair like a chicken with no resistance. Back. Back to the messenger, I'm coming back this time. Yes, urgent. Report. The black-robed man spoke with difficulty, his face gradually paled, as if his vitality had been taken away. The young man frowned and let go of his palms. The black-robed man coughed violently and knelt down on one knee. Then, the black-robed man briefly explained what happened to him. When it came to Lin Chen's escape, the young man's face changed with horror. Second ultimate shadow? Are you sure? This is no trivial matter. If something goes wrong, it would be kind to kill you. The horned youth shouted coldly. The black-robed man shuddered, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, The Lord is a unique existence in this world. I dare to guarantee my life. And I have the same breath as the Lord, and I will never admit it wrong. Silence. The young man stared into the distance, thinking a lot in his heart. Could it be that Tuo Xingxin had left behind? If not, is there anyone else who has obtained Tuo Xing's inheritance and cultivated the second ultimate shadow? This is no trivial matter, and we have to wait. After the Lord is out of the customs, report it as soon as possible. He stared at the cold light, and instructed the man in black robe, Go to find the whereabouts of Lin Chen. If you can't bring him back, you must bring back the innate shadow around him as much as possible. The black-robed man clasped his fists and said, Yes. The barbaric realm is not Zhoushan. Lin Chen landed, and the little shadow transformed into a black dragon with rising demonic energy. The appearance of the little guy's aura this time has begun to take on the characteristics of the Shadow Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Dragon Clan. This little guy is afraid that he can even break his arm with the second level completion of the Holy Land. The talent of the ultimate shadow is really terrifying. This guy was only born with the combat power of the 5 Tribulations War Emperor. Lin Chen can already feel that as long as he is given enough resources, its growth rate will be no less than his own. Behind the Buzhou mountain is the Great Wilderness, and entering the Great Wilderness will be the territory of the beasts, where even the saints dare not enter rashly. Just so, I have the perfect cover. Lin Chen's mind moved, the holy dragon possessed. Swallowing 3 holy beast cores, the dragon veins in the holy dragon's body amounted to 240 million. The pure power is 2.4 billion dragon power. Lin Chen wore a silver mask, which was the Taiku Dragon Clan relic he obtained on Rainbow Island, and it had a fierce aura of the Taiku Dragon Clan. Hey, Lin Chen is taking a break. This commander has forced him to be titled Yinlong Tiansheng, this trip to investigate the whereabouts of Taishi Ancient Dragon, and the destruction of the Phantom Charming Heartstone. I have accumulated enough power in these 7 months. What is the enchanting list? Call them all back. Xiao Jing and Long Yijing, right. Lin Chen wore a silver mask, and laughed evilly a few times, like a ferocious primordial dragon. The little shadow tore through the void and moved forward, and Lin Chen disappeared. The host consumes 20,000 points of Heavenly Dao and 36 million points of Heavenly Dao Thunder Gang attributes to create the blue level top Nirvana. Tian Gang Thunder. Applicable targets, 3. During the journey, Lin Chen continued to take Yushengguo and Dragon Blood Saliva to refine his body and train his spirit and his realm sword. 3 days later, the Great Wilderness, the Purple Charm City. A giant city of purple light cut and cast with 6th order ore. This place is one of the territories ruled by the Phantom Charm Dragon, and the orcs from a radius of millions of miles will gather here to trade and exchange resources. After arriving here, Lin Chen put the little shadow into the Qingxue planting capsule. Lin Chen flew into Zime City in a high-profile manner, attracting the attention of countless beasts who transformed into human and half-human forms. It's a holy dragon. What a domineering breath. He directly released his breath. Did he come to participate in the rally? Look at his mask, it looks like a treasure from the ancient nobles. TSK, 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 it is stronger than many holy beasts that I have seen, so don't look at him a few times, and don't invite death. There are unwritten rules in the world of beasts. To enter the territory controlled by certain races, the holy beasts must enter on foot, and only holy beasts are eligible to fly. In some larger territories, the 8th order primary holy beasts are not eligible to fly, and only the 8th level intermediate holy beasts that are comparable to the 4th level of the holy realm are eligible to fly. Lin Chen swaggeringly entered the city to comply with the rules, but if he walked in, he would be suspicious. Although the prosperity and beauty of Zime City is not as good as that of the human race world, it has abundant resources, because in the Great Wilderness there are massive cultivation resources. Lin Chen flew to the very center of Zime City. On a vast street, only dozens of figures set up stalls here. Oh? These dozens of people are all transformed by holy beasts. They are here to exchange cultivation resources, holy level treasure mines, 8th level medicinal materials, and a lot of them. Interesting. Lin Chen licked his lips and landed on the street wearing a mask. Dozens of holy beasts that turned into human figures all turned their attention to him, sizing up his whole body, and some holy beasts stared greedily at his mask. These holy beasts are from different races, unlike the holy beasts from the outside world. Lin Chen calmly strolled down the street, staring at the stalls of those holy beasts, walked to an old man in gray robe, grabbed 2 10,000-year-old snow bone ginseng, and said carelessly, "How to sell this?" The old man raised his hand and said, 300,000 silver coins. Lin Chen threw off something, turned his head and left. The old man was about to get angry, but found that what Lin Chen left behind was actually 2 drops of dragon blood. He immediately put it away in ecstasy. The other holy beasts immediately lit up. This is the treasure of holy beast cultivation. Lin Chen also set up a booth and shouted, 1 Longqing fruit, 2 10,000 immortal needles, or 2 drops of dragon's blood saliva, and by a large number of all the ethnic exercises in your hands, as long as they are half orange. Lin Chen shouted. The holy beasts were all stunned. What kind of human cultivation technique do you, a dragon, want? A clever holy beast immediately stepped forward and talked to Lin Chen with a smile. Your Excellency, do you want the cultivation technique of the human race? It's easy to say. The old man has 2 half-orange rank. He took out 2 brand new scrolls. Lin Chen waved his hand, and 3 sacred treasures were placed in front of him. I want it. Dragon blood saliva, Wanxian needle, Long Qinghua, pick one. By yourself. The man was ecstatic and chose dragon blood saliva and Long Qinghua. Dozens of holy beasts were immediately shocked when they saw this scene. Is there really a fool who is willing to use this sacred treasure to exchange the cultivation method of the human race? Hey, this friend, the old man also has 2 exercises. Look at Laozi first. The 3 volumes of Laozi are still the latest. A group of holy beasts swarmed up and surrounded Lin Chen, for fear that his 3 treasures would be replaced. Ferocious beasts have different structures and cannot cultivate the cultivation techniques and combat skills of the human race. These holy beasts have killed many human powerhouses in the past, and the exercises they have obtained are basically put in the ring to eat ashes. They are in the great wilderness, and if they want to sell these exercises, they must leave the great wilderness, cross the barbarian territory, and take risks to sell them to the human race in their region, which is very uneconomical for the holy beast. Therefore, these are all cheaper for Lin Chen. He only used 1 dragon clear fruit or 2 drops of dragon blood saliva in exchange for a half-orange level exercise, earning blood. In just a quarter of an hour, Lin Chen bought a full 77 half-orange exercises and gained a lot. In addition to the half-orange level exercises he had accumulated before, Lin Chen could fuse an orange level exercise. When Lin Chen was about to open the fusion, a ray of light whistled. The red robe was bright, the woman was wearing a cloak, she couldn't see her true face, and she was slender. When Lin Chen saw this woman, he was slightly taken aback. This woman, like him, is also a human woman disguised as an orc. Moreover, Lin Chen knew her. Lin Chen whistled frivolously at the red-robed woman, and jokingly said, "Beauty, alone, don't be afraid of loneliness." The red-robed beauty paused, staring at Lin Chen with cold eyes. Lin Chen spread his hands and shrugged, "Don't look at me so fiercely, haven't you heard of a song? It's just, I want to stand on the sea, catch a big moon, and hang it on my crotch to be bright." The holy beast next to him was stunned for a moment. Is this brother-in-law sick? You also need a better way to pick up girls. Unexpectedly, the red-robed woman's delicate body trembled, as if struck by lightning. She looked at Lin Chen in horror. Wearing a silver mask, Lin Chen reached out to her and said with a smile, "I wish us a happy cooperation in advance." The woman gave him a deep look through the cloak, shook hands, and smiled. "Okay, handsome. With you protecting me, I have a lot more confidence." The holy beast stared at the 2 of them dumbfounded. What kind of coat is this? Hanging in the crotch? That's right, what Lin Chen recited was the song that the holy King Hao Yin hummed when he jumped on the tomb's head. The only ones who could hear it were those who had experienced the tomb of the holy king that day. This woman is Jian Qingqing from Jianyu. On that day, after witnessing Lin Chen's sanctification battle, she returned to the sword domain to adjust her state and exploded the acupoints with all her strength. In the end, she exploded 7 acupoints, and finally hit the 8th holy acupoint with just a tiny bit of accumulation. Her peerless talent is comparable to that of the little demon empress of the Zixia Valley. After becoming a real juggernaut, Jian Qingqing, the first task she took was to sneak into Zimei City and kill the prince of the dragon family in the dream-charming dragon clan, Huan Wuxin. Huan Wuxin sneaked and killed the junior sister in Jian Qingqing's gate. Many elders were angry because of this. Jian Qingqing took the initiative to ask for his life, sneaked into this place, and killed Prince Long. During this trip, she obtained the great power in the sect to refine the holy Pill to eliminate the human race for her, but she did not expect to meet Lin Chen here. You dare to sneak in here with your 7 holy acupoints, you are not too timid. Lin Chen smiled playfully. Jian Qingqing concealed her true face, and she rarely smiled coldly. It's not the same for you, it's not a good thing to laugh at 100 steps with 50 steps. Lin Chen said through his voice, what is your goal? Jian Qingqing said, at the banquet, use the gift to kill the prince. How about you? Lin Chen said with a smile, same, when giving gifts, take the opportunity to destroy the charming heartstone of the phantom charming dragon. Jian Qingqing said, you are really courageous. I heard that this thing is the last inheritance of this family, and it must be hidden in the most strictly guarded position of Meixinlong. Are you confident? Lin Chen said, life and death are bearish, if you don't agree, just do it. Jian Qingqing clicked his tongue and said, it's really fierce. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's more violent on the bed. Jian Qingqing, after you were sanctified, did your face thicken a few layers? Lin Chen took out the mirror, touched his chin, and looked at his hideous silver mask. Yes, why do I feel like I'm handsome again? While chatting and laughing, Lin Chen looked around the street. Consumes 12,350 intermediate talent points, activates the omen of stealing, and steals attribute values, 2.5 billion points of advanced blood, 1 billion points of advanced battle chi essence, 100,000 points of advanced rune energy, 5.8 million points of enhancement, 250,000 points of heaven, 5,000 points of advanced fire element. There are dozens of holy beasts, and there is no lack of powerhouses at the primary peak of the 8th order. This time Lin Chen steals attribute values, which is another wave of attributes skyrocketing. In a flash, Lin Chen turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, First Level Perfection of the Holy Land, 10 Holy Caves, Advanced Essence, 55.4 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 2.1 billion Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 50%. Advanced Blood, 60.7 billion points. Advanced Spirit, 5.98 million points, peak at the beginning of the Holy Land. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 1.88 million points. Advanced Rune Energy, 1.17 million points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 390,000 points. Intermediate Talent Points, 840,000 points. Set Essence, 0 points. Blank Attribute, 0 points. Reinforcement Points, 9.7 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 940,000, Earth 650,000, Wood 560,000, Gold 670,000, Water 880,000, Thunder 850,000, Wind 540,000, Light 720,000, Dark 890,000 points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Awakening of Life Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Double Cultivation Acacia, Assault, Tear, Quasi-Orange. Super Chaos, Orange, Extremely Possessed Fragment, 3/4. Active Talent Bar, Omen of Stealing, Deadly Bloodthirst, Ultradimensional. Teleportation, Ultimate Moment, Ultimate Return, King's Landing, Quasi. Orange, Life and Death, Orange, Instant Light, Orange, Extinction Crack. Create. Nirvana Column, Open or Not, Characteristic Rune Column, Open or Not. Talent Combination Skills, Open or Not. Treasures in Possession, 134 kinds of half-orange exercises. After going through Rainbow Island, the Holy Burial Mountain Range, to snatch the Holy Corpse, and the battle at the tomb of the Holy King, what Lin Chen obtained in total was. System, what is the probability of me merging with the orange level power? Technique. The host turns on the fusion function, and it is estimated that 25,992 Heavenly Dao points will be consumed, and 134 half-orange level exercises will be integrated. The probability of integrating the orange level exercises is 97.64%. The probability of merging the orange level heart method is 53.22%. And the probability of merging the orange level body method is 56.71%. There is such a big difference between the probability of mental and physical skills, and you can only choose attack-type combat skills. Lin Chen clicked fusion. Then, all the half-orange exercises in his no ring disappeared. Ding! With a crisp sound, a new orange level exercise method was born. Orange level low-level exercises, spiritual combat skills, 8 parts of Burning Dragon Tianyin. Lin Chen sucked in the air slightly. Hit the jackpot. It turned out to be the rarest spiritual orange level attacking combat skill. And it made a lot of money. 8 parts of Burning Dragons and Heavenly Sounds, cultivation of this exercise requires at least the spiritual power to enter the holy realm. Spiritualizing Heavenly Dragon Burning Sounds, 1 dragon sound waves. Shattering mountains and rivers, 4 dragon sound waves burning the sky, and 8 burning dragons heavenly sounds burning the world. Lin Chen read, his heart trembled. This essence and mysterious guide cultivates spiritual power into a burning dragon shape. When the burning dragon is angry, the sound wave destroys the world. If the spiritual power is cultivated to the level of 4-headed burning dragon, the released spiritual sound waves can also have the effect of burning the enemy's spiritual power, greatly reducing the opponent's combat power. If it is the 8-headed burning dragon, I am afraid that it is really a spiritual thought that can destroy many sacred creatures. It's another super orange level exercise, ha ha ha, my luck depends entirely on picking up, systematically, and cultivating the 8 parts of Burning Dragon and Heavenly Sound. Consume 230,000 points of high-level martial arts essence and start to integrate the cultivation memory. The 5 avatars workers immediately absorbed all the cultivation memories in the Qingxue planting capsule. At this moment, a soft and crisp voice came from the center of Zimei City. Everyone who came from afar has worked hard. If all the distinguished guests are free, you can come to this palace, and there will be a small banquet in this palace in 4 days. At that time, I hope that all friends will show their faces and participate. It's an invitation from the Phantom Charming Dragon clan. Jian Qingqing suddenly sounded curiously and said, by the way, what celebration did you prepare for the Phantom Charm Dragon? It's hard for other men to be interested in Jian Qingqing, but only Lin Chen. He's like an infinite surprise box, no one can guess his next step. Lin Chen smiled playfully, it must be a big and thick gift. All the holy beasts looked at each other, and everyone did not want to miss this opportunity. There is a dragon pool in the Dream Charming Dragon, which is held once every 100 years for foreign guests. There are a few places, and the entrants can refine their spiritual power. Most of the beasts have a shortcoming in their spiritual realm. Except for the innate spiritual dragons like the Phantom Charming Dragon, for them, if they can get their appreciation and take a dip, it is a great opportunity. Jian Qingqing was tempted by Lin Chen, but he pretended to be mysterious and did not reveal it. Let the beauty bite her silver teeth lightly, wishing she could rip him open and read his secrets all over the place. Lin Chen handed over some long qinghua, dragon blood saliva, and wanxian needle to Jian Qingqing, and let her continue to guard the booth and buy the 8th order treasure mine for him, while he himself joined the team that merged and cultivated memories. Little shadow, let's go. Lin Chen released a ray of spiritual thought and attached to the little shadow. After the little guy had eaten and drank, he ran out of the Qingxue planting capsule and sneaked into the depths of Zimei City. In the center of Zimei City, there is an undulating mountain range, with 4 palaces in the south, east, and northwest, and a white jade square in the middle. Lin Chen dived all the way into the depths. Behind the 4 palaces, there were dense space talismans and disillusionment, and they were all space enchantments. The little shadow was hiding in the gap in the void, showing a hesitant look. And the purple electricity above his head burst out a few words, what to do. A lot of space enchantments are heavily guarded. The small shadows of these space enchantments can completely pass through, but the powerful spiritual power attached to the enchantment is not necessarily. If one accidentally causes spiritual ripples, it will alarm this place. The master of a large number of space enchantments here are attached to mental power. If the enchantment is passed through, it is impossible not to disturb the mental power of the attached space. Obviously, the other party is guarding against existences like Little Shadow, who are born with the talent to travel through the void. There are similar dragons among the dragons of the great wilderness, and they are gifted with space. Unless the strength is several realms high, it is possible to sneak in without knowing it. Lin Chen's spiritual thoughts looked around, with so many enchantments, where are the locations of the dragon pond and the magic heartstone? Suddenly, Lin Chen found a location, and the edge of the edge was flashing with an unprecedented radiance of spiritual attributes. Huh? Little guy, go there and have a look. The little shadow took Lin Chen around and headed to a valley in the south. Although there was a space barrier blocking it, and separated by a side of high peaks and mountains, Lin Chen could still clearly see this valley alone. The attributes of spiritual power were shining like rays of light. There are so many spiritual attributes here, it is most likely the location of the dragon pond, and then there is the dream-charming heartstone. Lin Chen let the little shadow sneak into the many rooms in the palace one by one with his spiritual thoughts. Some of these rooms are training rooms, some are treasure houses, etc. Lin Chen discovered more than 10 8-level, dream-charming dragons along the way. Their spiritual realm is very powerful, and all of them have the lowest spiritual power in the half-sacred realm. After many beasts advance to the 8th order, their spiritual power is only complete in the heaven-penetrating realm, which is a long distance from the half-step into the holy realm. Lin Chen searched all 4 palaces, but still couldn't find the location of the dream-charming heartstone. Finally, after searching for nearly half a day, Lin Chen was ready to return. Without success. The little shadow took Lin Chen's thoughts to a fragrant soup room on the edge of the southern palace. Like a dream, a crimson mist like dancing butterflies drifted outside the room. Lin Chen was curious, and let the little shadow continue to approach. The fragrance in the room is hazy and psychedelic, with a light and fragrant rose fragrance, wafting deadly dazzling beauty and temptation. Even the little shadows hidden in the void have an urge to get lost. Lin Chen's spiritual thoughts hurriedly gave the little guy a wandering god fruit, which only improved a little. What a terrifying spiritual temptation, I almost fell into a small shadow. What kind of monsters and ghosts are there? Lin Chen asked the little shadow to get closer to the outside of the room, urging the purple gold eye. Lin Chen's eye awakening not only gained the spring heart-rippling eyes, but also gained amazing insight. Unless it is a powerful force above the fifth level of the holy realm to block the space, there are not many means to hinder him from spying. Through the door, Lin Chen saw a large bathing area, with jade cut and cast, fragrance lingering, and a graceful figure faintly revealed in the mist. That Qianying's waist was as slender as a beautiful snake, lying lazily in the fragrant soup. The man has purple hair, and his face is alluring and charming, showing all over his body. Lin Chen noticed a hidden spiritual storm in this woman. It was like the light rain that day, but it was more terrifying than the latter. Being able to suppress my spiritual power, at least in the middle stage of the saint realm, this woman may be a high-level figure in the fantasy charming dragon clan. Let's take a look, maybe we can find some clues. Lin Chen continued to wait and see. After waiting and watching for almost half an hour, I couldn't find any clues. Except for adult content. Lin Chen was a little anxious, when even the little shadow couldn't stand the suppression of that mental force. The woman finally got up. The snow waves are flying, and the cherry blossoms are embellished. Too fierce. It's because of Lin Chen's spiritual idea, or else it's impossible to get a nosebleed. Suddenly, Lin Chen saw a pendant that the woman was wearing to the snow neck. And the crystal jade in the center was like an exquisite jade in 8 colors. It was on her fantasy charm stone. Before Lin Chen had time to be shocked, the woman with purple hair like a waterfall lifted a strand of hair, took off the pendant, and then stuffed it. The woman raised her head with a wink, and the worry between her brows relaxed slightly. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. The little shadow was also stunned. Someone Lin, who has experienced great winds and waves, has lost 1% of his breath and his mind. What a joke. She actually stuffed the dream stone there. What's the situation? What's the situation? Lin Chen has a rare taste of helplessness. Stuffed in? Destroy the phantom heartstone? This also destroys the wool. Do you want me, Lin Chen, to take out a gun and do it for real until the phantom charming heartstone is broken? Want me to be Rylong? Lin Chen shivered all over. This is much more difficult than grabbing things in front of the Holy Land. 4th layer. Little Shadow can't stand it anymore. I can only think of other ways. Grandma's, the Dragon Clan's kinship is really not a blow, it really knows how to play. Lin Chen asked Little Shadow to retreat first. After Lin Chen left, the purple-haired man's eyes were like lightning. He looked back suddenly, his brows furrowed. Why is there a feeling that someone has been spied on? Even the Dragon King can't quietly peep at this king. The purple-haired man flashed his clothes, and his delicate snow-white lotus feet stepped on the top of the attic. Looking around, the space did not change at all. Is it an illusion? Jian Qingqing looked at Lin Chen, who suddenly opened his eyes and frowned, and asked curiously, "What's the matter? Did you find anything?" Lin Chen held his chin and said solemnly, "I'm thinking whether the female dragon here would like the back or the front." Jian Qingqing, what do you wear all day and night in your mind? In 2 days, Lin Chen consumed a lot of silver St. Yuan coins and long Qinghua to buy 9 holy artifacts from the holy beast in Zimei City. Disassembled them all, and obtained the essence of the suit. The slender girl descended from the void. Ying bowed her body and said, "My lord, my master has invited you to the banquet, and please move to the castle." All the holy beasts looked at each other. Lin Chen and Jian Qingqing met eyes, and entered the palace in Zimei City with the girl. Boom boom. Along the way, there are a lot of powerful breaths coming here, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Among these breaths, there are many orcs who are comparable to the three-level perfection of the Holy Realm. It seems that the size of this feast is very large. Lin Chen excitedly licked his tongue, and the hideous silver dragon mask looked evil. The girl arranged the holy beasts in the palace to the west, and Lin Chen and Jian Qingqing chose the same room. How? Jian Qingqing took off her cloak, and after covering up her true appearance, she looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s, which matched her graceful figure and was full of charm. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and said with a smile, I will first create an opportunity to get close to the top management of Phantom Charm Dragon, and then cause chaos in the middle. You will find the opportunity to kill, and when your goal is completed, find the opportunity to leave. If you can't leave, just come to my position, and I will find a chance to take you along for the run. Jian Qingqing's brows furrowed. Do you act so quickly? Have you surveyed the route? Can you? Lin Chen knocked on the table. No way. In the middle of the night, in the Bayou Square in the center of the four palaces, Inga and Yan dance. Thousands of charming beauties danced, sang and danced, and put on a banquet. The two seats are lined up side by side, and hundreds of figures are sitting here, all of which are eighth-order, holy beasts, transformed into human figures. The delicacies of its banquet are all dragon liver and phoenix marrow, holy wine, and high specifications. Lin Chen and Jian Qingqing were also among them. The two pretended to taste the delicious food, but they were actually observing secretly. The 6 holy beasts sitting in the front row are as powerful as the Holy Land. Triple perfection. The holy beast in the front row arrived only recently. Lin Chen looked around the audience, and first used the attribute of the omen of divine stealing, which he stole over and over again. Everyone who came from afar to participate in the Ijia's birthday celebration is really intentional. The lazy and numb voice made the holy beasts shudder, as if their spirits were brushed by a soft sponge. They felt soothing and calm. Invisibly, it also formed a certain deterrent. The holy beasts in the front row showed fearful expressions, and everyone's eyes converged on the hall at the top of the square. The purple-haired beauty moved her lotus step lightly and slowly sat on the dragon chair, her lazy and soft body like a snake lying down on the dragon chair, her cheeks resting on her jade hands, her long legs twisting like 2 white snakes, and her legs raised. Guru. The sound of someone swallowing. As a woman, Jian Qingqing couldn't help but feel hot all over. This woman exudes a fatal temptation all over her body. This kind of temptation, in addition to the characteristics of her own bloodline and her spiritual cultivation base. Lin Chen's pupils, hidden under the silver dragon mask, trembled slightly. This girl is the sad girl, the cruel woman who stuffed the phantom charm stone. There was a man and a woman standing beside her on the left and right. Jian Qingqing's eyes were fixed on the handsome man beside her. This man was the target of her trip, the dragon prince of Phantom Charming Dragon. His strength, at best, is comparable to the initial stage of the first stage of the Holy Land, and he will be sanctified soon. Lin Chen launched the God-stealing omen against the 3 of them. Successfully stealing attribute values, obtained 100,000 points of mental power, 50,000 points of rune energy, and 500 million points of advanced blood. At this time, Mrs. Su Wenhuan is beautiful and unparalleled, and her reputation is well-deserved. Today, the lady is even older, and the younger brother specially prepared a sacred artifact to show his love. A holy beast in the front row was transformed into a human figure, with a long white coat and a graceful demeanor. His palms were spread out, and a string of necklaces surrounded by lightning was suspended. First-grade holy artifact, Thunder Shadow Pendant. The woman in the purple dress beside Mrs. Fantasy slightly bowed her head, nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, King." After she finished speaking, she took the rakeage necklace with both hands. The tiger-faced man in the front row with his arms folded on his chest sneered, "You're too embarrassed to take it out just because of you? Huh?" The white-robed holy beast was a little displeased, and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you have something better? Brother Tianhu, how about opening your eyes?" The tiger-faced man picked up the 3 big jugs, and said with a big smile, "Mrs. Fantasy, this is a gift from me, brother, Mingqing's heartfelt wine." As soon as this thing came out, everyone was shocked. Mingqing's Yijiu, this thing can nourish the body and refine the soul. It is a holy product for refining the body. The white-robed holy beast snorted coldly, then sat down with gritted teeth. For the first time, Mrs. Fantasy Dream, who was as lazy as a snake, brightened her eyes a little, and smiled charmingly. "King Tianhu has a heart, and the dragon pond will open in a few days, and the King Tianhu will enjoy it together." Hearing this, the tiger-faced man was full of surprise, his eyes showed a bit of excitement, and he clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, madam." Seeing the favor of the Tiger King, more than 100 holy beasts began to offer gifts. Some were 8th order sacred objects, some were 8th order heaven and earth treasures, or precious rare treasures, and some presented handsome men. Beauty, Lin Chen was dazzled. But there are very few who really get the baptism of the dragon pond. And when it was Jian Qingqing's turn, what she presented as a gift was actually a first-rank holy pill, which was very pleased by Madame Fantasy Dream. And she was also named a place to enter the dragon pond. The preciousness of holy pills is rarely enjoyed by ordinary saints, let alone holy beasts. Any holy pill has a fatal temptation for holy beasts. At the end, many holy beasts looked at him in unison, and he was the only one present who did not offer gifts. The holy beast who turned into a white-clothed sun earlier sneered, "It seems that we have mixed in with a guy who doesn't know how to count." King Tianhu shook his head and laughed, looking at the mask on this guy's face. "It seems to be from the ancient times. I thought it was a noble, but I didn't expect it to be a poor ghost." The first few big-name holy beasts have only arrived recently, and they don't know the handwriting of Lin Chen's aggressive acquisitions in Zimei City. Many holy beasts are very curious. Why did the silver dragon heavenly sage not present a gift? With his background, just taking out a few things is enough to calm the scene. Madame Fantasy Dream frowned slightly, and when her expression was slightly unpleasant, Lin Chen's voice echoed in the square with evil spirits. "Hey, this lady, I prepared a big gift for you. Before giving the gift, I want to ask the lady a question." The holy beasts were stunned for a moment. "Is there still a problem with gift giving?" Madame Fantasy raised her eyebrows, nodded and said, "Well, let's talk about this friend." Lin Chen smiled and said, "I don't know if Madame has heard of the name of the Dark Horse Club of the human race, Lin Chen." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the holy beasts present were very exciting. Some were puzzled, some were astonished, and some were horrified. The charming woman next to Mrs. Fantasy Dream answered first, I know. Is it the human genius from the southern region? I heard that he also borrowed some external forces to kill a few Holy Realm 4th layers. Some holy beasts who heard Lin Chen's name for the first time couldn't help being moved. Kill the Holy Land fourth layer? This is equivalent to the existence of some 8th level intermediate ancient holy beasts. Jian Qingqing was startled a few times by him. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Are you reporting your real name? Lin Chen gave a thumbs up to the woman in the purple skirt and smiled. This little princess said very well, and this person is also an 8th order pharmacist, and his skills are no trivial. Then, Silver Dragon Heavenly Sage he laughed. Furthermore, Lin Chen is a human race full of talent, handsome, flamboyant, but not promiscuous. He is so skilled in his bed that he has the divine artifact of the dragon spear. Not only can he concoct alchemy and set fire, but he can also cast fortune-telling. Looking at the history of the human race, it can also be said to be unprecedentedly handsome, and the first in the holy world. Jian Qingqing's mouth twitched wildly. You say this without being ashamed at all? The more sacred beasts heard, the more mysterious they became, and their faces were full of doubts. The genius of the human race is an 8th order pharmacist. What does it have to do with your gift? What are you doing with these useless things? Mrs. Fantasy Dream took a deep look at Lin Chen, and the corner of her mouth rose slightly. Your Excellency Yinlong Tiansheng, what do you mean? Silver Dragon Heavenly Sage shrugged. The meaning is very simple. What I want to give my wife today is your favorite gift. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen waved with one hand. Brush. The cage appeared, the shackles were tightly locked, the space enchantment was densely arranged, and hundreds of space talismans were disillusioned. The holy beasts took a closer look, and there was a handsome and compelling silver-robed youth in the cage. On the boy's body, 10 hexagonal stars with dim light flashed all over his body. The purple skirt boy covered his red lips with his hands. Madame Fantasia suddenly stood up, her eyes shining brightly. Many holy beasts were stunned and their scalps were numb. Jian Qingqing's red lips parted slightly. The person locked in this cage seems to be Lin Chen. Jian Qingqing stared at Lin Chen in shock, and he blinked at the beauty. Then, Yinlong Tiansheng smiled slightly. This is the gift I gave to my wife, the limited edition actor of the Dark Horse Club of Human Race, Lin Chen. Jian Qingqing is simply dumbfounded. I send myself? Is there such an operation? Mother, it's him. I've seen his portraits before, and he's the Peerless genius of the human race, Lin Chen. The breath is exactly the same, and it matches the characteristics of the rumors. The woman in the purple skirt licked her red lips, like a she-wolf seeing her prey. Madame Fantasia couldn't help but sniff, her expression intoxicated, and she said in a dreamy voice, it's not wrong, this is the pure breath of the host of the Dragon King gun. If you get the jade juice, the Dragon King will appear, and it will be even stronger. Countless holy beasts looked at the silver dragon heavenly saint with a look like a monster. The ferocious silver dragon mask was like a god, and it penetrated into the hearts of the holy beasts. The Tianhu king and the white-clothed son, who had sneered before, immediately shrank their heads, not daring to say a word. Damn, this kid pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. He almost got trapped by him. As expected of an ancient aristocrat who was left behind, the dead camel is bigger than a horse. This human genius is said to have the trump card of slaughtering the fourth level of the holy realm. If the silver dragon heavenly saint can capture him alive, doesn't he have the strength to surpass the fourth level of the holy realm? It's really terrifying, and it's hidden so damn deep. In the world of beasts, strength is king. The heritage of Silver Dragon. Heavenly Sage suddenly powerfully deterred all holy beasts. Resisting the ecstasy in her heart, Mrs. Fantasy Dream said sternly, "Your Excellency really want to send him to AI's family? What about the conditions? And purpose?" That's right, the value of this child is not determined by the number of places in the dragon pond refining. The name of the holy level refining. Medicine and the casting master is enough to determine his terrifying value. In the individual powerful primordial dragon clan, there are even strong people who keep human race 8th order alchemists in captivity to serve them. But obviously, the dream charming dragon has no such background. If you get this child, the background of the phantom charming dragon clan will soar exponentially. Hee, Madam is so happy when she speaks. It is rumored that the aristocratic Dream Charm Heartstone can make the Holy Spirit break through the demons in the heart and elevate the spiritual realm to a higher level. The soul below has been entangled in countless epics and has long been overwhelmed. With the ability of this child, in exchange for the noble's fantasy charm Heartstone. Isn't it too much? Lin Chen said with a smile, if he used himself as a bargaining chip, he might be able to exchange that thing directly. This. Mrs. Fantasy Dream frowned, the magical dream charm Heartstone is a strange thing that can only be born when the dragon clan of the 8th order or higher family has a child. Now the strongest of their clan is only the 8th order intermediate level. And they are only in the middle stage of the 5th level holy realm. This thing is the last reservation of their clan. If they are lost forever, they will not be able to remove the demons for future generations and hit the 8th level holy beast realm. I don't have much left in my clan, so I can't exchange it directly. I would like to ask you to exchange a bargaining chip. After thinking for a while, Mrs. Fantasy refused. Lin Chen sneered in his heart, as expected. He went on to say, then it's better than this, I will only use the aristocratic phantom charming Heartstone. It's not too much to borrow the phantom charming Heartstone for the 10,000-year time limit? Now his power of life and death is in his hands. In my hands, if I want to kill him. It will only take a single thought. Madame Fantasy is silent again. After a while, she showed a smile. If you only borrow it once, it's fine, but you have to give this child to the IGF first, and the dragon pond will be opened. In the days to come, the IGA will be able to borrow it from you. How about it? Lin Chen frowned. Do you want to delay? Give her the avatar first. It's better for the avatar to act beside her. That's all, fuck her. Lin Chen clapped his hands, pushed the cage over, and said arrogantly. Alright, that's the decision. Madame Fantasia waved her hand, held the cage, and licked her red lips. Enchanting and charming. Queen Mother, the woman in the purple dress, coquettishly said, holding on to Madame Fantasy Dream. She laughed and said, I can't let you eat it first, otherwise this kid will become a human, and my mother is counting on him to make medicine for us. Just once. The banquet continued, and Mrs. Fantasy Dream even summoned a group of handsome men and beauties to accompany many holy beasts. Some holy beasts have been wildly beastly, and real swords and spears are coiled up. Prince Long left with his concubine. And Mrs. Fantasy Dream even more after settling with many guests from the holy beast, after summoning the elder of the holy realm of magical dream charm dragon. She couldn't wait to pull the cage holding Lin Chen's avatar and leave. In Bayou Square, some unsightly scenes are extremely obscene. Orcs are extremely beastly, and so are their desires. At this time it has become a feast of feasts, both male and female. The wine they taste is brewed with holy products, and even the spirit has the effect of paralysis and confusion, and saints and holy beasts can also be intoxicated. Lin Chen and Jian Qingqing had already sat back to their original positions, pretending to gobble, and politely rejecting the special service, while Jian Qingqing asked Lin Chen through voice transmission while tasting wine. "You and my goals are scattered, when will you act?" The silver dragon mask opened, Lin Chen bit down a few pieces of jiaolong meat. Carelessly, he smiled. "Do it now, you do yours, I do mine." Jian Qingqing rolled his eyes. "I'm going to kill people, you're going to fuck people?" A piece of exquisite brilliance flickered under Mrs. Fantasy, and then the space shook and cracked. Sigh. Boom. The space shook. Located behind the four palaces, the space barrier was lifted, and an island was revealed in the void, and the inside was actually a huge golden dragon pond. Lin Chen's avatar's eyes narrowed. These dragon ponds are actually covered with high-level spiritual energy attribute light balls. With so many attribute light balls, at least I can increase my mental power. Attribute value by 1,000,000 points. Maybe even more. Lin Chen could see it clearly through his avatar, and he was ecstatic in his heart. However, the eyes of the clone found a place with brighter attributes. Above the golden dragon pond, there was actually a small dragon pond. There is another one above the dragon pond. And the attributes are more radiant? Lin Chen was shocked. The beautiful woman hugged the boy and threw it into the dragon pond, splashing the rippling water of the golden dragon pond. The host gains 2,882 points of advanced mental power, 1,820 points of mental power. A large number of spiritual light balls are quickly incorporated into the sub-body. The space fluctuated. At this time a small shadow enveloped Lin Chen's aura. He left the holy dragon in the banquet hall, and the main body was mixed in. When Mrs. Fantasy Dream opened the dragon pool. What do you want to do?" While being scared, the teenager unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his chest muscles with just the right flow. Mrs. Fantasy Dream giggled. "Ijia likes an honest young man like you." In Long Qi, the mental power will be stimulated to the most sensitive state, and the happy moments will be more than 10 times more exciting than usual. This is the first time of Ijia. Once I met the Dragon King Spear, if I can successfully cultivate the Ijia's double cultivation supernatural powers. Maybe my cultivation can be improved to a higher level. Don't let the Ijia down. She is not afraid of Lin Chen. With her strength, she is not afraid even in the early stage of the 5th stage of the Holy Realm, and she is also afraid of a sacred acupoint that is exhausted and has no holy power at the 1st stage of the Holy Realm. Youth of the human race, look into Ijia's eyes. Madame Fantasia's eyes suddenly turned purple, causing Lin Chen's clone to fall into a seductive and demonic sound, and her mental power seemed to sink into an extremely comfortable ocean. Like bliss, her expression began to slacken. Her spirit, the will, began to sink in an instant. The little guy's spiritual attainment is quite high. It really is an 8th rank alchemist, not an ordinary 1st rank, at least 2nd or 3rd rank. Ijia has found a treasure this time. Madame Fantasy was delighted in her heart and continued to intensify her efforts. In less than a quarter of an hour, the will of the clone completely sank, and Lin Chen seemed to cut off the current connection to the clone. What a terrifying spiritual charm skill. My spiritual realm is not low, but I fell in a short time and was completely controlled by her. Lin Chen was apprehensive. If he fought head-on, the opponent might not give him this chance, using the armor of the god of war. However, if Lin Chen wants to gain the control of the clone, he only needs to consume some rune energy to get it back, but the main body cannot be hit by this trick. Madame Fantasia was lying beside the Long Qi and said lazily, "Little fellow of the human race, give Jia a massage. She has to train this child well for her use." The clone walked over, carefully massaged, and beat the legs for Mrs. Fantasy Dream, and even stroked it with mental strength, which made Mrs. Fantasy Dream even more useful. The aura in the avatar's eyes has not disappeared. This kind of spiritual control supernatural power is very mysterious, and it is the unique skill of the dream charming dragon. It does not make the controlled person lose their intelligence, but only allows the other party to be the master. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen didn't have time to appreciate it. Sneak attack now? The Dragon Clan's meat shell is already tyrannical, and I'm afraid that it will be a bad thing if she can't kill her with a hammer of the God of War armor. Take away the attribute light ball first. Lin Chen and Little Shadow rushed to the Thousand-Zhong Xiaolonqi in the sky. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Chen suddenly took a deep breath. The dragon pond is full of dense light spheres that are piled up into mountains. The spiritual energy attribute light ball here is more than 10 times more than the dragon pool below. With this batch of attribute light balls, his spiritual attributes in the middle stage of entering the holy realm can be expected. Hurry up and take away the attribute light ball here first. Lin Chen made the Little Shadow close to the top of the small dragon pond. No one entered the pond. Lin Chen only absorbed the spiritual energy attribute light ball above the dragon pond. Get 11,023 points of advanced spiritual power, 8,010 points of advanced spiritual power. The 3 avatars and Lin Chen's planting capsule and the main body together refined this massive amount of high-level spiritual attributes. The spiritual starry sky in the spiritual consciousness began to expand and change quietly, as if the universe opened up a new galaxy, and the starlight that belonged to the spiritual power continued to skyrocket. Madame Fantasy Dream did not know that the most important forbidden area of her family's magic dream charming dragon had already been infiltrated. She's still enjoying a teenage massage. The other side. Jian Qingqing took the opportunity to return to the hall to wait for the place in Longqi. After leaving Bayou Square, he immediately took a holy pill to eliminate his breath. She and Lin Chen's avatar acted together and went to the location of the South Hall. South Hall, the top floor of Zetian Pavilion. There were bursts of animalistic low-pitched roars one after another, and the top floor of the Zetian Pavilion continued to shake. In the room was Long Tianzi Huan Wuxin enjoying the female slave given to him by other holy beasts. Jian Qingqing made a gesture and nodded, and the two of them broke into the room together. The clone unfolded the space barrier from the room in an instant and played a slow rune with 5,000 rune energy. The space was stagnant, and the naked Huan Wuxin was horrified. Seeing that his body was stagnant and slowed down, he immediately shot out a mental shock. Mix here, you are courting death. He was about to become the main body. Lin Chen's clone shot a mental force between his eyebrows, shattering Huan Wuxin's mental fluctuations, and after a palm shot, he pulled it over. The Qijue pulling erupted in the palm of the clone, and a mad pure force sucked Huan Wuxin over, and the pure force ripped off a little of its dragon skin. Choke. With a touch of cold light, Jian Qingqing drew his sword. Like a swipe of moonlight in the dark night, it flashed past, directly cutting the center of the unintentional eyebrows. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of dragon scales breaking sounded, and the dragon armor that closely protected Huan Wuxin protected his life. It broke through the shackles of the slow rune with a dragon roar. Jian Qingqing's face changed slightly. This guy is going to be called. When Huan Wuxin was about to send out the signal of a Jedi counterattack, the clone condensed the Qijue gene with a palm and slapped it towards the Tianling guy that intended it. Sigh. Boom. The dragon's blood sputtered, and Huan Wuxin was photographed torn apart. Unable to rest his eyes. The slave girl fainted from fright. Jian Qingqing was stunned. Lin Chen, how long has it been since then? Why is your body refining power so strong like a monster? The clone shrugged. Have you never heard of handsome people who cultivate very quickly? Jian Qingqing was speechless. Yao Yao thought that when the two of them were still the emperor of war, when they were still able to fight evenly in the tomb of the Holy King, this sanctification made him leave him far away. And Jian Qingqing couldn't help but smile bitterly. After Huan Wuxin died, dozens of attribute light balls were dropped, and a Wuguang Supreme Treasure Box was dropped. Lin Chen took them all. The beast core returned to Lin Chen, and the dragon head returned to Jian Qingqing. Open the Wuguang Supreme Treasure Box and get the second-grade holy weapon. Phantom Knife. Lin Chen's heart trembled. This was actually a rare second-grade spiritual flying saber. The Dragon Prince is really good. If you kill ordinary holy beasts, you really can't drop this kind of treasure. Bloodline is really a potential stock. What if I kill a few more holy dragon princes and princesses? Yes, will the floor be full of treasures? The blood-dropping phantom charm flying knife recognized the master. The blade was as light as snowflakes, and the purple dragon pattern was entwined. Lin Chen's avatar was held in his hand, making Jian Qingqing feel a sense of psychedelic confusion, and his mind was shocked. As soon as this knife is slashed, the opponents can be deceived before the sword's energy reaches, and life and death are only a matter of millimeters. Lin Chen's flying sword is a combination of holy power, pure power, and spiritual power. This sword can take Lin Chen's flying sword to a higher level. Jian Qingqing took away Huan Wuxin's faucet and divided the contents of Huan Wuxin's ring with Lin Chen. Huh? What is this? The clone found a dragon claw and a letter from the ring. The clone spread out the letter, and his pupils trembled. Wan Longwei, people from the ancient dragon clan and below can participate. Leading all clan members to participate in the election. The winning dragon clan can go to the Shenlong ruins, accept the guidance of the dragon totems of the dragon clan's past dynasties, and accept the baptism of the dragon spirit of the dragon tomb. There is no restriction on participating in the dragon clan, which race they belong to. All 8th order holy beasts can participate. The dragon totems in the Shenlong ruins include Wanhua Shenlong, Jiyu Water Shenlong, Tianyuezhen Prison Dragon, Jiuyo Huangquan Dragon, Buried Shadow Illusory Dragon, Jiklei Shenlong, Fengshen Pterosaur, Great Dark Sky Dragon, Yin and Yang Fortune Dragon. The dragon tombs include Taizhou Ancient Dragon, Taishi Ancient Dragon, Futian Dragon, Qilong Steel, Candle Dragon Steel Taishi Ancient Dragon's Dragon Tomb. In this Wan Longwei, there are the legendary Divine Dragon Ruins and the Ancient Dragon Tomb of the Dragon Race. I must participate in this conference. I have 3 dragon blood jades of Taishi ancient dragons in hand. As long as I get the bloodline attribute of Taishi ancient dragons, they can be activated. The clone thought to communicate with the main body, but the only thing Lin Chen lacked was the clansman. To be precise, it should be the name of the Orthodox Dragon clan. He is a loner, and to participate in the Wanlong Club is the whole race to participate. In the election, you have to join a dragon clan to participate in this Wanlong Club. The clone collected the Taiku dragon horn and the letter. The clone patted Jianqingqing's fragrant shoulder. Condense your breath, let's go to the main event. Then, the clone performed superdimensional teleportation. Brush. The space beam flashed, and Jianqingqing descended into Long Qi. Jianqingqing exclaimed, when she arrived, a small shadow stretched out a dark claw from the void, covering her breath. Since the last retreat, Little Shadow can sneak multiple people into the void without being discovered. Jianqingqing lightly covered her red lips with her hands, and she could clearly see that the current Lin Chen's spiritual pressure was far more than the initial stage of entering the Holy Land. Spiritual power in the middle of the Holy Land. Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes. The terrifying mental pressure shook the void gap, and his high-level mental power value soared to 100 million points. The value alone is 20 times higher than before. Incredibly strong. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. There was a faint sign of his mental power shattering the world. My spiritual power is stronger than my pure power and holy qi cultivation. Base. I don't know if I can try to wrestle with the acupoint expansion realm. The spiritual power of entering the holy realm, each realm seems to be different, not on the same level. I suspect you are the reincarnation of a god at your growth rate, Lin Chen. Who are you? Jianqingqing stared at him in astonishment, and he smiled and said, luck. It's all luck. How is the situation below? Under? Jianqingqing looked down. Then, after Jianqingqing was stunned, he spat lightly. The big dragon pool below echoes with bliss and whispers, it is Mrs. Fantasy. This guy's avatar is massaging Mrs. Fantasy? Lin Chen touched his chin, and said solemnly, what a good figure, Jianqingqing rolled his eyes. The Yangtze River is rolling, and the beautiful woman's eyebrows are full of unfinished thoughts. Pa. An exquisite spar of 8 colors was thrown out and rolled to the ground. Like Jianqingqing, a woman who is obsessed with kendo, and the affairs of men and women are like a blank sheet of paper, she is dumbfounded on the spot. Madame Fantasia actually sprayed out the fantastic charm stone. Jianqingqing's red lips parted slightly. Did Lin Chen know from the beginning that the thing was inside Mrs. Fantasy Dream? How did he know? In the great dragon pond below, the lust between Madame Fantasia's eyebrows burned again, and her charming and seductive appearance was like a beautiful snake surging in spring. What a terrible little friend, and will use his mental power to massage the Aijia. The Aijia couldn't help but spit out the charm stone. Aijia wants you to spend the whole night. Madame Fantasy made a move with one hand, and the charming heart stone flew back in her direction. It's now. Lin Chen's eyes were like electricity, and he activated the phantom rune. Again. At the moment when the avatar's eyes regained clarity and agility, a probing hand suddenly grabbed the phantom charming heartstone. Pa. With a squeeze of the palm, the charm stone shattered on the spot. At the same time, the clones condensed all the power, operated the mind technique, all the holy acupoints were blazing, and the holy power superimposed 2.1 billion dragon power smashed into the snow waves of Mrs. Fantasy. Bang! Madame Fantasy was blasted away with a punch. The incident happened suddenly, and Mrs. Fantasy couldn't react at all. She has absolute confidence in her magical powers of charm, but there is absolutely no possibility of getting rid of this trick. In addition, just ascended to bliss, I was relaxed, and was instantly attacked by Lin Chen's clone. The clone shook his hand and smiled evilly. It feels good. Brush. The space beam flashed, and the clone cast superdimensional teleportation and moved to another location. What? Madame Fantasy returned to her senses, her body trembled with anger. Run away? This child actually broke free of the bondage in an instant, and is still traveling through the void here? Isn't he in a dry state? Where is the spare power? The situation of Lin Chen's avatar exceeded Mrs. Fantasy Dream's expectations. She has never seen a means of instantly replenishing holy power. Madame Fantasy raised her hand to tear the void and left Long Qi. Lin Chen immediately dispatched to take away the spiritual attribute light ball in the great dragon pond. He turned to look at Jian Qingqing. You enter that little dragon pool. Hurry up and refine your spiritual power. I will delay the time. As long as you are discovered, my avatar will immediately take you away. Jian Qingqing heard the words, nodded slightly, and jumped into the dragon pond. Her spiritual realm is only one step away from the transcendent holy realm. If she gets this opportunity, she will soar to the sky. Madame Fantasy traveled through the void and turned back to Bayou Square. Where is the Yinlong Tiansheng? Madame Fantasy questioned the elders in the square. Madam, he went to the main hall, with the red plum woman to wait for you. When the elders told the report, Madame Fantasia's face changed in horror. Oops, I just returned from the palace, and he wasn't there at all. Then, Madame Huan Meng called out the jade slip from Neji, and was about to inform the whole clan when she found that Huan Wuxin's dragon seal was broken. Wuxin died? Hurry up, go to Zilong Pavilion. Silver Dragon Heavenly Sage, Lin Chen. My dream of the charming dragon clan will surely smash you into tens of thousands of pieces. An angry roar ripped apart the sky, and this night, the phantom charming dragon clan was in chaos. Lin Chen's holy dragon, Yinlong Tianxing, has long since withdrawn. According to the regulations, even if he borrowed the phantom charming heart stone, he must use it within the phantom charming heart dragon clan, which means that it can only be used under the supervision of Mrs. Waiting until then to destroy it before withdrawing is more risky. Madame Fantasy Dream is hunting wild geese all day long, but she has been pecked in the eye by the wild geese. She would never have imagined that a human race at the first level of the holy realm, with a dry holy cave and a state in which her illusions were enchanting, with supernatural powers, could be pressed to death with a single finger in front of her. Not to mention the first level of the holy realm, even if it is the fourth level of the holy realm, her mental illusion is a lamb to be slaughtered. However, Lin Chen's weak existence actually destroyed her clan's most important fantasy heartstone. In addition to her fury, Madame Fantasia was even more shocked. What is the relationship between this child and Yinlong Tiansheng? How did they know that the phantasmal charm stone was inside her? Originally thought that it was the most foolproof way to keep the phantom charming heartstone, but it was cracked by a small human race. On the other side, Lin Chen's mind moved, and the superdimensional teleportation teleported the main body to the avatar position. In a barren mountain, Lin Chen and two clones met. Lin Chen took the shards of the phantom charming heartstone in his avatar's hand. This item can be exchanged for fairy crimson for a mid-grade spirit planting seed, which is extremely valuable. Before he could be happy, a charming soft and greasy voice echoed lingeringly. sure enough, as the rumor said, you are good at the art of avatar. Boom. A spiritual barrier unfolded, and Lin Chen's mind suddenly sank. A graceful and agile figure in a purple dress stepped out of the void. It was the princess of the dragon clan of the Phantom Charming Dragon. She seems to have arranged the spiritual barrier in advance, just waiting for Lin Chen to take the bait. Oh? The princess knows my information, why didn't she report my information to Mrs. Fantasy? Holding the secluded phoenix spear tightly, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. I don't care about the inheritance of the clan. I have been stuck in a bottleneck for many years. There are countless geniuses and evildoers who pay attention to the human race. I have paid attention to your news a long time ago. Floors. However, if you fall into the hands of your mother, you will definitely not have my share. Race inheritance, this princess has never been interested. Princess Long smiled sweetly and was thrilled. She lifted her hands and tore off a purple dragon claw, pointing directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen danced the secluded phoenix spear, activating the power of the different crystals of the gold system, and countless spears and dragon shadows surrounded Lin Chen, like a group of dragons dancing wildly, crashing into the purple light dragon's claws. Boom! 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 The dragon's claws burst, and Lin Chen was shaken back 10 steps by the violent force. Lin Chen's arms were numb, his qi and blood were churning, and his expression was solemn. This dragon princess is several grades stronger than Huan Wuxin, at least the age difference is tens of thousands of years. The pure power of this dragon princess is close to 8 billion dragon power. And a casual blow is comparable to the holy land of triple perfection. I don't have time to fight her. It will be too late for Madame Fantasy to chase after her. Quick battle. Lin Chen put away the secluded phoenix spear. True dragon dance is suitable for protracted battles, not for outbreaks. The clone drew a sword in an instant, and with a sword mirror moon edict. 5 moonlight slashes slashed at Princess Dragon. The dragon princess put her fingers together, opened her mouth to condense the purple dragon breath, and spit it out. The dragon breath burst out, forming a purple storm sweeping the sky. The clone and Lin Chen retreated again, stepping back with a dragon dodge. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. You are much more powerful than the rumored one. I know you have other clones, so use them all. Tear. As the streamer-like flying knife spun rapidly, the dragon princess's dragon qi body was cut open by a ghost, and it reached the center of her forehead. She, who has always been at ease, finally became serious. Spiritually psychedelic, the spiritual consciousness of Princess Phantom paused for a moment. Clang! A windblade-like snowflake blade qi knocked her down to the ground. Her left arm turned into a dragon claw, and she took the blow. The flying knife was bounced back into the avatar's hand. It was Lin Chen's newly acquired holy weapon flying knife Phantom Charm. Taking advantage of this gap, the second clone clenched the blue and bright moon, ready to go, and pulled out another knife. The extremely fast-rotating Aurora sword qi was divided into 5 parts, and when it was 1,000 feet away from Princess Fantasy, it exploded with a bang, and the sword qi exploded. The shards of sword energy that strangled away like a rain of flowers poured in. The dream princess's dragon pupil shrank. Lin Chen's strength exceeded her expectations. Boom. 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 The shards of the sword energy, with the 3 powers of pure power, holy power, and spiritual power smashed into the fantasy princess frantically. The dragon light overflowed, she gritted her teeth and did not dare to reveal her body. The bigger the body, the more disadvantaged it was in the face of Lin Chen's sword. After Lin Chen's spiritual power broke through, the power of sacred tears skyrocketed, and even the powerhouses who were proficient in spiritual power, such as Princess Fantasy, couldn't bear it. Annihilation. The avatar made a seal with both hands, and a beam of blue spiritual light. Beams rolled out from the eyebrows, and it was divided into 5. Princess Fantasy, whose defense was broken, finally looked horrified. The dragon twisted, the dragon was revealed, the wings slammed, and the pink mist swept like a hurricane, hitting Lin Chen's annihilation head-on. Bang! The spiritual storm shattered Princess Fantasy's spiritual barrier, and the momentum of the two's battle was no longer concealed. At the location of the palace behind Zime City, Mrs. Fantasy Dream instantly sensed the power of the battle. That breath is Lin Chen. Madame Fantasy spread her dragon wings behind her back and escaped into the void at a terrifyingly fast speed. Boom. This is the first time that Lin Chen has seen the body of the magic heart dragon. The dragon has beautiful scales, a dreamlike dark purple, its 4 claws are as thick as stout, its wings are purple and pink, and the dragon's head has a purple patch attached to it. Red scales. Sigh. A scarlet burning dragon is entrenched on top of Lin Chen's head, formed from pure spiritual power. Roar. The burning dragon roared in the sky, and the terrifying spiritual sound waves smashed through like a hurricane. The nearby mountain peaks exploded into powder, the ley lines collapsed, and the space crystal walls hundreds of miles around were shaken into cracks in the sky. The orange level secret, 8 fire dragons. The real dragon's sound shook the world, breaking mountains and rivers with a roar. The sound wave shook, and the dragon body trembled in fear. What? Princess Phantom let out a shrill scream, the dragon body rolled all over the ground, crushed the ley lines, and was mentally injured. The series of offensives that Lin Chen and many clones broke out caught her off guard. Rao was because her strength surpassed that of the ordinary holy realm, and she was not an opponent. Suddenly, a creepy sense of crisis rose in Lin Chen's heart, as if his spirit was locked by some existence. Mrs. Fantasy Dream is here, I don't have time to kill this dragon princess. Without a word, Lin Chen used the innate shadow technique, and he and the clones ripped apart the void and sneaked in 3 directions. Brush. After 2 breaths, an afterimage descended, Madame Fantasy appeared, staring at the void, and then looked at her daughter, her silver teeth clenched, and she hated the way that iron is not steel. If you found out about this son and immediately notified me, how could such a thing happen? While blaming, Madame Fantasy delivered a ray of dragon breath and spiritual power to heal her daughter. The dragon body of the fantasy princess rolled around, full of grievances. Brush. 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 When many elders of the charming Heart Dragon clan were dispatched, they were preparing to block the nearby area. Boom. Zheng. A pure sword cry echoed from the territory of the Dream Charming Dragon. And the sword cry contained a taste of spiritual power breaking through the shackles. The faces of many elders who wanted to chase Lin Chen changed slightly. That direction is Long Qi. Didn't the madam close the dragon pond when she came out? Why are there still beings in the dragon pond? And it seems to be a human race. The elders were forced to turn back, and Madame Fantasy's eyes suddenly calmed down. Even Long Qi has sneaked in. It's a good trick to steal the dragon and turn the phoenix. This matter is not that simple, Inlong Tianxing, Lin Chen. A cold light flashed across Mrs. Fantasy Dream's eyes. It was the first time she had suffered this kind of humiliation in so many years. Brush. Lin Chen and Jian Qingqing descended into the canyon. His holy dragon was also teleported here. Lin Chen squeezed his sweat in surprise. Run fast, good world. Lin Chen, thank you. Jian Qingqing stared at him sincerely. If it weren't for you, my task would be 10 times more difficult, and it would be impossible for me to go further in my spiritual realm. Lin Chen shrugged. If you implement it yourself, although the difficulty will increase, maybe you will break through in the face of adversity? No one knows whether I am pulling the seedlings to encourage growth or helping in the snow. Jian Qingqing laughed. How can it be so easy to break through adversity? I'm not the kind of person who doesn't know how to repay someone's favor. If you encounter any trouble in Jianyu in the future, you can come to Shenjianmen to find me. She handed Lin Chen a small bright red sword, and Lin Chen was not polite, and received the ring. What's your plan next? Jian Qingqing asked. Lin Chen said, time is running out, I want to participate in the Wanlong Club. The beauty frowned. Wanlonghui, that is one of the dragon clan's highest feasts. Some powerful dragon clan princes and dragon clan princesses will appear, and some prince and princesses are comparable to the existence of the enchanting list. Besides, how can you participate alone? A festival where only one race can sign up? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know yet, I have to participate. Jian Qingqing said softly, do you need my help? Lin Chen glanced at her. No, although your aura of disguising as an orc is perfect, it's easy to be exposed as soon as you make a move. Jian Qingqing pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. It seems that we are going to separate here. Lin Chen jokingly smiled and said, why, are you reluctant to be handsome? Jian Qingqing stared at him with a rare seriousness. You don't die. The Wanlong society is no trivial matter. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. The two gave each other high fives and parted ways. At this time, the little shadow emerged and burped. Lin Chen was stunned. Little guy, what have you eaten? The word on the top of the little shadow's head, sucking up the dragon pool. Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This little guy actually sucked long qi. Dry? I'm afraid it's not that the phantom charming dragon clan has turned upside down now. 3 days later, the great wilderness Shilongwen. This place is the territory of the Qinglong clan. The ancestors of the Qinglong clan once had a dragon that was born, and it has gone through countless epochs and has become the lowest existence of the dragon clan. In the secret room of Longguan, 5 figures with long breaths are sitting in the secret room. Damn red lotus flame dragon clan, actually designed to deceive our ancient dragon horn. With the invitation letter and without the ancient dragon horns, you are not qualified to participate in the Wanlong Club, alas. Could it be that the naive will kill my Qinglong clan? The Wanlong Club is our only chance to turn the tables. The old dragon king passed away and the ancient dragon horns are gone. We have lost this only chance. The best talent in our family is only the young lady, but there is no chance to participate in the dragon horn banquet right now. How can there be another chance to get the ancient dragon horn? 4 of the 5 sighed, helplessness and loneliness in their eyes. Father gave me the Azure Dragon clan, and I won't give up even if I die. I'll go and beg the elders one more time. The slender body is dressed in dragon armor, with a valiant appearance. Her lips are tightly pressed, the blue silk is like a waterfall. The jade face is cold and beautiful, the lips are a little crimson, the beautiful blue dragon eye is as beautiful as a precious jade, and the woman's heart is unwilling between her brows. Hey, miss, those old guys in the Presbyterian Society have long since ignored our Qinglong clan, you might as well consider that. An old man with white eyebrows suggested. The dragon-armored woman gritted her teeth, you want me to serve the coming prince of the imprisoned dragon? I am the future heir of the Qinglong king. You asked me to be a maid for other dragons. What is the pride of my Qinglong family? The Qinglong family has nothing to be proud of now, it's just lingering. Another elder shook his head and stood up. The old man announced that he will officially withdraw from the Qinglong family. What? The dragon-armored woman stood up, slapped the table angrily, and scolded coldly, Seventh Elder, you dare to betray the clan? Treason? Look at the future of the Qinglong family. There are only 10 or so holy dragons. If they didn't have a dragon name, they would have been destroyed by other forces. The elder sneered, turned around, and pushed the door to leave. The dragon-armored woman wanted to get up and chase it back, but there was a sudden shock. Boom! A space crack opened right above the dragon gate. The expressions of the elders of the Qinglong clan changed slightly, and hurriedly got up and went out to greet them. Coming. The cracks in the space stretched out a golden road. A dragon chariot rolled down, and a 9-headed thick-armored dragon emerged from the sky, with a dark yellow body, pulling the dragon chariot to the dragon pass. Ha ha ha, this is the guardian dragon gate of the Qinglong clan? Garbage, it's too rubbish. The most central dragon palace can barely let this prince rest. Let your Mu Tianqing come out to serve this prince. There was an extremely arrogant laughter from inside the dragon carriage. The elders of the Qinglong clan rushed to the city wall of Longguan, and knelt down on one knee, welcomed the prince of Tianyue. The 9-headed black and yellow giant dragon quickly transformed into a human form, both male and female, kneeling in 2 rows. A tall yellow-robed youth stepped out of the dragon carriage. The breath of a dragon like a wandering dragon overflowed his body. His face was contoured like a knife and an axe. It is rumored that your Qinglong family has a talented guy named Mu Tianqing. In recent years? Call her out. The young man in yellow robe waved his hand, and the elders of the Qinglong clan trembled in fear. Mu Tianqing is here, this dragon prince, please don't make things difficult for everyone in the Qinglong family. The green-eyed and dragon-armored woman walked to the Longguan city wall and looked directly at the dragon prince. Crown Prince Huangpao stared at her, and after a while he smiled thoughtfully. It's not bad, but the smell of the trash dragon is too heavy. Qianhong, take her to take a bath tomorrow night. Yes. The 1,000-Red Maid, one of the 9-headed dragons, who had transformed into a human form, took the lead, looking at Mu Tianqing with a bit more jealousy. Mu Tianqing frowned, holding back her anger, and said earnestly, this prince. I haven't promised you this thing. The young man in yellow robe ignored her at all, flew up in the air, and waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, if this prince doesn't see you in the dragon palace tomorrow night, the Qinglong family will disappear from the great wilderness within 2 days. Mu Tianqing's pretty face was slightly pale, and all the elders of the Qinglong clan were horrified. Domineering, simply domineering. The clan is about to be exterminated while talking and laughing. In the dragon clan, the division of status is very obvious, the ancient dragon clan, the ancient dragon clan, the ancient dragon clan, and the ancient dragon clan. This dragon prince is from the Taiku Dragon clan, Tianyue Town Prison clan. And his strength and status are terrifying. He was passing through this place to take a break for the purpose of participating in the Wanlong Club. Even so, the fate of a dragon clan could still be decided by just talking and laughing. If the status of the Qinglong clan was a little better, it would not be so embarrassing. The current Qinglong clan is already the lowest dragon clan. Even if he was destroyed, he would at most be reprimanded by high-level officials as the prince of the ancient dragon clan. Mu Tianqing clenched her silver teeth tightly, trying to catch up with Prince Long and negotiate with him. She brushed her teeth, and her palm as white as jade slammed over. Pa! Boom! The crisp sound of slaps echoed, the hurricane raged, and the dragon servant Qianhong slapped Mu Tianqing with such force that he slapped Mu Tianqing to the ground. The corners of Mu Tianqing's lips bleed, and anger burned in her green pupils. The elders of the Qinglong clan hurriedly transmitted a voice, "Miss, you can't do it. The other party is from the Taiku Dragon clan." Mu Tianqing was stunned, his sister's smiling face flashed across his mind. And he clenched his fists. The maid Qianhong sneered, "It's your honor that the prince looks down on you for something that is shameless. Why don't you want to pretend to be in iceberg beauty in front of the prince?" After all, she pulled up Mu Tianqing's long hair and dragged Mu Tianqing all the way from the city wall. The elders of the Qinglong clan wanted to act, but the 4 dragon servants stood in front of them and forcibly suppressed the elders of the Qinglong clan. The maid Qianhong came to the edge of the city wall, and with a flick of her hand, she threw Mu Tianqing under the city wall. Bang! Boom! The foundation collapsed, and the dust exploded. A giant python-like crack opened in a radius of dozens of miles, and Mu Tianqing was thrown into the knife forest under the city wall for ground defense. Even though Mu Tianqing had the dragon energy to protect his body, he was shocked by the strength of the opponent and vomited blood. Mu Tianqing bit her red lips, her delicate body trembled, she still couldn't fight back. For the sake of the family, for the sake of the younger sister, and for the last wish of the father to revitalize the Qinglong family, we must endure. Even if this is a knife, I have to endure it and swallow it in my stomach. If it wasn't for fear of ruining the prince's interest, I really wanted to cut off your little face. When I come to pick you up tomorrow night, don't let me see your face again. Qianhong clapped her palms and waved her hands as if to relieve her anger. Several dragon servants lifted the dragon chariot to the center of the dragon palace. After the people of the Taiku dragon race left, the elders quickly swept under the city wall. Mu Tianqing stood up, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes, wiping the blood on her forehead. Tianqing, ah. An elder hesitated. Tianqing, for the sake of the Qinglong family, you should follow this prince. Maybe you can take this opportunity to hug this thigh. Yeah, if it can be appreciated by the crown prince, this might be a chance for my Qinglong clan. Mu Tianqing's expression was miserable. Oh. I'm not a fledgling girl. There is no chance to hold a thigh, for Prince Long, no matter how outstanding his appearance is, it is just a plaything. Within the dragon clan, blood is paramount, and only female dragon clan with strong blood can be favored by the top dragon clan arrogance. With her talent of the third-grade bloodline of Mu Tianqing, the other party couldn't look down on her at all, that is to say, she was a plaything at best. Throw it away when you're done playing. If you refuse, the family will be exterminated, and there is no room for negotiation. For the sake of the Qinglong family, I will go, you don't have to worry about it. Mu Tianqing was in despair, her cold and moving cheeks moved a little dull and desperate, and she staggered and flew into the air. Several elders with conscience shook their heads and sighed. Hey, the young lady has been working hard for the Qinglong family since she was an adult, and she didn't even have a husband. I didn't expect it to end like this. Is it really going to kill my Qinglong clan? Qinglong City is the largest main city of the Qinglong tribe. Call out. Call out. Boom. 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 The three youths with rising breaths, and the pure strength was just beginning to show its edge, threw dozens of stones at the little girl and Sai, and each stone erupted with a sonic boom-like tearing sound, breaking the billowing air. The little girl and Sai was dazzled by the azure light. She barely took these stones, but she was shocked by the aftermath of the power and backed away. Again and again. Is this the rubbish of the Qinglong clan? It's so weak. You are a waste, and your sister is also a waste. Tonight, you will accompany the prince in the room. The three teenagers laughed loudly, and the laughter was all sarcasm and disdain. You are not allowed to speak of my sister. The little girl and Sai's eyes flashed with dragon light, pulling out an afterimage and rushing towards the three. Bang! The two teenagers smashed the little girl and Faith Sai with their knees and kept punching her legs. Tear! A dragon force swept up, blasting the three savage youths into the sky. Where's the kid from? Giggling. A figure in a silver robe wore a silver dragon mask, patted the dust on his shoulders, and pulled the little girl up. Brother, you are amazing. The little girl and Sai looked at him admiringly. You can be so powerful. The man tapped the little girl's snow-white forehead. Boom. 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 A mighty energy from the bloodline rose steadily, and the little girl's breath soared several times. The bloodline of the selected target has been strengthened to +12, consuming 20,000 strengthening points, and the overall increase, 170%. This person is Lin Chen, who is passing through Qinglong City. Seeing that the little girl was being bullied, he just gave her a good fortune. Brother, this is... The little girl and Sai was a little dazed and excited. Lin Chen shrugged and joked, you can't keep silent if you are bullied. If anyone bullies you in the future, you will beat him. Life and death are taken lightly, and if you don't accept it, just do it. People live a breath, and a dragon fights for an inch of bone. There's no such thing as arrogance, but no one can save you. After finishing speaking, Lin Chen pointed at the three dragon-horned teenagers who had just fallen to the ground. The little girl and Sai's eyes flickered. Dragon contends for an inch of bone. Brother, I understand. Boom. A powerful azure dragon shadow erupted from the head of the little girl in Sai, like a mighty little tigress, rushing over aggressively. The power was so frightening that the faces of the three teenagers turned horrified. How did she become so strong? Wow. I was wrong, I shouldn't scold the Qinglong family, don't slap in the face. My roots. Don't kick there, no, yabbity. Lin Chen ignored the children's fight, and fell into contemplation while strolling in Qinglong City. I have inquired about so many Dragon Clan news, but almost no Dragon Clan will invite foreigners to participate in the Wanlonghui. How can I enter the Wanlonghui? I can't participate in the competition alone, there is not much time left for me, there are still 7 days left. It's time for the Wanlong Meeting, where can I go to become a member of another dragon clan? When Lin Chen was distressed, his calf was suddenly hugged by a nephrite jade. Lin Chen looked down and found that it was the little girl in the dusty, colored clothes. She hugged her thighs, her jewel-like eyes flickered, her simple smile was like a bright flower, and she said happily, "Thank you, brother." Although Schwer doesn't know why her strength became stronger, it must be her brother's help. Lin Chen was helpless and rubbed her head. It's not always possible that someone can help you. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. Brother has something to do, so I won't play with you. Schwer said reluctantly, "Is brother leaving?" Schwer still wants to repay her. Brother, Schwer's sister is the future Dragon King of the Qinglong clan. Speaking of this, Schwer seemed to remember something sad, and burst into tears again. Lin Chen was helpless and picked her up. Brother, you are so powerful. It would be great if we belonged to our clan. After Daddy died, our Qinglong clan has no dragon king, and Gu Longjiao was also cheated by the Qilong clan. So we can't participate in the Wanlong meeting, sister, tonight. I have to serve that stinky prince. My sister has never been close to a man, she must have done this for all of us. The little girl cried so hard that Lin Chen could only shake his head gently. Now he has no time to meddle in his own business. Suddenly, a thunderous thought hit Lin Chen. The Qinglong family, the dragons have no king? Isn't his own holy dragon the blue dragon? Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed. He hugged Cher and kissed her fiercely through the mask. Yeah. Schwer exclaimed. Brother promises you to help your sister handle this. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with monstrous fighting intent. Since Qinglong has no king, then a new king should be established. At night, Qinglong Palace. The moon is high, and the night is beautiful. Inside the palace, the young man in yellow robe was playing with more than a dozen female slaves, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Oh? Is the dinner here? Qianhong's savage hoof really won my heart. I even chose to kick him with makeup. The young man in yellow robe looked directly into the entrance of the palace. And a handsome figure came towards him. The beautiful woman wears a long skirt like silver snow, with blue silk tied up, hairpin like jade. Her cold and beautiful face is neither happy nor sad. Her slim waist is full of hands, the jade hand is placed in front of the slim waist, and the moonlight shines on her like a little bit. The moon shines brightly, elegant, noble, and glamorous, but that pair of beautiful green eyes no longer has the charm of the past. Ha ha ha, it's not worth the prince to come in person. Prince Tianyue pushed the female slaves away, opened his arms, and walked over with a big laugh. Is this my destiny, father, mother? If the two of you are in the spirit of heaven, what should I do? Mu Tianqing closed his eyes as if resigned. At this time, the vision suddenly rose. Bang! Boom! The gate outside the Qinglong palace was blown away, and a terrifying hurricane raged inside the Qinglong palace. All the elders of the Qinglong clan were alerted, and a powerful aura appeared in Qinglong city. Huh? Prince Tianyue's eyes narrowed. Who would dare to do something under his nose? I only heard a domineering and arrogant dragon roar from the Qinglong palace. Roaring in the sky, shaking the Qinglong city. Qinglong family, your emperor is back. Hearing this, Mu Tianqing's delicate body trembled slightly. Bang! A beam of blue light pierced through the Qinglong palace, and the moonlight penetrated, and the person who came was like a splendid silver robe, and the silver dragon mask was simple and ferocious, facing the crown prince of Tianyue. Elder sister. The petite Qianying flew towards Mu Tianqing. Shuer, why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to approach the dragon palace? In the near future. Mu Tianqing blamed. Shuer said excitedly, crying and laughing, Sister, we are saved. Brother. Promise to save us? Mu Tianqing was startled. Brother? What brother? Brush. Brush. A series of figures descended on the Qinglong palace, the elders of the Qinglong family and the sacred dragon servants of the Prince of Tianyue. To disturb the prince, the crime deserves death. Several elders of the Qinglong clan immediately knelt down on one knee, sweating like rain. When the dragon servants were suffocating and wanted to swarm up, Prince Tianyue raised his hand. He looked directly at Lin Chen, and the cruel killing intent surged in his eyes. Lin Chen was not in a hurry, picked up the comb and gave himself a midpoint. And immediately laughed jokingly. Who am I? This handsome man is Jill Lingbang in the number 13 area of Guanshui in the Great Wilderness Standalone Zone. From today, there is only one king in the Qinglong clan, and that is my Yingbang. Bold. Where did the rogues come from, dare to blaspheme the prestige of my king of Qinglong? The elders of the Qinglong clan angrily warned Lin Chen. Go away. Now this prince is questioning this dog, when is it your turn to speak? Your Qinglong family is garbage, and you have a fart reputation. Prince Tianyue suddenly burst out with a burst of dragon energy, which directly shook the elder, to the point of vomiting blood. The other elders saw it in their eyes, and dared not speak out. Prince Tianyue walked slowly in front of Lin Chen, his smirk became more and more cruel. What waste wild dog stuff dares to be called the Dragon King? This prince is in a very bad mood now. Did you kneel down from the waist dragon vein, or this prince hit you and burst into flames? Shit. Prince Yu is so arrogant this day, he is comparable to the list of evildoers of the human race. Only he kills others, no one else kills him. It seems that in his cognition, no creature can go against his will. How can Lin Chen kneel down frankly in this situation? This friend, dare you for what purpose? Mu Tianqing stopped Lin Chen anxiously, but he pulled Mu Tianqing behind him. Lin Chen blew a whistle at Prince Tianyue and said with a smile, I remember that according to the regulations of the Wanlong Association, you can't take action against dragons with ancient dragon horns, right? Otherwise, even if you are an ancient dragon, you will be punished, right? Brush. Lin Chen flipped his palm, and a piece of primitive dragon horn and a letter appeared, and the pure dragon might permeated from the dragon horn, making all the elders of Qinglong stare. It is the ancient dragon horn, the symbol of the honor of the dragon. With this dragon horn, will have the minimum protection of the dragon. At least, they won't be exterminated. The Prince of Tianyue was moved, his eyes became less contemptuous, and his eyes narrowed. You actually have an ancient dragon's horn? The Wanlong Club is the highest grand ceremony of the Dragon Clan. Before and after the holding period, no Dragon Clan can attack the Dragon Clan with ancient dragon horns, otherwise it is a violation of the rules, and even the ancient Dragon Clan will suffer terrifying sanctions. Lin Chen's fighting spirit sword, the dragon's aura sword, and the blue light that suppressed the eternity drifted all over his body, and the aura of the 10,000-year-old Xian Qinglong swept the audience. The Qinglong elders were horrified. This son is really from their Qinglong family? The breath of blood is still so orthodox. But why do they have no impression? Such an excellent clan should be recorded. According to the history of the clan, Lin Chen's domineering intent was soaring. and he shouted, "Not only do I have the ancient dragon horn, but I will also bring the Qinglong clan to participate in the Wanlong Club." Mu Tianqing's heart trembled, and tears flashed in her beautiful eyes. Join the Wanlong Club? He actually wants to lead the Qinglong clan to participate in the Wanlong Association? No. An elder Qinglong hurriedly stopped Lin Chen. "No matter where you come from, little friend, you can't lead my clan to participate in the Wanlong Club. With the current strength of the Qinglong clan, if you go, you will be courting death, and you will also consume the ancient dragon's horn. The gain is not worth the loss. If you really are my Qinglong clan, for the sake of consideration, I will leave Golongjiao, so that the Green Mountains are not afraid of running out of firewood." Prince Tianyue seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world. The laughter shook the dragon palace, and the earth shook. "Ha ha ha, any cat or dog wants to participate in the Wanlong Club. Qinglong is a lowly bloodline, see no, even if you have a dragon horn, your clan will not follow you to the Wanlong Club, because they are a bunch of garbage." Several Qinglong elders bowed their heads in shame, their dragon teeth grinding with anger. They were also trying to save the last flame of the Qinglong clan, but they didn't expect to be humiliated to such a degree by the crown prince of Tianyue. The Qinglong family is not garbage. Shuer and Mu Tianqing stood up almost at the same time. Among them, Shuer's face flushed red, her eyes were full of tears, and she shouted seriously, "The Qinglong clan is not trash. Take your words back. The Qinglong family is garbage? Can't you look down on this king?" Before he knew it, Lin Chen changed himself into the play, and waved his hand majestically. "Let those ancient dragon servants choose anyone from our side, as long as they are at the same level, my Qinglong clan will definitely hammer you." Joke. Are you insulting the prince? Several dragon servants stood up angrily and laughed, wanting to ask to fight. Don't accept? If you don't accept it, just pick one and see who beats who. Lin Chen calmly waved his hand, and the Qinglong family was in trouble. Instantly. Even the lowest-ranked Prince Long servant of the primordial dragon clan is a grade 4 bloodline talent. The most outstanding member of their Qinglong clan in recent years is only Mu Tianqing, a third-rank bloodline. In short, Qinglong of the same level is a dead word when encountering the genius of the ancient dragon clan, let alone the genius of the ancient dragon clan. Your Highness, concubine is willing to take the initiative to ask for her life. At this time, the graceful, charming and exquisite Qianhong dragon servant bowed her body and said respectfully, "Your Highness's majesty is not to be provoked. The concubine's body is exactly the same level as this woman's cultivation level. Since this person is not ashamed, then the concubine's body is willing to take the initiative to meet the Azure Dragon clan for a while." Qianhong stood up and looked directly at Lin Chen and Mu Tianqing. Prince Tianyue raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Chen disdainfully. "How about it? Do you dare to accept it? One breath of life, and the dragon fights for an inch of bone. How about it? The future Dragon King dare to fight?" When Mu Tianqing received Lin Chen's voice transmission, she suddenly froze. From this mysterious mouth that suddenly appeared, she heard many different meanings. He kept saying that he was the new king, but bluntly said that he was the future Dragon King. What was his purpose? Why should the ancient dragon horns be used to protect the Qinglong clan? Mu Tianqing Bingxiwe was smart. She thought about the pros and cons for a moment, stood up slowly, and said indifferently, "Why don't you dare?" The expressions of the Qinglong elders changed slightly, and they wanted to Stop Mu Tianqing, but she raised her hand seriously and stared at the man in the silver dragon mask. The situation of the Qinglong clan cannot be delayed. Mu Tianqing has no choice but to give up. If it were an ordinary discussion, it would definitely not violate the rules of the Wanlong society, would it? The battle is scheduled to take place in 2 hours. Is there any problem? Prince Tianyue glanced at Mu Tianqing and Qianhong. No problem. Dragon Palace backyard. Tianqing, how can you be so impulsive? Our ancient dragon clan cannot be the opponent of the ancient dragon clan. This is a problem of blood suppression. Tianqing, although your talent is comparable to that of many ancient dragon clan talents, compared to the ancient dragon clan, the most ordinary dragon clan genius is not enough. The elders of the Qinglong clan sighed, and Shui Er waved her little pink fist. Brother Yingbangbang is very powerful, and will definitely help my sister to tide over the difficulties. Mu Tianqing didn't speak, and looked at Lin Chen with wonderful eyes. He smiled indifferently and said, in common sense, you can't beat it. Although your talent is an extremely outstanding existence in the Qinglong family, you are still a long way from the talent of the 4th grade bloodline, but now that I am here, all problems are not question. Lin Chen stretched out his hand to Mu Tianqing and smiled domineeringly. Give me your hand, and then recite this king's name 100 times in your heart. The elders of the Qinglong clan twitched at the corners of their mouths. This guy is getting into the show very quickly, right? The king? Who admits that you are the dragon king of the Qinglong clan? Mu Tianqing put his jade hand on his palm suspiciously, and closed his eyes and meditated. New King Yingbangbang. Before the Qinglong elders questioned and blocked this absurd scene, Mu Tianqing's breath suddenly rose, and the pressure of the Qinglong royal family began to rise steadily. This? The elders of the Qinglong clan were shocked and moved. Start to strengthen the power of the bloodline of the target selected by the host, consume 290 enhancement points, and the bloodline enhancement +1 is successful. Bloodline enhancement +2 success, +10 failure, +10 success, +11 failure, +11 failure, +11 success. Boom. The dragon clan above Mu Tianqing's head actually danced a secluded azure giant dragon, galloping through the dragon palace, the dragon's breath covering the sky, as if a heavenly dragon appeared in the world. My God, is the divine dragon manifested? Miss Bloodline has doubled. No, doubled. It's still rising. This, what kind of heaven-defying method is this? The potential of the young lady has long been developed to the extreme. The bloodline identification is only about the peak of the 3rd rank. How can it suddenly skyrocket so much? What is the origin of this Jill England? The elders were completely moved. To increase the bloodline potential, this is a means only available to the dragon or the great dragon. The level of the Qinglong bloodline is not very strong. Although Lin Chen has only 16.25 million enhancement points, it is gone for the enhancement of orange level exercises, but it is still easy to strengthen a Qinglong bloodline. Lin Chen made qualitative changes with quantity, and directly strengthened Mu Tianqing's bloodline to +14 level. +14 Wanzai Qinglong bloodline, overall increase, 320%. Mu Tianqing looked at herself in disbelief, and then looked at the silver-faced man in front of her. Amazing. Mu Tianqing's blood power has increased by 320%. Her dragon power has not changed, but the potential of the dragon's flesh and blood has increased by 320%. With the same bloodline supernatural power, Mu Tianqing can fight with the same power, and the power will be increased by 320%. The 5 Qinglong elders swallowed hard. Or maybe Miss made the right choice. This British state will be the last hope of my Qinglong clan. Pa. Lin Chen snapped his fingers and joked. It's time to teach those self-righteous guys a lesson. Inside the Dragon Palace, Qianhong gently beat his leg for Prince Tianyue. His eyes were deep, and he said seriously, that guy in the silver mask, this prince can't see through a bit. We will fight later, you have to go all out. He will definitely have it. Later, no matter if he uses the medicinal pill to overdraw the blood power, he will not be allowed to succeed. Qianhong replied obediently, yes. In the middle of the night, outside the Dragon Palace, a group of high-level Qinglong clan members and 5 other holy dragon elders gathered. Lin Chen and Prince Tianyue were both present. Even though the other elders wanted to question Lin Chen in every possible way, they had already offended Prince Tianyue. If they wanted to survive, they had to rely on the ancient dragon's horn in his hands. Boom! Qianhong and Mu Tianqing entered the arena, and the murderous aura of both parties was soaring to the sky, and the dragon's breath rose to Xiao Wei. You actually want to defy the adults of the Taiku dragon race, you really have no eyes. The 7 elders who had just announced their separation from the Qinglong clan sneered. Oh? People haven't accepted you as a dog yet, so you're in such a hurry to wag your tail? A guy who eats inside and out? The other elders of Qinglong immediately sneered back, and didn't have any old feelings for this guy who escaped. Humph. Just wait and see how Mu Tianqing is crippled by the Tianjiao of the primordial dragon clan. The 7th elder sneered, not arguing. This time, the point is until the point is reached. Until one side can no longer fight or surrender, it is the winner. The crown prince of Tianyue sat in the high position of the Dragon Palace and gave orders with a flick of his sleeves, as if he was the king here. Lin Chen wore a silver dragon mask and nodded solemnly. Yes, this time it's just a discussion. It's not a life and death battle, but you can freely use small tricks such as eye insertion, ear piercing, vaginal flirting, and violent chrysanthemum. Oh, look at my mouth, I didn't say anything, both sides. If you're ready, let's get started. The senior members of the Qinglong family were collectively stunned, and a group of elders even twitched their mouths. Oh, where did the old Ingbi come from? Qianhong smiled and said, the way I smoked you on the city wall that day. I'll torture you now. Mu Tianqing was calm, but her cold and solitary expression became more and more cold. Tear. Qianhong moved a little, and her slender shadow turned into a dragon's afterimage, driving her 1.6 billion dragon power to tear open a crack in the void, forming a billowing wave. Boom. Dragon breath Huashan Jinyue, Baizhang Qingshan de town, one move and one attack at the same time. The fighting talent of the Taiku dragon clan is fully revealed. Mu Tianqing put on a suit of dragon armor, with a valiant appearance, walking like a dragon, refracting and flashing like a blue light. Bang! Avoiding her dragon breath Qingshan, the dragon palace was shaken. Tear! The sonic boom sounded, and the 2 dragon claws collided from the void and smashed together. A mighty dragon's tail carried the momentum that swept thousands of troops like a mountain range, smashing Mu Tianqing. Her green light was extinguished, her footwork changed again, and she avoided it dangerously and dangerously. The civil war in the square outside the Dragon Palace was dark, and The two of them either transformed part of the body, or used blood magic powers, and neither of them revealed their bodies first. The two sides fought fiercely, and the situation changed. The two turned into two rays of divine light, fighting from the sky to the earth, and the crystal walls of the space they passed were all broken, and the light was dimmed and the dragon breath was chaotic. The battle attracted more Qinglong people to watch the battle. They witnessed that Mu Tianqing could only persevere under Qianhong's offensive, and their hearts were heavy. Sure enough, no matter how good the talent of the ancient dragons is, they are not the opponents of the ancient dragons. Only Lin was the most calm in the audience. Something's wrong, Mu Tianqing's bloodline aura seems to be different. She just dodges and doesn't attack. Does it mean that she has a backhand? The Prince of Tianyue, who noticed something was wrong, said Qianhong, that woman has a backer, so let's do it quickly. Don't give her a chance. Qianhong listened to the order and immediately showed her body. A Xianyue Genyu dragon was born. Its 4 claws were black and yellow, the dragon's back was yellow like armor, and the vast dragon body stretched more than 300 feet. Wei instantly quelled all the Qinglong people. Xianyue Zenyalong, an earth-type dragon, like Wanzai Qinglong, is good at defense and long battles. Its ancestor, Tianyue Zenyalong, was once a divine dragon, but now it is a Taiku dragon. Tear. Only the moment before Qianhong transformed into the main body, a piece of dragon breath like thunder and lightning crisscrossed the void, rolling and condensing into a dragon-patterned battle spear, 10 feet long, which was instantly grasped by Mu Tianqing in the palm of his hand. 10,000 years dragon breaker spear. My God, when will Miss be able to use this bloodline magical power? The elders of the Qinglong clan lost their voices in horror. The beautiful woman's jade arm turned into a blue dragon's arm, and a blue shadow was crushed by the blue light. Qianhong, who had just revealed her body, hadn't had time to brew her bloodline supernatural powers. Mu Tianqing swept across her chest, and the Wanzai dragon spear slammed through her dragon scale defense, tearing her dragon scales apart, and the blue light and lightning burst. Come out, run. Through the dragon body. Roar. Qianhong roared in pain, swung her claws down. Mu Tianqing punched the dragon breaker spear into her body, and her claws slammed into the sky. The infinite dragon breath azure light turned into a violent wind and rain. Like blade of light, each blade of light carried hundreds of millions of dragon powers, and the front of the dragon claws were smashed. Boom. 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 Longguang burst into the sky, and the energy shook the sky. The two slammed with dragon claws, and their 4 claws danced and collided. The situation that was flipped in an instant made all the people of the Qinglong clan stunned. Some Qinglong people even changed their bodies, watching the battle in the Dragon Palace from a very long distance. Enough, stop. The mighty Prince Tianyue actually called to stop. In his eyes, there is a shock that cannot be concealed. Mu Tianqing withdrew from the fighting area and bathed in dragon blood all over his body. Even if he was injured, he would not fall down. The heroic appearance is like a sonorous rose on the battlefield, proud, holy, tenacious, and unyielding. On the other hand, Qianhong's dragon body is shocking, falling in a pool of blood. The dragon scales on the upper body were torn in half, the dragon scales were broken, the skin was ripped apart, and there was a bloody hole on the chest. The seniors, elders, and clansmen of the Qinglong clan were dumbfounded. Hang and beat. This is completely in a state of hanging. Before Mu Tianqing could change into a dragon body, he had already seriously injured the genius of the primordial dragon clan. Mu Tianqing's fighting skills and psychology are far superior to Qianhong. But more importantly, the power of her bloodline's supernatural power has skyrocketed by several grades. The other 5 elders were horrified by Mu Tianqing's combat power. In their perception, Mu Tianqing was far from qualified to use the bloodline magical power of the 10,000 years dragon. Breaker Spear. Mu Tianqing looked down at Qianhong, who was dying, and said indifferently, "When you knelt down with the other male dragons, I had already fought in the quartet with the father and emperor. You are talented, but my Qinglong clan is not a bonehead. If you want to bully me and my clansmen, you have to collapse." Lost some teeth. The last sentence, as if it was said to Prince Tianyue, is sonorous and powerful. "Offending your highness, are you courting death?" A dragon servant was furious and rushed towards Mu Tianqing. Brush. The silver-robed figure stood in front of the dragon servant, and said indifferently, "What? The dignified Taiku dragons can't even play a game? Or do you want to break the rules of the Wanlong Club?" Prince Tianyue recalled the dragon servant and laughed. "Hee hee. What a new king of Qinglong, what a good country in Gil England. Instead, this prince is looking forward to meeting you at the Wanlong Conference. I hope you will not be a tortoise. If you can't achieve success in the Wanlong Conference, you will lose the ancient dragon's horn. After that, I will make you rubbish azure dragons disappear from this world as soon as possible." In his eyes, there was a mad and turbulent killing intent. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed, with unparalleled dominance. "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, this king has already booked the championship, you go home and shit, this time Wanlong will not have your family's share." The dragon servant helped Qianhong up, and when she turned into a human figure, her face was as pale as paper. She gave Mu Tianqing a vicious look. And she fell to her knees with difficulty, not daring to look directly at Prince Tianyue. Prince Tianyue waved his sleeves and said indifferently, "Qianhong, the reason for this defeat is not yours. Get up." The prince originally thought that even if Mu Tianqing's bloodline potential was doubled, he would not be able to win you. Unexpectedly, her bloodline potential has more than doubled. Prince Tianyue looked around the scene, called out his dragon chariot, and said indifferently, "Let's go to Wanlonghui." The dragon servants did not dare to complain at all. They helped Qianhong up and rode the dragon chariot to ride the wind. Until Prince Tianyue left, everyone still felt like a dream. 1. Their fallen ancient dragon clan still has a day to defeat the genius of the ancient dragon clan. We won. Will the Qinglong clan also stand up one day? It's too strong. The genius of the Taiku dragon race is no match for our Princess Mu at all, and someone who inherits the will of the Dragon King has appeared. Countless Qinglong people wept with joy and poured into the Dragon Palace to shout Mu Tianqing's name. The senior officials of Qinglong were deeply worried. Offending the prince of the Taiku dragon clan, this result is often not a good end. Mu Tianqing, dripping with dragon blood, announced loudly, "Everyone, I, Mu Tianqing, can have such strength, thanks to the help of our new Qinglong king. The new king of our clan will lead us to participate in the Wanlong Club and win the supreme glory of the Dragon Clan." Outside the Dragon Palace, the Qinglong people, men and women, young and old, suddenly fell silent. The new king? In the Qinglong clan, a new king appeared? Boom! The momentum is monstrous, the blue dragon flag flutters in the wind, and the Person in the silver robe holds the blue dragon flag and rises in the air. The faces of the Qinglong people outside the dragon palace changed slightly. This is the dragon flag, which is the honor symbol of the dragon. The Qinglong flag danced wildly against the wind, like a flying dragon dancing. In the sky, exuding a vast dragon might, the pressure from the blood of the Qinglong royal family, causing all the Qinglong people to kneel and bow down. Each dragon family has its own dragon flag. The dragon flag can only be displayed when the family survives or accepts honor, and only the Dragon King and the heirs of the Dragon King are qualified to use the dragon flag. How can this son have a dragon flag? It's absurd. Isn't it absurd to let an outsider hold the dragon flag of our clan? The Qinglong elders wanted to violently attack Lin Chen, but Mu Tianqing reprimanded, "Stop. I gave him the Qinglong banner. If he hadn't brought the ancient dragon horns to help our clan, we would have already been exterminated, or we would have become playthings of the ancient dragon clan. He saved my Qinglong clan from fire and water, and our clan would repay him." Mu Tianqing's decision shocked the elders. There are other ways to repay. How can we use the dragon flag to exchange? This is the ancestor of the Qinglong family that can only be used at the moment of life and death. The second elder of the Qinglong clan reprimanded Mu Tianqing. Her eyes were cold and chilling. "Second elder, haven't you seen the situation clearly? The current Wanzai Qinglong clan is the moment of life and death. We only have the only possibility left, and that is to follow him to participate in the Wanlong Club. To win the title of the honorary dragon clan, only in this way can we protect the last hope of our clan, and if we miss this time, we will never be able to turn over. What's more, don't you see his abilities clearly? Without his help, how could I have won so easily against the people of the primordial dragon clan?" Mu Tianqing's wonderful eyes turned to stare at the silver-robed figure in the void, and murmured, "He has the possibility to turn the tide." The elders of the Qinglong clan were silenced and silent for a while. Everyone. At this time, Lin Chen, who was holding the Qinglong flag, spoke. His voice spread throughout the dragon palace, clear and with a convincing confidence. He took off his mask, revealing a young and handsome cold face. "This is the appearance of Lin Chen's holy dragon transformed into a human form, not Lin Chen's true face. The Qinglong family has come to the moment of life and death. If you don't participate in the Wanlong Association to gain a chance of life, you will never be able to turn over." Lin Chen's voice is loud and clear. The dark blue dragon breath turned into a 1,000-year-old blue dragon, roaring in the sky. His breath is extremely pure, making the Qinglong clansmen feel a purer pressure. The potential of this bloodline is not inferior to Princess Qinglong. Mu Tianqing. Do you think it's me, the new king, that hates me, or the prince of the Taiku dragon clan today is even more annoying? Lin Chen spoke up, and many Qinglong people who were kneeling on the ground all lowered their heads and glanced at each other. Their Qinglong clan has suffered humiliation and oppression for so many years. And this new king of unknown origin made Princess Tianqing proudly fight a turnaround battle. The answer is already very obvious. But no one dared to make a sound, and everyone feared the majesty of the primordial dragon clan from the bottom of their hearts. Just a few of the powerhouses in the primordial dragon clan can destroy their azure dragon clan. They dare not speak out. Damn it, tell this king. This king doesn't like cowards. Are you really all garbage like those ancient dragons said? Lin Chen shouted angrily. A bloody Qinglong clan man stood up proudly and gnashed his teeth, holding the Dragons might have the Qinglong flag. No, we, the Qinglong clan of 10,000 years, are not rubbish. We are not trash. Another group of Qinglong people stood up and shouted, with high fighting spirit. Lin Chen laughed wildly. There is something, I like it. This king will say it straight today. I don't care if you worship me as king or not, my mother's purpose is to pull down all those immemorial primordial dragons, beat his son of a bitch. Whoever dares to touch us, even if he dies, he will have to rip off a few dragon scales. It's like the dragons in the prison just got out, with their tails between their tails. Lin Chen pointed to the sky and declared proudly, to participate in the Wanlong Association this time, this king will let the first ray of sunlight of the Wanlong Association shine on our Qinglong flag. Pull over all those ancient dragons who look down on us, and then announce to the world that our Wanzai Qinglong family is also a divine dragon descendants. The dragon roar shook the world, and the sound of descendants of the dragon seemed to have traveled through time and space, deeply shaking the hearts of every Qinglong people. Once upon a time, they had no face-to-face or even mention this piece of history. Today, this new king who was born out of nowhere has proved with facts that the Wanzai Azure Dragon clan can also defeat the Taiku Dragon clan. They are also descendants of Shenlong. The new king is mighty. New king Yingbangbang. We are also descendants of Shenlong. Single-player kings are so handsome. I hit a traitor, hit him. Countless Qinglong people aroused the fighting spirit and blood in their hearts, and the Qinglong elders looked at each other and were amazed. Perhaps this is the last time we should gamble. A gray-haired, green-horned old man with deep eyes stared at Lin Chen's back. For a few moments, while the corners of his eyes were wet, he waved his hand and shouted, "Pass my order, all the holy dragons of the Qinglong clan, all dispatched. Follow the new king of our clan, and participate in the Wanlong Club. The Qinglong family, the new king rises. The elder of the Qinglong clan, an existence of matured spirit." He couldn't figure out Lin Chen's purpose, but at least he could judge whether it was a friend or an enemy at this stage. Why choose Lin Chen? Because they have no choice. Their Wanzai Qinglong clan has already provoked the prince of Tianyue Zenyalong, and there is no way out. Only by going through the selection in the Wanlong Club and obtaining the title of Glory Dragon Clan can the Qinglong clan be protected from the scourge of extinction. Is Brother Jill our Dragon King? It's amazing. Mu Tianshua's eyes lit up, and her small eyes were full of admiration. Yeah, a dragon clan who didn't know each other for 3 hours became the new king of our clan. I couldn't imagine it before. Mu Tianqing smiled sweetly. She didn't feel the pressure miraculously, but more of a calm conscience. She can finally fight hard, at least no longer need to please anyone. Qinglong elders, is there any meaning? Lin Chen turned around holding the flag and asked with a domineering smile. The elders looked at each other and knelt down on one knee. Meet the new king. The next day, the inheritance of the Dragon Palace. The ancient altar of dragon statues with a height of thousands of feet is like a winding dragon crouching here, and the dragon's mouth spit beads, and the tyrants are overflowing. This place is the Qinglong ancient altar, and the 3 elders of Qinglong, Mu, Tianqing and Lin Chen, gathered here. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. There are high-level qi and blood attribute values everywhere. The new king, this is the ancient altar where we were baptized by the bloodline. If the new king didn't accept the bloodline baptism, the bloodline could be taken to a higher level here. The first elder introduced it to Lin Chen, and immediately clasped his fists. His eyes flashed with radiance, and he said seriously, "The new king, the old man needs to know your strength. I wonder if you are interested in a few tricks with the old man?" Mu Tianqing's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, "Elder, you have more than 700 million dragon veins in full bloom. In the human race only the third stage of the Holy Land can fight with you. Is there something wrong with this? Nizi, if he can't even pass my level, how can he stand out at the Wanlong conference? Results can't be won by a speech." The first elder looked indifferent and turned to look at Lin Chen. "How does the new king dare to accept it? If you can accept the old man's 5 moves, the old man will recognize your strength." Lin Chen put on the silver dragon mask, and said with a sinister smile, "Good day." Boom. When an azure-blue dragon's tail erupted, the elder's expression changed slightly, and the dragon's breath soared. After dozens of breaths, the space in the inheritance ground shook violently for a moment before it slowly stopped. The first elder put away the dragon's breath, and at the same time the light was dim. His expression was full of horror. The strength of this young new king is far beyond his knowledge. With the strength of only 2.5 billion dragon power, he has not only held on to it for 5 rounds in his hands, but he almost knocked out his own body just now. What is even more terrifying is that each of his magical powers can be divided into 5, like a dragon descending to earth. Mu Tianqing, who has always been cold and arrogant, now her red lips parted slightly, astonished like a ghost. The scene she just saw subverted her cognition a bit. The first elder's old eyes flashed with light, and he was shocked and unable to retreat, and respectfully clasped his fists, and said, "Dare to ask the origin of the new king?" Lin Chen smiled casually. "My origin is not important, the first elder just needs to know that we are on the same boat now, and at the Lin Wanlong meeting, there must be a member of the Wanzai Qinglong family." The great elder was trembling with fear, and without any doubts, he bowed deeply. "It is the luck of my Qinglong clan to meet your excellency." Lin Chen stepped on the dragon altar, stretched out a green dragon claw, and incorporated all the attribute light balls. Get 89.82 million points of advanced blood, 92.22 million points, 100 million points. All the high-level qi and blood attributes are all incorporated into the body of the holy dragon, and the dragon veins are wildly opened. Boom. Lin Chen, who stepped into the dragon altar, activated the dragon energy of the dragon altar, and the blood of the holy dragon soared rapidly. What a huge vision! It is a few points better than that of the young lady. The great elder smacked his tongue in secret. The host's Wanzai Qinglong bloodline has increased by 1 million, 3 million, 5 million points. Lin Chen's Qinglong bloodline soared to 99.99 million in just 2 quarters of an hour. In addition, his bloodline enhancement level is plus 15, and Lin Chen's Azure Dragon bloodline supernatural power has increased by more than 5 times. This Wanlong meeting was different from the past. Lin Chen could not use the combat power of the human race. The Wanlong Club is one of the highest ceremonies of the Dragon Clan. No matter how perfect his breath is, it is impossible to mobilize the main body to fight under the eyes of the Dragon Clan Almighty. During the 10,000 Dragon meeting, his body could only be hidden in the Qingxue planting capsule. Lin Chen's charge, penetration, and phantom runes cannot be activated with the Holy Dragon. But his purple rank, quasi-orange rank, and orange rank talents, different crystals, can be called perfectly, and the most important thing is his trump card of nirvana and slow rune. 2 hours later, Lin Chen's holy dragon perfectly absorbed all the advanced qi and blood attribute values, and the power of the dragon's veins soared to 3.5 billion dragon power. Pure power is comparable to the initial stage of the Holy Land triple stage. Dragon Altar can only activate the bloodline, but his pure power has skyrocketed so much? What's going on? Mu Tianqing and the Great Elder were moved. Lin Chen stepped down from the Dragon Altar, waved his hand, and laughed. Call all the elders of the Dragon Clan, and this commander will force you to give a great gift to your entire clan. 4 days later, the great wilderness Hentang Sky Jentingshan Canyon is the venue for Wanlong Club. Here, like a dragon opening 1,000 abyss, it is majestic. The ley lines are divided into 2 halves, and the seats like high ground on both sides are open side by side. 10 red lotus flame dragons passed from a height of 100,000 zhang, and with a flash of red light, they turned into human figures and entered the venue. Those who can enter the venue are actually all at the level of holy dragons. And ordinary holy beasts are completely ineligible to enter. Whether it is a high-level orc or an ancient relic, there is only a dragon here. Ha ha ha, it's 10,000 years again, time flies really fast. Back then, the king's eldest prince won the dragon crown, and this year's daughter of the king will surely continue to be brilliant. The laughter shook the wind and thunder, 10,000 thunders appeared out of thin air, bathed in endless thunder and lightning, a thundercloud rose, and a middle-aged man with tiger eyes in a dragon robe stepped into the Jentingshan venue, imposing, followed by 2 men with sharp eyebrows. The young man, 1 man and 1 woman, has the power of a king. Many holy dragons looked up, and many dragon powerhouses exclaimed. The extreme thunder dragon of the primordial dragon clan is so domineering and powerful. They were the ones who won the championship back then, the eternal glory. When the crowds were amazed, a cold snort ripped apart the sky. Humph, a group of guys who can only shoot thunder. The last time was because the assessment site was in a thunder plane, so you were lucky enough to win. What are you doing? A pair of dragon wings hanging on the clouds unfolded, rolling clouds for thousands of miles, and a golden-eyed man stepping on the wind-blade tornado appeared in the sky. The pair of dragon wings behind him can reach thousands of feet in length. The Wind Holy Wing Dragon clan is here too. When the tiger-eyed man saw the person coming, he sneered, then let's see who hits whom in the face this time. The 2 clans competed, tit for tat. One after another visions continued to gather from east, west, north and south. And the dragons that are famous in the outside world appear one after another. At this time, there are more than 10,000 holy dragons gathered in the venue. The terrifying power of suffocation seems to be able to destroy all human civilizations. If you come to this venue, you will be smashed to slag by Wanlong in an instant. 10,000 dragons cover the sky, and the dragons roar in the sky. This is a grand ceremony belonging to the dragon race. The observers and candidates are all dragon races. A prehistoric storm was staged from the wild. In the Wanlong venue, since the appearance of the Wind Holy Wing Dragon clan, there are 8 more Taiku Dragon clan teams appearing in the world, each of which is more terrifying than the other. Living space. OM. The dark curtain rolled out, and 3 figures, like messengers in the dark night, stepped into the arena from the void, and every step stepped on. The dark air ripples, like 3 dark hurricanes swept in. It's the Dark Sky Dragon clan. These guys are more terrifying than each other. The Wanlong Club's rule is to have a maximum of 20 candidates, but this time there are only 3? Contempt, naked contempt. It is worthy of being a former ancient dragon clan. Although it has not been completed as an ancient dragon clan, the dead camel is bigger than a horse. The sacred beasts who turned into human figures in the venue were secretly shocked, and the 3 geniuses of the dark dragon entered the venue. The beauty in the black dress headed by the dark heavenly dragon clan has a beautiful appearance, like a rose blooming in the dark night. When she looked around the audience, there was no prince of the primordial dragon clan who dared to look directly at her. Under that peerless elegance, there is a deadly murderous intention hidden. A bunch of cowards, the Wanlong Club is really not as good as the last one. The lady in the black dress sneered disdainfully, and the majesty between her brows was like that of a king. Boom! The Xianhuang holy light was clutching and reuniting, and under a beam of dragon light, the dragon chariot rolled over, and the 9 dragon servants around him turned into human figures, setting off the yellow-robed youth in the center like the star supporting the moon. Prince Xuanzhen of Xianyue, it is said that he is the bloodline closest to the ancestor Tianyue in this generation. Cut. What is the closest? The ancestor of the prison-suppressing dragon was once the gatekeeper of hell, a real dragon. At best, this little bastard has 2 achievements. Many old-fashioned powerhouses cast their gazes one after another. Prince Xuanzhen stepped into the dragon platform of the venue and looked directly at the beauty in the black dress of the dark sky dragon clan. Prince Xuanzhen said, "This time, stay safe. The beauty in the black dress is as indifferent as ice. I hope you grow up a bit, or I will crush you with one claw." This time the champion, my 10,000 fire dragon clan, has decided. A wave of fire poured into the venue, and the people who came were a group of vigorous young people. The leader was a man with tiger eyes and knife eyebrows. The 2 red eyebrows burned like 2 flames. The natural king of the fire element, the 10,000 fire dragon clan? Hey! I don't have many chances to see you. Some female dragons who have turned into humanoids licked their tongues. It is said that this 10,000 fire dragon clan is as arrogant as the sun, and it nourishes the dragon's body with the breath of the fierce sun. Oh? The beauty in the black dress narrowed her eyes, and said indifferently, "Have you refined 8 different crystals? It's interesting." Suddenly, the lady in the black dress seemed to have noticed something. Looking back, there were inexplicably a bunch of illusory shadows in the long tie. These shadows twisted into human shapes, and gradually turned into a dozen people, and the young man in front yawned, "I hate this kind of noisy scene the most. Can't I let this prince enjoy the food quietly, although he can? Eating different kinds of meat from the same family is also very exciting." After he finished speaking, the black-robed man licked his lips, and his wickedness was overwhelming. The dragon clan next to him quickly retreated, his expressions full of vigilance. The faces of the holy dragons on both sides of the venue changed slightly. The shadow burial phantom dragon, the most mysterious branch of the primordial dragon clan, has a natural spiritual talent, a talent for escaping the sky. And the slaughter only unfolds invisibly. The target they are staring at will die without knowing how. It is the most frightening existence in the dragon family. At this time, the number of holy dragons gathered in the dragon platform has exceeded 8,000, bustling, each occupying one side. In addition to visiting the holy dragon of this Wanlong meeting, that is 18,000. Equivalent to 18,000 saints. This lineup, placed in any of the 36 domains of the Holy Realm, is a great force. There are only 3 to 5 saints owned by the third-rank human race. The fourth grade is 7 to 15 people. The most important thing is that the holy dragon who can enter the Wanlong Club is by no means an ordinary person, and the ordinary holy realm of the human race is not an opponent at all. The sound of the void descended, echoing in the Wanlong venue. Well, the dragon races who are participating in the election have almost got them. It seems that there is no violation of the rules. The rules of this Wanlong Club cannot have more than 900 million dragon veins to participate in the election. The upper limit of each dragon race is 20 people. Don't try to deceive this seat by any means. As long as you find the offenders, kill them on the spot. A great dragon from the dragon family spoke up, and Longwei suppressed the audience. No one dared to say a word. It cannot exceed 900 million dragon veins. Since it is less than 9 billion dragon power, it is equivalent to about the 3-level perfection of the holy realm. It means that in this Wanlong meeting, there will be no dragon elders. Equivalent to the 4th level of the holy realm in terms of pure power. However, who knows how many trump cards these dragon princes and princesses of the Taiku dragon clan have? Otherwise, if there are no restrictions, other ancient dragons and ancient dragons who participate in the election will have no chance. With the background of the ancient dragons, just sending a supreme elder can be invincible. Now, let me tell you about the current list of candidates. There are 234 teams from the ancient dragon race, 189 teams from the ancient dragon race, and 71 teams from the ancient dragon race. After I wait for the decision of the Wanlong Association, this conference is divided into 4 levels in total. Those who pass the 2nd level will be awarded the title of the honorary dragon family. They will be able to obtain the protection of our family and focus on training objects. As soon as this statement came out, the heroes were shocked. The content of each assessment of the Wanlong Club is different. The honor of the Dragon Clan can only be obtained by passing the final assessment. Now this is divided into 4 levels, and it can be obtained by passing the 2nd level. Is this a good thing? Damn, according to the old man's understanding, this is not a good thing. By passing the 2nd level, you can get the honor of the honorary dragon clan, which proves that this Wanlong meeting will be extremely dangerous. It is many times more dangerous than before. A group of holy dragons whispered, and their eyes were full of worry, and they couldn't help worrying about their own genius. Boom! A gust of wind swept through, and at this moment, a hurricane-like might was ushered in the hallway of the Wanlong Club. Everyone was stunned, who entered the stage at this juncture. All the dragons who should run for election have arrived, right? Many dragon geniuses, elders, followers, or dragon servants turned their heads and stared, and the first thing they saw was a dragon flag flying like a dragon. The dragon flag flutters and dances with the wind, like a blue dragon flying in the sky. A group of people walked into the arena. One person in the lead, with a silver robe and a dragon face, carrying a dragon flag on his shoulders, walking with dragons and tigers. There is no overwhelming momentum, no fancy pomp, and just a very steady pace, step by step on the dragon platform, 11 people standing proudly in front of all the dragons. Clang! The dragon flag was planted on the ground, and the boy shouted loudly. The new king of Qinglong leads 10 candidates of the Qinglong family for 10,000 years to participate in the Wanlong Club. In an instant, the Wanlong venue was silent. Wanzai Qinglong? This name is too unfamiliar. Even in the ancient dragon clan, very few people have heard of this name. After checking that the ancient dragon horns and letters of Lin Chen and others were correct, the elders of the dragon clan at the venue made a sound transmission to the dragon clan almighty in the void. Could it be the infamous Qinglong clan? Ha 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 ha. No, this kind of thing can also participate in the Wanlong Club? The new king of Qinglong, where did the new king come from? Hey, kid. Go back to breastfeeding, don't be scared to pee. Ha 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 ha. Hey, do these guys still carry dragon flags? Even their own dragon flags are brought out. Is it so heroic to be cannon fodder? What are you laughing at? Be serious. The dragon flag represents the honor of a family and the moment of life and death. Isn't it a highlight of honor for the Qinglong family to be able to participate in the Wanlong Club? In the Longtai venue on both sides, ridicule and laughter erupted. The law of the jungle, the strong eat the weak. In the great wilderness, it is even more incisive, and without strength, you are not even qualified to let others look at you. You must know that the ancient dragons who are participating in the election are the best in their class, and they are top-notch. What is the Qinglong clan? An ancient dragon clan that used to be at the bottom? Now it's even a rubbish dragon clan that doesn't even have the name of the ancient dragon clan. It's like a feast among royal nobles, mixed with a group of beggars? Simply ridiculous. However, in the face of all the doubts, ridicule, disdain, abuse, and the strong sense of oppression caused by the gazes of so many eyes, the Qinglong people seemed calm and still, like a forged rock, the wind blowing. Rain, not moving like a mountain. Even, there is a somewhat stronger fighting spirit in its dragon eyes burning. Above the vast void, a small space plane was opened up. A group of backs that are almost leaning on the sky and covering the earth stand one after another in the space plane, like impenetrable mountains. The ancient dragon horn and the letter are indeed real. It seems that they have met the conditions. According to the rules of the General Assembly, we have no reason to expel them. No. Look at this little guy of the new king of the Qinglong family, something is wrong. Apart from the blood aura of the Wanzai Xian Qinglong, there is still a bit of the taste of Hongyan Zhenhuang and Tianyu Yinglong. Dragon clan with dual bloodlines, I have seen a few, and even the dragon clan Tianjiao, who was present, also has dual bloodline, but the three bloodlines coexist in one body, or is it the same body as dragon and phoenix? Weird, too. Weird. Could it be a spy of the Phoenix clan? Would you like to arrest it and torture it? Do you think this is your own yard? This is the Wanlong Club. So many clansmen watched and arrested them without authorization. What's this like? Are you breaking the rules? If you were a member of the Phoenix clan, would you make such a stupid mistake? Send this person to us? Even if he has the 5th or 6th level of the Holy Land, it's only a matter of time for us to destroy him. Things. It's just a junior with a little adventure. What about the 3 bloodlines? Except for the Hongyan Zhenhuang bloodline, the quality of the other bloodlines is not worth it. A group of dragon powers who dominate the Wanlong Club have actually developed a lot of interest in Lin Chen. However, they didn't take action against Lin Chen, and in their eyes, they were just an interesting ant. In the dragon clan, bloodline talent determines the upper limit. This child's 3 bloodlines are rare, and at best there are 3 3rd grade or 4th grade bloodlines. This kind of talent is not as good as any prince of the Taiku dragon race. Suddenly, as if feeling the gazes of the dragons, Lin Chen and the dragon platform looked up at the sky, and met the eyes of several dragons. Hey! This kid has a good temperament. He can perceive our gaze, and he can be neither humble nor arrogant, and not humiliated. The three bloodlines are relatively low level, unless he can make the bloodline advanced, but this matter is difficult to reach the sky, even if we take action, the success rate is not high. What's more, the advanced bloodline may not be able to control at the same time, this child will be in the future. It's limited, and it doesn't hurt to give him a chance to participate. Inside the dragon terrace, Lin Chen felt a piercing gaze penetrating into his body. He knew that it was the gaze of the dragon clan's great powers, and he saw all his secret attempts. Fortunately, I didn't ask Jian Qingqing to help. The cultivation of these dragon powers is extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the holy dragon I cultivated myself, I would not have the confidence to disguise myself as a beast in front of these powers. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, then looked around the audience. Omen of God stealing was activated again. Consumes 92,885 intermediate talent points, activates the omen of stealing, and steals attribute values, 89.9 million points of advanced chi and blood, 100 million points of battle chi essence, 200 million points of advanced chi and blood, 1,549 points of advanced water energy, 2,000 points of advanced rune energy, 4,000 intermediate heavenly Dao value. Lin Chen's attribute value is showing an unprecedented hurricane trend. The attribute value of more than 18,000 holy dragons. He stole it all the last time. Compared with the more than 1,000 saints in the holy burial mountain range, they are completely insignificant. While absorbing the attribute value, Lin Chen led the Qinglong people to the Dragon Terrace. That is why the Ancient Dragon Clan and the Ancient Dragon Clan looked at Lin Chen with their eyes. The princes and princesses of the Primordial Dragon Clan glanced at the Qinglong Clan as if they were garbage, and then turned their eyes away with disgust, as if looking at them one more time would make their eyes dirty. Only the beauty in the black dress from the dark Heavenly Dragon Clan, her beautiful eyes flashed with dark light, as if she wanted to see through everything about Lin Chen. Yo, I didn't expect your Qinglong clan to find a new ancient dragon horn so quickly to participate in the competition. Mu Tianqing, could it be that you found your concubine somewhere and exchanged the ancient dragon horn for others to play and sing? A sarcastic smile came, and the charming person who was as charming as a red fire came twisting the waist of a water snake. Mu Tianqing's face was frosty, and murderous intent was revealed. The red dragon race, it's you who lied to my father and took away our ancient dragon horns. Between us, we will never die. Mu Tianqing's voice was as cold as a trial in hell. The charming woman in the red robe giggled, and the flowers trembled. Look at what strength your Qinglong clan has now to participate in the Wanlong Fair. Come in and die? We, the Crimson Dragon Clan, have 18 fierce generals. The elders of the Qinglong clan were so angry that Lin Chen stopped them and smiled indifferently. Whether my Qinglong clan is strong or not, you will find out later. Who will play and sing, you will find out. A spiritual sound wave came out again, and everyone withdrew their gazes and listened intently. Cough, cough. The old man's voice was very weak, and it seemed to be replaced by another Dragon Clan almighty. The weak voice spread to everyone's ears. The first stage of this Wanlong meeting will be held in the Heavenly Man Plane. As long as it can stay on the Heavenly Man playing for 3 days and 3 nights, every clan will, if you collect 2 white dragon balls, you will pass the test. There is a purple dragon ball in the center of the plane, and if you get the purple dragon ball, you will get special rewards and care in the next test. As soon as the 4 characters of the Tian Man plane came out, many of the dragon races who participated in the election were horrified. The expressions of the geniuses of the ancient dragon race also changed slightly. This is a real fierce place. The Heavenly Barbarian plane, a secret plane that belongs to the Dragon Clan. Alone, the gravity in its territory is 1 million to 10 million times that of the Holy Realm. 1,000,000 times, even the tyrannical dragons of the meat shell body can't easily bear it. Ordinary holy dragons have to be squeezed into meat sauce when they enter. Hearing about the assessment of the first round, some candidates from the dragon race were extremely dissatisfied, and couldn't help but scolded, "Damn. This is too bad. This is too unfair. Isn't this dragon who is good at defense taking advantage of it?" The man's voice just fell, his expression suddenly sluggish, his throat made a few sounds, he fell to the ground, the sizzling dragon energy rose, and dissipated from his body, and his vitality died. A small number of veteran dragon powerhouses who watched the Dragon Club cast a deserved wink, shook their heads and laughed. The weak and old voice continued to come from the void a little. "Ant, cough, cough, dare to talk so much nonsense." Some of the dragon geniuses of the Wanlong Club who are running for the first time are horrified. They don't even know how the man died. Talking and laughing made the candidates vanish into ashes. This is the Dragon Clan high-level leader who dominates the Wanlong Club. The weak old man continued, "The outer area of the Tian Man plane is 1 million times, and the middle area is 2 million to 4 million times. The core area, cough, is 5 million to 8 million times. The closer you are to the interior, the higher the probability of getting dragon balls. Hey, you don't have to look for them, you can just grab them. And the only purple dragon ball is placed in the center of the plane in the area of 10 million times the gravity. Warriors of all races, you can do it yourself. There are only 3 days, and those who are outdated who do not hold 2 dragon balls, or who are completely wiped out, are regarded as elimination failed. A space crack opened and emerged from the heads of many candidates. What caught the eyes of many dragons was a grayish-white continental plate, slowly rotating, as if the sky had descended from the sky, and there were many star-sound-like halos surrounding the continental plate. Now, the assessment begins. When many candidates were preparing to enter, the dragon flag rolled over, and a silver-robed figure walked at the forefront. When everyone saw it, it was the new king of Qinglong. Wan Zai Qinglong's garbage dare to take the lead? Ha ha ha, their family seems to be good at defense, maybe they can come out on top this time. Some ancient dragons sneered and sneered, but this new king of Qinglong did not rush into the space plane for the first time. He walked to the front of the dragon platform, where 3 high platforms stood, and the 3 dragon heads held their mouths high. That position is the 3 positions dedicated to awarding awards, representing the champion, the 3rd runner-up, and the runner-up. It also symbolizes the highest honor. Why did he walk on the podium? When many dragons were puzzled. The next moment, the dragon eyes of the dragon powerhouses watching on both sides shrank. Lin Chen stood at the high position of the podium, raised the Qinglong flag, and slammed it down. Clang! Bang! Boom boom boom! The hurricane swept through, and the waves were raging. The cyan dragon flag fluttered in the wind like an unyielding azure dragon standing on the championship stage. Brush, brush. The dragon powerhouses on both sides of Hentang Sky Plaza suddenly stood up, their mouths wide open. He actually put the dragon flag of the Wanzai Qinglong clan at the top of the championship. Mu Tianqing covered her red lips with both hands. She knew that this new king was domineering and eclectic, but she didn't dare to dream that he dared to put the dragon flag on the champion of the Wanlong Club. Lin Chen turned around, faced Wanlong, and raised his finger to the sky. Honor belongs to thousands of years, and the champion belongs to Qinglong. The Qinglong elders were shocked and trembled. He smiled slightly, his laughter hearty and wild. If you don't accept it, you will enter the heavenly man plane, and this king will fight until you accept it. Brush. Lin Chen turned into a dragon with one hand and grabbed his arm and brought everyone from the Qinglong family into the space crack. The woman in the black dress stared at Lin Chen with wonderful eyes, but her eyes became more and more hesitant. Roar. 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 Many dragons burst out with mad roars. The dragons were unruly and arrogant. This time they were despised by a lowest-level dragon. Who could bear it? Qinglong clan, this young master is going to trample you into shit this time. A group of garbage, you will enter the heavenly barbarian plane later, this prince will swallow you alive. Even the ancient dragons are not garbage, and they dare to despise me. Courting death. A group of talented dragon clan talents and elders with claws and claws rushed into the cracks in the space, turning into beams of light and entering the savage plane. Oh, it's crazy enough. I hope your bones can be as tough as your actions. The Prince Xuanzhen of Xianyue Zenyalong sneered and led his subordinates into the space crack. The black-robed prince who buried the ghost dragon whistled, "It's really a dark horse that was born out of nowhere. It's crazy." The fire-browed youth of the Wanhualong clan said disdainfully, "Is it a real dragon or a cheap snake? You can tell at the first level." Prince Lang of Fengxing Winglong smiled and said, "Aren't you going to crush his dragon flag?" Prince Wanhua said contemptuously, "You have big wings, you think Lao Tzu is really stupid, and now taking down his dragon flag, doesn't it mean that we are cowardly with his Qinglong clan? Which team is not better than his Qinglong clan? Strong? If you want to crush it, you will crush it when you reach the top. The premise is that his people have to stick to the fourth level." Brush. Prince Wanhua transformed into a firelight and shot into the crack in space. Sure enough, as he said, no one moved the blue dragon flag on the champion position, and pushing the dragon flag to the dragon flag broke his own courage and feared the blue dragon clan. Other Taiku dragon teams also began to act, and some princes didn't even take the Qinglong family seriously. From the first level of the assessment content, their eyes have been on the core area of the Tianman Plain. In a quarter of an hour, all the dragon race candidates entered. Brush. 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 The void lists hundreds of light screens, glowing with dazzling dragon light. And the refracted light penetrates the space and travels millions of miles. Qinglong Clan, Qinglong Palace. Countless Qinglong people are looking forward to it, and finally, a beam of light shines. 2 light screens appeared above the Qinglong clan, and the figures of Lin Chen and Mu Tianqing appeared. "I see, it's the princess and the new king. They really participated in the Wanlong Club. The new king is so bold. I can't imagine that this old man will be able to see the people of my clan standing on the stage of the Wanlong Association again in his lifetime, and he will die without regrets. Many Qinglong clansmen cheered excitedly, and some old men wept with joy and kissed the land of the Dragon Palace. The real-time situation of each team of the Wanlong Club will be put into the territory of each clan, so that the people of this clan can personally see their bravery. This is the handwriting of the Dragon Clan. Hey! Is the realm of this assessment the Heavenly Barbarian Plane recorded in ancient books? You can't be wrong, it's that fierce place. The Wanlong meeting this time is too dangerous. Some senior officials of the Qinglong clan twitched their mouths slightly. The assessment content of each session of the Wanlong Club is different. This time, the first stage is the Heavenly Barbarian Plane. It can be seen that the difficulty of the subsequent assessment will be even more terrifying. However, the Qinglong people hadn't been happy for half an hour, and the next second they were all quiet. They opened their mouths wide and stared into the light screen as if they had seen a ghost, as if they saw something unprecedented. More than a dozen beams descended, and the entire Qinglong tribe arrived at the Heavenly Barbarian Plane and descended into a gray-white valley. There were strange rocks everywhere, and there was no vitality. The weight of each stone was 1,000,000 times that of the outside world. Boom! Just as Mu Tianqing and the others stood firm, an overwhelming force poured into their bodies, and everyone burst out with a kakaka bone-squeezing sound. Good weight. Everyone invariably had a thought in their hearts, this gravity is enough to easily crush the stars. 1,000,000 times the gravity, even ordinary holy dragons can't easily withstand it. Fortunately, the elders of the Qinglong clan have cultivated well and are barely able to resist. My dragon power is limited by nearly 1/3. Mu Tianqing frowned, and the situation of the others was not optimistic. Even the most powerful great elder, his pure strength, was suppressed by 1/4. Fortunately, the new king helped us transform our bloodline. With the background of my Qinglong clan, everyone who arrives here will be suppressed by at least 2/3 of their dragon power. To be suppressed so much power is equivalent to being slaughtered by others. The first elder was secretly shocked, and his admiration for Lin Chen was even higher. However, Lin Chen was the only one with a light-hearted look, suspending in the air, as if he was not affected at all. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to give such a big gift when I came in. The new king of Qinglong, you were very arrogant outside just now. Brush. More than a dozen behemoths flew across the sky, the dragon wings were burning with red flames, the dragon scales were red, the 4 claws were usurping flames, and the whole body was burning with red flames. Red dragon? Several elders of the Qinglong clan exclaimed, and Mu Tianqing's icy cheeks showed a murderous look. The crowds in the Wanlong venue witnessed the encounter between the two clans and couldn't help staring curiously at the 2 light screens that belonged to the Red Dragon Clan and the Azure Dragon Clan among the thousands of screens. The Qilong clan has an ancient dragon clan next to it. It has developed rapidly in the past few thousand years. The strength of the participating team this time is comparable to that of the top ancient dragon clan teams. The Qinglong clan is afraid that it will suffer. Hey, let's see what cards the new king of the Qinglong clan has, maybe he can fight back? Fighting back, as far as the bloodline level of the Qinglong clan is concerned, at least half of the dragon power will be suppressed when entering. And the foundation itself is weak, so it's a shame. Any trump card has to depend on the user's own background. I think this Qinglong clan is a pitiful creature who was harmed by this so-called new king. Giggle, the dark horse of this conference has to be won by our Qilong clan. A female dragon in the Red Dragon clan let out a human-like laughter. The Qilong clan has 4 heads with more than 5 billion dragon powers, and 9 heads with 3 billion dragon powers. In contrast, only the first elder and the second elder of the Qinglong family have more than 50 dragon powers, 5 elders with 3 billion dragon power, and the rest are about 2 billion dragon power. Regardless of the number or strength, the Red Dragon clan has steadily overwhelmed the Azure Dragon clan. However, Lin Chen smiled at the elders. How about giving them a surprise? I think you don't need to go all out to deal with this kind of stuff now. Right? The elders looked at each other, full of confidence, and with a bang, they flew into the air. Remember, don't keep your hands, kill them all. The prince of the Red Dragon clan roared violently, and all the crimson dragons opened their mouths, condensed the dragon's breath, and spit out a dozen beams of flame storm to surround the Blue Dragon clan. Brush! 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 One after another, the azure light rushed out of the flame storm, and the people of the Qinglong clan remained humanoid, shrouded in azure light, and they were not damaged at all? What? The people of the Qilong clan lost their voices and were horrified. With the rubbish bloodline of the Qinglong clan, they were able to resist their bombardment? Mu Tianqing turned into a blue light and flashed to the top of Qilong's head, tearing it off with one claw. Tear! Bang! With one move, the mother dragon who ridiculed the Qinglong family was beaten down on the spot. Speed and power are beyond imagination. The afterimage of the dragon's claws, the breath of the dragon, and the violent rise of the dragon's tail, the momentum of the Qinglong clan swarmed up, all of which were only localized dragon bodies, and they faced the Red Dragon clan head-on. Bang! 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 The sky trembled, the Qinglong clan fought more with less, and the bloodline supernatural powers were constantly motivated, but on the contrary, all the Red Dragon clan of everyone were beaten back again and again. What's the situation? It's not right. The strength of the Qinglong family is higher than that of the Red Dragon family? They are far less restricted than the Red Dragon family. The power of their bloodline supernatural powers should not reach this level. These guys have used several excellent bloodline supernatural powers in a row. Some dragon powerhouses were stunned, and the performance of the Qinglong family shocked everyone. The blood supernatural powers of the orcs and dragons are also divided into grades. Similar to the combat skills of the human race, the supernatural powers are roughly divided into ordinary, outstanding, excellent, top, perfect, extraordinary, and peerless. Ordinary supernatural powers: if there is a trace of the bloodline of the 7th order fierce beast, there is a probability of inheritance. Outstanding supernatural powers can only be inherited if they have the bloodline of holy beasts. Excellent grade: most of them have to be inherited from the inheritance of the dragons of the past dynasties, and if the bloodline grade is not high, even if the inheritance is successful, it will not be displayed. As for the supernatural powers of the top level, the ancient dragons have only a few inheritances, but it is difficult to display them, and generally only the ancient dragons can use them. And the perfect magical powers, each of which is a representative of the entire racial civilization, is extremely rare to see once. The extraordinary category is the inheritance of the peak of the ancient dragon clan. As for the peerless category, only the ancient dragon clan has records. The scene of the Qinglong clan beating the Red Dragon clan violently scared the clansmen in the Qinglong palace as if they had seen a ghost. This strength span is too terrifying. Excellent level of supernatural powers, in their cognition, only the previous generation Dragon King of the Qinglong family can use it. Doesn't this mean that all the elders of the Qinglong clan have the potential of the previous Dragon King? This is too outrageous. The eyes of some dragon powers passed through the space plane, staring at the cynical silver-robed boy in the void with his arms folded over his chest. Who is this new king of Qinglong? In the savage plane. How is it possible that even though half of the dragon power of our clan has been suppressed by 1,000,000 times of gravity, even half of its strength is enough to beat these wastes violently? Why did they become so strong in a short period of time? Prince Qilong shouted angrily in his heart. They didn't know that they were suppressed by gravity for more than half of their dragon power, while the dragon power of the Qinglong family actually suppressed by gravity was only less than 1/3 of the dragon power. Because the bloodline level of the Qinglong family had undergone a dramatic transformation. With the same 5 billion dragon power, the 4 elders of the Qilong clan in the Tianman plane can only play 2.5 billion dragon power, while the 2 elders of the Qinglong clan can exert 3.8 billion dragon power. In addition, the bloodline of all the elders of the Qinglong family has been strengthened to +13 by Lin Chen, which has increased their power by 240%. More than doubled. In the past, the supernatural powers that could not be performed due to the bloodline level obstacle are now completely free. I didn't expect the Qinglong family to have such a transformation, but I underestimate you. It will be long in the future. Elders, let's retreat. Look for the dragon balls first, and then clean them up when the second level is unlimited. The Qilong clan couldn't fight hard, and when Yuji pulled away and fled, a silver-robed figure stopped them in the air. Everyone of the Qilong clan, what are you worried about? You haven't experienced this king's methods, haven't you? Lin Chen smiled domineeringly and evilly, with a suffocating aura. Today, all of your Qilong clan don't even want to leave. Humph. You alone can stop me from the Red Dragon clan, what a joke. The prince of the Qilong clan sneered, and with a wave of the dragon's claw, the spinning dragon flames like 100 zhong fire circle rolled and smashed towards Lin Chen. Let's go first, and the prince will break it up for you. When the prince of the Red Dragon was in a daze and rushed towards Lin Chen, the 4 elders looked horrified. Prince, it's not good. The elders of the Qinglong clan kept them dead. Tear. A swipe of azure blue dragon light burst down, and when the dragon flame of the Red Dragon Prince was cut in half, a giant blue dragon claws that traversed the mountain range were born and smashed down. Boom. The Prince of Qilong was smashed to the ground by a claw, the dragon scales were broken, and when he vomited blood, the dragon pupil was full of disbelief. The moment the new king made his move, he discovered a terrible fact. What a joke. The Prince Qilong roared and turned over, opening his mouth to condense the scorching dragon's breath and gather a vast fireball. Brush. A touch of the holy phoenix wings rolled out the purple-red phoenix flame. Lin Chen flashed in front of him, covered with dark blue dragon light, and punched the dragon head of the prince of the Red Dragon violently, and his dragon breath flame ball flew into the sky. Immediately after, Lin Chen hit its head with one knee. With a grasp of both hands, Lin Chen smashed it hard, and with a snap, he broke the dragon's tooth. He whipped his legs and smashed the prince of the red dragon, and the blood of the dragon splattered all over the sky. Prince! The dragon scales of the three-headed burning flame red dragon were broken, and the dragon's blood was seriously injured. Lin Chen's body slammed into the sky, the dragon's tail bloomed, and the blue dragon light slashed across the sky, like a sword light blasting away. The sword light was divided into 5, and all the elders who were trying to support were instantly smashed away. LOL. The azure blue dragon light slashed horizontally like a sword, and cut through the dragon's scales. The prince of the red dragon clan tried his best to still not block the cut. Oh. It hurts, it hurts. The Prince Qilong roared fiercely, blood was like pillars, and the 2 elders finally broke through to the prince's side, and hurriedly gave him Bodhi seed and 2 kinds of quenching dragon marrow paste. However, the rare healing holy product is actually useless to the Prince of the Red Dragon? What's going on? The dragon marrow ointment has the effect of regenerating a broken arm. Why is the crown prince's injury not relieved at all? The elders who were hit by that guy just now have not recovered from their injuries. What kind of magic is this? Everyone in the Qilong clan was shocked. None of the elders who were hit by the new Qilong king before could be recovered or relieved, and they have remained seriously injured. The scarlet dragons watched helplessly as the dragon body of their prince, whom they had high hopes for, was destroyed. There was no way to restore the sky, and it turned out to be alive and bleeding to death. Weird. Even the Wanlong venue fell into a brief silence. The atmosphere was strange. For a while. What kind of trick is this? I actually saw the phoenix wings of the phoenix clan behind him? What he used just now seems to be the magical power of the Tianyu Yinglong family. His attacking supernatural power seems to have changed into 5 kinds in an instant. It's too enchanting. Where's this new king of Qinglong? Even the dragon clan experts didn't understand the situation in the heavenly barbarian plane. They knew that the new king of Qinglong had a variety of bloodlines, but they did not understand why he was not suppressed by the gravity of the savage plane. In the savage plane, the Qinglong clan surrounds the red dragon clan. The red dragons were trembling with fear, and their elders were burning with anger. The new king of Qinglong, you still want to kill them all? If you want to eat us, you have to lose a layer of skin. It's no good for you to kill us. If you want to pass the level, you have to find dragon balls, don't you? The other party tapped from the side, as if to force Lin Chen back. The second elder, the first elder, and Mu Tianqing of the Qinglong clan all cast a look at Lin Chen, as if to tell him that if the Red Dragon clan was dying to fight back, they would also suffer a lot of casualties, and they would be quite concerned about the next action. Unfavorable. Lin Chen twisted his neck. He said with a smile, bullshit, why do you think this is a child playing a house? You still have a lantern festival if you don't kill it now? The gravity of the savage plane can suppress most of the strength of the ancient dragon clan, and the Qinglong clan relies entirely on the bloodline advantage after, enhanced, to confront them head-on here. If they go out to the outside world, there is no such effect and opportunity. Now is the best time to kill them. The Qinglong clan obeys orders, do it for me, do it hard, and do it hard. You are responsible for holding them back. This commander forced them to slaughter them by himself, and even dared to smack our Qinglong clan. I will punch you. All the shit. With a loud roar, the Qinglong clan followed Lin Chen's lead, swarmed up, and the tragic battle broke out again. Lin Chen waited for an opportunity to look for an opportunity, suddenly broke into the battle circle, and swung his claws down. Wanzai Shuangguang blade. The dark cyan dragon breath on the azure dragon claws turned into a blade of light, swept up and flew like a rain of flowers, and quickly cut into several elders of the Red Dragon clan, tearing their defenses at the same time. The power of the sneak attack, strike and skyrocket. Trigger purple level talent, tear, striker, tear the target's defense. The power is increased by 300%. Laugh. 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 When the dragon's blood was flying, Lin Chen threw out a slow rune with one hand, and the figure of the Qilong clan was stagnant. When they were horrified, Lin Chen's speed was like a ghost, and when he flipped the dragon's tail, he slashed down with one blow. The 5 dragon lights are like dark blue sharp edges, hitting the dragon bodies of many red dragons, causing them to scream in pain. Consume 3,000 talent points to activate instant light splitting and extinction. Cracking. It was originally a tragic battle, and the magic is that there was a new king of Qinglong to join the battle. The Qinglong family is only responsible for delaying and defending, and Lin Chen's offensive is completely dependent on sneak attacks, which has achieved miraculous results. The most terrifying thing is that all the people of the Qilong clan who were injured by Lin Chen could not heal or recover. Their injuries were like snowballs, growing bigger and bigger, and eventually the injuries deeply affected their combat power. Under the premise of 1,000,000 times the gravity of the savage plane, the recovery of the injury is extremely difficult. Some internal injuries or serious injuries will continue to expand and become more serious due to gravity, and eventually die. Some of the Qilong clan were either beheaded by Lin Chen, or bled to death on the spot. In the outside world, the life force of the holy dragon is so strong, but it is still unable to heal the injury under the pressure of gravity on the plane of the savage, and it is unable to break through under the double blow, and it is directly exhausted. 15 hours after the battle, the last 4 elders, with 5 billion dragon power and the female dragon were left in the Qilong clan. Damn, if you can't break through, I will fight with you. A flaming red dragon elder was in a hurry, and the dragon body's flames skyrocketed, and it was about to explode? Lin Chen smiled. Super chaos, Kai. Boom. 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 The elder's huge dragon body exploded in a series of uncontrolled explosions. Not only did his violent dragon breath fail to self-detonate, he actually injured himself. The same is true for the other 4 red dragons, or some parts, qi and blood. Dragon veins, flesh and blood, and some do not listen to their orders and fall into an unprecedented state of chaos. Brush. A slow rune was played again, and Lin Chen's azure blue dragon sword slashed out again. Tear. Laugh. 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 The dragon heads flew around, and the 4 strongest elders of the Qilong clan were all beheaded, and a large number of attribute light balls rolled down. Mu Tianqing and the elders of the Qinglong clan stared at the back of the silver robe in the sky with a look of admiration and admiration. Too strong. Strong scalp tingling. Many dragon powerhouses in the Wanlong venue witnessed this scene, the corners of their mouths trembled, and they gasped. All destroyed. The Qinglong clan's opponents' combat strength and number were almost twice as bad as the Red Dragon clan, and they actually wiped out the opponent. And the Qinglong family, not a single dragon died. This This is the new king of the Qinglong clan. What a new king, Jill. England. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, it seems that we have all underestimated the new king of Qinglong, and he still has a lot of secrets. Killing decisively, cutting grass and rooting. It is a material to be in. Overlord, but it is a pity that the bloodline level is too low, otherwise we can focus on cultivating this child. Those princes of the ancient dragon race are going to suffer. Maybe this kid has talent comparable to some princes of the ancient dragon race. He has not been affected much by this million-fold gravity. What a little monster. Hey, keep watching. No matter what, this first level is going to be lively. Several dragon powers laughed arrogantly. Heavenly Plane. The energy value of King's Landing, 65.1 billion points, 68.7 billion points, 72.1 billion points. Get 99.92 million points of advanced chi and blood, 8,000 points of rune energy, 4,000 points of heaven, and 9,000 points of advanced fire energy. After destroying the Qilong clan, the attribute value Lin Chen received soared all the way. In addition, the attribute value he obtained by stealing 18,000 holy dragons has reached a very terrifying level. Most of the bloodline supernatural powers realized by my holy dragon were originally outstanding, but after the baptism of the dragon altar and the strengthening of my bloodline, the lowest grade is also excellent. Yinglong's bloodline supernatural power is close to the top level. What level of comprehension can supernatural powers reach? All Lin Chen's bloodlines are plus 15, increased by 410%, quadrupled, and the supernatural powers can also exert top-level power. In terms of bloodline supernatural powers, Lin Chen is still a bit far from some of the princes of the Taiku Dragon clan, but his advantage lies in his purple-level talent and orange-level talent, most of which are applicable to the bloodline supernatural power of the Holy Dragon. There are too many high-level chi and blood stolen. With the blessing of the awakening of the flesh, the pure power of the main body has reached 3 billion. Dragon power. The pure power of the Holy Dragon has soared to 5 billion dragon power. In the middle stage of the third stage, there are not many opponents of the Holy Dragon. Killing the Red Dragon Prince did not drop the top-quality Wuguang Supreme treasure chest. Although this person has the title of Prince, he is not as good as Huan Wuxin, who has the level of the ancient dragon family. Lin Chen raised it with one hand and threw the red-robed woman in human form in front of Mu Tianqing. Make a break. Mu Tianqing's face was frosty, and when she walked in front of the woman, she was trembling with fear, and immediately knelt down and burst into tears. No, Sister Tianqing, don't kill me, I was also instructed by the Red Dragon King to go there. Your father poisoned me. I was also coerced by him, it really has nothing to do with me. Mu Tianqing sneered, it doesn't matter? The day you and the Red Dragon King took away the ancient dragon's horn, the appearance of laughter was more than happy and intimidating? The red-robed woman shuddered, then turned to Lin Chen, crying until she burst into tears. The great new king of Qinglong, this is not the case, by the way, I still have the coordinates of the hidden space of the Red Dragon, don't kill me, a cheap concubine, my concubine can take you the secret treasure of the Qilong clan. Tear. Mu Tianqing waved his knife, and the azure light was like a blade, beheading this woman. Lin Chen joked and said, what? Are you afraid I will spare her life? Mu Tianqing shook her head, no, I just think this person is just a scourge. Even if I charge some interest now, sooner or later I will seek revenge. Against the Red Dragon King. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Follow this king to win the championship, and you are qualified to take revenge. With a flick of his hand, more than a dozen Long Qingguo fell into the hands of the elders of the Qinglong clan. Among them, those who were slightly injured took a large amount of Long Qingguo to recover quickly. A day later, the heavenly barbarian plain, the world of ice is hidden. Thousands of icebergs rolling up and down, endless, like a piece of ice. The mysterious ice here has not melted for 10,000 years, the ice is as strong as golden soup, and a small iceberg weighs hundreds of millions of tons. Bang! There was a holy dragon who set foot here, and as soon as he entered, he was suppressed by a terrifying force and fell to the ground. Yes, it's so heavy. This is the central area of the Tianman Plain, and it really isn't covered. Come out quickly, the gravity here is close to 4 million times that of the outside world, and it is not an area that our ancient dragons can enter. Alas, I can only go to other areas to find the second Dragon Ball. Shoo, keep your voice down. I'm afraid others won't know that we have Dragon Balls. Several holy dragons who entered the frozen world climbed out with difficulty. That's right, he did crawl away. Entering the frozen world that belongs to the central area of the savage plain, the gravity of nearly 4 million times makes the ancient dragon race under 3 billion dragon power unbearable, let alone flying in the air. It is difficult to even stand. After finally crawling out of the frozen world, when the pressure subsided, a holy dragon team was about to leave, and the killing power of Zunti and Hidi attacked. Damn, Qinglong family, you return our Dragon Balls. Aren't you very arrogant? There is something to fight with us. Shameless shit, don't you have only one mouth? There were dozens of holy dragons slaughtered in groups of dragons. Seeing that the scalps of the holy dragons were numb, they instantly hid to the side. Another young voice jokingly smiled and said, Dragon Ball back to you? A bunch of shameless things, you 5 clans unite to hide in the dark and attack. My Qinglong clan will face? Give your grandma a bear. Those holy dragons felt their scalps go numb, their feelings turned out to be the Qinglong clan and the 5 participating teams. This Qinglong clan is too terrifying. After the 2 sides flew into the ice world in a mighty manner, they stopped immediately. The gravity here surged and they could no longer fly. And the only ones who can keep moving fast are the powerful elders of the 5 clans, who are chasing after them with difficulty. However, the next moment, the crisp sound of ice paddling clattered. Huh? What's the situation? My day. I read it right. The few holy dragons hiding in the dark were dumbfounded. In an arc-shaped iceberg landslide in the ice world, a group of Qinglong people were born. They stepped on the silver plate and quickly flew into the sky. The young silver-robed figure took the lead, and the silver-robed swayed, drawing a beautiful arc. Sorry, this king doesn't use paddles in his life, everything depends on the waves. Seeing this scene, the mouths of the 5 clan powerhouses who were chasing the Qinglong clan twitched slightly, and the scalps of the Dragon clan powerhouses in the Wanlong venue were numb. They are actually skating in the ice world. For a million times the gravity area, you fucking put the skating on? Neuropathy. However, what was even more irritating was that the silver-robed figure also specially killed a carbine, which caught the elders who were chasing back by surprise. Lin Chen stepped on his skateboard, soaring back and forth on the mountain peaks near the dragons that were pressed by gravity on the ground, crossing the top of their dragon heads again and again. Just keep humiliating him. But they are still unable to stand up, because of gravity. Damn, I fucking want to hit him. This is too maddening. I'm going to swallow him. Dozens of giant dragons screamed in anger. This Qinglong new king is really cheap out of the new horizon. However, the next moment, Lin Chen took out a few balls of cyan flying balls, sealed with crystal ice. Seeing the things in Lin Chen's hands, the 5 dragon clan teams that were united couldn't help shivering violently. At that moment, the new king of Qinglong laughed out loud. The freshly baked violent lion Xiang, TSK, 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 look at this color, it is made of 99 kinds of meat, and it will give you a little warmth in this cold winter. Be kind, look at the shivering appearance of dozens of friends, and look at freezing the child, you have accepted this great gift. Lin Chen fiercely sent a wave of high-altitude throwing, accurately sending the flying into the mouth of every dragon. Taking advantage of their rage, the 5 strongest elders attacked aggressively, and the Qinglong elders stopped them. Damn it, what kind of bloodline are these guys from the Qinglong family, and they can fly like me here? No, this kid is about to shoot, don't give him a chance. Lin Chen transformed the arms of the blue dragon with both hands, and threw the Wanzai Xuanguang blade towards all the dragons. He was so shocked that dozens of dragons couldn't even care about the feces on the dragon's mouth, and crawled out frantically. Boom! 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 The light blade decapitated the 7-headed dragon clan, injured 18 heads, and the remaining dragon clan rolled and crawled, trying their best to escape the frozen world. The 5 strongest elders of the ancient dragon clan retreated in fright. Dumbfounded. It's not right. What's going on? Why isn't his attack affected by gravity? According to the situation of the savage plane, the deeper the gravitational field is, the greater the limitation of strength will be, and the more it will be suppressed. There are only a few methods for the dragons to withstand the repression of gravity. First, they are powerful. Second, the blood level is very high. Third, they are good at defensive supernatural powers, but the third type accounts for a smaller proportion. Mainly depends on blood and strength. But the strength of this new Qinglong king, the attack that broke out, is completely unchanged. Whether it's at 2 million times gravity or 4 million times gravity, it's almost unaffected. This Nima is fake. The Taiku dragons don't bring such perverts. Lin Chen took away the attribute light ball and the beast core, waved his hand with the Qinglong clan, and laughed when he left. If you are not afraid of death, just chase after him. This king will kill as much as he wants. Lin Chen's anomaly even attracted the attention of the Dragon Clan experts. What a miraculous physique, he is not suppressed by gravity at all, and his strength only rises and does not fall. This point, even those Taiku dragon princes can't do it. Why was Lin Chen not affected by gravity? It wasn't that gravity didn't work for him, but there was a deeper reason. Deep in the ice world, Lin Chen jumped into the air, and found another dragon ball from the crevice of an iceberg. Get 50,000 points of intermediate heaven value. The white light attribute ball in the dragon ball was incorporated into his body, and Lin Chen looked excited. As expected, each dragon ball has a Heavenly Dao value of more than 50,000 points. The Heavenly Dao value can make my body have more life awakening. No matter what else, just one, meat shell awakening, is very important. The pure power of Lin Chen's body is now 2 billion dragon power, and 50% of the awakening of the flesh shell is 3 billion dragon power. different from the talent of divine power that Lin Chen once obtained. Although the awakening of the meat shell cannot be blessed in the holy dragon, it is suitable for the phantom rune. That is to say, the pure power obtained by Lin Chen with meat shell awakening can be blessed on all clones. What if the meat shell awakens 100%, 150%? Lin Chen couldn't imagine how much. His combat power would skyrocket. To collect a lot of Dragon Balls. For Lin Chen, as many Dragon Balls as possible. Even if it is a touch, a 50,000 point intermediate Heavenly Dao value is such a bloody profit. In the past, this value could only be obtained by killing a super master of the second level or above of the Holy Land. Now just look for Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Lin Chen and his party stopped in an ice valley. Lin Chen threw 2 Dragon Balls with no attribute value to them, and said, indifferently, the standard for passing the test is no longer a problem. Hiding here should be able to last until the 3rd day. Mu Tianqing was curious, are you going to take action? Then at least bring the Great Elder with you. Lin Chen smiled and said, no, the Great Elder must stay in the team, our team's foundation itself is weak, and the power in the frozen world will be suppressed by more than half. If there is any problem, we need to rely on the 2 elders to support. Besides, you come here. It will drag me down. The elders were shocked. The new king's remarks are not meant to. The great elder looked solemn. New king, are you? Lin Chen nodded, yes, I'm going to the core area to compete for the purple Dragon Ball. As soon as these words came out, the corners of the mouths of the elders of Qinglong shuddered. Although there are few Dragon Balls, it is enough for some dragon teams to pass the level. There is only one purple Dragon Ball. And it is still in the most central area, with 10 million times the gravity. There is no doubt that only the Ancient Dragon Clan and the top Ancient Dragon Clan team are qualified to compete for the purple Dragon Ball. No matter how strong the new king is, it is impossible to kill him alone. Hee, I don't need you to worry about me. Are we here just for the honor of the Dragon Clan? No, my goal is to win the championship. I will beat all those primordial Dragon Clan who look down on us. In Lin Chen's eyes, the fighting spirit is monstrous. The elders stared at the eyes inside the silver dragon mask and couldn't help shaking their heads in amazement. They really followed an amazing new king. In the Wanlong venue, when the 2 elders of the Qilong clan saw that their team was beaten by the Qinglong clan, they couldn't help but stand up, gritted their teeth and roared, suffocating. What are you doing? Doesn't someone want to break the rules? Brush. A handsome and wicked man in a white robe that beats the snow appeared on the high platform of the venue. It was actually a Dragon Clan almighty. No, this almighty calms down his anger. How dare this old man? The 2 supreme elders of the Qilong clan immediately clasped their fists respectfully and sat back. A monstrous murderous intent rolled in their eyes. Damn, this bastard of the Qinglong clan. Is it better for them to be eliminated in the 2nd stage, without the honor of the honorary Dragon Clan? Our clan immediately sent the strong to destroy their garbage clan. The dragons are powerful, and no one dares to be presumptuous. One wave after another, many dragon powerhouses saw through the light screen that the new king of Qinglong rushed into the depths of the frozen world. What's the situation? One person? He let the Qinglong family stop in the ice world, and killed himself in it? Is this guy crazy? Going in is 5 million times the gravity. Does he want to fight against other dragon teams in that area by himself? Heavenly Barbarian Plane, core area, 5 million times to 6 million times. The gravity area. Heaven and earth are gray and white, and life is extinct. A snow-white dragon ball the size of an egg was sucked out from a crack in the ground and held by a hand as white as jade. At this time, hundreds of young people stood in the vicinity within 10 miles. And they were all princes or princesses of the ancient dragon clan. This place is the limit of the ancient dragon clan's in-death area, and the elders of the various clans agreed that it is entirely up to the genius of their own clan to snatch the dragon balls, and they only guard the entrance of the 5 million times gravity area. Reaching the level of the ancient dragon clan, the background of each other is no longer comparable to the ancient dragon clan. A little battle will cause a big war, and the price is very high. With the background of their ancient dragon clan, it is no longer difficult to go deeper into the search for dragon balls, so they simply hand over the decision to their own geniuses. Clap clap. A burst of applause came, and the eyes of all Tianjiao were condensed. I didn't expect that I would meet so many ancient dragon geniuses. TSK, TSK. TSK. In the area of 6 million times the gravity, a ghostly figure appeared, and the princesses and princes locked them at a glance. It was the new king of Qinglong. At this time, Lin Chen carried a pile of dragon balls with one hand, and there were as many as 10. Let the genius of some ancient dragons shine. Everyone, how about betting on the dignity of your ancient dragon race, and playing a game? Someone Lin jokingly smiled. The new king of Qinglong, Jill British? An ancient dragon, how dare you go so far? Light a lantern to go to the toilet? The corners of many dragon princes were full of sneer and inadvertent greed. When they found Lin Chen, they subconsciously surrounded him. Everyone, how about betting on the dignity of your ancient dragon race, and playing a game? Someone Lin carried 10 dragon balls and smiled jokingly. Why, is it possible that your ancient dragon clan still wants to besiege me? An ancient dragon clan? Seeing that he was in deep siege, Lin Chen was calm and composed, and even chewed a piece of long qinghua while chatting and laughing, without panic at all. A golden-robed crown prince rolled his sleeves and sneered, "Why, the trash of the Qinglong clan, what do you want to do? They have high self-esteem, and they really didn't plan to besiege Lin Chen, but just stared at the dragon ball in Lin Chen's hands." Lin Chen said, "In this way, let's have a fair duel and fight until the opponent can no longer fight. Bet your dragon balls, and the winner will get all the dragon balls the loser has. How about it?" All the dragon princes are in shock, dueling one-on-one? But, it's not right. According to the regulations, the 10 dragon balls in his hand are more than enough to pass the assessment, and there is no need to duel with them at all? Why, are you afraid? You don't want the dragon balls that came to your door. This is the genius of the ancient dragon clan? TSK, 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 so Mr. Liu is right. If you coerce, he will not be able to beat my British state. Lin Chen shrugged. Humph, don't use such low-level aggressive tactics there. The previous golden-robed prince sneered, "No matter what intrigues and tricks you have. Today, this prince can defeat all your tricks with one move. This time I accept the challenge." After all, he threw out a dragon ball and levitated into the void. Many princes and princesses recovered and couldn't help but regret it. Let the first crab-eater get the sweetness. There are very few dragon balls placed in the Tianman Plain. Among the ancient dragon clan in the outer area, I don't know how many teams have not found a dragon ball. Among the more than 180 teams as strong as the ancient dragon clan, there are still more than half of the teams who have not collected dragon balls. And There are only 2 days left. 2 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and the ancient dragons are not 100% sure to pass. You can also make a lot of money by taking that Dragon Ball and exchanging treasures with other teams. The golden-robed prince stepped into the battle range, and Lin Chen also threw his Dragon Balls into the void, stacking 11 Dragon Balls on top of each other. Death to this prince. The breath of the golden-robed prince soared, and with a swipe of his fingertips, 2 bursts of invincible Gangjin Qi turned into rolling golden beams tearing the air, whistling towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his Qinglong arm and blasted out with one claw, the Wanzai Shuangguang blade was cut like a snowflake, and it was hard to shake. Sigh. Bang. The blue-gold 2-color dragon breath exploded, and the shattered light scattered. The princesses and princes once again retreated to one side. The 2 turned into 2 holy lights and collided with each other. Every collision shook the space. A dragon princess in a peach-colored long dress looked surprised. This new king of Qinglong has some skills, and he can still exert 2.4 billion dragon power under this kind of gravity. There are 100 million more dragons than the guy with the 9-clawed Tiangang golden dragon force. In this area of 6 million times the gravity, the advanced bloodline level of the princes who are as strong as the ancient dragon race has also been suppressed by over 50% of their strength. The 9-clawed golden dragon prince can break out 4.6 billion dragon power with all his strength, but only 2.3 billion dragon power can be exerted here. And this new king of Qinglong can just hit 2.4 billion dragon power. This new king of Qinglong really has a bit of a trick. 6 million times the gravity can also produce 2.4 billion dragon power, but the superiority and inferiority of the bloodline level are innate, and in terms of supernatural powers, you are not the opponent of this prince. The golden dragon prince roared violently, the dragon body burst into bloom, and a huge 9-clawed golden dragon was born. The expressions of many princes changed slightly. The 9-clawed Tiangang golden dragon, the first of the 5 elements, the extremely golden dragon. It belongs to the extremely aggressive dragon clan. And its attack power has few rivals in the ancient dragon clan level, not to mention that this Prince Ling Jin received the qi of Taishu Venus to nourish his dragon body since he was a child, far exceeding the ordinary 9-clawed golden dragon. Golden Dragon Tiangung / The golden dragon is surging with the qi of Gangjin, the tail of the dragon is slashing like a blade, and the aura of the gold-type dragon is unparalleled. Boom! The secluded blue dragon light strays and forms Dao and Dao Xian light all over Lin Chen's body. It is the bloodline magical power of the holy dragon. The 10,000 years blue light, the bloodline attribute of the dragon altar is improved and, enhancement plus 15, the power of this move is no less than top supernatural powers. The 10,000 years blue light slammed into it like a blue dragon, attacking the unparalleled Jinfeng dragon Qi's ultimate defense against the thick Wanzai, blasting the sky's broken light dragon breath, scattering out like a rain of arrows. Jin Feng's dragon Qi is still slightly better. The moment he smashed the 10,000 years of blue light, Yu Jin's edge slashed towards Lin Chen. Brush. A swipe of blue dragon light flashed past, and with a snort, it was Prince Ling Jin's huge golden dragon body that was knocked to the ground, and the golden dragon blood was sprinkled. What? He actually used the magical powers of other dragons. Before he had time to be shocked, Lin Chen seized the momentum with the azure blue dragon sword. Boom! Boom. Boom. The explosion sound like a disintegration of a mountain continued, and Lin Chen beat Prince Lin Jin to serious injuries. Stop. This prince admits defeat. When Prince Lin Jin hurriedly shouted, Lin Chen backed away and took down the new Dragon Ball and the attribute light ball dropped by Prince Lin Jin. Get 50,000 points of Heavenly Dao, 200 million points of Advanced Essence, 300 million points of Advanced Blood, 9,000 points of Rune Energy. Lin Chen was out of breath, and forced a smile. The Prince of the Ancient Dragon Clan is nothing special. Prince Lin Jin said in a horrified and angry manner, what a new king of Qinglong, who turns out to be a double-blooded dragon body. This prince has followed your way, and in the second pass, wash your neck and let this prince wait. After saying harsh words, Prince Lin Jin left in a hurry. Time was running out. He lost another Dragon Ball, and now he has to hurry to find the Dragon Ball. Lin Chen turned to look at all the princes and princesses again, and said with a smile, what, who else wants to fight? I'll accompany you to the end. I'm coming. The raging dragon roar shook the sky like 5 thunders. A Dragon Ball lifted off again, and this time, the challenger was replaced by the Jiuxiao Thunder Dragon Prince of the ancient dragon family. He was wearing a thunder armor, 3 feet tall and furious like thunder. Standing in front of Lin Chen like a thunderstorm, trying to devour Lin Chen's remnants of candles in the wind. Boom. Bang. The battle started again, and in less than half an hour, to everyone's surprise, the new king of the blue dragon narrowly won again. There is a bit of ability, this prince is here to experience it. After a few hundred rounds. Humph. All of them will only attack in a daze. Let's see how this princess teaches him to be a dragon. Hundreds more rounds. Don't think that you will be arrogant after defeating a few incompetent guys. Today, I will let you know the real power of the ancient dragon race. One by one, the princes and princesses of the ancient dragon clan, who were famous and frightened the 8 wildernesses, came down to challenge the new king of Qinglong. But what is even more shocking is that this guy has narrowly won again and again, and every time these princes and princesses feel that he is going to fall after another fight, but he just doesn't lose. Every time he fights to the end and narrowly wins his opponent, his exhausted appearance starts to become alive again as long as he goes into battle. After a whole day of fierce battles, 47 princes and princesses lost, and all of them lost their only Dragon Balls. Those geniuses who were defeated by Lin Chen felt more and more disobedience. This guy has a problem. Big problem. Suddenly, the Dragon Prince of Qianguan Jintinglong, who had been defeated before, suddenly jumped up and cursed on the spot. Grass. That's it. This bastard can act like a motherfucker. 6 million times. The force of gravity has little effect on him. He has been acting, and I've been fooled by him. I'm going to make him an ancestor of Qinglong. 1,000-view golden-eyed dragon, with mysterious bloodline, and born with different eyes. As a kind of dragon clan with strong insight, in terms of insight ability, they are chasing the top mathematicians of the human race. After the prince was defeated, he watched Lin Chen for more than a dozen games, and finally found the clue. His pure power has been rising in battle, from the real combat power is about 5.5 billion dragon power. But in his battle, the trump cards seemed to emerge in an endless stream. There were 3 signs of bloodline, successively, and he could use his magical powers from 1 to 5. What was even more terrifying was that every time he reached the most critical point, his dragon power would always climb a small part. It is this small part of dragon power that makes the power of the bloodline. Magical powers very different. In this plane with extremely high gravity, it has formed a trend that affects the situation of the battle. This guy can ignore most of the 6 million times gravity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to control his pure power so skillfully. As soon as Prince Jin Tong said this, the expressions of the princes and princesses were extremely wonderful. Free to manipulate gravity here? How can that be? The prince of the Taiku Dragon clan did not have this method. Aya, have you been discovered? I can also be discovered as a movie star like me, who has a salary of tens of billions. It seems that the ancient dragons are not all guys with high self-esteem. Seeing no one challenged, Lin Chen smiled harmlessly, took away all the dragon balls, and the Heavenly Dao value skyrocketed. This guy broke the contract and lied to us first, damn, besiege him. This prince still respects his position and is willing to admit defeat. I didn't expect this guy to hide such a dirty hand. Fuck him. All the geniuses are in a hurry, but they don't know that being able to ignore the gravity of the savage plane is also part of the strength of the new king of Qinglong. Nearly 100 geniuses tore their faces and surrounded Lin Chen in an instant. Even if their strength was suppressed, if they were besieged by so many dragon princes, even the third level of the human sacred realm might fall on the spot. Ha ha ha, this handsome will not accompany you, let's go. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and dozens of slow runes exploded in the air, consuming 10,000 rune energy. The space was stagnant, and the moment everyone moved slowly and stopped, Lin Chen's dragon body released 5.5 billion dragon power, and was hardly affected by gravity. Brush. Brush. The purple-red phoenix flames flickered a few times, the afterimage became a film, and Lin Chen disappeared in the air. What? Everyone was furious, and burst into a loud dragon roar. Elders, all dispatched, advanced to the depths of the Tianman plain, and quickly capture the new king of the Qinglong family. The core area of the savage plains suddenly rioted. Lin Chen took turns to fight the princes of the ancient dragon clan, and once again made the clansmen in the Qinglong palace cheer, and the name of the new king penetrated into the hearts of all the Qinglong clansmen. In the Wanlong venue, several dragon powers showed up at the venue, which was amazing. This kid actually defeated dozens of princes of the ancient dragon race? Ha ha ha, it seems that in this savage plain, there are not many people who can threaten this little guy except the level of the ancient dragon. There should be some wonderful opportunities or treasures on him, which can reduce most of the gravitational pressure on him. However, unfortunately, the bloodline level is a hard injury. If his true strength is under normal circumstances, it will be quite an outstanding person. An ancient dragon. Genius. You can't go far by saying goodbye with a little crooked door. The only thing that can attract this seat's attention is that his move will be divided into 5 kinds of bloodline supernatural powers. If it is also applicable to perfect level supernatural powers, I am afraid that even the powerhouse of this level will not be able to resist him. According to our clan's records, it seems that similar bloodline supernatural powers have not yet appeared. Is it a mutant supernatural power? All the Dragon Clan experts in the high platform of the venue could see through the details of this blue dragon new king at a glance. Although most of them were amazed, they were not optimistic about his future. It's like a flash in the pan, a momentary meteor. All the Dragon Clan experts believe that although he can shine in the first stage, he is still immortal. dragon with limited future. Heavenly Man plane, close to the 8 million times gravity area, inside a gorge crack. Lin Chen restrained his breath, sat cross-legged in the void, and when he opened his eyes, a divine light flashed by. According to the ability of the main body and the clone, even if I enter the field of 10 million times the gravity, I can still compete with those ancient dragons. The reason why millions of times of gravity has no effect on Lin Chen's holy dragon body is that it is Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's body and the holy dragon are in the same vein, and the holy dragon is a part of his body, and all the gravity accumulated on the dragon body is equivalent to being accumulated on the human body, and sharing the burden. The same is true for Lin Chen's clone. While the holy dragon is bearing 8 million times the gravity, there are Lin Chen's body and 5 phantom clones in the Qingxue planting capsule, to share the pressure on the dragon's body. The body price is added to the clones, and each body has 3 billion dragon power, and the burden of sharing is equivalent to the 3-headed holy dragon. At this stage. But this does not mean that the holy dragon can ignore the gravity of the savage plane, and the gravity of 8 million times begins to approach the limit of all clones and main bodies. To share the gravity without the body and the clone being injured, about 9.5 million times the gravity is probably my limit. While taking Long Qingguo to treat the dragon body, Lin Chen fell into thought. If my dragon body enters the field of 10 million times the gravity, the combat power will probably be suppressed by 20%. After entering the savage plane and stealing the attribute values of 18,000 holy dragons, the pure power will climb to 5.6 billion dragon power. Under the circumstance of suppressing 20%, there are still more than 4.4 billion dragon power, and the head. 2 days have passed. I don't know if the purple dragon ball has been taken away. Let's kill it first. As soon as Lin Chen came out of the canyon, with a bang, thunder and lightning exploded from the southwest, such as 10,000 thunders, thunder dragon. Wandering, electric scorching, galloping thunder and dragon breath turned into giant claws, instantly split thousands of mountains, and destroyed Lin Chen. Where did you come from, the younger generation? Get out. This central area is already blocked by the primordial dragon clan. Any dragon clan who dares to approach will die without a complete corpse, and the dragon core will sacrifice to the sky. The sound of thunder rolled, mixed with an old voice full of domineering and disdain. As soon as Lin Chen stepped on his feet, the holy phoenix wings flashed past, and he was able to avoid the thunder claw. It's a guy from the Taiku dragon clan. I don't know if it's the elders or those princes. Damn, it's really domineering to return the dragon core to the sky. The eyes under the silver dragon mask are fierce. This is at least a killer move from a dragon powerhouse with 8 billion dragon power from a distance, but its power is only half, about 4 billion dragon power. This blow is a warning. The guys from the Taiku dragon race, no matter how old or young, are so arrogant and domineering. The shoulders shook sharply, the dragon body erupted into a destructive force. The momentum of the galloping horses, Lin Chen's dragon body was full of firepower, no longer concealed. The 5.6 billion dragon power was fully revealed, murderous. I don't want to abide by the rules of these guys. If you want to do it, then I will give you a big deal. With a slap of the holy phoenix wing, Lin Chen swept straight to the most central area of the plain. The savage plain, the deepest core. The valley is ups and downs, and within 1,000 miles, the entire Tianman plain has the most terrifying gravity. The gravity here is 9 million times to 10 million times. However, this is not difficult for the primordial dragon clan. The elders of the primordial dragon clan in groups occupy each side and occupy different positions. Their respective lineups are either a dozen people, or 7 or 8, all of them are terrifying dragons with tyrannical breath. Elder. They are here waiting for the geniuses of each family. In the center of the valley, in a plain, there are dozens of figures standing around. These people are all young people. Some of them were cynical, and a vague murderous intent flashed across their brows while laughing and talking. Some are heroic and domineering in the world, with a sturdy body, standing here alone, like opening up the whole world. Some are unhappy and dejected, and if there is a hurricane, it will cover all directions. Some of them are spotless, exquisite and intelligent, and with their sweet smiles, from time to time there is a lingering dragon spirit, like a starry sky. Some have deep breaths, gloomy and cold, and their figures are hidden in layers of darkness, as if they can swallow the vitality of the world in an instant. Some are otherworldly and immortal, with 6 bright moons above their heads. And the moonlight shines brightly, holy and proud. These people are men and women, all of them are tall and sturdy, and their talents are unparalleled. All the princes and princesses from the Taiku dragon clan. The Prince Xuanzhen of the suppressing prison dragon, the red-browed youth of the Wanhua dragon clan, the blue-robed prince of the wind-winged sacred dragon, the evil young man who buried the shadow phantom dragon, and the beautiful lady in the black dress of the dark heavenly dragon are all here. Their talent, potential, and strength are also at the level of shocking the world in the holy world, and most of them are comparable to the level of the enchanting list. Even if they stop in this field that is close to 10 million times the gravity, they can walk like a willow and walk like a fly. If it were other dragon races, they would have been crushed into patties by gravity or could not move. At this time, these peerless and shocking princes and princesses, no one dared to approach the most central area. In the central area, in front of a huge stone wall on the plain, there was an egg-sized, exquisitely carved purple dragon ball. Purple dragon ball, the final reward of the first level. If it can be obtained, the second level of the Wanlong Club will receive special rewards and care. Suddenly, boom! A young man in charge of the situation trembled all over his body, and released a blast of dragon energy that swept across the desert, swept into the plain, and went straight to the purple dragon ball in front of the stone wall. Bang! When the dragon chi was still about 10 miles away from the purple dragon ball, it was squeezed by the terrifying pressure and shattered into radiance. Those old guys have made it clear that they want to trick us. The wise boy. In the dragon's eyes flashed a bit of displeasure between his eyebrows, and snorted coldly, "How is it possible to get this?" Tear. The airflow disintegrated and split, and a piece of dragon claws, like the Taiku dragon claws that cut across the mountains and rivers, the sun and the moon, stretched long and long, and the dragon energy lingered, trying to forcibly capture the purple dragon ball. Sigh. After not flying for a while, the dragon claws were squeezed so hard that they were forced to withdraw. The blue-robed prince with a breath like the ocean wiped the dragon's blood on his palm and frowned. "I knew they wouldn't let us get it so easily, they're really a bunch of olding ratios." The long-haired woman in black clothes, shrouded in a dark curtain, sneered. "This area closest to the purple dragon ball has at least 13 million times the gravity, and maybe more than that. The guys who set up this level clearly don't want us to take the purple dragon ball. Get it? The girl in green clothes giggled and said, "Hey, long-haired gloomy guy. Aren't you good at space travel? Try space travel and see if you can bring out the dragon balls before you die." Huh? The black-clothed woman stared coldly at the girl, her killing intent. Soaring, are you courting death? Do you want to fight? The girl in singy smiled sweetly, and a green dragon light flickered between her brows. Choke. A bunch of blood-red dragons' breathstorm rushed forward and rushed into the plane, and finally burst into the dragon's energy at a distance of about 8 miles. An evil young man with a red ring on his ear shook his head. No, after a distance of 10 miles, the gravity increases 10,000 times. For every zhang. The last 1 mile may have a gravity of about 15 million times. Even if we count the bloodline of our primordial dragon race, we are in the field. People must at least have the strength to break through 12 billion dragon power to try to fully enter. Everyone was silent. All the geniuses present were between 7.5 billion dragon power and 8 billion dragon power. Neither the body nor the dragon energy attack could penetrate into such a terrifying area of gravity. The 12 billion dragon power is still a long way from them, and the elders they led have not reached this level. The rules stipulate that the dragons participating in this Wanlong club cannot exceed 900 million dragon veins, which is less than 9 billion dragon power. Obviously, it is almost impossible for anyone to get the purple dragon ball. If you take it hard, even if you can meet the purple dragon ball, desperately, you will have to be crushed to the point where your internal organs are ruptured, and the dragon core will shatter and die. At this time, there were only a few princes and princesses, Ji Xiaochuan, the prince who looked at the phantom dragon, and Yang Anren, who was the dark dragon. If it is said that among the people present, it is possible to get the purple dragon ball under this circumstance, perhaps only these 2 people. Princess and Ran of Diablo Dragon has no intention of taking action. Ji Xiaochuan's eyes flickered a few times, but he didn't make a move after all. Forget it, there's no need to stay here, and there's no need to die if you can't get it. Some dragon princes and princesses began to turn back and leave, and a small number of people did not give up. They knew the rules of the Wanlong Association. The harder the assessment, the more generous the reward. Boy, are you looking for death? Ignore the warning of the old man and dare to break into the area of the primordial dragon race? Outside the valley, an elder with thunder and lightning clasped his chest with his arms and looked down at the man in the silver dragon mask with cold eyebrows. Come here. Someone Lin pretended to be neither humble nor arrogant, and said with a smile, I will bring some local specialties to the seniors in the 13th area of Guangshuiqing in the Great Wilderness Single Machine Domain. Come here. Seniors, take a look. After that, Lin Chen took out a box of golden jade and caught the elders' attention. Oh? I didn't expect you to understand etiquette. Opening the emerald box, a note rolled down from it. The elder spread it out and looked stunned. Happy Lantern Festival, the most handsome subscription? What is this? Boom. Lin Chen galloped with all his strength, his dragon energy shot in all directions, and he punched and smashed the elder's old face with a punch. This punch, like a mountain torrent dumping, 10,000 dragons destroying the sky, more than 5 billion dragon force exploded at once. Boom. When the space swayed, the ground shook and the mountain swayed. The elder was unable to guard against it, and was blasted thousands of kilometers away. By Lin Chen's punch, the dragon's blood flew horizontally, and the bridge of his nose was broken. Damn, the bastard of the Qinglong family, you are courting death. The sound of thunder whistled, and the dragon roar shook. Lin Chen unfolded his holy phoenix wings, flapped the rolling purple flames, and rushed in the direction of the purple dragon ball area. What a strong attribute light, the area in the center of the plane has an attribute treasure. Where did the ants come from, looking for death? There are always some ignorant guys trying to break in. This kid has the breath of the Phoenix clan, and he shot and killed him. It's weird, this kid's power doesn't seem to be suppressed by gravity much. As soon as Lin Chen broke into the central area, hundreds of elders of the Taiku Dragon clan noticed his breath. The Thunder Dragon shuttled, the dragon claws were torn off, the blue dragon breath storm was like a galloping horse, and the dragon breath engulfed the surrounding space of Lin Chen. These elders are all at the level of 8 billion dragon power, which is comparable to the 3-level perfection of the strongest holy realm. Even if they are suppressed by gravity, they can exert their strength of more than 4 billion dragon power. The first shot is the ultimate move, if they want to kill Lin Chen forcibly. I don't have time to entangle with these guys, Tianyu Shanhai. Lin Chen instantly emptied the dragon energy of the 200 million dragon veins in the holy dragon, poured it into 2 different crystals of water and fire, and the aura skyrocketed. The holy dragon is a part of Lin Chen's body, and the different crystals refined by Lin Chen can also be used by the holy dragon. Due to the effect of blood strengthening to +15, the effect of Tianyu Shanhai is comparable to that of top-level magical powers. It can mobilize a large amount of water aura to temporarily increase its own strength, and it can also consume its own dragon veins to replace this effect. Brush. The wings of the holy phoenix spewed billowing purple flames, and Lin Chen stepped on the blue dragon light, turning into a holy light with interlaced water and flames, rushing out of the siege of many dragon breath. Attacks. Lin Chen's speed soared tenfold in an instant. What? No, he's going to force his way into the center of the heavenly man plane. What do you want to do? Don't you want to enter, can't you break the rules? As soon as Lin Chen broke out of the siege, the teams of the Taiku dragons from all sides were in chaos, and arrows were drawn. They have rules with each other, no matter what happens, they can't enter the center of the savage plane, otherwise it will be regarded as breaking the rules, and the clan who enter without authorization will be attacked by a group. For a moment when many elders were distracted, Lin Chen had already rushed into the plain area in the center of the plain. In the dead plains, when many princes and princesses were still making their final attempts, a few distant voice transmissions made them look extremely wonderful. His Royal Highness, it's not good, someone from the Qinglong clan broke in. Your Majesty, the Qinglong tribe's Gilingbang has entered, you have to be careful. Prince, the British state is here. As soon as the sound transmission fell, there was a bang, and a shocking rainbow flashed across the sky, attracting the attention of all the geniuses of the dragon race. Prince Wanhua's face was stern, his red eyebrows lit up with red flames, and he shouted, "The rat of the Qinglong family, come down." Boom. When he drank it cold, the Prince of Wanhua grabbed the sky into the sky, his 5 fingers burst out with red flame dragon breath, twisted into 4 flame dragons and rushed away, the hot breath enveloped all directions. Sigh. Yen Long smashed the shocking rainbow, was it an afterimage? Brush. 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 Almost at the moment when the afterimage shattered, more than a dozen afterimages entwined with water and fire rushed out from all directions of the plain, and the shocked prince and princesses were full of surprise. There are more than a dozen people breaking through? Where did the Qinglong Clan come from? Tear. The airflow was torn, and hundreds of gray-white talismans descended out of thin air, bursting from the heads of all geniuses. The space is stagnant, everyone's body is stagnant, and the dragon energy is much slower. Prince Xuanzhen sneered, "Is this what you rely on in the United Kingdom? Little tricks, broken." His dragon veins condensed, and the dragon energy that was like a sea exploded, and the shackles of the slow rune were blown alive. He pointed and swiped, and the dragon breath cut through the blade like a snowflake, cutting off a figure in the middle. Bang bang bang. The continuous explosions echoed, and the princes and princesses showed their magical powers, breaking through all the shackles in an instant. A blue-robed prince opened his mouth and spat out a dozen hurricanes, crushing 2 figures at once. The more than a dozen figures who broke through the siege were immediately blown up by the princes, and there were 5 or 6 remaining. Ji Xiaochuan, who buried the ghost dragon, suddenly said, "These are spiritual clones, none of them are the main body." The faces of the princes changed again. Spiritual detachment? Even the spiritual power avatars that they couldn't see. For the first time, this realm is at least the middle stage of spiritual sanctuary. As soon as Ji Xiaochuan's voice fell, an afterimage appeared in the center of the plain without warning, only about 10 miles away from the purple dragon ball. Lin Chen's avatar and the slow rune condensed with his spiritual power were all faint shots. When the main body was mixed into the spiritual avatar and rushed out, it had been quietly hidden. The real back end was his Tian hidden rune. The hidden rune can eliminate the hidden host's aura of attack and the host's presence. Everyone was surprised. What technique is this? They didn't even notice that someone was approaching. Young Amren's beautiful eyes narrowed, and the moment she found Lin Chen, her delicate body leaned forward, and her slender figure was like an arrow from a string. So fast. Lin Chen and even everyone in the audience had similar thoughts in their hearts. Lin Chen just stepped into the 10-mile range of the purple dragon ball, and the gravity skyrocketed. Even with the sharing of the main body and the clone, the power of the holy dragon was suppressed by more than 4/5. Lin Chen's holy dragon body is like being stuck in mud, and the gravity here is already the limit of the body and the clone. The fragrant wind swept through, and an afterimage of black light swirls into the air, smashing down from the top of Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen threw out another rune of slowness. Bang! The rune of slowness was blasted. The 4,000 points of rune energy can't be delayed even for a moment? Lin Chen was shocked. Young Amren's strength is bottomless. Lin Chen was forced to turn around to face the battle, running the 10,000 years blue light bodyguard, crossed his hands, and with a bang, he received a powerful blow from this stunning beauty. Lin Chen insisted and smiled casually, "This beauty, I'm sorry you are so enthusiastic, why don't you go to bed another day?" Young Amren's cold and arrogant brow pointed out a charming murderous intent. "Isn't it better to fight now?" The strength gradually sank, Lin Chen's pressure doubled, he gritted his teeth and said with a smile, "How about another day?" "Today." Young Amren twisted her waist, her jade leg swept away like a whip, and she smashed Lin Chen with one blow. In this field of 11 million times the gravity, her action speed is still faster than Lin Chen. Lin Chen was kicked by this beautiful princess and vomited blood, was kicked nearly 1,000 meters away, and fell directly into the field of gravity. More than 12 million times. Pfft. Lin Chen's body and the holy dragon in the Qingxue planting capsule almost vomited blood at the same time, unable to move. Damn it, it's only 10 million times the force of gravity, it's such a fool. My day. Lin Chen rode the dragon body and wanted to get up, but found that he couldn't even move a finger, and he couldn't even get up from the ground. Young Anren frowned lightly. She didn't pursue the victory, the field where Lin Chen fell. The gravity was so strong that even she didn't dare to approach it. Rashly. The pace flashed, and Yong'an then stepped back. Lin Chen found that the flesh and blood in the holy dragon began to collapse. And the gravity of more than 12 million times had reached the limit it could bear. Even if there are clones and the main body to share, the holy dragon with 11 million times of gravity can only exert less than 20% of its strength. Now it was kicked into an area of more than 12 million times, and the dragon body was instantly injured. Oops, I have to get out of here. If the holy dragon can't stand it like this, my body will be exposed. Lin Chen screamed badly. Under the pressure of gravity, the closer to the limit of endurance, every little increase in pressure may break the limit and collapse at any time. More importantly, if the main body is injured again, his 11th holy cave is about to burst. Lin Chen's cultivation base is currently 10 holy acupoints. The first level of the holy realm is complete. He killed many powerful dragons along the way and successively stole the attribute values of tens of thousands of holy dragons. The accumulation of breaking through 11 holy caves is already enough. But if you advance here, opening a new holy cave will reveal a new vision, and Lin Chen's body in the Qingxue planting capsule will be instantly exposed. Once the great power of the dragon clan finds out that there is a human clan here, it will immediately lead to the siege of 10,000 dragons, and the sourness is more terrifying than death. Take pills? No, no matter how good the healing holy pill is, it can't get rid of the current predicament. Am I going to use superdimensional teleportation to get away? I finally broke through here. If I teleport away, there is no time for me to rush in again. In Lin Chen's mind, thoughts are changing rapidly, breaking through the spiritual power in the middle stage of entering the holy realm. His thinking speed is far faster than before. By the way, increase the power of the body. When the pure power is raised, the effect of bearing and sharing gravity will increase. Lin Chen immediately turned on the system. Tiandao Pickup System version 6.0. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, First Level Perfection of the Holy Land, 10 Holy Caves, Advanced Essence, 105.6 billion points. Ultimate Strength, 3 billion Dragon Power, Meat Shell Awakening, plus 50%. Advanced Blood, 108.9 billion points. Advanced Spirit, 239 million points, mid-stage of the Holy Land. Advanced Cultivation Technique Essence, 2.07 million points. Advanced Rune Energy, 2.18 million points. Intermediate Heavenly Dao Value, 3.59 million points. Intermediate Talent Points, 2.41 million points. Set Essence, 0 points. Blank Attribute, 0 points. Reinforcement Points, 17.9 million points. Advanced Element Energy, Fire 1.1 million, Earth 940,000, Wood 860,000, Gold 970,000, Water 1.04 million, Thunder 1.05 million, Wind 840,000, Light 1.02 million, Dark 1.12 million points. Exercise Status Bar, Open or Not, Blood Status Bar, Open or Not. Awakening of Life Bar, Open or Not. Passive Talent Bar, Double Cultivation Acacia, Assault, Tear, Quasi-Orange. Super Chaos, Orange, Extremely Possessed Fragment, 3/4. Active talent bar, omen of stealing, deadly bloodthirst, ultradimensional. Teleportation, ultimate moment, ultimate return, King's Landing, quasi. Orange, life and death, orange, instant light, orange, extinction crack. Create. Nirvana column, open or not, characteristic rune column, open or not. Talent combination skills, open or not. System, turn on life awakening. Life awakening status bar, currently awakened, I awakening stage 1. Spiritual awakening stage 1. Awakening of the meat shell stage 1, 50% pure. Power, 1 million intermediate Heavenly Dao points are still needed for the first phase of full awakening, and 4 million Heavenly Dao points are needed to start the second stage awakening. System, continue the awakening of the flesh shell until the first stage is the highest. Consumes 1 million intermediate Heavenly Dao points and begins to awaken the flesh shell, 51%, 53%, 55%. Is this guy dead? I don't know how high the sky is, and dare to come in front of us. By the way, young Anren is also a monster. He can move so fast under 11 million times of gravity. What is the new king of Qinglong, a bluffing thief? His position must have about 12.4 million times the gravity. It is difficult for Prince Ben to move in. It is estimated that he will be crushed into patties by gravity. The princes of the dragon clan dismissed it with disdain, and with their eyesight, they saw through the background of this new king of Qinglong at a glance, but it was only about 5.6 billion dragon power. In the outside world, this kind of strength is completely vulnerable in front of them. Whether it is bloodline, potential, combat power, and their taiku. Dragons are completely different from each other. Probably obtained some strange treasures that can reduce part of the gravity. If you want to get a piece of the pie, except for a little spiritual attainments, the rest are like garbage like strength. Prince Xuanzhen laughed dumbly. It's a pity that you can't concoct this person by yourself, otherwise this prince will definitely let him not survive. Or die. In the Wanlong venue, many dragons witnessed the scene of Lin Chen falling to the ground, some were happy, some were sighed. This new king of Qinglong is really arrogant, and he dares to run into the area blocked by the Taiku dragon. Look at the way he can't move, the face under that mask is probably going to cry. He can only watch himself being crushed by gravity, it must be painful. And tortured, before death, TSK, 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 the arrogant must, it will pay the price. It's a pity that this kid has dozens of Dragon Balls on hand, and our team has not yet found Qi Longzhu, Grandma. It's a pity that this kid died like this. When the venue was discussing restlessly, the eyes of several dragon powers on the high platform met. An old woman with yellow teeth grinned at the handsome young man in white. What do you think? The young man in white pondered for a moment, then smiled. I haven't seen such an interesting little guy for a long time. His pupils glowed like a radiance, penetrated the spaceplane, and stared at the silver dragon mask. This little guy has a backer. When everyone looked down on Lin Chen, only Ji Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed. This guy's vitality seems to be starting to stabilize more and more. A lively and agile princess in Xingyi turned her eyes lightly, and muttered to herself curiously, strange, his vitality has actually begun to stabilize. Young Anren's expression changed slightly. Ji Xiaochuan's wickedly handsome face suddenly flashed a fierce light, and said with a wicked smile, the vitality has not been crushed, boy, hand over your secrets. Ji Xiaochuan grabbed with 5 fingers. Boom. 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 The space shook, and countless afterimages of dragon-shaped airflow with gray Mental fluctuation suddenly grabbed Lin Chen. Ji Xiaochuan's sudden action attracted the attention of the remaining dragon princes. The lifeless Qinglong new king, who was still lying on the ground just now. Suddenly a carp kicked up and flipped over. When the figure turned away, Lin Chen avoided Ji Xiaochuan's claw, and the phantom dragon-shaped airflow was crushed by gravity. Prince Wanhua was stunned. Is this British state still alive? How hard is he? That's more than 12 million times the gravity. Lin Chen sighed and grinned. It's a close call, I almost lost my mind. Lin Chen's Meat Shell Awakening Stage 1 is completed. The meat shell power is 100% blessed, and the power of the body's 2 billion dragon power is doubled, from the previous 3 billion dragon power to 4 billion. Before the main body, plus 5 clones was 3 billion dragon power, now it is 4 billion dragon power, which can share part of the gravity. Then, looking back suddenly, when watching the purple dragon ball up close, Lin Chen suddenly gasped. The purple dragon ball is attached to an attribute treasure chest. The divine brilliance is bright, and the golden light is as bright as a round of red sun. It is a golden treasure chest that releases the might of the god of war. The divine brilliance is like the sun, and the war is invincible. The attribute treasure chest that circulates the golden light and divine brilliance is like an ancient god lurking, releasing the domineering and invincible might of the war god. This is the third time that Lin Chen has seen this kind of attribute treasure chest, and it can open a super attribute treasure chest with the parts of the golden god of war suit. Damn, I'm going to make a lot of money. It's not worth my life to fight in. It's an attribute treasure chest that can open the parts of the god of war suit. Lin Chen's cerebral cortex is hot, and his heart is shaking. Huh? Lin Chen discovered the vision again. In addition to the treasure chest of the god of war above the purple dragon ball, there were 2 other attributes of light in the dragon clan. One was light orange and the other was blue. It's really cool. It's the suit essence, attribute value, and heavenly value. In the purple dragon ball, there are also high set essence and heavenly value. Despite the murderous aura behind him, Lin Chen did not retreat but advanced. He was covered in blood and rushed to the stone platform where the purple dragon ball was located. 12.5 million times, 12.8 million times, 13 million times, 13.3 million times. Gravity. The dragon princes were dumbfounded. How many secrets does this guy have? It is still possible to continue to move forward under this kind of gravity. The field that Lin Chen went deep into was already beyond the reach of most dragon geniuses. Even a bizarre and unpredictable character like Ji Xiaochuan has more than enough power. As long as the attack crosses the field of 12.5 million times the gravity, he will be crushed, unless he comes up with some of his hidden ultimate moves, but obviously it is not used. It's here. Young Amren was not angry about this, but stared at Lin Chen's back with a look of interest. Finally, when Lin Chen reached the position of 14.1 million times the gravity, he was still more than 700 meters away from the purple dragon ball. He felt that the whole body of the holy dragon was suppressed by countless mountains. And every step was difficult. It's still not enough. If I get closer, maybe 14.4 million times the gravity will be suppressed as before. Once I'm overwhelmed by gravity, I will never be able to get up again. Lin Chen was lost in thought. If my body's pure power is 1 billion more dragon power, I may be able to barely hold on to the position of the stone platform, but how can 1 billion dragon power be so good, which is equivalent to the difficulty of opening 5 Holy caves in the second layer of the holy realm. The second stage flesh. Shell awakening requires another 4 million Heavenly Dao value. Lin Chen's shoulders trembled, and he grabbed a palm. When a big hand with a dragon's breath of dozens of feet approached within 500 meters of the purple dragon ball, it was squeezed by gravity until it exploded. Lin Chen was unwilling, and tried a series of attempts, such as the Wanzai Shuangguang blade, the azure dragon sword, the heavenly imperial sea, the slow rune with high energy, and even changing the dragon body, but it was still out of reach, and it would be more or less 500 short meters or so. The gravity of the savage plane is not trivial, and it also makes the space crystal wall extremely strong. Any dragon who changes its body here will be affected. The dragon body is affected by the space crystal wall, and it is impossible to be as large as the outside world. System, I'm going to consume 590,000 Heavenly Dao value to awaken the spiritual power. At the end of the first stage of the host's awakening mental power, the instantaneous speed of mental power is increased to 3 times. Boom! Lin Chen condensed a mental force with all his strength and shot out like a rope. The spiritual fluctuations of the vast, star-like universe were like arrows from the string, shot straight, and finally crushed when they approached the purple dragon ball about 100 meters. Damn, is it so difficult? If you can use the 8 fire dragons, you will definitely be able to shake out the dragon balls. Lin Chen was unwilling, and if he used the human race, his identity would most likely be exposed. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed across Lin Chen's mind. Wait a minute, if you can't get close to the attacking people, do you want to try something else? Lin Chen took out many of his holy weapons or magic flying knives. Although they could withstand the pressure of gravity, they were still useless. The sacred artifact must rely on the human race to exert its powerful power. But Lin Chen still can't use it. Seeing the passage of time every minute and second, and the time for the end of the first level assessment is getting closer and closer, Lin Chen is in a cold sweat. The team of the Taiku Dragon clan had already collected 2 Dragon Balls, and many princes and princesses simply did not leave, but stayed in the area of 9 million times the gravity, jokingly watching the Qinglong new king's poor skills. Fuck, do I have to watch the God of War treasure chest without my eyes? This is a secret realm controlled by the dragon race. Once you leave, it will be extremely difficult to get in. Impatient, angry, aggrieved, and unwilling, all filled Lin Chen's heart. The importance of the God of War suit is at least the same level, or even higher than the importance of the Taishi ancient dragon bloodline. Lin Chen almost released a phantom clone and rushed up. Phew! Don't be in a hurry, no matter how powerful the power is, it has to be used for life. If it is exposed here, it will fall short. Even if I can escape the Wanlong Association through superdimensional teleportation, it does not mean that the dragon race will let me go. Human race. Lin Chen simply sat on the ground and fell into a state of meditation. After thinking hard for a long time, a thought hit Lin Chen like a thunderbolt. He suddenly looked at the purple dragon ball on the stone platform. There was a stone wall behind the dragon ball, which made him clap his hands in amazement. Why didn't I think of it? At the critical moment, the strange soldiers have to come out. Lin Chen retreated to the gravitational field of 13 million times, picked up a piece of the 8th order strange mine, and started to make trouble. Although he controls the dragon body of the holy dragon, it is still no Problem to make small objects with his attainments of a holy caster. A quarter of an hour later, a brand new bright red beet made of 8th order. Strange ore was held in the hands of the new king of Qinglong. What is that? I don't understand, it seems to be just an ordinary beet, except that the material is an 8th order ore. What's the use of this? Many princes and princesses fell into doubt, and even the dragon powerhouses. And powerhouses in the Wanlong venue could not understand what Lin Chen was doing. I saw that the British commander held the red clap in his hand and sighed. In my hometown, there is a wonderful and cool sport. Once we were invincible. And now we are still invincible. Lin Chen holds a white dragon ball in his left hand and a clap in his right hand, with a bang. The whole body is full of dragon energy, and it gathers into Qinglong's right arm. Eat Ben Shui forces a topspin serve. The next moment, Lin Chen released the white dragon ball in his palm, and the red clap slammed forward fiercely. Clang! The red slap flies the dragon balls and shoots away with a speed of extreme right rotation. The dragon ball turned into a white glow and swept past, shooting towards the position of the purple dragon ball. This time, there was no case of being unable to reach or being crushed by gravity in the middle. That's right, the material of the dragon balls is the same, while the purple dragon balls can withstand ultra-high gravity, the white dragon balls can. Also, the white dragon ball shot by Lin Chen shot through the stone wall next to the purple dragon ball, and when it bounced off the stone wall, it hit the purple dragon ball in a strange right-handed arc. Pa! The purple dragon ball was rubbed a little and rolled down under the stone platform. Although Lin Chen didn't get the purple dragon ball, this scene has stunned all the dragon princes and princesses. What kind of trick is this? Prince Jik Leilong couldn't help asking in horror. Lin Chen laughed and said, "How about table tennis, it's interesting." After finishing speaking, Lin Chen held the racket with his backhand, another white dragon ball, and a forehand serving. The dragon force exploded. Bang! The airwave exploded, and the dragon ball shot away like a bullet, collided with the stone wall and bounced back, and the purple dragon ball continued to bounce forward with a bang, and rolled for another 10 meters. Lin Chen serves again, this time with a right spin. The dragon ball hit the wall and rebounded to the right, completely knocking the purple dragon ball out of the stone platform. All the dragon princes were dumbfounded. Hi! Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouths of many dragon powerhouses trembled, and in the Wanlong venue, the dragon powerhouses stood up, their expressions stunned. This new king of Qinglong actually uses dragon balls as a ball? He seems to call it table tennis? Playing table tennis in the center of the savage plain with tens of millions of times of gravity enough to crush countless holy dragons? Even a few Dragon Clan Great Masters suddenly felt their scalps go numb. What's so special about this operation? The dragon powerhouses of the Wanlonghui either scratched their heads and inhaled, or bared their teeth, and the corners of their mouths twitched wildly. This cliff is the most outrageous scene in the Wanlong society's past. Assessments. Taking dragon balls as a ball to draw in an area with 10 million times the gravity? What's in this kid's head? Can you think of this method? This son is really a ghost. In terms of talent, potential, and strength, he is not the strongest, but he must be a ghost in many dragons. Qinglong clan, Qinglong clan, I never imagined that after the fall of this clan for 100 years, there will be such a stunning and brilliant generation. Several dragon powers were amazed. The central area of the savage plain, all the dragon princes and princesses stopped in place, and the dragon's eyes were filled with unbelievable shock. So far, Lin Chen has used 20 white dragon balls. This will mean that another 10 dragon teams cannot pass the first level. Blood is dripping from the hearts of the dragon powerhouses in the Wanlong Club. There are still many cases where the teams in their clan have not collected dragon balls, and as a result, this kid is still playing with dragon balls as a ball here. Gone. At this time, the purple dragon ball had been pushed out 80 meters, and Lin Chen could no longer rely on the rebounding force of the stone wall to push the purple dragon ball forward. He had to rely on other methods to make the purple dragon ball pop out. Now it is very difficult to advance every meter. Lin Chen has to move the purple dragon ball to a position within his reach before the dragon ball runs out, and he has to race against time. Every shot must be precise, and use my full strength. Lin Chen was attentive, holding the dragon ball in his hand, and then the red shot. Another dragon ball turned into a white on in the shape of a moon arc, and wiped the purple dragon ball from the left side, making the purple dragon ball spin rapidly, and at the same time it also turned out. Then, Lin Chen was holding the clap in his hand, and the dragon force condensed his right arm, and he slammed into the air. Huh? Missed? Many princes and princesses were stunned subconsciously. Pa! Hitting the white dragon ball scattered on the ground, the newly issued dragon balls slammed into the purple dragon balls ahead with a bang. Hiss! Everyone gasped slightly. So what's the matter? Lin Chen is holding the shot with the backhand again, and the skillful energy of the dragon is surging between his 5 fingers. Lin Chen has practiced mysterious exercises such as Qi Jiwa Jin, and his grasp of pure power is terrifyingly precise. I saw Lin Chen slashed sideways with one grip. The white dragon ball spinning like a spinning top hoisted a graceful arc from the sky. It's easy. The dragon ball fell to the ground, and the sound of the rapid rotation and friction on the ground echoed clearly in everyone's ears. The dragon ball fell to the ground and swirled. With the power of rotation, it was pushed back and hit the purple dragon ball again. What? All the dragon princes and princesses were completely stunned. Amazing. This is simply to use the word magic skill to describe it. Under normal conditions, any dragon prince can easily achieve a similar situation without using any tools. But this is under the premise of more than 10 million times the gravity. In all fairness, even if they can resist this gravity and mobilize the same pure power as the new king of Qinglong, they can't do 1,000th of his. Under such high gravitational pressure, it is very difficult to shoot the dragon ball out and hit the purple dragon ball, and he can play countless tricks. Whether it is the arrogant dragon prince or the pretentious dragon princess, they can only be dazedly intoxicated by the magical skills of this new king of Qinglong. It's amazing. I suddenly want to learn. The temperament is empty, and the orchid, and the beautiful eyes of the smart and graceful princess in Xingyi shine with brilliance. However, when Lin Chen hit the 72nd dragon ball, his arm clicked. Oops, the load is too big. The holy dragon's arm bones can't support it anymore. Lin Chen secretly screamed, and his body hurriedly swallowed more than a dozen long Qingguo in the Qingxue planting capsule to heal his injuries. At this time, the position of the purple dragon ball is just 100 meters away. At this time, an indifferent voice sounded through the sky. All the candidates, there is less than a quarter of an hour before the end of the first round of the assessment. Those who have not found 2 dragon balls will be considered eliminated. Time is coming. Ha ha ha, don't have the strength. It's been a long time, but I still can't get it, the new king of Qinglong. This prince will treat you well in the second stage. Hey, the second level is worth looking forward to. It's really excellent, so what? It's not useless, it's better to hammer you. In the second level. Some dragon princes laughed, and they were relieved. If the purple dragon ball, which even the prince of their primordial dragon clan couldn't get, was taken away by a fellow of the Azure Dragon clan, wouldn't it be a shame for them? In Qinglong Palace, many Qinglong people stared at the new king on the screen. With bated breath, some prayed for him or cheered for him. Suddenly, a handsome young man in the crowd outside the Dragon Palace shouted, "Lin Chen, wake up! Don't be ignorant on the court. This is the Wanlong Club, but you want to be the most beautiful man." In the Tianman plain, some princes and princesses couldn't help sneering. Give it up, the new king of Qinglong, isn't it bad to be decent? Back then, there was also a man named Shui Million in the Dragon clan, and he was so good, but the result was not obediently caught by this princess, too. Write a book? How good can you be as a Jill England? Lin Chen exudes a low and cohesive concentration through the body of the holy dragon, and the time is running out. I still have 5 dragon balls left, and I don't have time to adjust the angle again and again. We must decide the outcome once and for all. The next moment, all the mocking voices of Lin Chen stopped abruptly. In his palm, he held 5 dragon balls. Brush. 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 Suddenly, beams of space beams rose in the plane of the savage, and the time limit was up, and some candidates began to be teleported away. Lin Chen is extremely calm and focused. He tossed 5 dragon balls, and 5 completely different skillful dragon power circulated between his wrists, and he slapped and pumped. Snapped. 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 The sound is crisp, mixed with a cracking sound. Many princes and princesses were stunned. The 5 dragon balls scattered in 5 different angles, or rotated like a hook, or flung like a projectile, or curved like a moon arc. Ignoring the injury of his right arm, Lin Chen urged the holy dragon body, unfolded the holy phoenix wings, and rushed over. Snapped. Tear. The first white dragon ball passed by like a moon arc, and the purple dragon ball began to spin again. The second hit the first, and the rebound surged back to the purple dragon ball, and the power increased again. The third and fourth ones are one on the left and one on the right, in a trend of flanking left and right, colliding together, like a triangle, pushing the purple dragon ball underneath again. Boom. Tear. Lin Chen, who rushed to the limit of the dragon's body, fell down, and his eyebrows shot a rainbow-like spiritual force that condensed into a spiritual palm and grabbed the purple dragon ball that was ejected. Everyone's heart goes to their throats. Hum. 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 Only at this moment, the crown princes and princesses at the center of the heavenly man plane were also teleported away. And Lin Chen's body also began to flash the light of space, the transmission of desire. His spiritual palm is still a short distance away from the dragon ball, and counting the time it took to be teleported away, there will be a height gap of about 10 feet away from the purple dragon ball. Failed? A moment before the teleportation left, some of the dragon princes happily crossed this thought in their hearts. Only young Amren's beautiful eyes lit up. Finally, the 5th white dragon ball that was hit just landed from the air, spinning at a rapid speed. With a bang, the spinning white dragon ball landed, and the purple dragon ball bounced diagonally into the air. OM. In the savage plane, everyone disappeared, and no one witnessed the last moment. In the Wanlong venue, the light screen was closed, and all the candidates were teleported back to the dragon platform. How's it going? What's the result? Ha ha ha, that guy from the Azure Dragon clan is still a little bit worse in the end. He still wants to seize the purple dragon ball that our primordial dragon clan can't win? It's a fool's dream. It's still strength that decides everything. If you don't have strength, you still want to eat the most precious part with a big appetite. That's the end. Almost as soon as they returned to the venue, the princes pouted in disdain. And some even looked for Lin Chen's figure. Suddenly, the wind holy pterosaur Prince Long Tong shrank, and his throat made a strange sound of cuckoo involuntarily. In an instant, the noisy and busy venue became quiet. The people seated are all holy dragons, and without the suppression of gravity, the dragon's breath can be swept away to know what happened. The geniuses of the Taiku dragon race looked at the front of the dragon platform of the venue as if they had seen a ghost. Mu Tianqing Qiong's nose was sour, her hands covered her lips, and a touch of excitement and ecstasy emerged from her glamorous snow face. In front of the podium, the blue dragon flag on the champion position fluttered and danced. Above the flying dragon flag, the figure in the silver robe covered in blood gasped violently, his body trembled and his shoulders trembled. He raised his left hand overflowing with blood, and firmly held the purple dragon ball in the palm of his hand. Got it. The new king of Qinglong has obtained the only purple dragon ball in the first test. The Azure Dragon, which is the least optimistic of all the dragons and has the weakest overall strength, has won the first juncture. This is the new king of the Qinglong clan, such a good country of Gil. England, the old man has taken it. It's really hard work. For the sake of the purple dragon ball, this old man feels like he has lost half of his life. Suddenly this kid doesn't seem so annoying anymore, he dares to fight, he is bloody, and he never gets vague when he is really tough. At the beginning of the game, the tiger was very strong, and the first batch of show made all the geniuses pull their pants in the primary election. The host opens the God of War treasure chest and gets golden God of War suit parts, ultimate golden leg armor, left. The host gets 800,000 points of suit essence and 1 million points of Heavenly Dao. The update requirements of the 7.0 version of the Tiandao genus system have been met, and the automatic deduction, 500,000 points of suit essence, 2 million points of intermediate Tiandao value, and 2 million points of advanced exercise essence. Begin to enter the system update state, 0.1%, 0.2%. During the system update, any system function is not restricted, and the host can continue to use it. Lin Chen turned around and smiled lightly at the 4 dragons on the stage. Everyone, you are talking about getting the purple dragon ball to see the most special care in the second level. It counts. Feeling those young and deep eyes, it seems that there is a more interesting soul hidden in the dragon's eyes, so that the dragon who turned into a human figure and turned into a young man in white waved his hand and laughed proudly. Of course it counts. It's been a long time since I've seen such a wonderful assessment. This seat announces that there are a total of 240 teams who have passed the assessment this time. The top prize is won by the new king of the Qinglong family, the Giling state. 1 crystal. This different crystal can be connected with the purple dragon ball one after another, and it is your special reward for the second level. The elders of the Qinglong clan were shocked and turbulent, and some were Dreamlike. Their Qinglong clan even had a moment when they stood first at the Wanlong Conference? Even the first round of the primary election is enough to prove their strength. The young man in white held up his palm, and a ray of blood shot into Lin Chen's palm. Lin Chen spread it out and saw that the crystal-clear blood-colored treasure jade contained the power of surging and majestic qi and blood, like 1,000 dragons boiling. It was actually a pure qi and blood crystal. The formation of the blood-type variant is more difficult than that of other attributes. Although its value is not the highest, it is the least common. Even Lin Chen, who obtained the inheritance of the ancient gods, could not find the raw materials for cultivating the blood-type heteromorphic crystals. Refining this low-grade qi and blood crystal, Lin Chen or his dragon body strength will skyrocket. Good thing. Lin Chen exclaimed in his heart, confirming that there was no other imprint on the different crystal, and immediately included it in the collection ring. Everyone is envious. The higher the difficulty, the richer the reward. This is the unwritten rule of the Wanlong Club. The reward this son will get is definitely more than this blood-type variant crystal. Those dragons who failed to pass the first level were all annoyed and unwilling, and stared at Lin Chen's direction with a brutal aura. Mother, is it possible that this kid is cheating? As far as the lineup of the Qinglong clan is concerned, any team in our presence can crush them, and even this team will come out on top. I'm not convinced. I really want to swallow them. They have never played against the Qinglong clan, and almost no one will serve them. Among them, the team of Taiku dragons was the most dissatisfied. The old woman in gray next to the young man in white stood up, her voice hoarse. Why, someone wants to make trouble. Daning spoke up, and many teams were silent. Before the Wanlong meeting began, some people questioned the fate of the Daning assessment, which has cast a shadow on everyone's heart. If you don't pass, get out, don't get in the way. The old woman did not give face to the many dragon teams at all, and waved her hands to dismiss them. The number of people in the dragon platform was reduced by a third in an instant, and most of them were eliminated by the ancient dragon clan and some ancient dragon clan teams. Taiku dragon race, all advanced. Then, the old woman took out a dragon decree, carved with dragon patterns, and declared it indifferently. Next, please listen to the rules of the second level. Everyone withdrew their gazes and listened intently. The old woman flicked her fingers, and countless streamers shot into the hands of many teams that passed the assessment, each with a jade card. The second level will be held in the giant whale plain in 5 days. You need to kill the enemies in the plain. These enemies are all criminals in the history of the orcs and dragons. You can let go of your hands and feet to kill them. If you destroy a target at a time, you will get 100 dragon devotion points at the lowest, and the highest offender will have 500 dragon devotion points. The faces of some Taiku dragons changed slightly. The giant whale plain, another forbidden area, was set as an assessment site. According to legend, during the ancient times, there was a giant whale in the ancient times, galloping in the holy world, and could control all kinds of magical powers to control the power of the sky and sea. After the death of the giant whale, its stalwart body turned into a space-time plane, and then was taken away by the dragon power. The crisis in this plane is dangerous and unpredictable. There are giant whales in the mist all the year round. Those who are in this plane will greatly reduce their perception. The time limit for this assessment is 1 month. The rules are very simple. In each dragon team, only those who hold 100 points of dragon dedication can pass the second test. The larger the number of teams, the higher the dragon devotion points that need to be collected. A team of 20 people needs 2,000 dragon devotion points. If the assessment is over, if someone in the team has less than 100 dragon devotion points, they will be eliminated in their own name. You should know the value of the dragon dedication point. The dragon dedication point you hold after customs clearance will be recorded on the card. You can go to the Taiku Dragon Hall to exchange for the treasure you want after the Dragon Festival is over. Everyone quickly wrote down the rules. Dragon dedication point is a reward mechanism established within the dragon clan. It can only be obtained by making great contributions to the dragon clan or completing some extremely meaningful and difficult tasks. Every dragon dedication point is extremely precious. Killing an enemy can get 100 points of dragon devotion? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Lin Chen thought, if this rule is used, his team must collect 1100 points of dragon dedication, otherwise someone will be eliminated before they can advance to the next level. If the Qinglong team only collects 100 points of dragon devotion, only one person can advance to the third level. In this assessment, it is not because the number of people has the advantage. Unless the team is like the ancient dragon clan, the number of people who need to pass will require more dragon devotion. Lin Chen looked around, and some ancient dragon clan teams showed signs of faint uneasiness. That's right, according to the difficulty of the first test, the second test is definitely not that easy. You must know that the reward obtained in the final assessment in the past is the honor of the Honorable Dragon Clan. The second level of this session has come out, which shows how difficult it is. In this assessment, although the teams of candidates are allowed to fight each other, if the same candidates kill each other, 50 points of dragon devotion will be deducted for killing a dragon. If there is a phenomenon of negative dragon devotion in the team, the obtained dragon dedication value will be deducted from the negative number first. The rules allow fighting, but if you kill the same candidates, you need to deduct the dragon contribution. Many eyes fell on Lin Chen. This guy has a purple dragon ball, and he is still an ancient dragon. Killing the British state is the most stable and sure thing. In the face of many eyes, Lin Chen shrugged. Why are you staring at this? King one by one, don't make it look like I put a green hat on you. Is it a sin to be handsome? If so, then isn't this king sinful? Some dragons are so arrogant that their teeth are itching. The above are the rules for this time. You can enter the venue to rest. It will officially start in 5 days. I look forward to your performance. The gray-clothed old woman smiled meaningfully, looking very strange. Especially her last gaze fell on the new king of Qinglong. After announcing the rules, many dragon teams immediately began to chat and make friends, trying to join forces. The elder Qinglong followed behind Lin Chen, and said like a suggestion, new king, why don't we find someone to join forces? Lin Chen didn't say anything, but Mu Tianqing shook his head. Elder, it's impossible. We have already become the target of public criticism. Whoever unites with us is against the primordial dragon clan. Even if we really join forces, it's just a plot. Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, this king and the princess see the same thing. Let's go back to the lounge first. I still have backing hands. Everyone followed Lin Chen's lead and left the venue first. Staring at the back of Lin Chen's departure, several dragon experts on the high platform sighed, it's a pity, the only disadvantage of this sun is that The bloodline level is too low, otherwise the old man must focus on training him. The corners of the young man in white's mouth rose, and he was wicked and charming. I think if he can pass the second level and reach the third level, maybe he will get some chance against the sky in the ancestors' totem. A white-browed old man with an immortal style shook his head. Chinxia, the more you talk about it, the more outrageous you are. This little guy has multiple bloodlines, which is both an advantage and a fatal disadvantage. Multiple bloodlines coexist in one, and his bloodline is one grade. However, the lower the possibility of coexistence, the lower the possibility of coexistence. In the past, most of the amazing and talented dual bloodline people in the dragon family died here. Maybe this child will repeat the same mistakes and die in the third pass. The young man in white picked out a strange arc. I think this little guy is not so easy to die. He looked at the old woman. Mr. M.O., how many criminals did you put on the giant whale plane? Granny M.O. opened her yellow teeth and smiled evilly. I can't remember the number. There are 2 criminals from the dragon prison plane. The old lady also promised them that anyone who can kill 3 candidates will be killed, can be pardoned and leave the dragon prison. Hi. Several great experts sighed slightly. This old woman's reputation is really fierce. The young man in white TSK exclaimed, Mother M.O. really won my heart. It's ruthless, I like it. Aren't you making a mess like this? An eagle-eyed old man blew his beard and stared, and said anxiously, if you do this, maybe more than half of the candidates present will die. This is also a big loss for my dragon clan. Of the criminals detained in the dragon prison, which one isn't using extraordinary methods and monstrous crimes? Some of these criminals steal the secrets of various races, endanger the dragon race far and wide, or abduct and sell the genius of the dragon race. Assassinate the genius of the dragon race, or sell the baby eggs and eggs of the ancient orcs, or sneak into the forbidden places of various races to steal secrets. Each of them is a super powerhouse in each field, and the lowest level of cultivation is comparable to the 4th level of the Holy Land. Even if he was thrown into the dragon prison, his cultivation base would be imprisoned, or most of his dragon veins would be abolished. But a giant dragon is still a giant dragon, and a giant dragon that has lost its minions will not lose its fierceness. Such a terrifying group of unparalleled monsters, what would it mean if they were given a chance to pardon their crimes and leave the dragon prison? This second level of assessment will be the most difficult level in the history of the Wanlong Club. Granny M.O. glanced at the eagle-eyed old man and said indifferently, This is the meaning of the above. You, old man Xiao, are angry, send it to the Dragon King, send it to the Dragon Emperor, and stare at me at the old lady. Of course, she would not say that the proposal for the assessment was made by her. Above? The eagle-eyed old man was stunned. The eyes of the gray-clothed old woman radiated a ray of light, and her tone was heavy. The genius of the human race is growing rapidly, not to mention the extraordinary and peerless list of saints. Even the evildoers of the evildoer list have become more and more with the passing of so many epochs. 2. Be strong. On the other hand, in our clan, there are fewer and fewer talents emerging from the ancient dragon clan and below. The superior decided to select a group of the strongest geniuses below the ancient dragon clan and cultivate them. Well, those who can pass this Wanlong meeting will definitely be a world-shattering party. Talent. Even in the vast and long history of our clan, it can still lead the existence of Jiguang Kaoyu, Wanlong venue and rest area. In a secret room, Lin Chen and his party gathered. WH. What, new king, do you mean, can our bloodline be transformed to a higher level? The first elder and the second elder were stunned, and the other elders were even more surprised and delighted. Well, the assessment of the second pass is much more difficult than the previous meeting. Although I can't raise your cultivation base by a large margin, it's no problem to help you improve your bloodline level again. Lin Chen took off the silver dragon mask, narrowed his eyes, and selected everyone from the Qinglong family system. Continue to strengthen the bloodline level of all targets until +15. When the Wanlong meeting of the Great Wilderness was held in full swing, there was an earth-shattering news in the holy human race, the 36 domains. Suddenly, more than 100 places were vacated on the enchanting list. And more than 100 enchanting people disappeared mysteriously. Regarding the issue of these quotas, no rumors have been revealed, and no one knows what happened to the more than 200 evildoers on the evildoer list. They are dead or alive, and no rumors have been revealed. And because of this, the 10 Years of Holy War, which is a candidate for the evildoer list, will revise the rules and release 30 places on the evildoer list. Participating in this selection meeting is no longer a simple alternate. Through the selection, it is possible to directly become one of the 10,000 evildoers on the evildoer list. This 10-year holy war is not only the new candidates for the talent melee, but also the candidates for the previous Evil Dead list. Even, you can get the right to challenge the evildoers on the evildoer list. This 10-year holy war will be far more exciting than any previous one. Within 4 days, Lin Chen had the holy dragon take the last 3 glazed Bodhi seeds and a large amount of dragon clear fruit successively, and the injuries of the main body and the holy dragon were healed one by one. Inside the secret room, the holy dragon enters the state of cultivation. Lin Chen in Qingshua's planting capsule is refining the low-grade blood type. Heteromorph. Host gets 1 billion points of advanced Qi and blood, 2 billion points of advanced Qi and blood, 1.5 billion points of advanced Qi and blood. A large amount of high-level Qi and blood was injected into the holy dragon. And the horned dragon-like dragon veins shuttled the fiery Qi and blood energy. All the blood energy absorbed by the holy dragon is not displayed in the attribute bar. If Lin Chen absorbs the high-level Qi and blood attributes of this bloodline to his body's pure power will definitely soar, but it will not be of any benefit to the current battle and assessment. Lin Chen can only give priority to the breakthrough of the holy dragon. In the early morning of the next day, the holy dragon opened his eyes, and Lin Chen's consciousness returned to the holy dragon's body. When he looked inside the holy dragon again, there were as many as 660 million dragon veins resounding with dragon energy. 6.6 billion dragon power. A low-grade blood-type variant crystal, so that the holy dragon soared by 1 billion dragon power. With Xinglong's current combat power, under normal circumstances, the odds of winning against the Taiku Dragon Prince may not exceed 30%. If my body can help the battle, it's not a problem. Some Taiku Dragon Princes give me no less oppression. Yu Long Yijing and Xiao Jing are on the list of evildoers. Suddenly, the system pops up a screen. The system update is complete. Congratulations to the host for upgrading to version 7.0 of the Tiandao pickup system. Version 7.0, fully open the suit system. The host can create a Xeon attribute suit through the essence of the suit. Increase the enhancement probability, reduce the attribute value required for enhancement, and apply to all enhancement targets. Increase the bloodline column, the host can hold the bloodline, 7 types, the rune can continue to be upgraded, the characteristics remain unchanged, only the rune energy is required to upgrade the rune. Enable the upgrade orange level talent function, all the quasi-orange level talents currently held by the host can spend talent points or meet the conditions to complete the upgrade to orange level talents. Add new functions, open purple level nirvana. Lin Chen is ecstatic, the new version is finally here. Look at talents and runes first. Click on the talent bar and choose to upgrade the talent. Quasi-orange talent, super chaotic, required to upgrade orange talent, 1 million intermediate talent points. Upgrade effect, the duration of the chaos is doubled, the trigger probability is doubled, and the effect of Holy Cave. Holy Vessel, chaos is added to the original 7 chaos effects. If the enemy is a beast, it will cut off the connection of some holy veins. Duration, 5 seconds. Quasi-orange talent, desperate life and death, required to upgrade orange talent, 1.4 million talent points. Upgrade effect, select an enemy with a similar cultivation base to enter the moment of life and death, and the duration of the talent state is increased by 2 times. On the basis of the original effect, a new effect is added, the power exchanged for burning life force is greatly increased, and the host can freely control the magnitude of burning life force. The 2 talents are orange after the upgrade. Both are brand new trump cards. But my talent points are only 2.41 million points, so I can't upgrade both now. In the end, Lin Chen chose to upgrade Desperate Life and Death. This trump card can control Lin Chen's life and death at the most critical moment. After Destroyed Crack and Instant Light Splitting, Desperate Life and Death has become his 3rd permanent orange level talent. You can freely control the magnitude of the burning vitality. This is the most critical transformation of Desperate Life and Death. In the past, Lin Chen used this talent to deliberately delay time, compete with life and death, and press Desperate Life and Death to the most intense moment. Such as, entering a Desperate Life and Death can be exchanged for 30 times the power for 1 minute, and entering 10 minutes is 300 times. Lin Chen often needed to delay until 10 minutes in order to fight the strongest move. After being promoted to the orange level talent, Lin Chen can immediately enter a state with a 300-fold increase as long as he activates his talent, and he no longer needs to wait. The premise is that the speed of his vitality will also increase. The power obtained must be exchanged for life. To avoid this price, the only way is to kill the enemy. This is the characteristic of Desperate Life and Death. Once this talent comes out, life and death will surely be seen. System, upgrade the penetration and charging runes to level 7. Can you apply the orange level exercise? The system answers the host, no. To improve the progress on the original basis, the orange level exercises are not applicable. Lin Chen shook his head, it seemed that his fantasy was shattered. If you want to improve the power of the orange level exercise, you have to look at the strengthening function and the last, extreme god possession, talent fragment. System, upgrade all the characteristic runes for me. Consume 1 million rune energy to upgrade all the host's existing characteristic runes to level 7. Charged runes can increase the power of exercises below the orange level, 7 times. Penetration rune, applies to orange level exercises below, with 35% power penetration. Phantom rune, a 6th phantom clone can be created, which increases the consumption of rune energy. Hidden rune, hidden breath time increase, 10 Seconds, cooldown, 20 seconds. Rune of slowness, increases slowness by 50%. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This rune upgrade, the most dazzling thing is the Phantom Rune. This rune has been the most powerful trump card from the moment he obtained it. In the future, Lin Chen will be able to control 6 phantom clones. Everyone, the time limit has come. Please enter the venue and gather. As Lin Chen was about to explore other new functions of the system, the voice of the old woman in gray rang all over the Wanlong venue. Have you started? It doesn't matter. In Lin Chen's eyes, strong confidence blooms. In the venue, all the participating teams gathered, with a number of about 5,000 people. When the elders of the Qinglong clan, together with Mu Tianqing, appeared at the venue, they looked at Lin Chen with a shocking look, as if they had seen a monster. Compared with the past, the entire Qinglong family has undergone earth-shaking changes. This change was created by the new king of Qinglong. If it weren't for his cultivation and other candidates, the elders of the Qinglong clan even thought that this son was a dragon clan almighty. Okay, start entering the giant whale plane. The gray-clothed old woman waved her hand, and the space door opened, illuminating beams of space light, including all the candidates for the election. In the giant whale plain, the barren valleys are full of life, and the fog is filled. There was a dead silence in the fog, and suddenly there were a few cackling evil laughs resembling night owls. Come here, those pretentious dragon clan arrogances. It's addictive to swallow the taste of those dragon clan's arrogant beast cores. This old man has not tasted it for hundreds of thousands of years. I like to drink the blood of those dragon princesses the most. I even smelled the breath of a virgin. Quack. I don't know if there is a beautiful little dragon, my brother is going to turn him. Lin Chen and his group descended to the plain of giant whales, filled with fog. The elders of the Qinglong clan found that their perception was at least dozens of times weaker than the outside world. What a weird plain. When all the elders of the Qinglong clan formed a group, only Lin Chen, the young face under the silver dragon mask, couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. So it is. It turns out that the special reward of the purple dragon ball is this effect, ha 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 ha. It's not worth the fact that this handsome forced his death to smoke the ball for a long time. In the banding venue, thousands of light screens were listed again, clearly projecting the situation of each team. What a blurry scene, in such a strange environment, even the old man can't see through it. The giant whale plain is extremely vast. Somewhere near the abyss, Prince Wanhua took his 9 dragon servants and 5 elders to launch a siege operation. After a while, the Wanhua dragon race team was bathed in blood and flew out of the abyss, their eyes cold and slaughter. Be careful, these guys are very strong. Although some dragon veins have been abolished, they are still masters in this field. Prince Wanhua said in a solemn tone, I didn't expect that Prince Ben shot himself, plus the entire team, to let the 2 criminals escape. As expected. Of the former 8th level intermediate holy beast. However, fortunately, I pressed a little information, no thinking of those almighty people who actually rewarded them with killing candidates. This assessment is extremely dangerous. This is a game of hunting and anti-hunting. In 30 days, we must kill the enemy as much as possible. We will go, and we will first find Lin Chen of the Qinglong family on the way. This prince has a hunch that the purple dragon ball in his hand is of great use. An elder hesitantly said, Prince, the fog here is too heavy to disperse, and The perception is limited to dozens of times of normal. Even our strength can only perceive a range of about 10 miles. If we act rashly, it is extremely dangerous. Prince Wanhua raised his eyebrows in anger, and the elder immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. Remember, your obligation is to help this prince enter the third stage. When necessary, you will even sacrifice your life. This is your glory. Before the candidates landed on the giant whale plain for a quarter of an hour, battles broke out in many locations. However, many candidates remain unknown. When Lin Chen mastered the purple dragon ball, and slightly stimulated the blood-type heterocrystal with the breath of the dragon vein, countless dense spots of light flickered in the dragon ball, as if a space was opened up in the dragon ball, and only Lin Chen could see the space. Some of these light spots are green, some are blue, and a few are gray. The light spots of the Qinglong people are blue, and each blue light spot represents a candidate. And Lin Chen himself is purple. Only purple. Some green light spots began to approach the blue light spots. Lin Chen was very sure that these green light spots were the dragon prison criminals lurking on the giant whale plain. The special reward of this purple dragon ball is to allow the holder to see through the entire giant whale plain. It is almost equivalent to everyone in the dark, including those dragon prison criminals. Only the holder is in the light. You can watch the whole place. Noodle. Lin Chen's heart trembled. It's no wonder that this reward has to be placed at 15 million times the gravity. It's okay if you can't get it. Those who get this special reward will control the situation in the second level. The only thing I'm not sure about is what these gray light spots are. They seem to be living creatures, and some of them are still moving at high speed. Suddenly, Lin Chen saw several teams approaching in their direction. There is a good show to watch, let's hide it first. Without saying a word, Lin Chen took the people of the Qinglong clan, who were full of doubts, and hid in a valley. After a while, everyone in the Qinglong clan saw faintly surging in the misty sea of clouds, and a mighty team flew from the distant void. If it weren't for the open terrain here, the distance of this large team could not be seen at all, and the perception could not perceive its existence. This large team of dozens of people is actually the 5 ancient dragon teams that attacked the Qinglong before. This. Mu Tianqing stared at Lin Chen in amazement. She and the first elder could not perceive the approach of the team, and the other party did the same. How did the new king know their location? New king, should we do them? The elder made a gesture of wiping his neck. The time and place are right here, and the people are beneficial to them. It is better than the other party being a large team of dozens of people. If they launch a sneak attack without sensing them, at least they can seriously damage this large team. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, the good show is yet to come." Lin Chen asked the members of the Qinglong family to restrain their breath. Again and again, like a willow tree and a stone in the forest. If they are outside, the distance between the two parties is only a few dozen miles, and they can be detected with a single thought. Now on the giant whale plain, it is equivalent to a black eye. The fog hinders everyone's perception. But it is possible to see farther as far as the eye can see. In the team, a red-haired elder cautiously said, "This place is too weird, why don't we first?" Boom. A condensed gray-white murderous intent was like a giant palm and shot directly above the entire team. There is a sneak attack. The entire team is not vegetarian, and the colorful dragon breath quickly erupted, smashing the gray and white giant palm in the face, and blasting the sky with murderous intent. Brush. 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 The bursting shattered light scattered like a blade, and the three elders of the dragon clan opened their mouths and spit out a blue wave-like dragon breath, covering everyone to resist the attack. Tear. Suddenly, the blue wave exploded, and ghostly afterimages flashed past. Many dragon powerhouses did not respond, a few strands of cold light flashed, and countless dragon blood was thrown into the sky. The ancient dragons of the 5 teams were all injured, blood was flowing, and the dragon body was torn apart. What a weird attack. It's a master who is good at concealment, be careful, heal your wounds quickly. When the elders in the team reacted, they immediately shouted angrily. However, a shadow appeared above everyone's head. Gaga, dragon blood, I like it. The handprint of the shadow man suddenly changed, the dragon team was torn apart and the defense was torn apart. The injured elders immediately swelled with blood, and the dragon blood spurted out uncontrollably. The dragon's blood turned into a blood column and was sucked into the mouth by the man. The pure chi and blood energy continued to nourish the wounded body, and his strength gradually recovered. Some elders, with a strong cultivation base, suppressed this strange suction and barely kept their dragon blood from being drained, but their strength was greatly limited. Some elders with poor cultivation showed signs of paleness in the blink of an eye. At this time, a pair of gray and white wings unfolded in the sky, the feathers were like golden soup and solid iron. It was an 8th order evil sword. Eagle. The sword eagle's wings spread furiously, whistling out hundreds of gray-white edges like snowflakes, slashing sharply. Boom. 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 Many elders of the dragon clan were repelled, and the opponent was caught off guard by this sneak attack. 3 figures appeared, one was an evil sword eagle, one was a dry old man with surging blood, one had empty eyes, his eyeballs were gouged out, and his body was full of murderous aura. Each of them is a super powerhouse, and in their heyday, they were comparable to the powerhouses of the 4th level of the Holy Land, and they were the criminals of the dragon prison. They actually joined forces. If it wasn't for their animal veins and cultivation base being abolished by more than half, the heyday of these 3 people would have killed all these 5 teams. Damn, fight with them. The ancient dragons are not weak either, they try their best to fight back. And the war is about to break out. This scene was witnessed by some of the powerhouses in the Wanlong venue. After the battle was triggered, many powerhouses were shocked to see that the methods of these dragon prison criminals were really cruel. It is extremely ruthless to kill him. Suddenly, the corners of the mouths of some of the powerhouses in the venue twitched slightly. They found that the scene of the Qinglong clan was consistent with the former battle. How could this British state actually bring people to camp next to it? When they saw them move quietly, everyone's heart trembled a few times. Damn, this guy is going to start a mess again. Lin Chen, sneak into the village, don't shoot. The 3 dragon prison criminals are very cunning, sometimes resorting to detours and wars of attrition, and then when the ancient dragon team is not paying attention, they instantly kill the weakest dragon in the team. There are still 62 people in the 5 teams. Although the criminals in the dragon prison are strong, they have received a lot of counterattacks and injuries. Their new injuries add to the old ones, making them even more painful. The goal of the criminals is very clear, not to destroy this big team, but to kill enough 9 people. For every 3 targets they kill, they get a pardon. When the 9th person in the 5 teams was killed, the 3 criminals hardly even had any communication. With one look, they retreated in an instant. Vicious and fierce, and the killing was decisive. Run away after killing. People. Elder Mo, protect the prince first and stop chasing. Some elders wanted to pursue, but they were limited by the injuries of their masters and could no longer move. The order they received was to protect the prince and princesses to the third level and get the baptism of the dragon totem. This can give them the reputation of the honorable dragon clan, and it will also bring new hope to the dragon clan. Hey, these guys have really good blood. It's just that there are a few old guys who are a bit difficult to deal with. If this seed is in its heyday, I will swallow them in one bite. Anyway, we have been granted a pardon. Before the three criminals retreated, the situation in the world changed. Suddenly, 3 gray and white talismans fell from the sky, the dragon was sealed, and the space was stagnant for only an instant. Brush. 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 Boom. The earth-shattering blue dragon breath, like a blade of light, a tornado of storm or a breath of light beam, surging from all directions of the 3 criminals, shrouded the world. The offensive came too suddenly, and the 3 dragon prison criminals didn't have time to escape even though they responded very quickly. The range of the offensive was too wide. In addition, the movement has become slow and stagnant, and there is no time to open the defense in time. Varied. Boom. 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 The sky was chaotic, the blue light flashed across the sky, and the 3 dragon prison criminals were in the center of the vortex of attack in an instant. Tear. The 3-armed Qingguang dragon spear stabbed the 3 criminals in the air. What's even more bizarre is that when a stream of air ripped through the void and arrived, the blue dragon light blasted the 3 criminals like a sword. Wang was divided into 5, and before the 3 criminals noticed, he completely disappeared, as if he had never appeared. The 5 Dragon Clan teams immediately sensed this offensive, and the rippled dragon breath offensive made them sense a similar aura. This breath is, those guys from the Qinglong clan. The battle caused the fog to dissipate a little, and the 5 teams witnessed the battle ahead in an instant. All the Qinglong clan gathered. The center one was wearing a silver robe and a silver dragon mask, holding 3 exquisitely carved sacred beast cores in his hands. Dead? What a joke, those 3 guys with such terrifying strength were killed instantly? The elders of the 5 dragon teams were stunned. They knew the strength of the 3 criminals very well. Even their dozens of holy dragons are difficult to completely parry. Among the 5 teams, there are not a few elders with 4 billion dragon power. Even so, they are still injured. This terrifying power was instantly wiped out by the most rubbish Qinglong clan. As if feeling their gaze, Lin Chen turned his head and smiled at them. Oh, I passed by this place just now, and I happened to meet 3 cunning and treacherous men. I expected to take a fight, but I didn't expect you to take action and hurt them, and then supplemented by this king's sneak attack. Our cooperation is really seamless. I hope that next time something like this happens, you must call my Qinglong clan, and I will take the lead in the charge. Everyone's mouth twitched. Damn, you have to be shameless. Whoever cooperated with you, you are obviously picking up ready-made ones. And listening to his tone, it seems that these 3 people have already been discovered. Take a step back and see the sky, and the sky, the elders will become more and more angry. Let's go. With a wave of Elder Mo's hand, he dared not speak in anger. Anyone could see That the Azure Dragon clan is not what it used to be. The record of the savage plane can be explained by gravity oppression, but the record in front of them is enough to show that they have real combat power. Too strong. New king, how did you know exactly where the criminals were? The first elder looked at the 300 points of dragon devotion in the jade card. And his heart beat faster. This long xian value is difficult to accumulate even for an elder with such strength in his entire life. Lin Chen said solemnly, because this king is so handsome. Even this giant whale plane has to give me this face. Mu Tianqing. The elders of the Qinglong clan. In the Wanlong venue, there was a brief silence. This time, the eyes of all the powerhouses looking at the Qinglong tribe are full of shock, stunned, incredible, and comprehensive confusion. In the first stage, even if the performance of the Qinglong clan was somewhat unexpected, no one looked down on this clan. Moreover, even if the new king of Qinglong came out on top, not many people looked at the Qinglong family with a straight face. The reason is very simple: strength and blood. The two Qinglong tribes do not touch each other, only the new king of Qinglong stands out. But this time is different. The Qinglong family has completely transformed. Although the 3 dragon prison criminals were wounded by the 5 dragon clan teams, their ferocity was still there. The Azure Dragon clan swarmed them and slammed them all into serious injuries. The bloodline supernatural power they use is at least the excellent level. The elder Qinglong, the second elder, and Mu Tianqing even used top level supernatural powers, the 10,000 years Dragon Breaker Spear. The Azure Dragon clan, who was expelled from the Ancient Dragon clan, played the top-level magical powers that the Ancient Dragon clan only had? I know the previous Dragon King of the Qinglong clan, and the Qinglong clan at that time was far from having such a heritage. Mu Tianqing of the Qinglong clan is known as the last hope of the Qinglong clan. Her bloodline rank old man has seen it before, and it is far from reaching today's level. It's Jill England. The only thing that can bring about such an earth-shaking change is this new king of Qinglong. I said that his silver dragon mask looks like some ancient thing, with multiple bloodlines, and transformed into the Qinglong family. Maybe the Qinglong family will really rise because of him. There were countless discussions and surprises in the venue. But anyone with a normal mind can no longer underestimate the Qinglong clan. Their bloodline grades are at least grade 4 or above. Now they are qualified to be comparable to the ancient dragon race. Lin Chen strengthened all the bloodlines of the Qinglong family to plus 15, an overall increase of 410%, which is equivalent to the potential of more than 4 times the bloodline level of the elders of the Qinglong family. Especially the 8-year-old elders of the ancient Qinglong clan, their accumulation has long been incomparable, but they cannot break through because of the bloodline grade. When Lin Chen transformed the bloodline level for them, this bottleneck directly broke through. There were 30 million to 90 million dragon veins on the spot. When this was the second stage, why did the Qinglong people suspect that Lin Chen was even a dragon master? Ha ha ha, as expected of the guy who got the purple dragon ball, he lived up to the special reward I carefully set up, and it should be the most interesting to fall into the hands of this little guy. After the charming young man in white laughed, he whistled playfully. Those geniuses of the primordial dragon clan are going to suffer. Qinglong clan, start counterattack. The gray-clothed old woman on the high platform stared at Lin Chen's light screen, her eyes glowing with a refined light, as if she could see through everything about him. Even the old lady can't see the trajectory of his moves. How many secrets does this son have? Get 8,900 points of intermediate heaven, 200 million points of advanced blood, 10,000 points of advanced rune energy, 1,000 points of intermediate talent. Points, 200 million points of fighting spirit essence, 1,200 points of dark energy. The host opens a Wang Supreme Treasure chest and obtains 100,000 points of suit essence. After killing the 3 dragon prison criminals, Lin Chen's attribute value increased by leaps and bounds. A thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. This sentence is true. No matter how seriously injured it is an 8th level intermediate holy beast that once rivaled the 4th level of the holy realm and can even fall out of the supreme treasure chest. Kill a few more, my holy beast. It's only a matter of time before the dragon breaks through the 7 billion dragon power, putting away the 3 8th order intermediate level holy beast cores. Lin Chen was excited, and he took all the attribute values according to the order. Only the high-level blood attribute was continuously transferred to the holy dragon's body, helping its dragon veins to open wildly. New king, why don't we find a place to hide for 29 days this time? The 3 criminals have already obtained 300 points of dragon devotion, which can allow you and Miss Tianqing to enter the 3rd level, even if we old guys are eliminated. It doesn't matter, as long as someone is promoted. The honor of the honorary dragon family has been achieved. The more conservative 3rd elder suggested that although his strength has increased greatly, his heart has not swelled. With their strength, one-on-one encounters with any ancient dragon can be easily dealt with, and they can also fight against ancient dragons. But if you encounter the Taiku dragons, the situation will not be so good. There are too many strong teams in the primordial dragon clan. They don't always have the opportunity to lose both sides this time. A little carelessness may destroy the entire army. In addition, the level of the criminals in the dragon prison this time is too terrifying. The elders of the Qinglong clan have all recognized the perversion of the difficulty of the 2nd level. Most of the elders only want to get the honorary dragon clan, and it is enough to let Mu Tianqing enter the 3rd level alone. Lin Chen laughed wildly. Counsel, Lanzi, this king has a handsome friend who once said that cowardly, he is not qualified to be a strong man. Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly. Elders, it is now the Wanlong Club, one of the grand ceremonies below the ancient dragon clan. Our Qinglong clan has already broken out of the siege. Everyone, how many times have your dragons stood on such a big stage? Don't you stay in the Green Mountains? There must be firewood to burn, no matter how beautiful the Green Mountains and green waters are, someone has to guard it. I am willing to cut my body and dare to pull the emperor off his horse. All the elders of the Qinglong clan suddenly froze. Yes. This is the Wanlong Club, one of the dragon clan's 1,000-year grand ceremonies. The Qinglong clan, which had been in decline for thousands of years, was like a shivering child huddled in the corner. Faced with the ridicule and humiliation of the outside world again and again, they pursed their lips and gritted their teeth again and again, enduring the humiliation to survive. How could they ever have imagined that they would stand on such a stage and dominate the world and come out on top? If we don't fight now, when will we wait? Even if it were to die, it would be at the Wanlong Fair. Die under the gate too. The honorable dragon clan, die without regrets. I am willing to follow the new king and fight to the end for the honor of the Qinglong family. The elders of the Qinglong clan let out a roar, the hesitation in their eyes vanished, and some had a terrifying fighting spirit, like a Raging fire. Lin Chen glanced at everyone with great satisfaction. He didn't tell the elders about the effect of Purple Dragon Ball. Lin Chen was testing them. He is not a dragon race, he will lead this race sooner or later. Those who have power and no bloody arrogance will eventually surrender to other races. He wanted to try to see if this last fire of the Qinglong clan had the courage to let him help. A rare look of admiration appeared on Mu Tianqing's cold and moving cheeks. The rising trend of the new king is bound to be unstoppable. Lin Chen waved his hand casually, and suddenly drank it coldly. The elders of the Qinglong clan obey the orders and follow me. As long as they can survive, this king guarantees that all of you will be able to reach the 3rd level, and everyone will be baptized by the dragon totem. On this day, the giant whale plane began to set off a frightening legend. There is an elusive dragon team, galloping on the plain of giant whales. They either don't show up, or when they do appear, they break into the battle with a desperate momentum. The killing of the ancient dragons from all sides was terrified, and their hearts were broken. In any area where they have appeared, the criminals in the dragon prison have no chance to escape. Some primordial dragon clan couldn't help but take the initiative to search for this team, but they found nothing at all. The fog of the giant whale plain is too strong, and even if the ancient dragon clan tries their best, they cannot search for a large area at the same time. Finally, after nearly 10 days of fierce battles, and many dragons have also encountered each other, this dragon team has unveiled the mysterious veil. This team seems to be the Qinglong clan that became the target of public criticism before. What makes the ancient dragon clan even more afraid is the new king of the Qinglong clan, that brutal British state. But whenever he appeared, he would definitely attack from behind. While he was insidious, he was so strong that his scalp was numb. The criminals in dragon prison didn't even have a chance to escape and defend themselves. This new king of Qinglong is even called by various teams, Chrysanthemum, Terminator, Gil British State. For Lin Chen, attacking from behind can trigger the sneak attack effect of the Strider talent, and the attack power is tripled. With the effect of the Purple Dragon Ball and the Tian Hidden Rune, Lin Chen and the Qinglong clan simply have the best time and place. If you have the blessing of instant light splitting shadow, a perfect sneak attack can make Lin Chen hit 15 times the power of his full attack. For example, Lin Chen is like a sharp knife-wielding boy with a sensitive body and can sense the audience, while all the Dragon Clan teams are like strong and muscular masked men. No matter how strong the fierce man is, if he can't see clearly, is it still a plate of meat? In the Wanlong venue, those dragon race teams that were eliminated in the first round couldn't help but feel terrified and had lingering fears. Before, they still looked down on the Qinglong clan and thought they were the weakest in overall strength. Now it seems that it is not a new Qinglong king, and the Qinglong family is not weaker than any ancient dragon team. If you count the perverted British state, even the top ancient dragon team may not be their opponent. If the first level provokes this guy, they will be the end of the second. Qinglong clan. Together, with many criminals in the dragon prison lurking in the giant whale plain, hearing this name, the criminals who have always been cunning also felt their scalps tingle. Some dragon prison criminals have even begun to form large-scale teams and join forces. Don't act rashly. And the change has appeared since the 20th day. The criminals of the dragon prison have formed several alliances, which are solid and solid. With the momentum of sweeping, they will sweep away the giant whale plain. Once some dragon teams encounter it, the entire army will be wiped out. If it goes on like this, let alone passing the assessment, some dragon clan teams that are not top-notch will even be a problem to save their lives. In the Wanlong venue, all the dragon clan experts looked at this strange situation, their mouths twitched and their brows trembled. This British state actually frightened those criminals. It's too ferocious, and directly beat all the criminals to a joint team operation. Such a drastic change and a strange situation, the dragon powers did not expect it. Which of these dragon prison criminals is not a cunning, sophisticated guy? They knew each other very well, and if they joined forces, they would definitely stab them in the back. If you are a little careless, you will be pitted by your companions to the point that you will not even have bones left. It is extremely difficult to get criminals to act together. But unfortunately, they encountered a new king of Qinglong who played cards unreasonably live to beat them until they have to unite. Mother, what kind of special reward is this guy Chenxia giving? How can this kid be like a desolate ancient demon dragon? No one can stop it, no one can catch it. If you go on like this, more than 80% of the teams will be eliminated. No, you have to change the content of the assessment. If you don't change this assessment, it will be ruined. How can this be changed? The assessment time has passed for so long. If you change it now, it will cause many changes. In the Wanlong venue, many dragon powerhouses looked at the dragon powerhouses who were arguing in the high platform with stunned faces. Bang, a member of the Qinglong tribe, single-handedly beat the Wanlong club to the point where he wanted to revise the assessment content midway. This has never happened before in the Wanlong club. Why is this going to heaven? Chenxia, in the final analysis, it's still your problem. What special reward did you give him? Let this kid make a mess. Facing the questioning and angry eyes of the great powers, the young man in white, Chenxia scolded with a smile. Damn, why are you staring at lousy? I gave this boy a special reward for watching the coordinates of everyone on the giant whale plane. How do I know that this boy is so perverted that he can turn this assessment upside down? You can't do this with any team from the Taiku dragon race. That's right, no dragon family can use the effect of the purple dragon ball more perfectly than the Qinglong family. First, the Qinglong family has the offensive enough to attract firepower, and Lin Chen can burst the firepower to the maximum in an instant because of the talents of the attacker and the shadow splitting. Second, the rune of slowness works wonders for sneak attacks. Not to mention that Lin Chen has upgraded the level 7 slowness rune, and the effect is 50% more effective than the level 6 slowness rune. Third, the Tianyin rune can perfectly hide the attack of the sneak attack, and no one can perceive it. It can be said to be the most perfect sneak attack. Magic skill. Originally, this series of methods could only be regarded as individual trump cards and trump cards, and they did not have the possibility to influence such a big situation. But when everything establishes the effect of the purple dragon ball and the foggy environment of the giant whale plane, Lin Chen's series of killers is like a dragon entering the sea, and getting the purple dragon ball is even more powerful. Hey, look, this Qinglong clan is not moving? They sensed the alliance of the dragon prison criminals. It seems that this time the assessment is indeed going to be changed. All the great powers looked at each other, and when they were about to make the worst decision, an old thought carrying endless dragon might, humming, passed down from the void. The dragons are shocked. This dragon power comes from the absolute suppression of blood and strength. Among the dragon powerhouses present, there are not a few middle-level 8th level cultivations, which are comparable to the 4th level sacred realm of the human race. Facing that dragon mighty thought, I suddenly feel that I am as small as an ant. It is the high-level dragon of Xion. All the dragon clan grades trembled, as if they had received some instructions, and looked at each other in astonishment. It's too monstrous. This son has attracted the attention of high-level officials. What does the senior management mean to continue the assessment and forbid modification? And listen to his tone, it seems that he wants him to make a bigger noise? The gray-clothed old woman was trembling with fear, her old eyes showed a rare excitement, and she murmured in trembling, the high-level people are determined to watch this son, and they are very likely to cultivate this son. Even at the risk of losing individual primordial dragon clan, the prince or princess of the prince should also test the potential of this child. Giant Whale Plain, Qinghao Mountain. Lin Chen controlled the body of the holy dragon, sat cross-legged, and entered a state of cultivation. The elders of the Qinglong clan are like him, retreating and practicing, taking into account the healing. Their dragon bodies were devastated and scarred, but their breath became stronger and stronger, like a stronger rock honed under hurricane waves. The fierce battles these days have sharpened their life level several times. I believe that the elders of the Qinglong clan will be able to soar again in strength in the near future. 2 days later, when the elders opened their eyes were like electricity, and their injuries had recovered by 70 to 80%. The old man never dreamed that we would become the first and the second level. Old guy, don't be too happy. Although our dragon dedication point is 4,800 points, there may be a team from the primordial dragon clan that is stronger than us. Haha, anyway, this old man is worth his life. It's been a long time since I fought so smoothly until the sky is dark. The battle will definitely pay off. It's cool. Yeah, thanks to the new king, some of us old guys can advance to the 3rd level and accept the baptism of the blood of the ancestor totem, something that I dare not think about in my lifetime. I don't know the origin and purpose of the new king, why he is so hard at helping us. The elders had just left the customs, and when the voice transmission was discussing, only the heroic and awe-inspiring Mu Tianqing looked at the direction of the mountain, and was a little lost. What? Is the lady interested in him? The elder's teasing sound transmission echoed in Mu Tianqing's ears. She coughed lightly, pretending not to change her face, but her ears were actually reddish, and said solemnly, how come? I promised my father, before revitalizing the glory of the Qinglong clan, men and women will not be discussed. The elder said with a smile, what the lady said. After passing the Wanlong meeting, we became the honorary dragon clan, and getting the totem baptism was to revitalize the Qinglong clan. At that time, if the lady is interested, you can consider that aspect at any time. Mu Tianqing was startled. Then, the first elder said solemnly, Miss, with the help of this noble, our Qinglong clan wants to keep him. Although we don't know his purpose, he must be the benefactor of my Qinglong clan. If I can tie the knot with my benefactor, then my Qinglong family is the real hope to restore the glory of the ancestors. Mu Tianqing's eyes dimmed. How can it be so easy? He is amazing. I can feel that in his eyes. I'm just an ordinary partner. Suddenly, a wave of dragon energy erupted. All the elders rejoiced. It is the new king's practice is over. Lin Chen sighed, his eyes swept over the sharp strange on, and his heart said, I killed dozens of powerful dragon prison criminals, my high-level chi and blood have risen a lot, and I even have to share it with my body to absorb it. Open 800 million, but can't rush up, it seems to be stuck in a bottleneck. The 800 million dragon veins are 8 billion dragon powers, corresponding to the 3-level perfection of the sacred realm of the human race. If you go one step further, you will break through the shackles, which is extremely difficult. If you go one step further, you will be qualified as a quasi-8th rank intermediate holy beast. Many holy beasts are unable to take this most critical step because of their bloodline constraints. But Lin Chen has the bloodline of the Holy Phoenix. And the growth limit is higher. What he lacks now is a solid accumulation. The new parts of the Golden God of War suit are. Lin Chen clicked on the system and clicked on the suit function. Golden God of War suit possesses parts ultimate armor, right piece. Parts charge, 0.5%. Ultimate leg armor, left piece, part charge, 0.1%. Note, to fuse the complete God of War suit, you need to collect all parts and increase the charge to 100% before fusion use. The suit is not formed, and the God of War parts can only exert a very small part of the power. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly, he consumed so much essence of the suit, but the War God's armor was only 0.5% of the power? Not even 1%? Such a low charge will allow me to temporarily have pure power comparable to the 5th level of the Holy Realm. If it is increased to 100%, I am afraid that even the 7th and 8th level of the Holy Realm can be knocked down with one punch. Trembling in his heart, Lin Chen deeply felt the perversion of this God of War suit. At this stage, no talent or rune can be compared with the trump card of the God of War suit. Of course, if the talent or rune is matched with the God of War suit parts, the power will be far beyond the normal situation. For example, the last time. The God of War and the armor of the God of War are the best match. Otherwise, Lin Chen would not be able to instantly kill 9 old-fashioned 4th level holy realms even if he briefly broke out the power of the 5th level of the Holy Realm. Now my flesh shell strength has increased rapidly, and I have started with a left leg armor. Unless it is similar to the top of the genius list or the level of the evildoer list, the 5th level of the Holy Realm can stop me. Otherwise it will be like Guwanquan. If you want to escape, the other party can't stop it. Lin Chen felt very happy. This one-long meeting, the harvest far exceeded his expectations. Then, he looked at the Taoyuan plant capsule again. All the Qi Luck spirit plants had grown to their peak. The energy of the thunder vine obtained from the void thunder pond will soon be condensed by the 5 major spirit plants into a new thunder element crystal. And all of Lin Chen's clones fell into a weird state. Like a state of suspended animation, the breath is restrained and motionless, like a mountain. The light of the holy acupoints in Lin Chen's body and avatars, time and space are tightly closed. This is the unique skill of Tai Fu Tianju. Sealing the acupoints. Use the temporary closure of time and space to hide all the holy acupoint energy in time and space, a move that perfectly hides one's own breath and confines the accumulation of holy power. The dragon prison criminals killed by Lin Chen will drop high attribute values. His cultivation has already reached several times or even higher than breaking the bottleneck limit. If the acupoints are not sealed, Lin Chen's strength will not be able to suppress the skyrocketing attribute value. Will forcibly break the hole, revealing the whereabouts. Glancing at the little shadow who sleeps when he is full, Lin Chen is helpless. This little guy has a natural advantage and talent for concealing His breath, even if he is promoted, he will not reveal the slightest breath. Lin Chen turned to look again, when the bang-bang obtained from the Holy King. Haoyan, if outsiders witnessed this scene, they might be scared to death. At this moment, the crystal jade clear stick exudes a faint blue brilliance. And beside it, a mass of Qi Luck spirit planting seeds are piled up. At least 20 or more. 20 low-grade Qi Luck spirit planting seeds? This huge amount of wealth is enough to make any holy realm 4 or 5 crazy. I didn't expect that the bodies of these criminals in the dragon prison could be absorbed by this stick. Haha, not only can someone in my Lin be called handsome, but also rich. Small goals don't count? Seeing the eyes of everyone in the Qinglong family, Lin Chen retracted his mind and said solemnly, I'm going to make something bigger next, and I need your help. The elders looked at each other with excitement. When Lin Chen revealed his plan, all the elders were shocked. This, the new king, are you sure you want to do this? Maybe this will set off a big melee between the two sides. The great elder swallowed hard. Lin Chen raised the corner of his mouth, and the eyes in the Yinlong mask flashed a bit harshly. I want a big melee. If there are fewer melees, this king is not happy. The corners of the elder's mouths twitched slightly. This new king is really not afraid of piercing the sky. That's it, follow the plan, see you at our agreed place in 3 days. Lin Chen and everyone clapped their hands and decided to split up. A day later, on the plain of giant whales, the place with the thickest fog. Silent Valley. The sound of crunching reverberated in the valley, gloomy and terrifying. A silver-robed figure entered the valley proudly and said loudly, I have a big business. I don't know if you are interested in talking about it. There was no response in the valley, and the gloomy bite stopped. Lin Chen smiled lightly, the two of you, one is still nibbling on the roasted dragon's legs in chili to the south, and the other is still scratching his butt in the gutter in the north. Don't hide it, I don't like playing hide and seek. Ka. The creaking sound stopped abruptly, and two strange figures emerged from Lin Chen one after the other. Boy, who are you? Why do you know exactly where I am waiting? Your bloodline seems to be rubbish. I don't like it, but this meat should be good if it is braised. The two had oily heads and dirty faces, messy and cold, with eagle faces and eagle eyes, like Erdiosi, crawling out of the sewer. Only the horned dragon like veins flashed all over his body, showing the strength of the two. These two are more than a rank stronger than the dragon prison criminals Lin Chen encountered. They are the few gray light spots found by Lin Chen in the purple dragon ball. After Lin Chen's recent determination, these gray light spots represent extremely dangerous criminals in the dragon prison. It's what the dragon clan said, killing a terrifying criminal who can get 500 points of dragon dedication. Lin Chen sneered and said, boiled? If you're not afraid of death, come up and try it out? Don't you want to know why I know where you are? This king is the handsome guy from Gill, England. The gray-haired man was moved. You are the chrysanthemum terminator. England? Bing Bang is a hammer, I will kill you first. The other man in black robe sneered, pulling away an afterimage and rushing towards Lin Chen. The gray-white talisman fell from the sky, and Lin Chen directly typed the slow rune at the same time. The blue dragon's arm appeared, and greeted him with a move of Wanzai Xuanguang blade. Boom! 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 In an instant, the valley was shaken, and the two had fought for 100 rounds. When they parted, blood dripped from the waist of the black-robed man. Although Lin Chen was embarrassed, he was completely uninjured. Damn, I'm a bit of a ghost, no wonder I can eat so many guys. The black-robed man wiped the blood on his waist, as if he didn't dare to waste his blood. Since you've heard of my name, you should know that I don't know what I'm doing. If you want to work hard, this commander will force you to accompany you to the end. How about fighting, or talking about cooperation? Lin Chen spread his wings of the holy phoenix, and the long-haired man, finally, showed a hint of shock. Double bloodline person? Lin Chen knew that only the strength of these vicious guys could hold them down, and if he wanted to talk about cooperation with them, he had to conquer them first. The atmosphere is silent. After a while, the gray-haired man narrowed his eyes. Tell me about your cooperation. Lin Chen stretched out his finger. 2 days later, I will attract a group of Taiku dragons to go to the vast sea of the giant whale plain, and you are responsible for calling the criminals on your side and helping me join forces to do them. I will borrow your money. Kill my enemy. Oh? The gray-haired man raised his eyebrows. Murder with a knife? Lin Chen smiled and said, it's about mutual benefit. You have the flesh and blood of the primordial dragon clan. I can kill my enemy and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay, I promise you. Boundless sea, right? I'll call in people at that time. How many people are in your enemy family? The long-haired man was surprisingly cheerful. Lin Chen was not surprised, touched his chin and smiled. There are about 20 people. You should call more people, it's better to kill them all. I hope you don't play tricks. Although this old man has become a temporary criminal, if he is dying to fight back, a young old man like you will kill one by one. The long-haired man warned. Lin Chen smiled casually. I'm so young, I look like an honest child, how can I play any tricks? I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. The man in black robe was puzzled. Brother, why did you agree to him? What if he cheated? Big brother sneered sullenly. I wish he could cheat, we will just do it. There are many monsters in the Taiku dragon clan. We 2 brothers have already experienced this business. We 2 brothers can't swallow this business alone. We can call for more. Too many guys, fish in troubled waters. It is very likely that he will bring more people, then we will also call more guys, only fishermen, not reckless men. If the situation is unfavorable, run away. If the situation is favorable, fish and attack can be attacked. Retreat can be hidden. Such a good thing, why not agree? Big brother licked his tongue. We have already accumulated enough targets for pardoning charges, but if we can only eat 1 Taiku dragon before we get out of prison, it will be a great nourishment for our wounds, isn't it? Hearing the elder brother's call, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly brightened, and he nodded again and again. Yes, if we go out, there is almost no chance to hunt down the primordial dragon race. Even if these guys are in our heyday, we can only pick some tender ones. Or the weak one too. Pinch, big brother wise. Go, spread the word. Lin Chen hid in the edge of the valley, watched the 2 leave, and smiled lightly. You guys want to contradict me, this commander has long expected. You, see if I contradict you again. Lin Chen is going to make a big deal. Others don't know the situation of other teams, but he controls the effect of the purple dragon ball, and he knows all the information on the giant whale plain. Judging from the speed and direction of the disappearance of the criminals in the dragon prison, there are at least 10 teams of the ancient dragon clan. And it is possible that the dragon devotion value is higher than him. Among them, with the dark sky dragon, Prince Xuanzhen's suppressing prison dragon, and burying phantom dragon, these 3 teams eliminated the dragon prison criminals much faster than Lin Chen. This is due to the absolute strength of the suppression belt come to the effect. You guys are trying to fish in troubled waters, and the young master is taking advantage of the chaos. My strength is all about picking up. In the last 3 days until the end of the assessment, the entire giant whale plane is surging. Among the 3 largest groups of criminals in the dragon prison, 2 groups have already received the rumors of the Taigu dragon race. And some scattered criminals have also received rumors that they plan to fish in troubled waters and finally fight for a pardon. On the Dragon Clan side, many ancient Dragon Clan and Primordial Dragon Clan teams received news from the Azure Dragon Clan. Question: a dragon team received a letter. They spread out. The Qinglong family of the British state, about to fight against the dragon princes of all parties, to fight the vast sea? The new king of the Qinglong clan will challenge all the princes, princesses, and those who refuse to fight in the vast sea in 2 days. Will the Qinglong clan be regarded as the king of persuasion? A dragon prince sneered contemptuously, "What kind of spicy chicken trick is this? Can't I change it to something fresh?" The prince turned around and asked the elders, "Elder Yuan Feng, what do you think? This challenge must be deceitful? Why don't we just count?" Prince Ben decided to go to the appointment, just before the prince goes, he wants to bring some surprises to the new king of Qinglong. All the dragon clans have received the challenge from the Qinglong clan. Some are disdainful, some are angry, some are calculating, some are making appointments, and some are secretly forming a team. Some face it indifferently and go to the appointment easily. All storms, all gathered in the vast sea. Inside the Wanlong venue. Something's wrong, this Qinglong family has not acted recently? Many dragon teams have also stopped fighting. What letter did the Qinglong tribe send? The old man always has a bad feeling. The great powers are not in a good mood, and they always feel that the British state wants to do something again. On the 3rd day, the vast sea. This is the place where the fog is the thinnest in the entire giant whale plain, and the normal range that the dragons can perceive is about 50 to 100 miles away. The vast ocean is like a raging wave, and the violent and turbulent water system energy is deposited on the bottom of the sea. A silhouette of a silver dragon mask stood on the sea. He stood against the wind, his arms folded over his chest. Overseas, on an island. Will the new king's plan be too messy? Will these people take the bait? I don't know. Once there are too many people, I am afraid that the entire vast sea will be overturned by more than half. The palms of the elders of the Qinglong clan were sweating, and Mu Tianqing looked around with wonderful eyes. Suddenly, Mu Tianqing scolded coldly through voice transmission, "Attention! Someone is here!" Boom! The clouds broke apart, and a beam of thunder light and billowing fire clouds descended from the sky, moving from the horizon. What a British state, dare to provoke the majesty of my Taiku dragon clan? This prince has long wanted to learn from you, a savage monk. The dragon race competes on the grade of blood rather than the number. Although you have many blood, all of them are garbage, and the blood of the Holy Phoenix can barely be seen. The people who come are the Prince of Jikalalong and the Prince of Wanhualong clan. Their elders are not around. But Lin Chen knew very well that the elders of their group had long been on standby in the void near the vast sea, and if there was any situation, they would arrive in less than 2 breaths. Why is it just the 2 of you? Could it be that the guys from the primordial dragon race are all cowards? Lin Chen jokingly smiled, and as soon as he finished speaking, another breath That shook the sky reigned over the world and descended into the vast sea. Ying bang bang, what kind of stinky fish and rotten shrimp are you? Back then, because of the rules of the Wanlong Association, the Qinglong clan didn't do anything to you, but now it's not certain. Boom. Long Wei is the first to grab people, like Wanyue Jintian, the raging waves on the sea are instantly suppressed, and a rust-carved dragon robe emerges from the sky. It was the Prince Xuanzhen who appeared in the Qinglong clan before and tried to force Mu Tianqing to sleep. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he was actually a little excited, and smiled with a murderous intent. Are you here too? If you kill this guy, in various senses, this handsome guy should be so excited. The princes were startled. This guy even wanted to kill them? For real? Kill this prince? Just your little and ridiculous power? Ha 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 ha. Die. England. Prince Xuanzhen grabbed Lin Chen with one claw, and when the space crystal wall collapsed, it turned into several earth and rock dragon claws, and the space was stagnant. Lin Chen kicked the soles of his feet, protecting his body with 10,000 years of azure light, and the meat shell collided violently, smashing the claw of Prince Xuanzhen head-on. Your strength is 8 billion dragon power? Prince Xuanzhen was slightly stunned, and the two princes were also extremely exciting. When they were on the savage plain, they clearly felt that the power of the new Qinglong king was no more than 5.5 billion dragon power at best. This has only been in the second level for more than 20 days, so this is 8 billion? Where is the monster? Unless he hides his strength in the savage plain. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and if Prince Xuanzhen hit him casually, he had to defend with all his strength. Although both sides share 8 billion dragon powers, the strength of this guy is comparable to that of the evildoer list. Hidden really deep. Prince Xuanzhen grinned and said, what about 8 billion dragon power, this rubbish bloodline, this prince can beat 10. Lin Chen raised his brows. Is your excellency the legendary Wing Chenyi Xuanzhen? Prince Xuanzhen was murderous, his shoulders trembled sharply, his power was like a mountain in the sky, and the two princes also surrounded Lin Chen. Lin Chen laughed loudly. What's the hurry, don't you like to play 10? This time I will force you to prepare hundreds of them. Pa! Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and the vast overseas world shook with a bang. There are a large number of figures in all directions, hundreds of them. At a glance, there are hundreds of criminals in the dragon prison in the void. The tyranny of its breath, all are dragon prison criminals. It is the two combined dragon prison criminal teams. Some of the criminals actually emerged from the bottom of the vast sea, with vulture-like eyes staring at the crowd high above the sea. Ha ha ha, it's actually his mother's 3 Taiku dragon princes. Don't rob me. I'm going to chew their dragon tendons. And this British state, motherfucker, I'm going to fuck him up. These dragon prison criminals are so violent that they have no intention of cooperating with Lin Chen at all. The 3 dragon princes are all people who have seen the big scene. Seeing that they are surrounded by criminals in the dragon prison, they are not panic at all. The corner of Prince Xuanzhen's mouth picks out a sneer. I really thought you rotten criminals would be able to take down this prince? Ing bang, it's not just you who have the back. Boom. Several bunches of dragon breath and holy light straddle the vast sea, the water waves are surging, and the angry waves roll over 3,000 miles. Boom. 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 The dragon's breath's sacred mang broke through the siege formed by the dragon prison criminals, blasting more than a dozen dragon prison criminals into serious injuries, and 2 of them died on the spot. The Wanhua Dragon clan returns to its place. GK Leilong returns to his place. Bless the crown prince of our clan, and protect the crown prince to the death. Shangyue Town Prison Dragon arrived. My life has been dedicated to the prince. The Azure Dragon has arrived. A team of dragon races appeared in the sky, not only the teams of 3 dragon princes, but also many teams from the ancient dragon race and the ancient dragon race also participated. At least 2/3 of the entire dragon team participating in the second round of the election came this time. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly. He had long expected that these guys would come, and under the purple dragon ball, everyone's actions were clear. Damn, a bunch of pretentious guys, the old man will destroy you today. A group of elders of the dragon clan is a bird feather. I have even dealt with the Dragon King's mother dragon, and it is not easy to deal with you today. Hit the motherfucker. Together with the criminals under the vast sea, the number of criminals in the dragon prison is close to 800. Each of the criminals in the dragon prison is extremely powerful. Except for the powerful elders of the ancient dragon clan, very few people can fight against them one-on-one. Boom. Sigh. Bang. The sea shook thousands of miles, and the whirlpool swelled. Between the rolling waves, the endless dragon breath smashes and collides, shocking the earth. In the vast sea, with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, there are streaks of light and shadow intertwined, killing the sky and darkness. This battle condensed most of the dragon team and the dragon prison criminals. And the fight was fierce. I bet more than half of it. Many of these guys didn't fully win the dragon devotion points that passed the assessment, especially the ancient dragon clan. Their goal is not like some ancient dragon clan or ancient dragon clan. They only let the core clansmen pass, and give up some of them. Elder. The ancient dragon clan team wants as many elders as possible to pass the assessment, go to the 3rd level, and get the baptism of the totem. After the large-scale team formation of the previous dragon prison criminals, it was like an impregnable wall. As a result, many Taiku dragon clan teams did not get enough dragon dedication points. Now that the assessment is coming to an end, they have to let go of the battle. Lin Chen flapped the holy phoenix wings and flashed in the chaos. This principle is the same for the criminals in the dragon prison. In order to guard against my sneak attack, they did not dare to launch a battle easily. Except for large-scale operations. Many criminals are not eligible for pardons. The result will evolve into the current life and death crisis. In the melee, no one can retreat. Whoever retreats will regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Chen's spiritual power in the middle of the holy realm passed through the system's spiritual awakening, and it can be said that he galloped the audience. Looking at the overall situation of the battle, it was only a matter of thought, and the reaction speed was almost unparalleled. Boom. 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 Muffled thunder roared. GK Lei Long Prince stepped on a dragon-shaped blue light lightning, swept towards Lin Chen suddenly, and pushed his hands together horizontally. 10 thunder dragons were condensed and shot out from the palm of Prince Jeek's palm, roaring in the sky, and surrounded Lin Chen in all directions at such a fast speed. Hey! That's Lao Tzu's goal, Big Lei, go away. Prince Xuanzhen shouted angrily when he repelled a dragon prison criminal with one palm. Ha ha ha, now is not the time to hammer you, the next time we meet, it will make you sour enough. Lin Chen laughed, and instantly disappeared into a beam of space. With a bang, Thunder Dragon threw himself in the air. The faces of the princes changed slightly. Escape? What a strange space shuttle. This prince didn't notice the trace of space shuttle at all. If they are outside, the princes have a variety of ways to pursue Lin Chen or find Lin Chen. Kill these criminals first and earn dragon dedication points. But the perception of the giant whale plane is extremely limited, and the situation in the vast sea is slightly better. In this case, it is impossible to figure out the position of the new king of Qinglong. On a certain island, a space beam descended. The elders of the Qinglong clan were instantly vigilant, and they were relieved when they saw that it was Lin Chen. If it really started, what a terrifying momentum, even if the perception is limited, you can feel the vibration on the other side of the vast sea. As the new king said, the team of the Taiku dragons desperately needs a lot of dragon dedication. The team strength formed by the alliance of the former dragon prison criminals has caused huge obstacles to the Taiku dragons. They must get enough before the assessment. The dragon dedicated value, this life and death battle is inevitable. All the elders looked at Lin Chen in unison. In fact, there was one more thing they didn't understand. In such a large-scale melee, even if they can fish in troubled waters, the chances they can grab are not as good as the Taiku dragon race. The boundless sea is the place where the fog on the giant whale plane is at its thinnest. In other words, the opponent's perception range will also increase. In this case, their sneak attack ability will be greatly weakened, and it is not as efficient as a powerful Taiku dragon team to kill criminals. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. I still have a trump card, which is why I chose the vast sea, elders. The next time is to show the real technology. The vast sea, north-south direction. This unprecedented melee was filled with characters, with some criminals taking out 3 candidates and then withdrawing. Some of them seem like a tiger, but they are so reckless that they rush to the front, but in fact they explode with the strongest force in their backhand to snatch the targets of other criminals. Some criminals are lurking in the sea, and when the target is in a state of short-term exhaustion with a powerful blow, they suddenly explode and assassinate directly. What's more, they will kill each other together with the criminals who are the dragon prison. Some are combined vertically and horizontally, with a few or 10 people forming a team. Some cooperate with each other and cooperate with their own abilities to more than double their combat power, and they choose dragon teams with limited abilities or attributes to fight. This is a real life and death melee, almost to the death. For the dragon prison criminals, this is the only chance to pardon the charges of the dragon prison. For the dragon clan team, each elder of the dragon clan has only one chance to participate in the Wanmong club, and only this time is the only one who accepts the baptism of the ancestor totem blood. Whether they can be pardoned and reborn, whether they can break through the shackles and advance to a new realm, are the only opportunities for both of them. Don't fight it this time. When will it be? There are not many people on both sides who have too many reservations. More than 90% of the powerhouses have tried their best to beat the sea. More than half of the vast sea into chaos, and the space is completely broken. Some dragon elders fell, and some criminals died. Their dragon core, holy beast core, and instantly will become the target of looting. The battle was a mess, and it was unprecedentedly fierce. As far as the current battle situation is concerned, the dragon clan has an advantage in numbers and is strong. Although the dragon prison criminals are relatively strong, they can lose in the protracted battle. In addition, some dragon prison criminals want to get away when they reach their goals, making the Dragon Clan team gain a lot of positive advantages. Well, quack, finally it's our turn to pick up ready-made ones. Damn it, after so many days, I finally got to kill it. All the signals have come. Most of the battlefields revolve around the north-south direction of the vast sea. Let's kill as much as you like, our freedom is coming. When the battle was chaotic, another team of more than 100 people came out from the north. It is the last force of the dragon prison criminals. They sent strong men who were good at infiltrating, demarcated the scope of the battle, and then informed the entire group with some kind of signal that they really did a origin. For a time, a large number of long prison criminals poured into various battlefields. They are almost indistinguishable from each other, but any opponent who is on the verge of death will be killed. The advantages established by the Dragon Clan team began to gradually disintegrate, and even fell into a disadvantage. In less than 2/4 of an hour, almost most of the Dragon Clan team knew that there was a new criminal force pouring into the battle, but not many of the participating teams retreated. Because this is their last chance to win the dragon dedicated value, even if they are disadvantaged, they have to fight. This is also the chain reaction that Lin Chen wants to trigger. The battle situation is like a snowball that is getting bigger and bigger. When it rolls down, no one can stop it. In the Wanlong venue, nearly 70% of the teams that were cast by the screen were caught in a melee, and some dragon powerhouses were a little shocking. Rao is among the dragon powerhouses watching the battle, and many of them have the cultivation of the 4th level of the Holy Land. Thousands of dragon prison criminals and hundreds of dragon clan teams kept twisting like a meat grinder, with no intention of stopping at all. It's crazy too. It's not good, with the ability of my family, the self-protection ability in this battle is too poor. Damn, why haven't these guys withdrawn? If this goes on, the prince will not be able to keep it. There was constant restlessness in the venue, and the Wanlong strongmen were terrified. Almighty, stop the assessment. Yeah, if we fight like this, how many people will we have to die? Although some of the holy dragons inside are limited in blood and cannot break through, they are the basic strength of my dragon clan. Is it worth it to die so many lives in it? Some old-fashioned dragon powerhouses couldn't help but get up, and sent extremely serious voice transmissions to the powerful people on the high platform. Not even the great powers of the Dragon Clan thought that things would develop to this point. This kid is playing too much. Who would have thought that this little guy would have such a hand, bringing people from both sides together? Unexpectedly, these criminals were attacked by the Qinglong clan and united, so that very few of the participating teams actually hunted the dragons. Dedication value, and the same is true of the dragon prison criminals. The effect of the assessment we expected did not appear, all because of this. This is the general trend. I really can't think of this general trend. It was created by this child. The great powers are full of amazement, but unfortunately, they no longer have the right to suspend this assessment. Because, above has spoken. Let him make a fuss as much as possible. No matter what happens next, the assessment will never be suspended. How could the Wanlong Club be child's play? Chen Xia, who was evil and evil, drank coldly, and Longwei was shocked. Shocking the audience. Alas! It's too difficult, my clan elders have already killed 3 people. Because of this, everything is the fault of the new Qinglong king, Yingbangbang, who planned This war. What do you think it's good for him to plan this war? Where's Gil England, what is he doing? When many old antiques just sighed and wanted to sit back and start looking for the light screen of the Qinglong clan. The next moment, they were so angry on the spot. I saw that among the thousands of light screens, there was only one scene that was fresh and refined. Inside the light screen, the back of a strong and slender teenager is naked. His chest muscles are exposed, and he crosses the surging water. He wore a pair of dark blue pants, raised his hand again and again, made a freestyle gesture gracefully and swiftly, and swam quickly into the vast seabed. He didn't panic at all, and there was a flat smile on the corner of his mouth. Countless dragon powerhouses were so angry that even their body was about to explode, and the entire Wanlong venue erupted in shocking roars one after another. Damn, he actually swims in the vast ocean? Grass. What's going on outside? He's swimming around here. My eldest brother-in-law, his third nephew, and nephew's illegitimate son, outside finally became the dragon prince, and he died in the war. He was swimming? Swimming? Swimming the fucking dragon skin. Let go of me. Damn it, I'm going to go in and beat this bastard to death. The dragons in the audience almost exploded in situ. The corners of your dragon clan's mouths twitched wildly. Crazy, must be crazy. This vast ocean is shattering, and as the initiator of all this, why is this kid swimming here? Doing this kind of thing that harms the dragon and does not benefit oneself. Is there any grudge against the entire dragon team? If the Dragon King Chuansha knew of this scene of the deceased dragon clan teams who had been scourged by him, I'm afraid that the coffin board would be so angry that it would turn around dozens of times. The vast sea, the seabed is 130,000 meters. As expected, the vast sea is the core position of the giant whale plain. Although the fog has weakened, it may actually accumulate on the seabed. I can't even fly in the seabed, this energy is too strong. Fortunately, this handsome man was the little black dragon in the clubhouse, and the little white dragon in the waves. This swimming skill is still very good. Lin Chen dived while swimming, and was amazed in his heart. Behind him, there are the people of the Qinglong clan following closely. The energy of the water system is too strong, which makes the sea water extremely dense and the pressure is extremely heavy. The elders cannot fly, and they can only choose to rely on pure strength to swim forward. When they finally dived to a very deep and dark place, what appeared in the eyes of the Qinglong people was a huge dark seabed hole of thousands of meters. The turbulent vortex-like water flow constantly revolves around the hole, and the internal water energy has condensed to a terrifying level. Ordinary holy dragons enter, and even the dragon body has to be smashed. There are no treasures here, except for the excessively strong water energy. The pressure is extremely terrifying, and neither the dragon prison criminals nor the dragon race team will go deep. The legendary giant whale fell. This hole may be a part of the giant whale's energy condensation. It doesn't look like a chrysanthemum. What is it? Lin Chen didn't think too much, his fingertips condensed the faint blue dragon breath, forming a blue rope. With a flick of the rope, it slid across the water, and all the Qinglong clan caught it and tied it around their waists. The people of the Qinglong family didn't know Lin Chen's intentions, but they chose to unconditionally believe in the new king. The rope maintains the breath of Lin Chen and the entire Qinglong family. Lin Chen suddenly turned on the 10,000 years of blue light to protect his body and rushed into the seabed hole. Boom! Boom! The entire seabed trembled violently several times. Lin Chen suddenly felt that thousands of heavy objects weighed down on his limbs. All of a sudden, Lin Chen's holy dragon body was pressed into the hole in the seabed. The strong water energy seems to have condensed into a block and suppressed him. Ha ha ha, it's good to come. I can't wait. Lin Chen laughed boldly, and suddenly another kind of blood was running. Tianyu Shanhai, open. In the Wanlong venue, amid the numerous insults and violent roars, the expressions of several elders of the Tianyuing dragon clan suddenly changed. Slightly. The old man understands. I understand too. They have seen that this new king of Qinglong has used the bloodline of their family, which means that he has the bloodline of the Tianyuing dragon family. Tianyu Yinglong, a natural water king, a super dragon who controls water. Once ranked in the ancient dragon clan, although it was later abandoned as the ancient dragon clan, the background is still no trivial matter. However, the Tianyu Yinglong clan did not participate in this Wanlong meeting. They participated in it once tens of thousands of years ago, and their grades were average. So far, the Tianyu Yinglong clan has been accumulating strength, and has not yet completed the accumulation. The elders who have participated in the Wanlong Association once cannot participate in the second election, and the team that is reluctantly put together will only become cannon fodder. And Tianyu Yinglong, who has been blessed by the energy of the heaven, earth, and water system, will soar in potential and combat power. This kid wants to use the blood of Tianyu Yinglong to use the water energy of the giant whale plane to temporarily enhance his power. It's no wonder that he wants to break out the battle in the vast sea, and he will fight freely in the nest, absolutely. The dragon powers who knew Lin Chen's 3 bloodlines at the beginning also realized Lin Chen's action goal. Although Tianyu Yinglong is the king of the beasts of the water system, the vast sea on the giant whale plain is the area where the energy of the water system has been deposited for the longest time. How much power can be improved depends on the ability of the bloodline user. I reckon that it would be good to absorb 1/20th of the energy of the vast sea bottom. When the great powers of the dragon race were discussing, Lin Chen and the seabed suddenly burst into a blue dragon light. OM. Bang. The vast, deep sea shakes. Infinite water system energy was swallowed by Lin Chen whale. His holy dragon body, the dragon vein of the critical value, was completely washed away. Brush. In a very short period of time, the dragon veins of the holy dragon were completely washed away. Although it was only temporarily, the holy dragon really broke through the entire realm. Immediately afterwards, the unstoppable power climbed, as if all the energy of the water system was transformed into the power of the holy dragon. 8.1 billion dragon power, 8.3 billion dragon power, 8.8 billion dragon power. Almost at a speed visible to the naked eye, the holy dragon broke through the tens of billions of dragon power. It's not enough, Long Mai, blow me up. Bang. The dragon veins of the holy dragon's body exploded in half, one after another. Can hold more water energy, and the water energy of the entire vast sea began to condense into the body. What? The new king actually exploded the dragon's veins. If this is not treated in time, the cultivation level will drop at light level, and there will be life-threatening worries at worst. The elders of the Qinglong clan were horrified. By blasting 400 million dragon veins, the bloodline supernatural powers can be exerted more powerfully for a period of time, and the Tianyu divine sea will be brought into full play. Brush. The strong water energy was passed along Lin Chen's blue rope to all the elders of the Qinglong clan, and their power was also temporarily rising. The temporary increase in the blasting pulse can allow the water energy, controlled by the divine power of the Tianyu Shanhai, to be transferred to other dragons. It can also obtain the effect of temporary improvement, even if the effect is not as terrifying as Lin Chen's. It can be regarded as a short span of a big realm. Consumes 120 talent points. The host continues to activate the ultimate return. The elders don't need to panic. This king has his own measure when it comes to exploding the pulse. You can absorb this power with peace of mind. Lin Chen's eyes were radiant, and his fighting spirit was soaring. When our Qinglong clan goes out, not even the Taiku Dragon clan can stop us. What, fried pulse? Is this kid crazy? Unless the dragon is a sacred healing product, the burst dragon veins may not be able to be repaired, and the cultivation base will plummet. No, this kid's strength has broken through several grades. All the dragons are powerful and moving. This new king of Qinglong really dares to fight and dare to fight. His heart is so resolute that he doesn't even blink his eyelids. The vast sea, the battlefield 3,000 miles to the south. The battlefield of the vast sea is still chaotic, the holy dragon is flying. And the battle will not stop. The pitch-black giant shadow descended from the sky and turned into a black-robed man. He grinned, ha ha ha, eldest brother, I have eaten another ancient dragon, so cool. I almost hunted down an ancient dragon clan. These guys are really hard bones. If they fight just now, they will die together. The long-haired man stepped into the air, with flesh and blood residue hanging from the corners of his mouth. His legs turned into a pair of gray-white claws, like the feet of a brutal beast, standing proudly in the void. They were the two criminals from Silent Valley, and they belonged to the strongest level of criminals. Whoa, 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 whoa. Suddenly, the waves on the sea surface surged, and the two brothers felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in their hearts. Not good. There is something. Bang. A bunch of monstrous dragon breaths rushed like a storm, followed by a dozen cyan dragon blades and cyan dragon arrows that penetrated their bodies. Pfft. Two Xeon criminals were blasted away, vomited blood, and injured. It turned out to be the two of you. I'm sorry, but I accidentally farted. I didn't expect you to collapse. A young man's laughter echoed across the sea. Splashes of water sprinkled, embellished with silver robes, the young man held two sacred beast cores, put on his silver dragon mask again, and stood proudly on the sea. The long-haired man's pupils shrank. The two sacred beast cores belonged to the dragon prison criminals. Ying bang bang, is that you? You, who are in the middle of the vast sea, are not dead? Lin Chen smiled lightly. Death? The ones who are going to die next are you dragon prison criminals. Bunch of azure light rose from the sky and descended on Lin Chen's side. It was the elders of the Azure Dragon clan. Their bodies were full of surging dragon breaths, as if rune was hiding the mountains, seas, sun and moon. Countless giant dragons were in their bodies. And even the great powers in the venue were shocked. 88 billion dragon power. This kid has drained the energy at the bottom of the vast sea, and the strength of all the members of the Qinglong family has been temporarily increased to 8 billion dragon power by him? Qinglong clan, start the battle. Holy realm, Sangyu, the top of Qitian mountain. The beautiful woman put on her cloak again and murmured like a dream. There is no time left for inheritance, will I forget you? Lin Chen. The beautiful woman jumped off the top of the mountain and disappeared in an instant. The plain of the giant whale, the chaotic vast sea. Tear. The elders of the Qinglong clan were as fast as lightning, and the 9-headed, 10,000-year-old blue dragon was born, and they all slapped and slammed the two gray-haired men and brothers into serious injuries, revealing their bodies. It is two ancient black eagles and ancient demon falcons, which are comparable to the high-level Phoenix clan. Who? Qinglong clan, do you still want to kill my two brothers? If we die, your people will have to pay the price. Brother, fight with them. The gray-white talisman exploded out of thin air, and the azure dragons, as if ordered, swarmed up when their actions were slightly stagnant, and all bloodline magical powers were released. 10,000 years Azure Dragon Prison. Dragon Fall, Bite and Kill. Blue Dragon Pendant. Blue Dragon Breaking Moonbow. The bloodline supernatural power of one move is like a divine light, or a meteor, or a tianhe, or a light-changing blade, like a smallpox falling on the body of the two fierce creatures. Brush. Two blue lights smashed through the energy storm, and the space disintegrated. The woman is awe-inspiring, the youth is in silver robes like brilliance, and the two hold the blue light dragon spear. 10,000 years breaking dragon spear, this bloodline supernatural power is Lin Chen's inheritance from the Qinglong altar. It has strong penetration characteristics for the dragon family of the dragon type, and it is the bloodline supernatural power of the Qinglong royal family in all dynasties. Suddenly, two streamers with strong life breath flashed from the bodies of Mo. Ying and Demon Falcon. This is the life-saving technique of the two brothers, escape from the golden cicada, mobilize the last life force to condense the core of the holy beast. To escape from the shell and fly away. Lin Chen smiled indifferently. How could such a means be able to hide his spiritual power in the middle of the Saint Realm? He turned around in the air, and the dragon-tailed sword flashed in the air. Slashing. Blue dragon sword. Tear. The dragon sword slashed horizontally, two streams of light disappeared, and screams burst out. No. How could I wait to die here? I'm not reconciled. This seat just received a pardon. The Jade card of the Qinglong clan has added another 1,000 points of dragon devotion. These two are 5 times more common criminals. Lin Chen collects attribute values and holy beast cores, and nourishes the dragon veins with the advanced qi and blood attribute value. The criminals in the dragon prison within a radius of 100 miles seemed to be aware and stunned. Shuama Shuangsha was killed? When these two guys were in their heyday, they even killed several people at the peak of the 4th level of the holy land of the human race, and they died. Here? My god, the new king of Qinglong is 10 billion dragon power? Not only, but even higher. If the criminals in the dragon prison saw a nightmare, they immediately retreated far away and gave up the battle. Everyone of the Qinglong family, go out with this king. Lin Chen let out a roar, and with the dragon spear in hand, he rushed into the most chaotic north of Hainan. Follow our new king. The elders burst out with dragon roars that ripped apart the sea, and the dragon bodies danced and flew wildly, following Lin Chen. The perception range of the vast sea is extremely limited. At this time, the only people who know the strength of the Qinglong family are the first witnesses. No one knows that such a dark horse that is comparable to the Taiku dragon team was born out of the sky. Haitao was furious, and a sea wave crack was swept away by the imposing Qinglong team. 2 strong breaths locked Lin Chen. Ha ha ha, you are the new king of Qinglong, Ying Bang Bang? Multiple bloodlines. Right? I have wanted to eat you for a long time. Damn it, Lao Tzu's woman died at his hands, and Lao Tzu has to be him. One is a teenage evil boy with 3 heads, a mature temperament, snake scales all over, grinning with teeth, and an evil spirit. He is a 3-headed hell python. The other person's eyes are blood red, and the arrogance is overwhelming. The dragon's energy is burning with mighty power, the purple light is burning, and a dragon's tail is shaking on his back. It's a 9 secluded horned dragon. This is another super criminal with 2 500-point dragon devotion levels. When Lin Chen approached, the faces of the two suddenly changed. Something's wrong. There seems to be a problem with his power. Lin Chen sneered, looking for death. When the slow rune in the palm of his hand was thrown out, Lin Chen Long's spear swept away, and the blue light spear pierced the defense of the Joyo horned dragon, giving it no chance to retreat at all. The holy phoenix wings spread out and rushed to kill with the blue dragon clan. In front of 2 criminals. Tear. Bang. In less than 10 rounds, the 9 secluded horned dragon and the 3-headed hell python were blown up. Attribute light ball, holy beast core, dragon offering value, criminal body. Lin Chen all received. Oh? The rubbish of the Qinglong clan? Your strength seems a little weird. When a few doubtful voices echoed, a group of figures emerged from directly in front of them. It is the team of the Taiku dragons. Ing Bing Bang was the one named by the prince, and he did it. These guys seem to have used some supernatural powers, borrowed power, and joined forces to kill them. The Taiku dragons are not afraid of the Azure dragons at all. Hey hey hey. He is our target, the guy from the Taiku dragon race, get out of here. Another dozen dragon prison criminals appeared from behind the Qinglong clan. And they were actually a team led by 4 super criminals. The elder of the Taiku dragon clan sneered, then it depends on your ability. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen stepped on top of Qinglong's head, holding a dragon spear, and laughed wildly up to the sky. Take me as a prey? Lin Chen's brows burst into flames, like a sea of flames filling the sky, and he smiled sternly and evilly, those who attack me will all have to die. Flickering light and shadow, Hongyan prison. With one move, Lin Chen created a sea of burning flames that shook the sky and the earth, like 5 burning mountain and sea prisons, instantly shrouding all the enemies present. The sea of crimson flames shrouded the sky at once. Hongyan and all directions burned the whole sky into red. This is not a trick of the dragon clan. Defend quickly. This fire prison can burn our dragon energy, damn it, we can't rush out. The terrifying high temperature instantly burned the dragon prison criminals and the elders of the Taiku dragon clan to disintegrate their defenses, causing their scalps to tingle. The elders of the Qinglong clan were shocked, and the new king's trump cards appeared endlessly. Lin Chen shouted domineeringly, don't let these garbage get in your way, go in. Dozens of slow runes fell from the sky and exploded from the Hongyan prison. Boom. The sky shook and the sea swayed, and the Wanzai Qinglongs launched an endless offensive, and they broke into the Hongyan prison at once. Boom. 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 Whether it was a prisoner of the dragon prison or an elder of the Taiku dragon clan, a large number of casualties were injured, and some were blown up and turned into scum. Choke. A crisp dragon roar sounded like a divine sword unsheathed, and the azure dragon light became the last dazzling divine light in the vast sea, flashing by, severing all the enemies in the Hongyan prison. Lin Chen's dragon dedication value dropped rapidly and skyrocketed. Lin Chen let out a dragon roar and shook the Songhai. Keep going. Boom. 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 The Qinglong smashed into, with the trend of pushing the vast sea horizontally, rushing towards the main battlefield and galloping away. Inside the Wanlong venue, when they heard the dragon roar of the young Qinglong new king, many dragon powerhouses trembled violently. How crazy! Whether it is the ancient dragon clan, the criminals of the dragon prison, or the ancient dragon clan, all those who blocked the Qinglong clan were all crushed and destroyed by this new king. When all the dragon race powerhouses stared at the light screen, the corners of their mouths trembled. The silver radiance was like on, and a curtain of blood was spilled, making the vast sea dyed into a sea of blood. The young Qinglong new king held a dragon spear, and Mu Tianqing followed with a spear. 9-headed blue dragons surround their dragon king like stars and moons, galloping across the vast sea. Every time the young new king swung his spear, every time he swept the dragon's tail, a powerful enemy would fall, and he would enter a land of no one. No matter how powerful the ancient dragon clan, the criminals in the dragon prison, or even the ancient dragon clan, whoever blocked the Qinglong clan, would all be slaughtered by this new king. Heinous brutality is outrageous. The Qinglong family was born out of nowhere and was invincible. At this moment, it seems that there is a flame of anger burning through the Qinglong clan and burning in the hearts of all the dragon clan powerhouses, making people palpitate. It seems that nothing can stop their rise. Qinxia's eyes flickered, a little excited. The direction they are heading for is the main battlefield of the vast sea. Ha ha ha, the princes of the Taiku dragon race are about to bloom. In the Qinglong palace, countless Qinglong people were dumbfounded. In the past, those who were high above, looked down on their azure dragon clan's ancient dragon clan Tianjiao, elder, primordial dragon clans, dignitaries, and so on. Those existences that make the azure dragon clan can only look up and even kneel on the ground, are now all turned into the ghosts of their 10,000-year-old azure dragon king. Who comes, who dies? His invincible figure and the spirit of looking down on the world have been imprinted in the hearts of everyone in the Qinglong clan, deeply engraved in their bones, and will never be forgotten. This young new king of Qinglong, in the form of the entry-rate dragon flag, used the most powerful and craziest gesture to kill the giant whale in the vast sea of blood, proclaiming all the dragon clan, and the Qinglong clan rose to the throne because of this. Long live the new king of my clan. The Qinglong family will no longer be humiliated by others. My king, Xingwei, is arrogant, and 10,000 dragons are invincible. This day came too suddenly, it came too unexpectedly, even the old man never dared to hope. Tears filled the eyes of the Qinglong people, and the blood of the dragon was ignited. No matter men, women, or children, they all chanted the name of the new king. Strong and tough. Mu Shuer stared at the figure in the light screen with her exquisite eyes, full of admiration and excited yearning. Big brother did it. He really saved my sister and everyone. The vast sea, the north and south battlefields, the teams of the Taiku dragon clan and the slaughtered in the dark, with the 4 teams of Jik Leilong, Wanhualong, Xianyue Zenyalong and Fengsheng Winglong killing the enemy the most fiercely. A light and petite dragon prince slapped the black-haired woman. Tear. The blade-like dragon breath ripped apart the dragon's seal, and the black-haired woman said gloomily, "Are you courting death? It's been a long time since I saw that you were upset. I injured my clan last time, and this time, let me get the price back. The smart and graceful girl in Singy giggled, and there was a rare killing intent between her fresh and refined brows. It's too much for you. I want to see how your Yongya three seals are doing. Then don't fall too fast. The two women fought fiercely, and the two Taiku dragon princesses fought. Instantly, the Taiku dragon clan teams on both sides suddenly stopped from the atmosphere of killing the enemy, and they were hostile to each other, and their arrows were drawn. But there was no immediate war, and the power was handed over to the two princesses, who were responsible for protecting the safety of the two princesses. There are a lot of hatreds between the teams of the ancient dragon clan, so in this melee, there are not a few dragon clan fights. Ha ha ha, the one who ranks first in the dragon dedication value this time must be my Shangyue Town prison dragon clan. Prince Xuanzhen held ahead, took out the core of the beast, and laughed wildly. Prince Wanhua was not to be outdone. This prince said that the champion belongs to my Wanhua dragon clan. The dragon devotion value of my clan has exceeded 7,000. The prince of Fengxing Winglong stepped on the blue waves, killing the enemy as if he was invisible, and smiled sternly, in terms of the speed of killing the enemy. I am not slower than you, Prince Xuanzhen, don't be too proud. No one knows until the last moment. Result: the giant man punched out, thousands of thunders galloping, and the prisoner of the dragon prison, who had no way to retreat, exploded his body, and the Prince of Extreme Thunder Dragon said solemnly, forcing Lai Lai to do so. Much, just fight if you don't agree. The princes of all ethnic groups are hostile to each other, and no one is willing to fall behind easily in killing the enemy. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept the sea, and the space crystal wall shattered. Boom! A hurricane came and smashed Prince Xuanzhen straight away. Huh? Prince Xuanzhen's eyes were like lightning, and he reached out and grabbed the attacking object. The blood was sticky. It was actually an elder who was severely injured. The princes are a little moved. Was this prison-suppressing dragon elder thrown over? Who has such great ability? Throw him over here. This dragon servant has 8 billion dragon power. He is a leader in the great wilderness and the human race world. He is also a top-notch candidate in this election. Now he was thrown over like a cargo? The majesty of Prince Xuanzhen was provoked, and he shouted angrily, Mother! Who is it? You can't find death. This handsome man never seeks death, only finds fault. A playful laughter shook the space, and the 9-headed, 10,000-year-old blue dragon flew into the sky. The princes fixed their eyes, and when their eyes narrowed, they were shocked and lost their voices. Qinglong Nu King Ying Bang Bang? Your power, more than 8 billion dragon power. The background of several princes is more ruthless, and Lin Chen can see the difference at a glance. Your Highness, hurry up. That guy is a monster. Prince, don't fight them. Many elders of the dragon clan came over with voice transmission, and the 10,000-year-old blue dragon took off, blocking all the elders of the ancient dragon clan in all directions. The dragon roars of the elders of Qinglong were shocked. I will swear to the death to block all the enemies for the new king of Qinglong, please let go and fight. Around the north and south battlefields, a war broke out in an instant. The Qinglong clan tried their best, and the 4 Taiku dragon clan teams fought together. The momentum of the battle even affected other primordial dragon clan, and could not help but retreat apart. The lithe and graceful girl in green clothes, and the gloomy and cruel black-haired woman separated, and the 2 princesses were affected and forced to truce. Princess, what should I do? There are elders' voice transmission. The black-haired woman frowned. Let's look at the situation first, and the slut's team is nearby, don't take it lightly, this battle is weird. The girl in Xingyi exclaimed, hey, how is the strength of the Qinglong clan? So strong. On the other side, Lin Chen stepped into the air and looked around the audience. He never found Ji Xiaochuan and Yang Anren. It seems that their team did not come. Is there another adventure? Then, Lin Chen overlooked the 4 dragon princes, took off the silver dragon mask, and his young and cold face was light. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth outlined a provocative arc, grasping the dragon spear, pointing at the princes. The 4 of you, come together. I have always liked packing, will fighting, etc. I only like to play with girls. The 4 princes were shocked and angry, roaring, glaring in anger. Shit, who do you think you are? 1 on 4? When I heard Lin Chen's words 4 together, the girl in Xingyi, who was dozens of miles away in the sky, showed an indescribable horror. Isn't this British state crazy? Beating the 4 of them, even if those 2 monsters join forces, isn't it impossible? The murderous aura of the 4 Taiku dragon princes exploded, and they felt in their hearts that the majesty of the prince was humiliated. What is the concept of 1,004? The prince of 10,000 fires, with 8 billion dragon power and 7th grade blood, nourishes the dragon body with thousands of fires from beyond the sky, controlling many heaven-defying supernatural powers, refining 6 fire type different crystals, the real fire-type dragon king. Wing dragon prince, 7.9 billion dragon power, 7th grade bloodline, born in the eye of the extreme sky storm. When he becomes a holy dragon, he can swallow 9 groups of evil storms, refine 5 wind-type heterocrystals, and 1 bite of the dragon's breath can destroy it. Country, a roar can shatter hundreds of thousands of mountains. It is the king of extreme speed. And the speed is unmatched. Extremely K Thunder Dragon Prince, 8 billion dragon power, 7th grade bloodline, an example of the bloodline of the great wilderness thunder dragon. The root bone of the thunder system is mutated, and he controls 6 different thunder system crystals. He can purify the core of the fierce beast through the power of lightning, and use the beast core to purify the core of the beast. Sacrificing Lei, he created a set of his own bloodline, supernatural powers. And he was shocked as a heavenly dragon. Xuanzhen Prince of Shanyu Zenyalong, 8 billion dragon power, 7th grade blood, known as the bloodline closest to his ancestor Tianyu Zenyalong in modern times. If he can get the baptism of the dragon totem, he will definitely surpass his brother and sister in the future. The Dragon King of the new generation of prison-suppressing dragons. Except for the pterosaur prince, who is slightly less powerful, the other 3 princes are all chasing the evildoers of the human race evildoers list. The Prince Xuanzhen, who humiliated the Qinglong family, was the appointed successor of the future Dragon King. Boom! The Prince of Fengxing Winglong showed his body. His wings were 100 feet tall, and he slammed into the sky with rage. The dragon feathers were like a sharp edge. The Prince of 10,000 Fire pushed his claws horizontally, and Long Yen turned into a seal, covering all of Lin Chen's retreats. The thunder light exploded, like 10,000 thunders, shooting away from Lin Chen's 4 directions. Prince Xuanzhen folded his fingers together and threw out a huge dragon talisman, bursting with dragon energy. Wan Yu suppressed the world, and suppressed Lin Chen's actions. Boom! 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 The terrifying bombing momentum was about to overturn the sky, and the Offensive of the four dragon princes was so strong that they instantly became the main battle circle on the battlefield. The offensive of Prince Wanhua and Prince Winglong even collided, and they did not join forces. As the top princes of the primordial dragon clan, they have their own arrogance and dignity, and they didn't plan to join forces to deal with Lin Chen. They just attacked Lin Chen because of their violent killing intent. Boom! The blue light circulated, and Lin Chen, who had been protecting his body for 10,000 years, tore through the energy frenzy and rushed out of the offensive area of the four princes unscathed. When he revealed the breath of the dragon veins, everyone finally clearly felt his strength. 12 billion dragon power. Tianyu Shanhai divine ability temporarily increased the dragon power by 4 billion for the holy dragon body, which almost made him step into the level of the 8th order intermediate holy beast on the spot. It is equivalent to the initial stage of the 4th level of the human holy realm. What kind of magical power is this? Even the king of myriad flames of my family does not have such a terrifying increase. The expressions of the four princes changed dramatically. Lin Chen urged the fire element variant crystal, and when he activated the Tianyin rune, he shot it out of the sky. Flickering light and shadow, Hongyan prison. Sigh. Boom. The 5 great prisons of scarlet flames are like hells of mountains and seas, descending to heaven and earth, covering the four princes. Due to the talent of the strider, their power skyrocketed. Hongyan Great Prison is the supernatural power of the bloodline of the Hongyan Holy Phoenix. This move is a top-level supernatural power, but it can be strengthened by Lin Chen's blood, and it has been infinitely close to the perfect level. Supernatural power, and then used by Lin Chen's current strength, blessing the talent of instant light and shadow separation, and burns the sky all at once. With such powerful bloodline supernatural powers, even the heyday of the dragon prison criminals would have to be burned to the point of being seriously injured or even fallen. In the Hongyan Great Prison, the Prince Xuanzhen, who is as strong as the strongest defense, is also dignified. If this new king of Qinglong is in the same realm as him, this magical power is nothing but the same, but his current strength is a big realm higher. The four princes who were in Yan prison showed their magical powers, constantly resisting the scorching heat that was enough to burn through the 4-layer initial defense of the Holy Land. Break it for me. GK Thunder Dragon Prince pulled out a thunder gun, the Thunder Dragon breath galloped, and he stabbed out a screen-like thunder light spear. Technique. This is a combination of all types of bloodline magical powers, including binding, killing, and defense. Prince Wanhua, who is a master of fire, said solemnly, "Don't think about breaking it, its boundaries are very strong, you must offset its flames, let the power drop to break the prison." He was in 2 great prisons, and he was the target of Lin Chen's focus. Lin Chen was astonished, as expected of the fire-type primordial dragon clan. He could see the inadequacies of the Hongyan Great Prison at a glance. It doesn't matter if you see through it, I have more ultimate moves. Super Chaos. Activate Super Chaos 7 times, duration, 28 seconds. OM. 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 The blood and dragon bodies of the 4 princes were partially chaotic or even disobedient, which greatly reduced the combat power of the 4. Brush. Lin Chen turned into a blue light and rushed towards Prince Xuanzhen. "Prince Chongban is here? I want to see what else you can do with a lowly bloody fellow." The whole body of Prince Xuanzhen was shining brightly, and the dragon body was revealed, turning into a giant dragon that was over 300 meters tall, and a Dragon Claw greeted Lin Chen's Azure Dragon Spear. Clang. Sparks burst, dragon breath scattered. Dragon Domain of Xianyue Town. Prince Xuanzhen's dragon body released thousands of blurred dragon lights, forming a dragon-shaped aura that opened up a field. In this field, the burning power he received was greatly weakened. This magical power is a perfect series, which has amazed many dragon powerhouses. Trash is trash. What about your 12 billion dragon power? This prince will blow you up. Crown Prince Xuanzhen bared his teeth and roared, resisting the great prison of Hongyan, the dragon claws blessed with a profound yellow brilliance like ancient times, and became indestructible. A horizontal grab, shot again and again. The power of the dragon claw of the suppressing prison is like a star. The space collapsed, and the crystal wall of infinite space exploded, confronting Lin Chen's Azure Dragon Spear head-on. Lin Chen wielded the Dragon Breaker Spear for 10,000 years, and bursts of azure light like rainbows. He shot frantically, and even stabbed the dragon's claws with rage, and the 12 billion dragon power exploded, suppressing the prison sky. Sigh. Tear. Prince Xuanzhen opened his mouth and breathed a tidal wave of dragon breath, which contained the stalwart earth-type dragon breath that created the world and shook the tip of the dragon spear. When the dragon's breath hit the tip of the gun, it was like an explosion of a star nucleus, rolling up the sky and ravaging the Hongyan prison. The seemingly huge Xianyue Zhenyalong can always follow Lin Chen's offensive. It is extremely difficult to leapfrog the Holy Realm, let alone the third level of the Holy Realm, to complete the fourth level of the Holy Realm. No matter how amazing the genius is, he can't cross this gap. However, this kind of common sense is not suitable for the enchanting list. The same is true of Prince Xuanzhen, who is comparable to the enchanting list. Every magic trick he played was either top-notch or perfect, and his background was so strong that even the work of some other dragon princes looked at him. I want to see how many perfect level magical powers you have. Lin Chen laughed at will, and when he threw out the slow rune, the Wanzai dragon spear shot out, piercing his dragon domain violently. Pfft. Prince Xuanzhen raised his dragon head, the dragon body fell, and he vomited blood again and again. Hiss. In the venue, all the dragon powerhouses sucked in the air. The new king of Qinglong actually delayed the three princes on the premise of 1-on-4, and beat Prince Xuanzhen to the point of vomiting blood. In the vast sea, Prince Wanhua and others were amazed and sighed. In terms of comprehensive strength alone, Prince Xuanzhen was indeed slightly ahead of the three princes, and the offense and defense were perfectly integrated. A variety of perfect-level magical powers are indeed very fierce. If they are at the same level, this commander can't help you except for the use of desperate life and death and high-amount slowness runes. Lin Chen's fighting spirit rose, the dragon spear swirled, and the Wanzai dragon spear was violently thrown out with 12 billion dragon power. Heavenly prison armor. Prince Xuanzhen's dragon pupil trembled, urging all the earth-type different crystals to condense into a pair of rock-earth dragon armor like a city wall, flowing with hell-like red dragon breath, like a group of dragon breath, all over his dragon body, forming the strongest defense system. Activate King's Landing. This attack of Journey to the World is the last killer move that Lin Chen has accumulated from the Tianman position to the present. Activate King's Landing. The host's bloodline magical attack has been increased, and the power has been increased 3 times. The power of the Wanzai dragon spear that passed through the void skyrocketed in an instant, and it was divided into 5. All the dragon princes and princesses felt their scalps go numb in an instant. From the 5 dragon spears, they smelled the smell of death. Pft! Tear! When the sonic boom sounded, the 5 dragon spears penetrated the strongest defense of Prince Xuanzhen. The Xian heavenly prison armor, which was enough to withstand the initial bombardment of the 4th level of the Holy Realm, was pierced by 5 dragon spears and penetrated the dragon body of Prince Xuanzhen. His dragon scales were broken, and his flesh and blood were twisted. The girl in Xing Yi lightly covered her red lips with her hands, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock that could not be concealed. This is too fierce. That is the heavenly prison armor, and it is also the pinnacle of defense among the many perfect magical powers recorded in the primordial dragon clan. The magical power was actually pierced by the British state. The black-haired woman was so shocked that her heart trembled, and she murmured, "What a fierce dragon spear! Domination of the world plus instant light and shadow. The power of this gun has produced the highest destructive power of a single unit in all the battles on the giant whale plain." The dragon's blood spurted out like a pillar, and Prince Xuanzhen was frightened and angry. How could this prince lose to you, a guy who temporarily borrowed power? His dragon body fell, burning a green and vibrant firework, as if some life-saving sacred object was protecting his lifeline, so that his life was not endangered. With a flick of the holy phoenix wings, Lin Chen took away the attribute light ball dropped by Prince Xuanzhen, and was about to pursue the victory. Lin Chen's strength began to deplete. The divine power of Tianyu Divine Sea is about to end, and the power of the elders of the Qinglong clan has also begun to decline. Is the time up? It seems that it took more time than expected to kill those who blocked the road. Lin Chen glanced at Prince Xuanzhen. Although this guy was dying, his life-saving cards were not exhausted, and he could still maintain consciousness in Hongyan prison. There's no time to kill this guy, take the elders first. With the wings of the holy phoenix swept away, Lin Chen entered the surrounding battlefield, turned his sword into a sword, and quickly moved the azure blue dragon sword. Some of the elders of the Qinglong clan are scarred, some are dying, and they are all supported by one breath. The Taiku dragon race, let's see you in the finals. Lin Chen laughed domineeringly, and with the Qinglong people, he retreated. He has the effect of the purple dragon ball, and almost no one in the audience can track and lock his breath. Before a dozen or so breaths, all the elders of the ancient dragon clan lost Lin Chen. The elders immediately supported the 4 princes and worked together to destroy the 5 Hongyan prisons. Their faces are extremely ugly. Today's battle is like nailing them to a pillar of shame. He was dragged down by a Qinglong clan who was not even an ancient dragon clan, and he was even suppressed to fly down. The Wanlonghui assessment was reposted by the entire dragon clan, which means that their embarrassed appearances were all seen by their own clan members. Some of the princes who were affected and retreated from watching the battle were staring at the vast sea of utter madness at the corner of their mouths. The one who has benefited the most this time is undoubtedly the Azure Dragon clan. Dragon prison criminals, ancient dragons, and even Taiku dragons have all killed a lot. In the outside world, there is no such rare opportunity. The Qinglong clan killed all the way to the main battlefield. The dragon prison criminals, who were in poor condition due to the war between the two sides, basically only perished after encountering the Qinglong clan. Their dragon dedication points have accumulated an unknown amount. The plain of the giant whale, the extreme eastern region. The dreamlike phantom dragon energy traverses the heavens, like the remnants of the shadows that are killed instantly, colliding with the dark light that covers the sky again and again. After more than 2 hours, in the extreme East Sea area, a figure quickly withdrew. It's Ji Xiaochuan who buried the ghost dragon. His handsome and evil face was as pale as paper, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, you also know the secret. A beautiful shadow lifted off. It was Yang Anren. She was holding a glass-colored spar, with blood-colored veins beating on it, as if it was a living thing, extremely strange. She sneered coldly and cruelly. This giant whale's heart has been recorded in my dark sky dragon clan as early as I have recorded it, and it is not your turn to interfere. If you don't cultivate into the burial shadow of your clan, you will still have to today die here. Ji Xiaochuan's face was ugly. You came to win the heart of the giant whale. Aren't you afraid that the dragon devotion value is not enough? Yang Anren put away the heart of a giant whale and said confidently, my clan has been dispatched to collect. Naturally, it is not my turn to take care of it. Ji Xiaochuan took a deep look at her. It seems that you are all determined to become the king of dragons this time. She smiled suddenly. The ancient dragon clan has not been fully unified for 100,000 years. It is time for a real dragon king to unify the dragon clan and merge into the ancient dragon clan. Ji Xiaochuan's pupils shrank. Her ambition is so great. Ha ha ha, motherfucker, so happy. So happy. The old man has never been so cool in his life. Those ancient dragons who looked at people with their nostrils were all beaten up by us. It's worth dying. The elders of Qinglong were wounded and laughed, their faces pale but full of vigor and joy. Lin Chen flicked his fingers, and many long Qinghua shot into the mouths of the elders. During the retreat, Lin Chen's power gradually diminished and finally returned to his original cultivation. He took a group of elders and evacuated to a valley where there were no enemies for hundreds of miles, and it could be safely healed. The elders took on the short-term power increase of the Tianyu Divine Sea. The dragon veins were slightly damaged, and the blood was half depleted, but they can be recovered as long as time, without affecting the foundation. They are more worried about the new king in front of them. The new king himself exploded the pulse to display such a powerful magical power. At light, the cultivation base will be retrogressed, and at worst, it will be difficult to make progress in the future. However, the new king's dying appearance that the elders expected did not appear. The Qinglong clan watched their new king look alive, as if he had eaten an aphrodisiac. Refreshing. Refreshing, ha ha ha, this time the harvest has everything, and this handsome man can wave again. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed. His attribute value has soared to a terrifying level. Even the dragons who have been staring at the battle situation are staring with big eyes, as if they have seen a ghost. Really? They saw with their own eyes the British exploding pulse. Why are you acting like a nobody now? Back to light? Or is the world crazy? It's not that Lin Chen didn't have the exploded veins, but after he exploded the veins, the high-level qi and blood attribute values he obtained soared too fast, and the dragon veins that were damaged by the dragon body were nourished and repaired even far beyond the last time. The 12 billion dragon power Lin Chen killed at least 200 criminals in the dragon prison, which is an extremely terrifying number. When these criminals were in their prime, they were all at the level of the fourth level of the Holy Land. When they died in the hands of Lin Chen, the high-level blood and blood attributes dropped only a lot. Not to mention, Lin Chen also slaughtered a large number of elders of the ancient dragon clan who tried to hunt him and the Qinglong clan, and the death, the injury, the more attribute values he obtained. Look, it seems that we all underestimate him. This sun is too enchanting. After the pulses exploded, there is nothing wrong with him. I am convinced. It was really close just now. If he doesn't save the Qinglong people first, but pursues his victory, the Xuanzhen kid who can't control the prison dragon will die in his hands. Ha ha ha, look at it. I just said that this kid is not common sense and can be speculated. A new dragon legend is on the rise. Not necessarily. Let's take a look at the 3rd and 4th levels. Don't forget, Yang Amren's girl is an out-and-out monster. In the vast sea, one day after the Qinglong clan left, the 2nd stage of the month ended. When all the participating teams were teleported back to the Wanlong venue. The faces of the powerhouses from all walks of life were very exciting. This time, only 50% of the team came back. More than half of the dragon race candidates who have died are much more tragic than ever. This number is equivalent to burying 2,000 holy dragons on the giant whale plain. When the Qinglong clan led by Lin Chen walked through the venue, no one dared to stop them. Seeing his lively appearance, there is a sharp contrast with the scarred Prince Xuanzhen. Blue Dragon Clan. Prince Xuanzhen's eyes were cracked, he was wrapped in bandages and medicinal materials, and he growled angrily, "Don't think that you can beat this prince with a little trick, and then this prince will let you live rather than die." Oh? Lin Chen shrugged playfully, "No way, I like to keep a low profile, I just like to be aggressive once or twice, maybe next time you challenge me, I will suddenly be aggressive again." At this time. Cough, cough. The gray-clothed old woman coughed a few times, and her tone became firm and powerful. "I'll let the old lady announce the result of the 2nd level. In the 2nd stage, there are 27 teams that have passed the dragon dedication points for the entire team. What? Many dragon powerhouses were stunned for a moment, almost thinking they heard it wrong. There are only 27 teams that have passed completely? There are 71 Taiku dragons in the team that entered the 2nd level, so the whole team didn't even pass half of it? Everyone unanimously turned their attention to the direction of the Qinglong clan. It must be because of Gil England. This guy directly beat the dragon prison criminals together, like an iron barrel, and in the final battle on the vast sea, he killed all the way until no one dared to stop it. So many people passed through to have a ghost. Lin Chen patted the backs of the Qinglong people. All the Qinglong people raised their heads and raised their chests, and the corners of their mouths twitched. This guy is really the first of the Wanlong Club to pull many primordial dragons into the water with his own power. The first place in dragon devotion is the Qinglong clan. Dragon devotion. 25,400 points. The 2nd place, Burial Shadow Dragon Clan, Dragon Devotion. 10,800 points. The 3rd place, Dark Sky Dragon Clan, Dragon Devotion, 9,800 points. 4th place, 10,000 Fire Dragon Race. When the gray-clothed old woman read out the rankings, everyone's scalp was numb. More than 20,000 points of dragon devotion? The difference between the 1st and 2nd place is more than double. What's even more terrifying is that the Gil British state has also killed so many dragons, and there are more than 20,000, which is terrifying. If you kill a candidate, you will lose 50 dragon devotion points. Above, those who pass, and those who do not have enough dragon dedication points to pass the whole team, go to the dragon altar to choose the candidate who will enter the 3rd level in the team. Teams with a dragon devotion value of more than 100 points will be awarded the honorary title of the Dragon Clan. They will receive 100 years of support from the Dragon Clan, a 1,000-year assessment, and the trade coordinates of the 3 dragon cities, as well as the qualification to enter the second floor of the Wanlong Palace. As soon as this statement came out, many dragon powerhouses cast envious glances. After becoming an honorable dragon, they will no longer be insignificant in the dragon, and they will be supported and cultivated by the resources of the dragon for a long time of 100,000 years. We have become an honorary dragon clan. Father, have you seen? Mu Tianqing covered her lips with her hand, and 2 lines of tears fell from her beautiful eyes. My Qinglong clan is finally no longer a clan to be bullied by others. The elders of Qinglong cried with joy. Although they have been psychologically prepared, the arrival of this moment still left them in tears of excitement. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to be moved, our goal is not limited to this, isn't it?" Lin Chen's words made all the elders startled when they turned to look at the flying blue dragon flag on the dragon platform. Again, their hearts throbbed. Champion. Maybe they came to honor the dragon clan, but this new king who was born out of nowhere came only to win the championship. Such pride, such daring, how many people in the past and present? The gray-clothed old woman's eyes flashed, and she said solemnly, "Then announce the content of the 3rd level, entering the Shenlong ruins. Fighting is prohibited in the ruins, and those who enter the ruins can obtain the totem guidance of your ancestors of the dragons and the baptism of blood. If you spend more dragon devotion, you can enter the dragon tomb, receive the dragon's chi-quenching body, and even allow you to absorb the ancestor's dragon chi. Every choice requires dragon devotion. Treasure the treatment that even the highest level has no chance to get. The 3rd pass does not require assessment. It will last for 4 months, and those who are outdated will be automatically sent out. And 4 months later, all dragon teams that reach the 3rd level can send a representative to participate in the representative competition, or they can choose to abstain. The top 10 in the representative competition will receive generous rewards, and those who win the 1st place in the representative competition, he will be the king of dragons this year. Lin Chen touched his chin, and said with great satisfaction, "Well, the king of dragons, this force is worthy of my holy dragon. This commander is forced to be a god in the human race. How can I make a trip? Dragons can't come back empty-handed, king of dragons, that's all." The gray-clothed old woman turned her head and looked at each other with the Dragon Clan great experts. Everyone stood up and stepped into the field. The dragon powers stood together, closed their eyes and focused, as if they had received an order. When they opened their eyes again, the handprints moved rapidly, piercing their fingertips, and sealing them with dragon blood. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue became solemn and serious. Boom! A giant door in space opened again, and a desolate aura swept out, and an ancient prehistoric oppression descended on the Wanlong venue. It seems that there is an endless historical civilization behind the giant gate. Chen Xia solemnly announced, "The Shenlong ruins have been opened, and the dragon dedication value entering the Shenlong ruins has been automatically subtracted. As for those who are not full, go to Long Tai to confirm the candidates and come back." Everyone looked at each other and entered the Shenlong ruins one after another. Lin Chen's heartbeat quietly accelerated, and the bloodline of Taishi Gulong finally came to an end. At this time an old voice secretly passed on to Lin Chen. "British boy, come here." Lin Chen was startled, the corners of his mouth twitched. Wipe. It's all at this juncture, which bastard is called this handsome? I've taken off my pants, and I'm about to punch a hole. Why did you let me go? Someone Lin forcibly resisted the urge to punch the hole, turned around and looked into the venue without making a sound. Coming in white, he was one of the great powers of the dragon clan, Chen Xia. He smiled and said, "Little guy, the voice transmission to you just now was a high-level executive. He intends to recruit you. Maybe after the Wanlong meeting is over, you can go and see him." Chen Xia handed Lin Chen a scroll. Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought something was wrong. After all, he used so many trump cards in Wanlonghui, and a series of tricks. Such as slow runes are not the trump cards that the Dragon Clan should have. Ask. At their level, there are very few things that can impress them, and they rarely covet the secrets of the young Dragon Clan. If every power is like this, the new blood of the Dragon Clan will be stifled. Okay, thanks for the appreciation from the high level and the powerful. Lin Chen took the scroll. Chen Xia couldn't help but asked curiously, "Little guy, if you don't participate in the 4th stage in the next assessment, there will be no life." Threatening. In the 3rd stage, you are the most dangerous. Although your multiple bloodlines are an advantage, but you should be very clear, once the quality of bloodline improves, it will be more difficult to control, and it is very likely to explode and die. You should be very clear about this. Problem. Talking about this old monster-level Dragon Clan's great power has a childlike innocence on his face, and said solemnly, "Can you tell me how much you are sure about the next step to control your upcoming promotion?" Multiple bloodlines. Rest assured, this seat will never reveal your foundation. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. How sure is it? He hadn't thought about this stuff. His primary goal is the bloodline of Taishi Ancient Dragon, and the second is to improve the existing bloodline grade. In addition, he has the Heavenly Dao system, and the problem of combining blood and blood has never existed. This seems to be an extremely difficult problem from the perspective of ordinary powerhouses, but there is no such thing as his. This. Lin Chen was embarrassed, but he couldn't tell the whole story. This commander has absolute certainty to control it? Then he must not be caught by these great masters to study. Seeing Lin Chen embarrassed, Chen Xia suddenly bent over to pick up an object, and said with a smile, "Aya, how could the little brother Ingbang be so careless? Look, you have given up." Lin Chen immediately took the accepting ring, and said in a serious voice, "Don't hide it from the seniors. In fact, I only have a 30% certainty, sigh. If there is a handsome fortune teller who said that I would have a great chance to survive in death, I would not dare to come. This time I also came with the mentality of mortal death. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell will go to hell. At the end of my practice, I have to go upstream and challenge life and death." Before Lin Chen finished blowing, the corners of Chen Xia's mouth trembled. 3%? Lin Chen groaned in his heart. Mother, is the report low? Such a high degree of confidence. You really still have a hand. Chen Xia exclaimed. Lin Chen squeezed the sweat. What, low-key? Lin Chen winked. Chen Xia winked. Well, I understand. Lin Chen waved his hand and led the Qinglong clan to the entrance of the Shenlong ruins. After the space battle, Lin Chen and his party were transferred to a ruin. Dilapidated, closed, vicissitudes. The standing stone pillars are broken and crossed, the ground veins are cracked, the sky is gray, and there is no vitality. It seems to have come to the beginning of the ancient world. When all the dragon races arrived here, the cultivation base was sealed in an instant, unable to display half of their power. Lin Chen was startled when his mental perception was also sealed, but when he realized that his slowness rune and other means were still there, he felt a little more stable in his heart. With runes and talents available, at least he is not a means of resistance. Everyone looked around and found that in front of the ruins was a group of totem dragon pillars that opened up the world. Everyone was vigilant with each other, and after spending a quarter of an hour, when they walked to the dragon column, it was a group of behemoths. Each dragon column is tens of thousands of feet high and thousands of feet wide, and the characters of the dragon family are engraved all over it. There are many grotesque carvings carved in the dragon column, which permeates the atmosphere of history. The carvings on it make everyone move. The same goes for Lin Chen, who was shocked on the spot. It is like a historical picture rolled out in front of everyone's eyes, allowing them to instantly enter the artistic conception of totem carving. The carvings have the vast and vast starry sky, the eternal and infinite universe. In the universe, there are giant pythons with 9 heads, whale sharks with wings, monsters without eyes and huge mouths, devils with 3 heads and 6 arms, headless centaurs, devils with long horns, asuras leaning on the sky and covering the earth, and densely packed crawling continental plates. The strange creatures flying in the sky seem to perish Zerg. There is also a group of figures, high above, occupying a small part of the totem. And the most is a group of dragons flying under the stars. The giant dragons are in high spirits, with different appearances, some golden light on the world, dragon wings soar, some dragon claws shake the sky, like a surging sea, some dragon mouths breathe, destroying countless planes, and some stalwarts are unimaginable. It is as if the light of a dragon scale can cover a whole world. Any creature in the totem seems to be stronger than all the existences today. Lin Chen is very sure that any creature inside may be countless times stronger than the holy King Haoyan he has encountered so far. Like a piece of history, covering up the dust. Like a piece of civilization, left here. Like a storm that hasn't erupted yet. Like a blood song, only a prelude. Everyone was deeply shocked and silenced by the imposing manner reflected in the totem, and it was only a ray of artistic conception and charm that shocked everyone. The Qinglong clan stood there in a daze, because they also saw the images of their ancestors. So majestic. All the dragons seemed to be in it, their consciousness wandering around the world, as if returning to the picture of an unknown era, following the auspicious feathers of the dragon ancestors, and following the beginning of the era of history. Only Lin Chen, he is not a member of the dragon family, and will not be easily drawn by the totem dragon power. He was the first among all the people present to slowly recover. At this time all the dragons looked up with empty eyes, and they were silent. In the history of totems, Lin Chen walked forward. He walked to the center of the totem, which was engraved with more broken and incomplete totems, and the system converted the characters of the dragon race into the characters of the human race. Yin and Yang Fortune Dragon Totem, Extreme Prison Water God Dragon Totem, Tianyue Town Prison Dragon Totem, Jiuyo Huangquan Dragon Totem, Burial Shadow, Illusory Dragon Totem, Extreme Thunder God Dragon Totem. Suddenly, Lin Chen's toes seemed to kick something. He walked to the center of the totem. There is a stone tablet here, covered with dust. He wiped away the dust, and the text on it was distorted like a tadpole, but It was not the text of the dragon race, but a string of human race words? Lin Chen could clearly see the words on the stone tablet. I'm afraid that day will come again. Grandpa Zhu and Long Zhu made a deal. He also asked me to find them, someone who will appear in that world one day. Grandpa Zhu also said that they would shine in that world. I seem to remember their names. It seems that they are Bai Qi, Yi Wushuang, Ling Yan, and others. By the way, there is another one, called Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Lin Chen was stunned. Could it be the Lin Chen he encountered on the dark island? There is actually a stone tablet with human characters in this place where the dragon family's inheritance is spread? Lin Chen couldn't understand. The information revealed by this stone tablet was too one-sided, and it was not useful to scrutinize it. The strength was sealed, and Lin Chen couldn't take the stone tablet with him. So he simply stayed here. At this time, the powerhouses of the dragon clan gradually recovered. New king, why are you here? The Qinglong people came. I was looking for this. Lin Chen pointed at the totem of the Qinglong ancestor and smiled. Walking to the Qinglong totem with everyone, Lin Chen put his jade card into the totem brush. The dragon devotion value in the jade card appeared, and an old thought was passed on to Lin Chen and the people of the Qinglong family. The younger generation of my clan, who runs the bloodline, can accept the baptism of the bloodline supernatural power, transform the bloodline grade, or continue to consume the dragon devotion value, and enter the dragon tomb to quench the bloodline with the dragon's breath. Long offer a value of 500 points. Hearing this thought, the elders of the Qinglong clan hurriedly said, Miss, you and the new king enter the dragon tomb to receive the dragon chi quenching blood. We old guys can wait for you here. Lin Chen raised his brows, and said with a joking smile, what are you doing? One by one, can't you look down on this king? All of you will let Lao Tzu enter the dragon tomb to receive the dragon chi quenching body, don't have any less. Whoever dares not to enter, this king will go out. I will expel you from the Azure Dragon clan. The elders are moved. 500 dragon dedication points. This is to kill 5 vicious dragon prison criminals. Don't look at the fact that the Qinglong family has more than 20,000 dragon devotion points. This is all from the new king's hard work. If these elders came to participate, it is estimated that collecting 100 points of dragon devotion would have to risk many lives. They are already very satisfied that they can enter the Shenlong ruins with all the members, and the elders still can distinguish who is the main hero. Now the new king actually let them all enter? Expel the Qinglong clan if you refuse? The hearts of the elders trembled, and they were grateful. The new king, this. The first elder had tears in his eyes, and wanted to kneel down. Lin Chen stopped and scolded with a smile, okay, don't mother-in-law, these are what you deserve. If you accept the totem bloodline baptism, only the bloodline level will be transformed, but if you enter the dragon tomb, you will not only be able to transform the bloodline level, but also improve your cultivation. After this experience, the Qinglong clan will never be that weak dragon clan. Coupled with the benefits that Lin Chen left them, it is entirely possible for them to become the Taiku dragons in the future. Lin Chen selected 11 places, and the 24,300 points of dragon dedication were deducted by 5,500 points. Under the light of 11 beams of space, the 11 people disappeared in an instant. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a barren hillside. Each hillside stood a stone tablet, and each stone tablet was engraved with mysterious dragon characters. Sitting in front of the dragon tablet, you can get the dragon chi quenching body. The old voice vaguely echoed the consciousness of everyone, and the elders of the Qinglong clan sat cross-legged in front of the stone tablet with an uneasy state of mind. Right. Lin Chen patted Mu Tianqing on the shoulder and threw a blue dragon ball to her. This is... Mu Tianqing wondered. Lin Chen said with a rare stern expression, you recognize the speed with your blood, and I will help the Qinglong family to improve their bloodline. You can deprive them of this level of promotion and transformation at any time. I leave the decision of their bloodline to you. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the elders of the Qinglong tribe changed slightly. He could withdraw the strengthened bloodline of the Qinglong family at any time, and he handed over the decision to Mu Tianqing. This is the best choice to prevent elders from betraying the Qinglong clan in the future. The elders of the Qinglong clan were not surprised by this. The elders who were able to fight so far were the last backbone and hope of the Qinglong clan. They were surprised by the tone of the new king explaining the matter. Is he going to leave? Then you? Mu Tianqing asked eagerly. Lin Chen smiled without saying a word, and walked among the many stone monuments. The attribute light balls scattered next to the stone tablet seemed to be perceptive, and within 10 feet of Lin Chen's approach, they quickly flew into his body. Get the bloodline attribute value of Wangu Qing Tian, 1,500 points, 1,300 points, 2,500 points. Wangu Qingshanlong is the advanced bloodline of the host Wanzai Zuanqinglong bloodline, and the bloodline fusion begins. Lin Chen continuously absorbed a lot of bloodline attribute light balls, and finally, he sat in front of a stone tablet, and the void led to a circle of dragon energy. Boom! The dragon chi entered the body, and Lin Chen's blood fusion speed was faster. Get 100,000 points, 200,000 points, 120,000 points of Wangu Qing Tian dragon bloodline. In Lin Chen's holy dragon, the flesh and blood and dragon veins glowed with new visions, such as azure light, shining brightly, disillusioning one dragon talisman, as if there was a legendary dragon history engraved into the bloodline, soaring and transforming. The dragon vein stuck in the bottleneck began to throb slightly. Seeing that the new king of Qinglong has been quenched by dragon energy, the elders looked at each other with mixed feelings, and sat down to accept the inheritance. Although I haven't been in contact with this new king for a long time, all the senior leaders of the Qinglong family and even the clansmen have accepted this resolute and domineering new king. He is the Dragon King of the Azure Dragon clan, and no one will question him. The most complicated thing in my heart is none other than Mu Tianqing. This choice is the right one. A character like him shouldn't just stoop to be a Dragon King in my Qinglong clan. After Mu Tianqing erased all complicated thoughts, he touched the dragon tablet with peace of mind, attracting the Wangu dragon chi. Boom! 11 dragons began to entangle, and the entire Qinglong family, including Lin Chen, all received brand new changes. This change is unimaginable for other dragons. Even if other dragons can enter the dragon tomb, they only accept the dragon chi tempering and blood baptism. But the blood of everyone in the Qinglong family is enhanced plus 15. Once the bloodline is transformed, it will inherit the increase of the enhancement level. That is to say, their harvest is more than 4 times more than that of other Taiku dragons who have entered the dragon tomb. Time flies by, and after 20 days, Lin Chen is the first to wake up. As soon as he opened his eyes, Lin Chen's dragon pupil flashed a hazy azure light, and the azure glow lingered like a giant dragon poised for the sky, as if he was about to rush out of his body to sweep the sun, moon, and stars. Lin Chen restrained his bloodline, and he was dumbfounded under the silver dragon mask. Damn, my holy dragon didn't break through? The better the foundation of the bloodline, the harder it is to accumulate strength. The strength is still stuck at the position of 800 million dragons. Lin Chen was helpless and opened the bloodline bar of the system. Congratulations to the advanced bloodline level of the host, All Azure Dragon. Bloodline supernatural powers have been upgraded to top or perfect level. And awaken a new bloodline supernatural power, Etienne Claw, consume the power of the dragon vein to burst out a shocking dragon claw. The power can lean on the sky and cover the earth. One claw subverts the plain star, increases the destructive power of the original dragon power by 1 to 3 times, and blesses the dragon. The power of breath can tear through the opponent's defense. Grade Extraordinary. Extraordinary bloodline, supernatural power. Lin Chen was moved. He estimated the power, the perfect bloodline supernatural power, with the power comparable to the orange-level combat skills of the human race. Extraordinary? Maybe not only the lower level of the orange rank. The host holds the bloodline, grade, none, purple gold eyes, plus 15, grade 4th grade intermediate, Tianyu Ying Long, enhanced, plus 15, grade, 6th grade. Intermediate, Hongyan Holy Phoenix, enhanced grade plus 15, grade, 8th grade. Intermediate, Eternal Sky Dragon, enhancement level, plus 15. Grade 8 intermediate bloodline. Although Lin Chen's strength has not changed, his Qinglong bloodline has undergone a heaven-defying change. That is to say, once he uses the magical power of the Qinglong family, the power will undergo earth-shattering changes. Hey, if you encounter that guy from Prince Xuanzhen again, you don't need to rely on the heavens to control the Sea of Divine, and this handsome can beat him to scream. Lin Chen was like a dream, and when he entered the Dragon Clan, his foundation was still weak. Now, just relying on his holy dragon, he can compete with the enchanting list and be tough. Those who want to mess with me, wait until I get back to the 36 domains. I don't know if they can do it. It is said that Eternal Sky Dragon is the ancestor of the Qinglong. All the branches of the Qinglong family are derived from his blood. In its heyday, it was a real dragon. My 8th rank bloodline is estimated to be far from the legendary dragon. However, 9, there should be few dragon geniuses of the same level below the bloodline that are my opponents. Lin Chen's 8th rank intermediate Wangu Qing Tian dragon bloodline, but plus 15. Series. Overall boost, 410%. Lin Chen is more than 4 times higher than the others rank 8. Intermediate bloodline dragon prince, chasing the peak of the 8th rank. Lin Chen got up, looked around, and said thoughtfully, everyone in the Qinglong family hasn't finished it yet. It seems that because of the attribute values I picked up first, the bloodlines entered a fusion state, which caused me to accept the dragon chi quenching body much faster than everyone else. When the Qinglong people received the dragon energy quenching body, they were transformed from the bloodline of Wanzai Zuanqinglong to the bloodline of Wangu Qing Tian. And Lin Chen harvested a wave of bloodline attribute values before accepting the dragon chi quenching body. The bloodline was transformed in advance, and then received the dragon chi quenching body. The speed of the dragon chi quenching body was much faster. Go out first and find the totem of Taishi Gulong. Lin Chen put the jade tablet into the stone tablet and teleported away. The light of space came and Lin Chen returned to the Shenlong ruins. The ruins are desolate, or there are dragon elders sitting cross-legged in front of the totem accepting the baptism of blood, or the dragon prince disappears, presumably sent to the dragon tomb. Lin Chen continued to look for other totems, and each totem was too thick to be considered small. When the strength is suppressed, it takes a long time to find a totem. Fortunately, Lin Chen, is someone with a system. The system identified all the totem texts for Lin Chen, and he found the totem of Taishi Gulong. The strange thing is that the totem of Taishi Gulong is only 1,000 feet high, and it is not as majestic as other totems. Lin Chen put the jade card on the totem. To enter the dragon tomb of Taishi Ancient Dragon, you need to spend 500 dragon dedication points. In the dragon tomb, except for the relics of Taishi Ancient Dragon, there is no blood baptism or inheritance. Please choose carefully. When the old and dull voice sounded through the jade plaque, Lin Chen's heart tightened. There is no blood baptism or dragon energy quenching in the dragon tomb of Taishi Ancient Dragon? Then he wants to get the blood of Gulong, isn't it a joke? Not only that, Lin Chen also tested the totems near Gulong, Taizhou Gulong, Fushenlong, and the only 2 candle dragon monuments and Qilong monuments. None of them were baptized by blood. The candle dragon monument and Qilong monument don't even have the dragon tomb, only the dragon monument remains. Lin Chenja returned to the totem of Taishi Ancient Dragon. We're all here, can we still give up? Don't care, let's go in and talk about it. After deducting 500 points of dragon devotion, Lin Chen still has 18,300 points of dragon devotion left, and teleported it into the dragon tomb of Taishi Ancient Dragon. Lin Chen was teleported to a strange mountain. There was nothing near the peak, the ground was full of rocks, and it was filled with a desolate atmosphere. Am I going to get cold? Wipe, what the hell is this place? Lin Chen was a little impatient. He tried his best to sneak into the dragon clan for the blood of Taishi Ancient Dragon, otherwise the 3 pieces of divine dragon blood jade in his hand would become waste stones. Lin Chen was unwilling, and continued to search for it, climbing the mountain to find it, truly over the mountains. After walking for a day and a night, Lin Chen found a faint light from a hillside. That's the light of the attribute light ball. Lin Chen excitedly rushed over, paddled down the hillside, and found an attribute light ball from the crack. The ball of light was red gold, the waves were flowing, and the dragon breath was lingering. It was a color Lin Chen had never seen before, the size of a goose egg. When Lin Chen picked it up, it automatically merged into Lin Chen's body. The host has acquired a new bloodline attribute value. Is it absorbed? The light screen popped up. Lin Chen's heartbeat was tense, and he chose yes. Brush. Suddenly, a brand new vital bloodline flows in Lin Chen's body and the dragon veins of the holy dragon. This bloodline is simple and vicissitudes, but it is very weak. The host obtains the bloodline attribute of Taishi Ancient Dragon, 15 points. The bloodline value is too low to identify the bloodline grade. Lin Chen was shocked. Taishi Ancient Dragon bloodline, become? Lin Chen's thoughts grabbed the brand new bloodline of the holy dragon, and suddenly urged. Sigh. Lin Chen's 2 fingers on his left hand had faintly turned into a crimson golden dragon claw, which was incomplete. Wipe, only 1 paw? Lin Chen's mouth twitched slightly. He took out 3 pieces of divine dragon blood jade, and when he stimulated his blood, he seemed to find that the divine dragon blood jade had a weak reaction. But because this place is the space of Shenlong ruins, the vision did not erupt. There's a drama. Although this ancient dragon's bloodline is thin, it can't give me any power, but it can make the dragon's blood jade react. At least, this trip is not in vain. Lin Chen was excited and continued to search. It took him 7 days to toss and turn over the nearby mountain peaks, and in the end he only found 2 bloodline attribute light balls. The blood of Taishi ancient dragon has only 35 points in total. Poor little Lin Chen can only use it to turn into a dragon claw. It seems that there is no use for farts? Anyway, the dragon's blood jade has responded. Going out should be able to unlock the secrets inside. It's not a loss for this trip. After Lin Chen comforted himself for a while, he mobilized the jade token, teleported it back to the Shenlong ruins, and left the dragon tomb. Under the light of the space beam, when he took Lin Chen off into the sky, his pupils suddenly trembled. The mountain he climbed before was actually a broken and ancient dragon claw. Could it be the claws of the Taishi ancient dragon? Only the claws and scales are so vast. What kind of cultivation was this Taishi ancient dragon? In an instant, Lin Chen's heart crossed with shock and was teleported away. Coming back to the Shenlong ruins, Lin Chen had an astonishing thought in his heart. He came to the totem of the Taizhou ancient dragon next to Taishi ancient dragon again. When the jade plaque arrived on the totem, the old and dull voice still told Lin Chen as before that there was no inheritance or reservation in this dragon tomb. This Taizhou ancient dragon and Taishi ancient dragon are creatures with the same level of mystery. Under normal circumstances, even if there are strong dragons entering, it is difficult to gain anything. I have a genus picking system. Do I need to fight for luck? Lin Chen didn't hesitate too much, but he chose to enter the dragon tomb of the Taizhou ancient dragon again. In the Wanlong venue, the strong people of all ethnic groups still haven't left the venue. For the holy beasts with a long lifespan, just a few months is like a few hours. They are waiting for the result of the exit. On the high platform of the venue, more than a dozen great experts gathered together. Every time I accept the blood baptism of the totem, there will always be some amazing little guys soaring into the sky. Yeah, some seemingly bland geniuses suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds after receiving the guidance of their ancestors. In the past, there was an example of the ancient dragon clan surpassing the ancient dragon clan. I don't know which team has the most harvest this time. The old man thinks that it is the dark sky dragon. Yang Amren's girl has obtained the heart of a giant whale in the giant whale plain. I am afraid that when she exits the customs again, plus the background of the ancient dragon clan, no one can match it. Ji Xiaochuan and Prince Xuanzhen, who buried the ghost dragon, are not simple. They are the peak bloodline of the 7th rank. Half of their feet are in the 8th rank. This time, they will break through the 8th rank bloodline. When the great powers were negotiating comfortably, Chen Xia put his hands on his head, whistled and smiled evilly. Who knows, maybe it's the British state. An old-fashioned dragon clan expert sneered, I just used the power of the vast sea to defeat the dragon prince. After this trip, the immemorial dragon clan prince will rush to a whole new realm. This wild boy might die in. There is also a possibility that the power ratio between them will open a shocking gap. Chen Xia shrugged, too lazy to argue, just staring at the void. His eyes became particularly deep. Suddenly, a holy dragon elder came to the powerful people and respectfully clasped his fists. Report to the high-level officials, someone asks to see you. Oh? Who is it? The old woman in gray asked. The elder who complained respectfully replied. It's a member of the Phantom Charming Dragon clan. When Lin Chen teleported into the dragon tomb of the ancient dragon of the universe, the space of the dragon tomb was gray and white, and Lin Chen was suspended in the void by himself. He was a little dumbfounded. Why is there not a single hair here? Did I bet wrong? Lost 500 dragon dedication points? The space was sunken. Lin Chen fell into a layer of space vortex, and when it reappeared, it was actually another layer of gray space. Is this a lot of space stacks? Lin Chen was shocked that the Emperor of War could open up the space plane of the mortal world. Saints can open up a small space plane in the holy world. But if they create this endless layer of space, I am afraid that even the 9th level peak saints will not be possible. Lin Chen seemed to be trapped in an endless void, but he did not panic. If he held the Wanlonghui Jade card, he could teleport back to the Shenlong ruins at any time. I didn't come to the wrong place. It should be said that this is the dragon tomb of the Taizhou ancient dragon. This dragon tomb is in the endless space plane. Letting the layers of space take him to the endless void, Lin Chen has experienced for a long time, and finally after thousands of times of shuttle. The space has a bright light. Lin Chen reached out and grabbed it. It is a piece of dragon scale, it is several dozen feet, and it is like a grinding disc, gray-blue, like the antiquities of prehistoric civilization. Lin Chen just touched it, as if he was caught in an endless vortex of time and space. There, time seemed to be forbidden, and Lin Chen almost lost his consciousness. What a terrifying dragon might, just a piece of dragon scale is so powerful. But unfortunately, I can't take it with me. Lin Chen frowned, he couldn't hold such a unique thing with such a powerful dragon power with the Na ring and Chi luck capsule he had, and the system space could only store things related to the system. The gray-blue dragon scale suddenly flowed through a bit of attribute brilliance and incorporated it into Lin Chen's body. The host gets a new bloodline attribute, 30 points of the ancient dragon bloodline. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. In the dragon veins of the holy dragon, there is a kind of ancient and simple dragon power that is connected with time and space, but the blood veins are too weak to cause too many changes. The second ancient dragon bloodline. When Lin Chen tried to activate the bloodline of the eternal universe ancient dragon, the huge dragon scales actually responded with a call, spinning rapidly in the void, shrinking and transforming into a palm-sized dragon scale. By urging this bloodline, can I take this dragon scale away? Lin Chen's heart trembled. He is an 8th order caster, and his vision is very comparable. If this dragon scale involves time and space, if it is used for casting, it will definitely work wonders. The premise is that his casting skills need to be used for this thing. Keep waiting. Lin Chen stayed in the dragon tomb of the ancient dragon of the universe for 10 days, and let the space shuttle take him. After traveling through hundreds of thousands of space planes, Lin Chen obtained 3 dragon scales, each of which has very few attribute values, adding up to just 70 points. After 3 days of repeated stay, Lin Chen made sure that there were no dragon scales left, and teleported away. This time Lin Chen came to the Futian dragon totem, but this dragon family has no dragon tomb, and it is the one with the least records in the dragon family literature, just like Zhulong and Qilong. In version 7.0 of the system, I can absorb 7 bloodlines, and now I have 6 bloodlines: Zijintong, Tianyuinglong, Hongyan Holy Phoenix, Wangu, Qingshanlong, Taishi Ancient Dragon and Taizhou Ancient Dragon, and 2 Ancient Dragons. The bloodline cannot be used temporarily, in addition to improving the bloodline of Tianyuinglong. I can also absorb another attribute. Bloodline. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was a crucial moment to enhance the holy dragons' combat power. Strolling among the totems, Lin Chen came to the totem of the ancestor of Tianyuinglong, the god of water, in the extreme prison. The jade card arrived in the totem, and an old voice came. Deduct 500 points of dragon dedication, enter the dragon tomb, and the remaining 17,300 points of dragon dedication. Brush. Lin Chen disappeared, and the next moment he appeared on a vast ocean. The sea was blue, and when Lin Chen looked down on it, he saw several different water system energies in the seabed. Some of the sea water is clear and bright, some is like a hell fountain, dark as abyss, and some is like a surging yellow spring, exuding a deadly yellow air. A stream of water rose and condensed into a dragon head. It opened the dragon's mouth and spit out a piece of dragon energy that enveloped Lin Chen. The dragon chi contains a lot of light of attribute light balls. Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the sea and absorbed the dragon chi into his body. Brush. The bloodline belonging to the Tianyuinglong skyrocketed rapidly. The dragon's veins throbbed, and it glowed with new brilliance. A month later, the sea of the dragon tomb was surging, and at some point, a light screen popped up in front of Lin Chen. Congratulations to the host's bloodline level for advancing to Extreme Prison Water Dragon Bloodline, level, 8th level advanced, enhancement, plus 15. All Yinglong bloodline supernatural powers have been upgraded to top and perfect level. Awakening the new bloodline supernatural powers, extreme prison. Ultimate prison, heavenly prison, it can mobilize a certain distance of water energy, condense dragon veins, to create heavenly prison to trap and kill the enemy, and can send down blue waves, dragon breaths, cracked blades, and other attack methods. The inside and outside of the heavenly prison is impeccable. And the only way to crack is attribute restraint. If activated on a plane with sufficient water energy, the entire plane can be turned into a prison area. Grade, extraordinary. Get another supernatural power. Boom. 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 Lin Chen opened his eyes, and there was a series of explosions on the sea. In the Shenlong ruins, the strength is sealed. It's so strong, the holy dragon's control of the water energy has soared several grades. Even if the cultivation base is sealed, I can detonate the nearby water energy with just one thought. Lin Chen was shocked. If the previous Yinglong is the king of the water-type beasts, then the Extreme Prison Water Dragon is the absolute overlord. Any technique of the water-type attribute is useless in front of my holy dragon. Lin Chen looked around the dragon veins again, and after being tempered by the dragon energy, he finally opened 850 million dragon veins. 8.5 billion dragon power. The holy dragon has entered the ranks of the quasi-8th level intermediate holy beast, and then only needs to accumulate enough to enter the 8th level intermediate. Lin Chen teleported away again and returned to the Shenlong ruins. At this time, he found that many strong dragons had left, and they had completed the baptism of blood. My holy dragon can also choose a bloodline, he he he. At this moment, Lin Chen smiled coquettishly. His holy dragon has both offensive and defensive speed, even if the speed is not the top, it is enough. But he can still inherit another bloodline, if this bloodline has. There is a kind of dragon, it is very strong. It's so hard to believe that Lin Chen is so strong. Inside the Wanlong venue, many dragon race candidates have already left. This prince has been instructed by our ancestors, ha ha ha, he has mastered 3 perfect level magical powers, this time, the 4th level, this prince's power ratio will surpass the Taiku Dragon clan. Very good, the dragon energy quenching body has helped the prince's pure power to break through 8.5 billion dragon power, and the bloodline has reached the 7th rank. The prince is not afraid of any genius. If it's true as my father said, my bloodline is very in line with the cultivation method of my ancestors. I have also obtained supernatural powers that are close to the perfect peak series. This time, the 4th stage of the Wanlong meeting, there must be one of my family. It can be said that the princes of various races are inflamed with fighting spirit. They have obtained the blood baptism of the dragon totem, or they have obtained a great opportunity in the dragon tomb, all of which have made a qualitative leap. Boom. At this time, a team descended from the sky. The powerhouses took a closer look. Generally, the longer they stayed in the Shenlong ruins, the greater the chance they would get. That team was full of vigor and restrained sharpness. The woman at the head was awe-inspiring, like the sonorous roses on the battlefield, and the glamorous snow lotus. It was actually Mu Tianqing of the Qinglong clan. When the Dragon clan power saw the current Qinglong clan, their expressions of chatting and laughing instantly froze. The group of Qinglong clan is full of visions. The dragon qi manifests itself, like the sun and the sky, and the stars move. As if a single gaze can suppress most of the powerhouses of the same level. They just stood there for a while, and they gave people a sense of oppression. Of Yuan Ting Yu Ji. Mu Tianqing, with a blue dragon pattern on her glamorous and moving cheeks, has a strength that exceeds 6.9 billion dragon power. The 9 elders, more than 600 million dragon veins are in full bloom. Some elders are even more radiant, returning to youth, and their appearance has returned to the appearance of about 30 years old. Some are handsome and straight, and some are still charming and radiant. Among them, the 1st elder, the 2nd elder, and the 4th elder all advanced to 8 billion dragon power. And there is always a sign of breaking through 800 million dragon veins. What is even more terrifying is that their blood pressure is stronger than any Taiku dragon team. Their dragon might not be inferior to the team of the Taiku dragons. No, in terms of blood pressure alone, it is stronger than the primordial dragon clan. The elders of the primordial dragon clan don't have so many abnormal bloodline grades. The hearts of many strong-eyed dragon powerhouses are shocked. The current Qinglong family is completely different from when they first met. When the gray-clothed old woman's heart throbbed, she immediately rubbed her eyes in the palm of her hand. The dragon pupil shrank and shot out a few sharp rays of light to scan the Qinglong family. The next moment, the old woman's expression changed in shock. 6th grade? The Qinglong family actually has a 6th grade bloodline? The expressions of the dragons are also extremely solemn. It should be said that it is unprecedented seriousness. However, the next moment, when they carefully scanned each elder of the Qinglong clan, their expressions changed from dignified to frightened. Grass. A dragon master was so frightened that his mouth was fragrant. The stern-faced Almighty couldn't help but smell the fragrance. I'm going to be his uncle. How fucking outrageous this is. This is no longer a shock level, it's a shock. The Qinglong family, all members of the rank 6 bloodline and above. No, it should be said that the entire staff is a 6th grade intermediate. What is the potential of the 6th grade bloodline? The 1st grade bloodline, after belonging to the Holy Beast, has a small potential, but it is equal to the level of the Holy Realm, and exists at the bottom. The 2nd rank to 3rd rank bloodline basically belongs to the elders in the ancient dragon clan in the future. When it reaches the 4th grade bloodline, it will begin to undergo qualitative changes. In the ancient dragon clan, it is also a mid to high-end elder-level heritage, and it can barely get a place in the ancient dragon clan. The 5th grade bloodline is the potential of the Dragon King of the ancient dragon clan, and the highest is no more than this level. The 6th grade bloodline is second only to the Dragon King of the ancient dragon race. The Dragon Kings of the ancient dragon clan are basically the bloodline potential of the 6th grade peak. The geniuses of the dragon race in the middle and lower reaches of the Taiku dragon race are also at this level. And the 7th grade bloodline, as long as it is born, is basically the supreme genius of the ancient dragon clan. That is to say, all the elders of the Qinglong clan, each future height is likely to be second only to the Dragon King of the ancient dragon clan. Similar to the 6th rank peak series like the Great Elder Qinglong, the future achievements are close to the ancient Dragon King. What's even more outrageous is Mu Tianqing, the girl whose blood potential has directly broken through the 7th rank and is approaching the peak of the 7th rank. The peak of the 7th rank, that is the potential of the Prince Xuanzhen, who is known as the successor of the next primordial dragon clan. At first, the bloodline level of the Qinglong family was between the 2nd and 3rd rank. In the entire Qinglong clan, only Mu Tianqing had broken through to the peak of the 3rd rank. After Lin Chen's bloodline enhancement, the bloodline level of all the elders has increased by 4 times, basically reaching or barely comparable to the 4th grade bloodline, which is still insufficient in front of the primordial dragon clan. But now, it has been turned upside down. The Qinglong clan that has been promoted to the bloodline of the eternal sky dragon, the bloodline level is not lower than the peak of the 5th grade. When this level was enough to equalize most of the elders of the ancient dragon clan, it also inherited the effect of strengthening level, plus 15, quadrupling it. The bloodline of Wangu Qingtian dragon has quadrupled, and the bloodline of Wanzai Qinglong has quadrupled, which is not at the same level at all. It's like you have 1 million silver coins quadrupled. And the fact that you have 10 million foot silver Saint Yuan coins quadrupled is 2 concepts. I have never seen such a terrifying transformation. In the past, there were also dragon geniuses who entered the Shenlong ruins and got fortunate encounters, and their bloodline level soared into the sky. But it was only a very individual existence. This Qinglong family came directly to a group? This coincidence is not such a coincidence. The Qinglong family was originally just a group of dragon elders with 2nd and 3rd rank bloodline, and there was not even a dragon king with 5th rank bloodline. How could it be so terrifying to rebound all of a sudden? When many dragons were discussing, Chen Xia's eyes lit up. Is it the handwriting of the new king of Qinglong, Yingbangbang? The powers were shocked. This young dragon clan really has such a heaven-defying means? Just when the dragon clan experts were anxious to find that figure, he was not in the Azure Dragon clan team. Hey, the new Qinglong king is gone? Ha ha ha, the old man knows, this guy must have multiple bloodlines, and the confusion of different bloodlines can't be controlled. He exploded and died in it. This is called doing too much injustice and committing suicide. It seems that this guy is just a flash in the pan. I'll say he can't make any waves. All the dragon clan couldn't help sneering and sneering, their hearts were full of joy, as if the punching hole had finally rushed to the end, and finally felt relieved. Many of their teams were eliminated because of Gil England, and they were eager to kill this guy, and now he finally has his braids. The new king is really okay. We spent so long to find the entire ruins, and it seems that we haven't seen any trace of him. The Great Elder and others secretly talked through voice transmission. He's fine, Mu Tianqing said. She spread out the blue dragon ball in her palm, and a bright smile appeared on her cold cheeks. I can feel that he is getting stronger and stronger. Boom. At this time, various powerful forces descended on the venue. It is the team of the Taiku dragons that is back. Even the top ancient dragons such as Wan Huolong, Juyulong, Jikolelong, Fengxing Winglong have also returned. Some of their elders broke through the shackles, reaching 9.5 billion dragon power. Some crown princes and princesses have a further level of bloodline, or the 7th grade high grade, 7th grade peak, combined with the cultivation base that breaks through the 900 million dragon bloodline. The power is pressing, and the edge is revealed. As soon as the Taiku dragon team returned, they suppressed the dragon team in the audience. Brush. A mysterious yellow beam descended, and the youth in the dragon robe laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, this prince was instructed by his ancestors, his bloodline level broke through 8th rank, and his cultivation level exceeded 1 billion dragon veins. This time, this prince will see how the British state died. It is the Xuanzhen prince of Shenyuazenyalong. The elders and dragon servants of the same type have also gained a lot. Some have broken through the 5th grade advanced bloodline, and some have even reached the 6th grade level. Hearing his wild laughter, many dragon princes and dragon clan experts looked horrified. 8th rank bloodline is rare in the history of the Taiku dragon clan. If he does not die prematurely, he will be the one who will be in charge of Neo Air from the Taiku dragon clan in the future. Prince Xuanzhen's eyes were like electricity, and he locked the Qinglong family in the venue in a flash. The terrifying power was suddenly suppressed. However, the imagined bloodline suppression did not appear, and the entire Qinglong family parried the dragon power of Prince Xuanzhen. Even, headed by Mu Tianqing, she stared straight at her with cold eyes. Her edge was first revealed, and the dragon seal on her eyebrows radiated brilliance, condensing into a brand new dragon force, counterattacking the dragon power of Prince Xuanzhen, completely confrontation, and did not intend to give in at all. What? The rubbish bloodline of the Qinglong family has transformed to this level? Prince Xianzhen trembled a few times in his heart. He didn't change his face, and still sneered arrogantly. What? Where has your new Qinglong king gone? Is it because he is afraid of death and dare not show his face? Mu Tianqing's cold and bright face was like a smile but not a smile, and said indifferently, my dragon king just watched the scenery in the Shenlong ruins a few times and didn't come out. How can he be stage fright against a defeated general? You? Prince Xuanzhen sprinkled salt like a wound, and his hair instantly exploded. Mu Tianqing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Do you want to do it? This is the Wanlong Club, a private fight? Prince Xuanzhen's blue veins wriggled, glanced at the high platform, and said with a smile, what a Qinglong family, I hope your people don't die in the 4th level all of a sudden. Mu Tianqing smiled sweetly, thank you for your concern. If we meet His Excellency the Prince Xuanzhen, we will definitely shoot a few more shots at your previous wound. Our Qinglong family has no other ability, except that we are very good at drawing guns. Seeing that Mu Tianqing ate Prince Xuanzhen in a rage, the corners of the Qinglong elder's mouths twitched. This lady is learning very fast. It's only been a few months, and I've learned all the lip service of the new king. The Qinglong tribe returned to the rest area. At this time even the great masters of the dragon clan wondered, did something happen to the new king of Qinglong? The Shenlong ruins are no longer a level they can spy on, all they have is the qualification to open the space channel. As time passed and another 20 days passed, fewer and fewer people returned one after another. On the 25th day, even that Ji Xiaochuan turned back, and his aura became even more sinister and strange, and even a single dragon might not be able to see through his smell. When the last 3 days were counted down, the 3 members of the Dark Sky Dragon clan also appeared. And Yang Anren, the leader, has a restrained breath, and it seems that nothing has improved when entering the Shenlong ruins. However, all the Dragon Clan experts have a solemn expression on their faces. This woman has reached an extremely terrifying state. Even the powers can't see through her details out of thin air, unless the dragon energy is released into her body. But, the atmosphere in the venue is even more weird. In the first and second stages of such a difficult assessment, the new king of Qinglong, who came out on top, has yet to show up. The next day, there was still no vision in the venue, and the time limit for the 3rd level was approaching. Some dragon princes and princesses couldn't help laughing. The bottom is always the bottom, and at best it is a wild upstart. I remember that he was able to deal with us in the 1st and 2nd levels. But it was nothing more than taking advantage of the special characteristics and characteristics of the assessment plane. If the real swords and guns are used, which of the primordial dragon race people can't crush him? It's good to be dead, don't come out to be annoying. Questions, sneers, disdain, abuse, filled the entire venue. The elders of the Qinglong clan were a little restless, but Mu Tianqing was calm, but there was a little doubt in his heart. Why hasn't he come out for so long? A dragon princess wearing a veil and a crown, but with a gloomy temperament, stood up, and said bluntly with a contemptuous arc on the corner of her lips. Seniors, let us so many dragon warriors wait for a low-level dragon who doesn't know life and death. Isn't this an insult to our primordial dragon? Why waste time, why not directly announce the result? As soon as this statement came out, it immediately attracted a lot of echoes. Alas, it seems that our expectations for him are too high. The old woman in gray sighed, stood up and announced. The old man announced that the time limit for the 3rd round of assessment is over. Before he finished speaking, the young man's laughter echoed in the venue. No matter how white a girl is, there will always be a place that is black. No matter how sweet a girl is, there will always be a place where it is salty. No matter how fragrant the girl is, there will always be a place where it is fishy. Just like the one who spoke just now, her skin is white, the heart is black. The silver robe was rolled up, and one person descended from the sky and stepped into the venue. He took off the silver dragon mask and smirked. An ancient dragon princess shyly asked her royal brother, what does he mean? The emperor said solemnly, he said that the heart is black and the tears are salty. Then what is fishy? Come to my room tonight and I'll tell you. England is not dead. Many strong people in the audience were moved. You're not dead, the previous dragon princess scolded angrily. Lin Chen shrugged, and said with a joking smile, a black woman like you didn't die, how could something happen to this king? The faces of the gray-clothed old woman and Chen Xia are very wonderful. They can't see through Lin Chen's details, not at all. Good guy, this son has a new adventure. The gray-clothed old woman had a rare grin. At this time, a red-faced, powerful eye lit up, wanted to get up, locked on Lin Chen's figure, and looked like he was going to start a teacher to ask for guilt. Huh? What are you doing? Do you want to move him at this juncture now? The old woman in gray squinted her eyes, revealing murderous intent. Chen Xia stood beside the gray-clothed old woman and said casually, if there is anything, we have to wait for the Wanlong fair to end first. There was evil spirit in his eyes. The red-faced old man sneered, after the Wanlong meeting, the high-level officials will decide on their own. The gray-clothed old woman announced, since the last candidate has returned. The Wanlong Association assessment has officially entered the 4th stage. For the representative competition, please send a representative from each nationality team to participate in the representative competition draw. The old woman flipped her palm, and countless arrows shot into the venue. All ethnic groups immediately sent representatives to draw lots. There are not many people, just 32 people. Representatives of all ethnic groups obey orders. The rules of the representative competition are very simple. Until the opponent surrenders or can no longer fight, life and death are at their own risk. Your own dragon. Method: the token draws the same person, enter. The gray-clothed old woman waved her sleeves and robes, and many representatives disappeared into a stream of light. Brush, brush. Hundreds of light screens appeared, and the representatives of the dragon race in the 4th level were transported to a new battle plane. Everyone stared intently at the hundreds of light screens. The opponent of the new king of Qinglong, Yingbangbang, is actually the princess of the dragon family of Jiuyou Huangquanlong, the woman who just proposed to speed up the end of the 3rd level. Enemy road is narrow. Oh? This princess will deal with you. You have been disgusting since the 1st level. A wild dog who was born in the middle of the road dares to wait for the elegant hall? Let this princess die. Princess Jiuyou smiled coldly, her shoulders trembled, and her whole body was soaring. Bursting with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, the dragon breath of the hellish yellow spring swept over the mountains and seas. Entrenched beside Princess Jiuyou, like a horse in the wind, the dragon danced, and the face trembled. This woman is also a 7th-grade bloodline, with 8 billion dragon powers. Who is chasing after the human race monster list, the princess of the primordial dragon race. Lin Chen smiled playfully, showing his edge. I want to see how dark she is. The arrogance of the primordial dragon race is engraved in the bones, and it is naturally superior to other creatures. No princess or prince from the primordial dragon clan can accept that the new king of Qinglong takes the top spot. This is hitting their primordial dragon clan in the face. Princess Jiuyou grabbed it with her hands, and the dragon breath turned into a sword that lifted the sky straight to the yellow spring of Jiuyou. 6 different crystals flickered exquisitely, injected into the tyrannical dragon breath and condensed into the sword. Princess Jiuyou held the sword, and the breath of hell-like silence and silence burst together, slashing Lin Chen. Huangquan Jiujue. Boom. The aura of the rolling 9 secluded yellow springs is like galloping horses, and it scatters a little bit of dragon breath, sinking into thousands of mountains, shattering mountains and rivers, and condensing into a vast river of heaven and slashing at Lin Chen. The sword light scattered, hiding murderous intentions. This blow went beyond the scope of the Holy Land triple layer. Lin Chen raised his hand, the water element crystal activated, and his fingertips swiped across the sky. OM. A blue dragon light flashed. Tear. Boom. The dragon's breath exploded, split in half, and the hidden murderous intent was also smashed into pieces. What? Everyone was surprised. The perfect supernatural power of the ancient dragon princess was torn apart. By his finger like this? When Princess Jirio's expression changed in shock, a hand reached out and grabbed the princess' slender, jade legs. So fast. When did you get close? When the crowd exclaimed, Lin Chen smiled evilly. Let me see how dark you are. Lin Chen lifted Princess Jirio and smashed it hard on the ground. Bang! Princess Jirio was thrown in a meteor-like arc, smashing her own back, causing the earth veins to crack and bleeding from the corners of her lips. Qian's eyes trembled, and she found that the British state's previous position was actually an afterimage. I didn't find out when he acted. When Princess Jirio swept away, she was horrified. Boom. At this time, a winding dragon's tail appeared in the sky, rolling the azure edge of the sky, and the dragon's tail flicked, and the pure power was condensed, turning into a azure blue sword edge and slashing down. At this moment, Lin Chen Xinglong's breath leaked, and the roar of thunder resounded throughout his body, filled with the power of the ancient times, and each dragon vein was like hundreds of giant dragons entrenched in it. There are 10 billion dragon power? Princess Jirio clenched her teeth and sipped her blood, twisted her body, and transformed into the body of Jirio Huangquan dragon, which was hundreds of feet tall, rolling and changing the deadly breath of hell Huangquan, and dashed head-on. The yellow spring is dead. Using the dragon body to transform into a prehistoric blow, this move is even better than the previous supernatural powers. However, tear. Bang. A crisp sword light slashed, the blue dragon light cut off the dragon's scales. The skin opened and the flesh burst, the dragon blood surged, and a tribute light ball dropped. Princess Jirio let out a shrill scream, and her dragon limb was cut off. The offensive of the two sides is not on the same level at all. Lin Chen's instant light and shadow was useless, a azure blue dragon sword cut off Princess Jirio's offensive. Transformed into the bloodline of the extreme prison water dragon, Lin Chen Xinglong's azure blue dragon sword has soared to the perfect level, comparable to the orange level exercise. Surrender now. In the sitting room, several dragon powerhouses suddenly shouted loudly. Lin Chen pressed down Princess Jirio's dragon head with one hand, her dragon pupil radiated a terrifying light, and shouted sternly, Ben Gong. Surrenders. Brush. Lin Chen's jade card lights up, and he advances to the representative. Competition. In the Wanlong venue, there was no sound. Spike. In a few real tricks, a princess of the ancient dragon clan was suppressed. And the dragon body did not even appear. Strong against the sky. Could he really win the championship? Everyone looked at the Qinglong flag on the high platform in unison, and shuddered. The rise of the Qinglong clan is unstoppable. In the end, even if they can't win the championship, the current Qinglong family already has the background of the ancient dragon family, and even with this new king, the future achievement of the ancient dragon family is not a nonsense. Get 200 million high-level chi and blood, 10,000 heaven value, 20,000 talent points, 4,000 wind energy points, 200 million battle chi essence. Lin Chen easily took away the attribute light ball dropped by Princess Jirio, and smiled indifferently. What a pity, if there is a next time, I will directly swallow your dragon core. Princess Jirio's dragon body trembled with fear, and her dragon eyes showed deep fear. At the moment of the previous fight, she sensed that the blood pressure of the new Qinglong king in front of her was far superior to her, and even completely suppressed. Difficult. Could it be that he is an 8th-rank bloodline? Princess Joyo trembled in her heart, hurriedly withdrew from the battle plane, and quickly healed her wounds. He survived. This kid's multiple bloodlines have obtained a new transformation. Chen Xia's eyes burst into flames. It should be Tai Yueyinglong transformed into a water dragon of extreme prison, the bloodline of the descendant of the dragon of extreme prison water. Besides, the old body can't see the bloodline level of this child. It is really hard to die, and there will be blessings. The old woman in gray smacked her tongue in amazement. This child not only did not fall in the dragon ruins in the 3rd level, but also gained a shocking adventure. Just relying on the descendant of the water god dragon bloodline, he is enough to gain the respect of the high level. Not only the Qinglong clan, but also the Phantom Dragon clan, the Wanhua Dragon clan, the Wind Holy Winged Dragon clan, the Yin and Yang Fortune Telling Dragon, the Shangyue Town Prison Dragon, the Extreme Queer Thunder Dragon, the Dark Sky Dragon, and other teams. They all broke through to a new realm, crushing their opponents in a short period of time. 32 into the top 16 in one day. The second round of the representative competition was held immediately. When the results of the lottery were announced, it attracted the attention of many people. The top talents of all ethnic groups finally ushered in a head-to-head confrontation. Burial Shadow Phantom Dragon Clan vs. Wind Holy Wing Dragon Clan. GK Lei Dragon Clan vs. Dark Sky Dragon Clan. Wanhua Dragon Clan vs. Inyang Good Fortune Dragon Clan. And, the Wanzai Qinglong clan is against the Shangyue Zenyalong clan. The new king of Qinglong is against Prince Xuanzhen? Ha ha ha, I'm so afraid that it will be counted as new hatred and old hatred. I heard that Prince Xuanzhen was still passing through the territory of the Azure Dragon clan, and he wanted the princess of the Azure Dragon clan to sleep, but he killed a new king halfway through. Hey, which of the two is better? I bet the true Prince Xian, the 8th-rank bloodline, disdain for the heroes. He also broke through the cultivation of the quasi-8th rank intermediate holy beast. There is no problem in suppressing the British state. The powerhouses of all ethnic groups are looking forward to it, and every match is not to be missed. In the battle plane, the two mighty powers are like angry dragons, colliding and confronting each other. The mountain torrents dumped, and the lightning flashed and thundered. Before the fight, the tit-for-tat has begun. The black cloud was about to destroy, and the two stepped into the air and suspended. Prince Xuanzhen seemed to be calm, but the cruel and crazy killing intent flashed in the dragon's eyes, and said with a wicked smile, Ying bang bang, this time there is no gravity to suppress, and there is no boundless sea. This prince will make your life worse than death. Lin Chen said with a smile, don't worry, it's fine with me. If I can hammer you once, I can hammer you twice. Despicable thing, die. Prince Xuanzhen slapped his arms horizontally, and both arms flashed with black and yellow dragon scales, which were transformed into tens of feet of prison-suppressing dragon claws, smashing Lin Chen away. Boom! The dragon claws ripped apart the void, the space disintegrated, the light distorted, and the left and right sides of Lin Chen were raided like two mighty comets colliding across the sky. Countless dragon-patterned holy lights exploded on the scales of the Shenhuang dragon out of thin air, radiating the mighty power of pushing the mountains and rivers across the sun and the moon. Bang! With a flash of lightning, a mushroom cloud exploded between the claws, and the space crystal wall was broken inch by inch, shocking. Some of the powerhouses in the venue were horrified. In this blow, the pure power exceeded 12 billion dragon power. Prince Xuanzhen still has a hand, and his power is more than 10 billion dragon power. If this palm bombards the mortal plane, it can pierce a continental plate with a population of trillions alive. The new king of Qinglong is going to lose. The strong minds crossed the same thoughts involuntarily.